Chen Wei had grease under 2 fingernails and the smell of machine oil in his sleeves when his mother sent the 3rd message. He didn't need to open it to know what it would say. Come home. Rice is done. Don't let your father keep you there all night. He stood just outside his father's small repair shop in Wuxi with a paper bag of scallions and tofu in one hand and his phone in the other, looking back through the open shutter at Chen Guoliang bent over a stripped motor housing under the white shop light. His father didn't look up when he said, "Tomorrow you're filing those edges properly. You rush the easy parts and call it done." It wasn't praise, but it was close enough that Chen Wei almost smiled. He slipped the phone into his pocket, shifted the groceries higher against his hip, and said, "I know. You've told me 3 times. His father gave a dismissive grunt that meant yes, and also that he'd noticed Chen Wei had done most of it right. The lane outside was damp from recent rain, and the evening had that ordinary, tired shape Chen Wei knew so well that he hardly saw it. A scooter sputtered past the mouth of the alley. Steam rolled from a food stall further down the street. Somewhere behind him metal clicked as his father set a tool back in its drawer. He thought of home upstairs, of his mother lifting lids and muttering about boys who let dinner go cold, and of Li Jun's last complaint at school about an instructor who talked like sleep itself had taken human form. It was such a small life, counted in meals, bus rides, class hours, and whether there'd be enough money left at the end of the month for anything beyond what was needed. Chen Wei had never mistaken it for grand, but it was his. That steadiness wrapped around him without effort, as familiar as his mother's messages and his father's criticism. Then the air beside the alley wall shivered. At first he thought it was heat coming off the concrete, some trick of reflected headlamps from the street. But the brick line bent inward, not outward, and the wet ground under his shoes seemed to lean. Sound stretched thin. The hiss of traffic sharpened into a drawn wire. Light gathered where there should have been none, not bright but dense, a pressure in space that made his skin tighten before his mind found words for it. Chen Wei stopped dead, groceries slipping against his palm. "What the hell?" he said, and the bag split open. Tofu dropped. Scallions spilled across the wet pavement. Then the thing in the air opened. There was no time to run. Cold clamped around his ribs, then a violent sideways wrench tore the breath from him as if invisible hands had caught him under the bones and dragged him through a space too small to hold a body. His stomach lurched. His ears rang. He tried to shout for his father, for anyone, but dust and pressure filled his mouth. Then stones smashed into his knees and palms, and the world came back wrong. The smell of rain was gone. So was the traffic, the shop, the lane, the whole shape of home. In their place came smoke, animal stink, hot oil, unfamiliar voices, and a man barking sharp words at him in anger as a wheel rattled dangerously close to his shoulder. Chen Wei looked up from rough stone into a crowded street of timber fronts, hanging cloth, and strangers dressed in layers he'd never seen outside period dramas, and for one terrible second he understood nothing except that home had vanished. The man with the handcart shouted again and snapped his free hand toward the side of the street. Chen Wei lurched out of the way just before the wheel clipped his ankle, then threw up both palms in reflex. Sorry, I'm moving." The words sounded absurd the moment they left him. The carter stared as if Chen Wei had barked. His face hardened, and he spat a string of sharp syllables that carried no meaning at all. People around them turned to look. An older woman with a basket slowed openly. 2 men around his own age near a stall grinned at each other. Chen Wei tried again, this time in slower Mandarin, pointing weakly at himself and then at the road. "I don't understand you. I'm not from here." It only made things worse. The carter's eyes narrowed with suspicion, and the 2 men laughed out loud. One mimicked his tone back at him in a stream of nonsense, and the other slapped his shoulder, delighted. Chen Wei felt heat rise under his skin. He was suddenly, horribly visible. He stepped back, and someone crashed into him from behind. A bundle of reeds hit his shoulder. A woman hissed something furious and shoved him off with her elbow. He nearly lost his footing again. Everywhere he looked, the street moved with purpose he didn't share. People bought, carried, argued, haggled, bowed their heads briefly before painted door shrines, and kept going. No one paused to help him understand where he was or what any of it meant. He reached into his pocket on instinct and pulled out his phone. The black screen was intact. For one stupid second, relief hit so hard it almost hurt. Then he thumbed it awake and saw the truth at once. No signal. No service. The battery icon sat there like a private joke. One of the men spotted the glass rectangle and let out a startled exclamation. The grin vanished. Curiosity sharpened into something greedier. He said something to his friend, then pointed straight at Chen Wei's hand. Chen Wei closed his fingers around the phone and shoved it back into his pocket. That, too, was a mistake. The men started toward him at once, not running, but with the loose confidence of people who already thought they understood him. One called out to him with a mocking friendliness that made the back of Chen Wei's neck tighten. Another voice joined in from a nearby stall, amused now, interested. Chen Wei couldn't tell whether they thought he was drunk, mad, foreign, or simply stupid, but he understood the shape of the moment with brutal clarity. He had no words anyone here knew, no place in the flow of the street, and no one at all on his side. The world had turned hostile not because he'd done something wrong, but because helplessness itself had a smell people recognized. He backed away before the men could reach him, turned into the first narrower lane he saw, and walked fast without daring to look behind him. Chen Wei didn't stop until the lane bent twice and emptied him into a broader street where the crowd moved more slowly. He forced himself to match their pace at once. Running had marked him. Talking had marked him. Panic, he understood now, was just another way to become noticeable. He kept his head down, shoulders slightly rounded, and let the bodies around him teach him how to exist here for 1 minute longer. People stayed to the edges unless they were carrying goods. Buyers slowed near open fronts but didn't block them. No one stared openly at shrines, though many brushed fingers to small carved plaques or touched two knuckles briefly to their chest before passing. When carts approached, pedestrians moved before the driver had to shout. Chen Wei memorized everything he could without understanding any of it. The city still looked impossible, all timber beams, hanging cloth signs, clay lamps, and smells layered so thickly they seemed to settle on the skin, but movement had its own language. He couldn't speak here, but perhaps he could avoid saying the wrong thing with his whole body. Twice he nearly failed. Once, a boy carrying steaming baskets came at him so quickly Chen Wei froze instead of shifting aside. The boy snapped something sharp and impatient, then jerked his chin toward the wall. Chen Wei moved at once, bowing his head a little because he'd seen others do it. The boy gave him one last suspicious look and kept going. Later he paused too long beside a stall because a row of flat cakes made his stomach twist with sudden hunger. The woman behind the tray caught his eye immediately. "Buyer move," she said in clipped, incomprehensible words, slapping the counter with a cloth. He didn't understand the sentence, but he understood dismissal perfectly. He stepped away before she could raise her voice and took the lesson with him. Looking poor was dangerous. Looking lost was worse. By the time the light began to thin, he'd learned only fragments, but the fragments mattered. Streets with food stayed louder and brighter. Streets with workshops smelled of ash, oil, and hot metal, and the people there walked like they belonged to work more than to home. Better dressed figures avoided the narrowest cuts between buildings. Children disappeared first. Lamps were being lit now, one by one, and the city was changing shape around the coming dark. Chen Wei's fear sharpened with it. He needed cover before the places made for buying and passing through became places where a stranger would stand out again. So he watched for what no one claimed. A recessed doorway, a deep overhang, a gap behind stacked crates where rain wouldn't reach. At the mouth of a quieter side lane he finally saw it. A shallow storage alcove half hidden behind broken wicker screens, dry, shadowed, and ignored by everyone flowing past. He kept walking beyond it, counted 10 breaths, then circled back the way he'd seen cautious men do when checking whether they were being watched. No one called after him. No one stopped. For the first time since the world had torn open, Chen Wei found something that looked almost like a choice. Chen Wei waited until the lane had thinned to almost nothing before he slipped back to the alcove. Up close it was meaner than it had looked from the street, little more than a narrow recess between a shuttered storeroom and a leaning wall, with broken wicker screens stacked at one side and a scatter of old straw underfoot. It smelled of damp wood, dust, and something sour that had dried long ago. To him it still looked like mercy. He eased himself behind the screens, drew his knees up, and stayed very still while people passed the mouth of the lane beyond. Feet went by in waves at first, then in pairs, then one at a time. Somewhere nearby a door bar dropped into place with a heavy wooden thunk. Someone laughed. A child cried and was hushed. The city was closing around itself for the night, and he was outside all of it. Hunger arrived cleanly once he stopped moving. So did the cold. He set his phone in his lap for a moment, staring at the dead usefulness of it before forcing himself to turn it fully off. Better to keep what battery remained, even if he had no idea what for. His pockets offered him almost nothing. A little loose change from home. A folded receipt. No food. No water. No way back. His throat tightened so suddenly that he pressed the heel of his hand against his mouth to stop the sound before it could escape. If he started now, if he let himself picture his mother waiting over cooling rice or his father finally coming upstairs and asking why the boy wasn't home yet, he didn't know how he would stop. The thought of them hit hardest not as grand grief but as detail. His mother wiping the table twice because she always did. His father pretending not to listen while listening to everything. The smell of hot metal in the shop. Lee Jun sending another complaint into the group chat and getting nothing back. A whole life had vanished between one breath and the next, and no one there would know where to begin looking. Voices drifted into the lane, close enough now to turn his spine rigid. Two men stopped just outside the alcove. One of them said something low and rough. The other answered with a short laugh and the scrape of sandals against stone. Chen Wei barely breathed. Through a gap in the wicker he saw only a sleeve, a hand, the outline of a shoulder shifting in lamplight. One of them spat. For a terrible second he thought the screens would be shoved aside. Instead the first voice muttered again, impatient this time, and their footsteps moved on. Chen Wei stayed frozen until even the echo of them had gone. Only then did he let himself breathe properly. He pressed his forehead to his knees and counted to 20, then 20 again, because numbers were something the world hadn't taken yet. Panic kept rising, wild and hot, but he met it the only way he knew how. One breath, then another. Stay quiet, stay hidden, stay alive until morning. He didn't have a better plan than that, but by the time true dark settled over the lane, he understood that surviving this place might begin with refusing to break in front of it. 2. No words. Chen Wei woke with both legs cramped and his back aching from the wall behind him. Morning had crept into the lane as a thin gray light, enough to show the broken wicker screens, the dirty straw, and the dust ground into the knees of his trousers. For one foolish instant he didn't move because some part of him still expected to hear his mother in the next room and his father downstairs rolling open the shop shutter. Instead he heard carts, shouted voices, a dog barking somewhere farther off, and the life of a city that had not paused for him at all. His mouth was dry enough to hurt. Hunger sat in him like a stone, but thirst came first. He stayed in the alcove until the lane had enough people in it that leaving wouldn't make him stand out, then slipped back into the street with his head lowered and his body trying to imitate purpose. He found the water point by sound before he saw it. A carved stone spout fed a broad basin darkened by years of use, and a queue formed around it with the easy discipline of routine. People came with jars, buckets, skins, and moved away the moment they were full. No one drank from the basin itself. No one lingered. A thick-set man in a dark vest stood to one side, not exactly guarding it but clearly controlling its use. When a girl edged forward too soon, he snapped a word at her and flicked 2 fingers back. She retreated at once. Chen Wei watched long enough to understand that there was an order here, but not long enough to solve it. Thirst made him stupid. When a gap opened, he stepped toward the basin. The man in the vest saw him immediately and barked something sharp. Chen Wei stopped, lifted one hand, and tried to make himself look harmless. "Water," he said in Mandarin, then pointed to the spout. "Please. Just a little." The man's face changed at once. Suspicion didn't arrive slowly. It struck like a shutter dropping. He said something louder, and 3 people in line turned to look. An older woman clutching a clay jar narrowed her eyes at Chen Wei and muttered a few quick words to the man. Her gaze moved over his clothes, his face, his empty hands, and settled into open distrust. Chen Wei felt the moment turning against him and tried again, slower, desperate now. I don't understand. I just need water. A young man near the back gave a short laugh, but it wasn't friendly. Another answered him with a phrase that made two others glance at Chen Wei more sharply, as if the sound of his voice had confirmed something ugly. The thick-set man stepped forward and jabbed 2 fingers hard into Chen Wei's chest. Not enough to injure, but enough to warn. Then he pointed down the street with unmistakable force. Go. Chen Wei backed away. He saw one man touch the charm hanging at his chest. Another shifted to put his sister or wife behind him. No one looked confused anymore. They looked certain he was wrong. By the time he turned the corner, swallowing against a throat that still burned with thirst, he understood something worse than simple failure. Speech didn't make him legible here. It made him suspect. Chen Wei didn't stop walking until the noise from the water point had thinned behind him, but the sting of it stayed under his skin. Thirst still burned in his throat, and now humiliation sat on top of it like a second weight. He kept to the outer edge of the street, trying to copy the angle of other people's shoulders, the pace of their steps, the way they avoided looking too long at anyone who might challenge them. It almost worked. Almost was nothing. He slowed under a worn awning where a strip of shade crossed the street, just long enough to get his breath under control, and that was enough for 2 young men lounging beside a shuttered storefront to notice him properly. One of them straightened first. He was broader than Chen Wei, with a scar along his jaw and the easy posture of someone who had never once doubted where he belonged. He said something to his companion without taking his eyes off Chen Wei, then stepped into the street with a crooked half-smile that looked friendly only from far away. He said a few words and flicked his fingers in a beckoning gesture. Chen Wei hesitated. The smile widened. Do you speak slowly? He asked in Mandarin before he could stop himself. I don't understand. The second man barked a laugh and moved off the wall. In 2 steps he had drifted wide enough to cut off the easiest path around them. The first man said something else, softer this time, and reached out as though to inspect the sleeve of Chen Wei's jacket. His fingers closed instead around the cloth at Chen Wei's wrist. Chen Wei jerked back. Don't. That single word changed the air. Whatever uncertainty they'd had, vanished. The man with the scar laughed again, but now there was recognition in it. Not of Chen Wei himself, only of what he was. Foreign. Alone. Uncertain. Weak enough to test. The second man stepped closer and tapped 2 knuckles lightly against Chen Wei's chest, just above the pocket where the phone sat hidden. Then he held out his hand, palm up, in a gesture so old it needed no translation. Give. Chen Wei shook his head. No. The scarred man clicked his tongue, almost disappointed, and shoved him flat-palmed in the shoulder. It wasn't a full blow, but it sent Chen Wei stumbling sideways into the post behind him. Pain shot up his arm. Before he could recover, the other man's hand darted toward his jacket. Chen Wei caught the wrist on instinct and clung to it with both hands, panic stronger than sense. The man swore and drove a knee into Chen Wei's thigh hard enough to buckle it. A voice snapped from across the street. All 3 of them looked. An older shopkeeper had come out from behind a counter and was glaring toward them, one hand wrapped around a long wooden ladle as if it might serve for more than cooking. He shouted again, angrier this time. The 2 young men backed off at once, but not far. The scarred one gave Chen Wei a last look, no longer amused, and spat near his shoe. Then he said something short and contemptuous before both of them sauntered away as though they had lost interest on their own. Chen Wei stayed where he was, one hand braced against the post, leg shaking. He didn't know the words that had just passed between them, but he understood the lesson perfectly. Confusion wasn't merely embarrassing here. It announced him as prey. Chen Wei limped 2 streets before the shaking in his leg eased. The shove into the post had not done real damage, but the message of it stayed in his body. Every time someone looked at him for more than a second, his shoulders tightened. He kept expecting another hand at his jacket, another barked demand he couldn't answer, another face changing the instant he opened his mouth. The city around him had settled into full mourning now. Doors stood open. Steam rose from cook pots. Vendors called to passing customers in voices that rose and fell with practiced force. It should have felt busier, safer, more public. Instead it felt like 1,000 chances to fail again. He stopped near a stall where a woman was stacking flat cakes onto a cloth-covered tray. Beside her sat a bucket and a long-handled dipper, not for customers by the look of it, but for rinsing tools and wetting cloths. Chen Wei's throat tightened at the sight. He took half a step toward it before he could stop himself. The woman turned immediately. She said something sharp and impatient, one hand flattening over the cakes as if to guard them from him. Chen Wei opened his mouth. The old reflex rose at once. Explain. Apologize. Ask. Then he saw, as clearly as if the answer had been written on the air, where that would lead. Her face narrowing. Someone else turning to look. Another voice joining in. Suspicion arriving before help ever had a chance. So he did something else. He lowered his eyes, lifted one hand slowly, and touched 2 fingers to his throat. Then he gave a small, helpless shake of his head. The woman paused. Her expression changed, though not into kindness. It thinned from challenge into assessment, then settled on something closer to dismissal. She said another sentence, shorter this time, and flicked her fingers toward the street as though to shoo him away. But she didn't raise her voice. She didn't call anyone over. She didn't look alarmed. To her he was no longer a strange speaker saying the wrong things. He was merely some ragged, damaged youth lingering where he shouldn't. Chen Wei stayed still, eyes lowered, and touched his throat again. The woman clicked her tongue. Annoyed, maybe disgusted, but no longer wary. She grabbed the dipper, scooped a little water from the bucket into a cracked clay cup, and thrust it at him with an irritated motion. Chen Wei took it in both hands at once and drank too fast. The water was lukewarm and tasted faintly of ash, but it might as well have been rescue. When he lowered the cup, the woman was already jerking her chin at him to move along. He bowed his head, gave the cup back, and stepped away without speaking. Only after he had turned the corner did he let himself feel the force of what had just happened. Nothing about the city had become gentler. The woman had not helped because she liked him. But silence had changed the category he fell into. Speech had made him suspicious. Wordlessness had made him smaller, duller, less threatening. By the time he reached the next lane, Chen Wei was no longer thinking of silence as what happened when fear closed his throat. He was beginning to see it as cover. The rest of the morning became an experiment. Chen Wei didn't think of it that way at first. He only knew that after the water, after the woman's look shifted from suspicion to irritated contempt, he couldn't stop measuring the difference. One kind of danger had teeth. The other mostly wanted him gone. In a city where no one knew him, being despised was better than being examined. So he kept moving and watched what happened when he gave people less to react to. The answer came sooner than he wanted. Near a narrow crossing between 2 busier streets, a pair of city runners were carrying a pole-borne load shoulder high, forcing everyone else to flatten themselves aside. Chen Wei moved quickly enough, but not cleanly enough. His sleeve brushed the hanging edge of the covered load, and one of the men stopped short with an angry shout. The other swung around at once and snapped a question at him. Chen Wei felt the old reflex surge again. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He killed it before it reached his mouth. Instead he stepped back, lowered his eyes, and touched his throat. The first runner frowned. Chen Wei gave the same small shake of the head he had used at the stall. Not defiant, not dramatic, just empty. The second man said something sharper, leaning toward him as if trying to catch some sign of deceit. Chen Wei let his face stay blank and uncertain. He touched his throat again. Then he dropped his hand and waited. The first runner snorted. Whatever word he threw at Chen Wei was not kind, but it carried boredom rather than alarm. He jerked his chin in a rude command to clear the way. Chen Wei moved at once. The 2 men pushed past him, still muttering. One laughed once under his breath, and that was all. No one else turned. No one drew back. No one reached for a charm or narrowed their eyes as though trying to place his accent, his loyalties, his right to stand where he stood. To them he had become something lesser, perhaps pitiful, perhaps useless, but not worth fearing. Chen Wei stayed at the wall until they were gone. His heart was beating hard enough to make him aware of every pulse in his throat, the same throat he had just pretended would not work. He understood now that the gesture alone was not enough. It was the whole shape of it. The lowered gaze, the silence, the refusal to meet challenge with explanation. Speech invited scrutiny because speech promised meaning. Silence let other people decide he wasn't worth the effort. By noon he was practicing it on purpose. When a woman with a broom hissed at him for lingering too near her doorway, he stepped back at once and pressed his fingers lightly to his throat. Her annoyance remained annoyance. When a boy asked him something in passing and got no answer, he lost interest almost immediately. Every time Chen Wei kept his mouth closed, the city seemed to step around him rather than close in. The choice settled in him not as drama but as cold practicality. Until he understood their words, he would have none of his own. He would be the mute boy, the damaged stray, the harmless nothing people dismissed with a flick of the hand. It was a miserable shape to step into, but misery was better than danger, and by the time the sun had climbed above the roofs, Chen Wei had made the decision with the same hard certainty he'd once used to file metal square. From now on, silence wasn't fear. It was cover. 3. Hand to mouth. By the second morning, Chen Wei understood that silence alone wouldn't feed him. It could keep trouble from sharpening around him, but it didn't put water in his stomach or warmth in his hands. He woke from another cramped night in the alcove with his body feeling used up from doing nothing but endure. Hunger had gone past pain now and become a steady weakness that made standing feel slightly unreal. The city had already begun moving by the time he slipped out into it, and he followed the smell of hot oil and steaming grain the way a starving animal might follow blood. Every stall, every tray, every bowl in a stranger's hand seemed to pull at him. He kept his gaze lowered, but not so lowered that he missed opportunity. If he was going to survive, silence had to become useful, not merely defensive. He found his first chance beside a cookshop whose back wall opened onto a narrow service lane. The front fed customers. The back held scraps, ash buckets, dirty water, and the kind of work no one wanted to notice. Chen Wei lingered too close to a pile of split wood, watching a boy not much younger than himself haul out a sloshing tub and nearly drop it. A broad-shouldered woman in a sweat-darkened apron came after him with a string of irritated words, shoved the tub upright with her foot, then saw Chen Wei standing there. Her eyes ran over him in one fast sweep. Ragged, thin, silent. She snapped something and pointed to the tub. Chen Wei blinked, then looked from her hand to the load. It was obvious enough. Help. He stepped forward at once. The tub stank of rinse water, onion skins, and grease gone sour. Its rope handles bit into his palms as he and the boy dragged it toward a gutter trench at the end of the lane. The boy shot him a look halfway between suspicion and relief, then jerked his chin in the direction they were meant to go. Chen Wei copied him, kept his mouth shut, and put his weight into the pull. By the time they tipped the filthy water out, his arms were trembling. The woman was waiting when they came back. She said something to the boy, who answered with a shrug and a glance at Chen Wei's throat. The woman grunted. Then she tore off a heel of coarse flatbread, scooped a little mash of lentils and onion into a cracked bowl, and thrust both at Chen Wei with the same expression she might have used to toss scraps to a yard dog. He took them with both hands and bowed his head. The food was still warm. The first bite almost hurt. He had to force himself not to gulp it too fast. Around him the kitchen lane kept moving, buckets sloshing, ladles knocking, people shouting orders he couldn't follow, but for the first time since the world had torn open, Chen Wei had exchanged his labor for something immediate and real. It was degrading, filthy, and barely enough. It was also a beginning. Warm food in his stomach bought Chen Wei less comfort than he'd hoped, but it bought clarity. Hunger had narrowed the world until nothing existed except the next bite. Once the bread and lentils settled, he could think again, and what he thought first was simple enough to matter. The woman hadn't fed him because she pitied him. She had fed him because he had been useful at the right moment and in the right place. That meant there were wrong moments too, wrong places, wrong ways to stand and look. By midday he had begun to understand that surviving on scraps wasn't only about need. It was about not offending the shape of other people's work. He learned the first rule by breaking it. The smell of broth drew him toward the front of another cookshop, and for a few foolish seconds he lingered where customers could see him. A man waiting for his bowl noticed at once. He gave Chen Wei a hard look, said something clipped to the woman ladling soup, and jerked his chin toward the street with such offended certainty that Chen Wei didn't need the words. He moved at once, but not quickly enough. The woman came around the counter with a cloth in one hand and fury in her face, snapping at him until he had backed all the way into the lane. Customers belonged in front. Beggars and drifters did not. He kept walking and watched more carefully. Behind the food street, the city changed its posture. Here were ash heaps, water runoff, stacked crates, bundles of fuel, and boys carrying tubs that were too heavy for them. Doors at the back opened only for moments, and those moments mattered. If he stood too close when no work was needed, he was a nuisance. If he drifted in just as a load needed carrying, people saw hands before they saw a problem. He began to map it in his head. Morning cook fires, midday rinse water, late scraps, the narrow place beside a chop block where no one wanted a body underfoot. The wider stretch near the drain where someone could pause and point without blocking a customer lane. Even gestures had rules. Empty hands visible, eyes lowered, but not so low that he missed instruction. Fingers to the throat only when challenged. Never first. At one back doorway he made the mistake of stepping in too early and caught a cuff to the shoulder from an old man carrying firewood. The old man barked something and shoved him aside with his elbow. Chen Wei bowed his head and retreated at once. A minute later, the same door banged open again and a kitchen girl barely older than a child came out dragging a basket of peelings. She saw him, hesitated, then thrust the basket toward him with a burst of impatient words. Chen Wei took it. She pointed toward a midden pit at the end of the alley, then slapped her own wrist as if warning him not to dawdle. He hurried. By the time he came back, breathless and smelling of rotten vegetable skins, she was gone, but a crust of stale bread had been left on the step. Chen Wei stood there staring at it for a beat before snatching it up. The lesson settled deeper than the food itself. There were safer corners in this city, safer postures, safer timings. Begging wasn't only humiliation, it was technique. By late afternoon, Chen Wei managed to turn what he had learned into something that almost resembled a method. He did not drift at random anymore. He circled the food lanes, the service alleys, and the narrow back passages where kitchens, stalls, and workshops shed their untidy work into public view for a few breaths at a time. He watched for strain, impatience, and overloaded hands. A man cursing at a blocked wheel. A woman trying to carry 2 water buckets at once. A boy sent out with refuse and no second pair of hands. Those were openings. He was beginning to understand that the city might tolerate him, not because it had mercy, but because there were always tasks too small to respect and too immediate to ignore. His best success came near a noodle stall where a bent old vendor was trying to wrestle a sack of kindling through a back doorway with one shoulder while stirring broth with the other hand. Chen Wei paused at the edge of the lane, close enough to be seen, far enough not to intrude, and lifted both empty hands a little. The old man snapped something sharp without turning. Chen Wei stepped in anyway, caught the sack before it could split, and hauled it the rest of the way inside. The kindling scratched his forearms and scattered splinters into his sleeves, but the vendor's expression shifted the moment the burden left his shoulder. He grunted, thrust the stirring paddle into a bracket, and pointed to a stack of dirty bowls with a flurry of impatient words. Chen Wei stared for half a second, then understood from the direction of the gesture more than the sound. Wash. He nodded once and moved. The bowls were slick with grease and cooling broth. He scrubbed them in water already gray from overuse, stacked them the way he'd seen other workers do, and kept going when the old man slapped 2 more onto the pile. No praise came, no thanks, but when the rush eased, the vendor ladled the cloudy end of the pot into a chipped bowl, dropped in a small knot of noodles, and shoved it toward him. Chen Wei took it with both hands and bowed his head. The broth was thin and oversalted, but it was hot, and the noodles were real. He drank every drop and felt strength seep back into him in increments so small they were almost humiliating. When he left the stall, he still had the stale crust from earlier tucked inside his jacket. For the first time since arriving, he had enough in him to imagine reaching night without shaking. The feeling lasted less than an hour. By dusk the crust was gone, the ache in his stomach was returning, and the warmth from the broth had drained out of him as if it had never been there. The day had fed him, yes, but only just. One missed chance, one harsher vendor, one alley claimed by someone meaner, and the whole fragile balance would have collapsed again. As he edged back toward his hiding place with the city dimming around him, Chen Wei understood the truth with grim precision. He had not solved survival. He had rented it until morning. The pattern set in over the next few days because it had to. Chen Wei stopped thinking of each morning as a fresh disaster and started measuring it as a sequence. Wake before the lane grew busy enough to trap him in his hiding place. Fold the old crust of fear back inside himself before stepping into the street. Move first toward water, but only where he could earn or quietly receive it without drawing notice. Then circle the food lanes and service alleys, not as a wanderer anymore, but as someone learning the rhythms of a machine too large to care whether he fit inside it. By the third day he knew which cookshops had women quick with a cloth and quicker with anger, which ones had boys overburdened enough to welcome another pair of hands, and which back doors were watched by men who would rather kick him than point. He learned to be useful in narrow, forgettable ways. Carry this tub. Dump that ash. Stack those bowls. Drag peelings to the midden. Hold the sack while a knot was retied. Fetch dropped wood before a cartwheel rolled over it. Never ask. Never hover too close. Be seen just enough. That was the trick. Too eager and he became a nuisance. Too slow and the moment passed to someone else. Now and then the city reminded him what he was in its eyes. A butcher's apprentice once curled his lip and said something to the others that made them laugh while Chen Wei hauled a blood-slick bucket toward the gutter. A laundry woman flicked rinse water at his shoes when he misjudged how near her doorway he could stand. Once, when he touched his throat at the wrong moment, an old man mimed a limp wrist and a vacant stare, performing muteness back at him to amuse the workers nearby. They laughed, and Chen Wei bowed his head and let them have it, because pride could not be eaten and outrage could not buy another day. Each small humiliation settled into him like grit under skin. None of it killed him. That was the whole point. What made the pattern workable was not dignity, but repetition. A heel of bread here. A thin bowl of broth there. Half a bruised pear tossed toward him by a kitchen girl too hurried to care whether it was charity or convenience. One night he went to sleep with only water in him and woke shivering so hard his teeth clicked. Another night he managed 2 scraps of flatbread and thought, absurdly, that he was almost rich. The margin stayed thin enough to frighten him, but it existed now, and that changed the shape of his fear. By the end of the week, Chen Wei no longer had to invent survival from nothing each hour. He had made himself into something low, useful, and easy to dismiss. It was degrading. It was precarious. It worked. And because it worked, even badly, it gave him the first luxury he had possessed since the world tore open around him. While his hands labored and his mouth stayed shut, a part of him could finally begin to watch. 4. Watching tongues. Because hunger no longer occupied every inch of him, Chen Wei could finally listen. The change was small enough to feel absurd at first. Nothing around him had softened. The alleys still stank, the work was still degrading, and every meal still had to be pried loose from someone else's impatience. But he no longer spent every waking moment fighting the blind animal panic of immediate need. There were breaths now, little gaps in the day when his hands were busy and his mind was not entirely consumed by whether he would eat before nightfall. In those gaps, the city's noise stopped being a single hostile wall. Patterns began to emerge from it. He started with the simplest things. Not words, not yet. Shapes of use. A barked sound that always came when someone had to move fast. Another that followed pointed fingers, outstretched hands, or objects being shoved from one person to another. A curt clipped sound that meant no, enough, away, or stop, depending on the speaker's face and the angle of the body behind it. He began pairing sound to motion the way he had once paired machine noises to faults in his father's shop. When a cart rolled into a lane and the driver shouted a harsh 2-syllable command, the people nearest the wheels moved aside before contact. By the 4th time Chen Wei heard it, he was moving too, half a heartbeat before the shove would have come. The cookshops taught him more. At the back of the noodle stall, the bent old vendor had only a handful of sounds he seemed willing to waste on Chen Wei, but they repeated. A guttural word thrown toward the bowls, the rinse tub, the scrap bin. Another toward the stacked wood. Another when Chen Wei was too slow. He didn't know what any of them were in isolation, but repetition gave them weight. The old man barked one sound, slapped the side of a basin, and Chen Wei passed him water. Later the same sound came with the same slap, and Chen Wei moved before the vendor had to point. The old man paused. His cloudy eyes narrowed. Then he grunted something shorter, almost to himself, and jerked his chin toward a second stack of bowls. Chen Wei obeyed at once. Across the lane, a kitchen girl carrying peelings saw it happen and laughed. She said the same basin word to him in a mocking sing-song and tapped the side of her basket with one knuckle. Chen Wei looked at the basket. Then at her. Then he took it. She laughed harder, but this time not unkindly, and called something over her shoulder to the others. He didn't know what she'd said. That hardly mattered. What mattered was the tiny spark of certainty that went through him when he matched sound to object and object to action. It was nothing grand. No sudden understanding opened in his head. But that afternoon, as voices rose and fell around him in rough repetition, Chen Wei began to realize that language might not be one locked gate. It might be 100 small latches, and he only had to start catching them one by one. A few days later, the first real difference came not as understanding, but as speed. Chen Wei had been carrying out peelings behind the noodle stall when the bent old vendor swore under his breath and banged the lid back on an empty kindling box. The lunch rush was building. Steam rolled thick from the broth pot. Customers crowded the front in a loose knot of bowls, voices, and impatience. The old man turned, saw Chen Wei in the back lane, and barked a burst of words sharp enough to cut. One of them Chen Wei knew now. Wood. The vendor slapped 2 small coins into his palm, pointed across the lane toward a narrow yard stacked with bundles, then barked the same wood word again, followed by another sound Chen Wei had heard a dozen times whenever things needed to happen now. Go fast. Chen Wei was moving before the man finished. The coins closed warm in his fist. He darted across the lane between 2 handcarts, slipped past a woman unloading greens, and reached the woodyard without having to stop and stare like an idiot waiting for the world to explain itself. A heavy-browed seller looked up from splitting kindling and snapped something annoyed at him. Chen Wei held out the coins and pointed to the nearest stack of thin wood bundles. Then, carefully, he repeated the one word he was almost sure of. The seller's face shifted at once. Not to friendliness, but to comprehension. He said the word back to Chen Wei in a flatter tone, then jabbed a finger toward a smaller, cheaper bundle tied with rough cord. Chen Wei nodded. The seller swept up the coins, shoved the bundle at him, and launched into another sentence too fast to catch. Chen Wei only understood the last word because he had heard it barked in kitchens often enough to feel its shape before he could translate it. Hurry. He ran. When he got back, the old vendor snatched the kindling from his arms, broke the cord with his thumb, and fed the stove without even glancing up. But the rhythm of the work changed. No pointing. No repeated shoving of objects under Chen Wei's nose. No angry correction after a stupid mistake. A second later the vendor jabbed toward the rinse tub and barked the basin word. Chen Wei was already there. Then came the scrap bin word, and he turned before the man had to slap the lid. The old vendor finally looked at him properly. His cloudy eyes narrowed, not suspicious this time, but measuring. Across the back lane, the kitchen girl who carried peelings saw it too. She leaned around her doorway, grinned, and called the wood word at Chen Wei in an exaggerated sing-song, then laughed when he turned his head at once. The laugh stung his pride, but not enough to matter. The errand had gone cleanly. Not because anyone had become kinder, and not because he truly understood their speech. But for the first time since arriving, a few sounds in this city had begun to stick. And because they stuck, he had become faster, less burdensome, and slightly more useful. In a life this narrow, that counted as victory. The next step came in secret. Chen Wei didn't dare try sounds in public. The mute shape he had built around himself was too valuable now, and the city had already taught him what happened when his voice marked him as wrong. But once a few words began to stick to objects and actions, he could no longer listen passively. His mind kept reaching toward the sounds, turning them over, matching them to lips and teeth and tongue. He found himself watching mouths as closely as hands. The bent old vendors barked commands. The kitchen girls teasing sing-song. The flat, impatient speech of wood sellers and soup women and cart men yelling for space. It all looked less impossible once he stopped thinking of language's meaning and started treating it as movement. That evening, after the food lanes had quieted and he had retreated to his alcove with half a crust tucked inside his jacket, he began to test it. Not aloud. Never aloud. He sat with his knees drawn up, listening to the muffled sounds of the lane beyond, and shaped the basin word with his lips only, letting no breath carry it. Then the wood word. Then the hurry word. His tongue stumbled. His jaw felt clumsy. Once or twice he had to stop and start again because the mouth shape slid wrong and refused to settle. But there was satisfaction in the effort too, a tiny private stubbornness that reminded him of filing metal square beside his father's bench. Again. Adjust. Again. The next day he carried the practice into the streets without letting anyone see. When the kitchen girl leaned out with her basket of peelings and tossed a string of mockery at him, Chen Wei lowered his eyes the way he always did. But behind the lowered gaze he watched the shape of her mouth more than her expression. One sound opened wide at the start and snapped shut at the end. Another pushed through the teeth. He stored both. Later, when the old vendor called across the lane to a neighboring stall, Chen Wei caught the same ending sound and felt a flicker of recognition sharp enough to make him look up. The girl noticed. She grinned and said the basin word at him again, slower this time, tapping the side of a wash bucket with deliberate exaggeration as if speaking to a half-wit child. Chen Wei let his face stay blank. He took the bucket from her hands and moved as though her mockery meant nothing. But inside, something had shifted. The humiliation was still there, and the danger of speaking hadn't changed. What had changed was his grip. The sounds were no longer just blows landing on him from the outside. He was beginning, silently and invisibly, to handle them himself. By the time he returned to his alcove that night and mouthed the basin word again in darkness, Chen Wei knew he had crossed another narrow line. He was no longer only enduring language. He was practicing it. The first real reward for all that watching came 3 days later, and it was so small that no one but Chen Wei would have called it victory. The noon rush had hit the noodle stall hard enough to turn the back lane into a churn of steam, wet boards, and shouted impatience. The bent old vendor was moving faster than usual, cursing under his breath as bowls piled up, broth spilled, and kindling burned down too quickly. Chen Wei had his hands in the rinse tub when the old man barked a command over his shoulder without pointing, without slapping the basin, without even looking at him. For one terrible half-second Chen Wei froze. Then the shape of the sound landed. Water. He grabbed the bucket and brought it over before the old man had to turn. The vendor took it with a grunt, poured, shoved the bucket back, and kept moving. No correction. No angry repetition. A minute later another word came, snapped toward the chopping block. Chen Wei caught only the second half of it, but that was enough. Scrap bin. He moved again, clearing onion skins and broth bones before they could clog the lane. The kitchen girl across the way saw it happen. She leaned out with a grin and called something sing-song in his direction. This time Chen Wei caught one word inside her teasing. Quick. He glanced up before he meant to. The girl's grin widened. She pointed at him, laughed, and repeated the word more clearly, dragging it out as if testing whether it would hook. Chen Wei lowered his gaze at once and kept working, but the sound lodged in him. Quick. He knew it now. Not perfectly, not with all its edges, but enough. The rush rolled on. A customer at the front shouted. The vendor answered with an irritated burst. The girl from across the lane tossed over another phrase Chen Wei couldn't follow at all, and whatever sense of triumph he had built faltered at once. Most of the city still washed over him as noise. He could catch pebbles out of a river now, not redirect the current. Even so, something inside him had changed. When the old man barked a third command and Chen Wei reached the right stack of bowls before the slap on the wood came, the vendor stopped just long enough to squint at him. Then he snorted, muttered a short phrase, and shoved a bowl of broth ends across the counter without ceremony. Chen Wei took it with both hands and bowed his head. The broth was thin, mostly hot water with onion, grease sheen, and a few broken scraps of noodle, but he drank it with a steadier hand than before. Around him the lane was still rough, filthy, and indifferent. He was still silent, still low, still one mistake from being shoved back into pure confusion. But for the first time since arriving, the world had obeyed him in some small degree. Not much, barely enough to name. Yet as he stood in the steam and swallowed the last warm mouthful, Chen Wei felt a fragile, dangerous thing take shape beneath all the fear. He was not only surviving the city anymore. Piece by piece, he was beginning to read it. 5. Winter Mouth. Cold entered Hessian Gate without asking permission. 1 week the back lanes had merely been damp and mean. The next, morning bit straight through cloth and stayed in the bones. Chen Wei woke in his alcove with his fingers curled so tightly into his sleeves that it hurt to straighten them. His breath smoked in front of his face. The wicker screens rattled whenever wind found the lane, and the old straw under him had gone from filthy to useless. Hunger felt different in the cold. It no longer burned cleanly and then faded into weakness. It sat lower, heavier, as if his body were eating itself just to keep from shivering apart. By the time he reached the food alleys, everyone else was sharper too. Fires mattered more. Fuel mattered more. Hot broth mattered more. That made tempers shorter and scraps rarer. Boys who had once dawdled now ran. Women who might have flicked him a crust 3 days earlier slapped hands away from trays before anyone could even beg. Chen Wei kept his mouth shut and his eyes lowered, but cold made even silence clumsy. His jaw wanted to chatter. His hands moved slower than his thoughts. Twice that morning he missed chances because he hadn't been quick enough to step in before someone else did. The noodle stall still gave him the best odds, so he stayed close to the back lane and waited for strain to show. It came soon enough. The bent old vendor was red-eyed from smoke and moving with the ugly speed of someone already behind. He jerked his chin at Chen Wei, barked 2 familiar words and a third Chen Wei didn't know, then slapped the rim of a pot with the back of his knuckles. Chen Wei caught the second word, water. He grabbed the bucket and came fast. HNH, the old man grunted, shoving the lid aside. But the third word mattered, and Chen Wei had missed it. The vendor cursed the instant Chen Wei lifted the wrong pot. Steam burst out in a cloud so thick it wet his face. The old man slammed his hand against Chen Wei's wrist, yanked the larger lid away himself, and snapped a furious string of words that needed no translation to sting. Across the lane, the kitchen girl with the peelings laughed once, then stopped when she saw the vendor's expression. Chen Wei stepped back at once and bowed his head. The old man shoved the correct lid toward him and barked the unknown word again, slower this time, then jabbed a finger at the smaller pot. Chen Wei held still, fixed the sound in his mind, and nodded. That was the shape of it. He knew enough now to work, but not enough to work cleanly. In warmer days, a mistake like that might have bought only a cuff or a curse. In cold like this, a wrong pot meant wasted heat, wasted broth, wasted patience, and all three had become precious. As the old man turned back to the stove muttering under his breath, Chen Wei stood with the sting still in his wrist and understood the new cruelty winter had brought him. Ignorance had always been dangerous. Now it was becoming expensive. The loss came before noon. After the pot mistake, the bent old vendor worked Chen Wei harder, not softer, as if irritation itself had become another fuel to burn. Bowls, rinse water, scrap bin, wood, back again. Chen Wei moved as fast as he could, wrist still aching where the old man had struck it, and told himself speed would smooth the rest. If he made himself useful enough, the anger would wear down into the usual muttering. Sometimes that happened. Sometimes a man only needed to see effort before deciding not to hate you. This time it didn't. The rush thickened. A customer at the front shouted about something missing. The old vendor cursed, shoved past the stove, and snatched up a folded scrap of stiff paper from the shelf above the bowls. He slapped it into Chen Wei's hand along with 2 coins, barked a burst of words, then jabbed twice toward the lane and once toward the paper. Chen Wei caught only one word in the middle. Flour, or meal, or something close to it. The rest blurred past him. He looked down at the paper. 3 black brushstrokes and a hooked mark stared back at him with all the mercy of a locked door. The vendor saw the hesitation and snapped, "Go." Chen Wei went. He crossed the lane and followed the direction he thought the old man had meant, down toward a grain cellar whose open fronts were stacked with sacks, bins, and tied bundles dusted in pale powder. The seller, a narrow-faced woman with flour on both sleeves, looked up as Chen Wei thrust out the paper and coins. She took one glance, said something quick, and pointed behind her toward a row of sacks marked with brush signs. Chen Wei stared. The woman said it again, sharper this time, and pointed at the sacks. He knew what she wanted. Choose, confirm, take. But the signs meant nothing to him. One sack looked like another except for the black marks brushed on the cloth. He tried to match the hooked shape on the paper to the nearest bag, but cold, haste, and ignorance tangled together in his head until everything started looking almost right. At last he pointed. The woman snorted, took the coins, hauled down the sack he'd chosen, and shoved it toward him. By the time Chen Wei dragged it back to the stall, his shoulders were shaking from the weight. The old vendor slit the tie, plunged in a hand, and froze. He pinched the grain between thumb and forefinger, looked at it once, then rounded on Chen Wei with a fury so complete it emptied the lane around them. He flung a sentence at him like a slap, seized the sack, and kicked the coins bowl so hard it rattled off the shelf. Chen Wei bowed his head at once. HNH was all that came from his throat, because the mute shape was the only shield he had left. The old man did not care. He jerked his chin toward the street with savage finality, then lifted the empty broth bowl from beside the stove and turned it upside down on the counter. No food. Chen Wei stood there for one breath too many, cold sinking under his skin, and understood exactly what had been taken from him. Not because he was lazy. Not because he hadn't tried. Because 3 strokes on a scrap of paper had meant more than all the speed in his hands. Chen Wei did not leave the lane at once. Hunger and cold urged him to move, pride urged him to disappear, but something harder than both held him where he was. The bent old vendor had already turned away, still muttering, still angry, still working as if Chen Wei's failure had been nothing but another annoyance in a day full of them. The overturned bowl sat on the counter like a judgment. Chen Wei stepped back into the shadow near the wood stack and stayed there, empty-handed, his stomach drawing tight enough to ache. It would have been easier to tell himself the old man was simply cruel. Cruelty was simple. Cruelty required no lesson. But the paper scrap was still there, crumpled near the shelf where the vendor had flung it aside after the mistake, and Chen Wei could not stop looking at it. The lunch rush did not pause for his humiliation. Steam rolled. Bowls clattered. A customer shouted for more broth. The kitchen girl from across the lane came over carrying a basket and got barked at before she had even reached the doorway. The old vendor snatched up a new scrap of paper, slapped it into her hand, and pointed toward the grain cellar with the same impatient violence he had used on Chen Wei. This time the girl didn't hesitate. She looked once at the paper, once at the row of sacks across the lane, and was gone before the old man finished speaking. Chen Wei watched her thrust the slip at the flower-sleeved seller, watched the seller jab toward the proper stack, watched the girl grab the correct sack without even pausing to guess. When she came back, the vendor opened it, grunted, and shoved a chipped bowl with 2 broth-soaked scraps of noodle into her free hand as if that were only the natural shape of the world. She noticed Chen Wei staring. For a moment her grin came back, quick and sharp. She held up the paper slip between 2 fingers, tapped the brushstrokes with a dirty nail, then pointed at the grain sack and laughed under her breath. "Ha! HNH," she said, miming his voiceless sound back at him, but there was less malice in it than rough amusement. Then she tapped the paper again and spoke more slowly, one word at a time, as if to a child too stupid to know where bread came from. Chen Wei understood none of the sentence. He understood the shape of it perfectly. Not the sack. The marks. The girl slurped one noodle end from her bowl, shrugged, and went back across the lane. Chen Wei stayed where he was, cold seeping through his sleeves, and looked from the crumpled slip to the black brush signs on the grain sacks. Those 3 strokes and that hooked mark had been enough to separate food from no food, right grain from wrong grain, usefulness from waste. He had spent days treating language as a tool for moving faster and being shouted at less. Now, with his stomach empty and the smell of broth thick in the air, he saw it more clearly. Words were not ornament. Signs were not decoration. In this city, language was shelter, wages, heat, and the difference between being fed and being dismissed. Chen Wei stole the crumpled paper before he left the lane. Not openly. He waited until the bent old vendor turned to the stove again, then bent as if to gather a fallen splinter from the wet boards and closed his fingers around the scrap instead. It vanished into his sleeve, light as nothing, worth more than the missing bowl of broth. The thought would have seemed ridiculous a week earlier. By dusk it felt like the only useful thing he had taken from the day. The cold sharpened after dark. Wind slipped through the wicker and found every gap in his clothes. Chen Wei sat in the alcove with his knees drawn up and the paper spread flat across them, turning it over again and again in the dim spill of lamplight from the lane. 3 strokes. 1 hooked mark. That was all. He traced them with the pad of his thumb until the shapes felt less like scratches and more like pieces. Not enough to understand. Enough to remember. When the dark grew too thick to see clearly, he used a splinter of charcoal from a cookshop ash heap to draw the marks on the stone beside him. The first attempt came out crooked. The second was worse. He rubbed them away with his sleeve and started again, jaw clenched against the cold and the stupid humiliation of how hard it was to copy 3 simple lines. The next morning he carried the paper tucked inside his jacket like a hidden coin. Work still came first. Food still came first. But whenever he passed painted signs, sack marks, tally slips, shrine placards, or chalked pricing boards, his eyes snagged on them now. He no longer looked at writing as a blur to be endured. He hunted it. At the grain seller's front he slowed just enough to compare the hooked mark on his stolen slip with the signs brushed on the sacks. 2 were close. 1 was exact. He fixed the difference in his head and moved on before the flower-sleeved woman could notice him staring. Later, near a wider street, the sound of children reciting stopped him cold. Under the eaves of a long hall, a row of boys in better winter coats stood before a blackened board while a thin man in layered robes tapped the wood with a switch. He said a phrase. The boys repeated it. He struck the board once more and called out another. This time one of the boys stumbled. The switch cracked against the edge of the board, not hard, but hard enough to make every back straighten at once. Chen Wei stood in the mouth of the lane and watched until one of the older boys saw him. The boy's lip curled. He jerked his chin sharply and said, "Move." Chen Wei stepped back at once and lowered his eyes. But he carried the rhythm of the recitation with him long after he left. The paper inside his jacket felt warm against his chest, though it wasn't. That was the shape of his future now, whether he liked it or not. Words, marks, sounds. Not because learning was noble, and not because he dreamt of halls or scholars or any grand path that might lie far ahead. Because winter had made the truth too plain to ignore. If he wanted food, work, safety, and any chance at becoming more than a mute stray in Hessian Gate, then language had to become labor, and he would have to pay for it with the same stubbornness he had once given to metal and tools. 6. The shape of prayer. Once Chen Wei began hunting marks, he found them everywhere. Not only on grain sacks and tally slips, where hunger had taught him to look, but on door lintels, cart poles, stall boards, ledger covers, hanging strips of red-brown paper gone greasy with weather, and little clay plaques set into walls at shoulder height. Hessian Gate had always been full of them. He understood that now with a faint, bitter embarrassment. He had spent weeks moving through the city as if work and cruelty were the only forces shaping it. But everywhere he went, people touched signs before they touched goods. They bowed their heads to carved faces no larger than a fist. They muttered words over boiling broth, lifted fingers to their chest before unlocking shutters, and tied faded threads around jars, tools, door handles, and wheel hubs as if every small task required permission from something larger than the hands performing it. The morning made it plain. Frost silvered the edges of eaves and crate corners, and the market came awake with 100 small rituals hidden inside its labor. A butcher's wife set down her bucket, pressed 2 fingers to a soot-dark plaque beside her door, and only then unbarred the stall. A cartman halted before the slope into the main road, touched a hanging charm knotted to the yoke, and said a quick phrase under his breath before clicking to his mule. Outside a dye shop, A man with blue-stained wrists slapped his apprentice lightly on the back of the head and pointed at a paper strip beside the frame. The apprentice rolled his eyes, but he touched the strip. Only then did the man let him carry the steaming vat outside. Chen Wei saw the same pattern again near the noodle stall. The bent old vendor was no priestly soul. He cursed too often, spat too near the stove, and seemed to regard most living things as inconveniences. Yet even he stopped once each morning before lighting the main fire. He took a pinch of dry herb from a folded packet, dropped it into the ash pan, and muttered 5 or 6 clipped words toward a blackened token nailed to the post by the oven mouth. This time Chen Wei was close enough to watch properly. The old man struck flint. Sparks fell. For a heartbeat nothing happened. Then the dry herb flared green instead of orange, bright as a beetle shell, and the stove draft took at once with a hungry rush. Across the lane, the kitchen girl saw Chen Wei staring. She smirked, tipped her chin toward the blackened token, and said something sing-song that he only partly caught. One word he knew now. Fire. The old vendor heard her and snapped back a rough answer without looking up. The girl laughed and stuck out her tongue at his bent shoulders before darting back inside. Chen Wei kept his face blank, but his mind did not stay blank. Fire. Words, marks, tokens, gestures. None of it looked like the stories he would have called magic at home. It looked closer to obligation, habit, and transaction. The city fed itself, warmed itself, and moved its goods through patterns of reverence so ordinary most people no longer seemed to see them at all. Chen Wei saw them now, and for the first time he began to wonder whether survival here required more than food and language. Perhaps this world was shaped by prayers as much as by hands. By midday, Chen Wei understood that the little rituals were not merely habits. They cost money. The realization came when the bent old vendor shoved 2 copper coins into his hand, barked the fire word, then added another word Chen Wei didn't know while jerking his chin toward the main street. This time there was no sack of grain, no kitchen yard, no stack of kindling waiting to be chosen wrong. The old man pointed instead toward a narrow shrine alcove built into the corner where 3 lanes met, then slapped the blackened token by the stove post with 2 fingers. Chen Wei hesitated only a moment before going. He had passed the alcove before without really seeing it. Now he stopped in front of it and took it in properly. It was hardly a temple, only a recessed niche of brick and dark wood with a soot-streaked canopy, 2 clay lanterns, and a waist-high counter built across the opening. Behind the counter sat an old woman in layered robes the color of dust and dried blood. Bundles of herb sprigs hung from cords behind her. So did paper strips brushed with marks, little fired tokens stamped with symbols, red threads tied into knots, and waxed packets not much bigger than the first joint of a thumb. The air smelled of ash, bitter resin, and something metallic that caught at the back of the throat. A porter stood at the counter already, holding out a cracked token between thick fingers. He said something fast and irritated. The old woman took the token, squinted at it, and clicked her tongue. Spent, she said in a voice dry as paper. Then she held out her hand for more coin. The porter swore, slapped copper onto the counter, and muttered another complaint. The woman ignored the tone. She chose a narrow paper strip, brushed a line of dark paste across the mark at its center, and held it over a shallow brazier. For a heartbeat nothing happened. Then the paste brightened in a thin crawling thread of red, not flame exactly, but a live ember running through ink. She folded the strip once, wrapped it around the token, and tied it off with a red thread. The porter's expression changed at once. Not reverence, relief. He tucked the thing inside his coat and strode off before the glow had fully faded. Chen Wei stepped forward when the old woman looked at him. He held out the 2 coins and pointed back toward the noodle stall, then touched 2 fingers lightly in the air where the blackened stove token would have been. Fire, he said carefully, risking the one word he knew. The old woman's eyes sharpened, then narrowed in quick appraisal. Foreign face, ragged coat, mute manner, but coin was coin. She made a short sound through her nose, swept up the coppers, and selected a waxed packet no larger than a walnut. She held it up, tapped a painted sign behind her with 1 nail, and said 3 words slowly, as if he ought to know them. Chen Wei caught none of them. He took the packet anyway. When he brought it back, the old vendor snatched it from his hand, split the wax seal with his thumbnail, and spilled a pinch of dark grains into the ash pan beneath the stove. The next breath of flame rose blue at the center before settling orange again. The old man gave a satisfied grunt and shoved a bowl toward the counter without ceremony. Chen Wei stood for a moment longer than he should have, looking from the packet remnants to the stove mouth. Fire, marks, herbs, tokens, coin. The city did not keep prayer in temples alone. It bought it by the handful and burned it under cook pots. The talk reached him in pieces, as most things did. By late afternoon the frost had melted into black wetness between the stones, and the market had shifted from morning haste into the slower strain of counting what the day had made and what it had failed to make. Chen Wei had carried ash twice, peelings once, and a bundle of wrapped herb packets from the shrine alcove to 3 different stalls. The work left him warmer than he had been at dawn, but not by much. He lingered near a tea seller's awning because steam gathered there and because men with full cups liked to stand still long enough for a stray boy to listen. A family had stopped at the counter, better dressed than most in that lane. The father wore a winter robe faced with dark fur at the collar. The mother had her hands tucked into lined sleeves and kept smoothing the front of a young boy's coat as though straightening cloth might straighten his whole future. The boy himself looked miserable, overwashed, and too tightly wrapped, but a narrow packet hung at his chest on a red cord, and both parents seemed to glance at it more often than at his face. The tea seller poured and said something in a tone of polite interest. The father answered with a stiffness Chen Wei had begun to recognize as pride trying not to look like fear. He caught only fragments. After winter, Yulan, Hall, letters. The mother cut in at once, her voice lower and sharper. Chen Wei missed almost all of it except a phrase that came with a tiny slice of her hand through the air and the word silver, which he knew now because money had forced it into him. The father frowned and replied with another burst. This time Chen Wei heard one word clearly enough to feel it strike. Master. The tea seller gave a low whistle. He looked at the boy, then at the red cord packet, and said something half teasing, half respectful. The father's mouth tightened. If he has the sign, he goes, he said, slowly enough that Chen Wei caught more than usual. Then he put a hand on the boy's shoulder and added a sentence too fast to follow, though the gesture was plain enough. Endure. Obey. Don't shame us. The boy looked as if he would rather be sick on the stones than go anywhere. Another man at the awning snorted into his cup. Yulan, he said, not bothering to keep the contempt out of it. He jerked his chin toward the market around them. Some sons carry ledgers. Some carry rope. The mother's face hardened. The father ignored the jibe, paid for the tea, and moved the boy along with one hand still firm on his shoulder. Chen Wei watched them go until the crowd swallowed the red cord and the too clean coat. Yulan, Hall, letters, master, silver, sign. He did not understand the whole shape, but he understood enough to feel the distance of it. Somewhere inland there were places where boys were sent because marks on paper and marks on the body meant futures could be bought, trained, or claimed. Here in Hessian Gate he was learning words so he could eat and not freeze. There were people in this same kingdom using words to climb. The gap between those truths felt wider than the road itself. That night, Chen Wei could not settle. The market had gone dark in layers, first the respectable shutters, then the food lanes, then the stragglers whose business depended on other people lingering too long. Only the shrine alcove still held a thread of red light under its canopy, and now and then a late passerby paused there long enough for a murmur of words and the brief scrape of coin against wood to drift down the lane. Chen Wei sat in his alcove with his knees up and his jacket pulled tight, the stolen grain slip tucked flat inside one sleeve and the folded receipt from Wuxi inside the other. He had not looked at the receipt in days. It had been too dangerous before, too likely to crack something in him open. Tonight it felt different, not safer, more necessary. He drew it out carefully. The paper was creased soft now, the ink faint wear damp and handling had worried it, but it was still wrong in his hands in the same way his phone was wrong, his home coins were wrong, even the weave of the receipt paper was wrong. It belonged to a life made under different rules. He looked down at the neat printed lines and the dead black numbers and thought of the shrine woman's ember thread running through ink, the old vendor feeding prayer into the stove, the fur-collared father talking of Yulan and halls and signs. This world bought little miracles in packets and tied futures around children's throats with red cord. If that was true, then what had torn him across the sky? What had held him here instead of letting him die in whatever rip had swallowed him whole? He pressed the receipt flat against his palm and shut his eyes. Nothing happened at first, only cold, only the ache in his shoulders and the sour emptiness in his stomach. He felt foolish almost at once, like a child pretending his hand could warm itself by wishing. But then, deep under the ordinary sensations of bone and breath, something shifted. It was not heat, not pain, not even movement exactly, more like the smallest possible change in distance, as if the space behind his sternum had thinned by the width of a hair. The receipt did not jump. The air did not tear. Yet for one held breath Chen Wei had the uncanny certainty that if he pushed in the right way, not with muscle but with attention, the paper might go somewhere that was not the alcove. His eyes flew open. The feeling vanished at once. He stared at the receipt, heart beating too fast, and waited for sense to return. It did not. He tried again, slower this time, fingers tightening on the soft paper while he thought not of signs or shrines, but of his mother's table, the shop light over his father's bench, damp whooshy air, the bag of scallions splitting in his hand. For one heartbeat the strange thinning came back, faint but unmistakable. Footsteps scraped outside the wicker. Chen Wei snatched the receipt into his sleeve and went still. Two men passed the alcove talking low, one of them laughing at something too soft to catch. Their shadows crossed the lane mouth and moved on. Chen Wei stayed frozen until the sound had gone, then looked down at his empty hands and the sleeve that hid the receipt. His mouth had gone dry in a way hunger never caused. Whatever had just happened had not been prayer, and it had not been imagination. For the first time since arriving, he had felt the edge of the thing that had brought him here, and now that he had felt it once, he knew he would not be able to leave it alone. 7. A dangerous voice. The next morning, Chen Wei carried two dangers under his skin at once. One was the receipt folded inside his sleeve, soft with age and handling, heavier in meaning than in weight. The other was the new sharpness with which the city's words had begun to catch on him. He had barely slept. Every time he drifted, he felt again that impossible thinning behind his breastbone, as if space itself had leaned toward the paper in his hand and then thought better of it. By dawn his nerves felt skinned. The market noise hit harder than usual. So did the language. Sounds he had once let wash past now snagged and held. Fire. Water. Quick. Wood. Scrap. Enough. Move. They were still only fragments, but fragments had become dangerous precisely because they were no longer nothing. At the noodle stall the bent old vendor was in one of his meaner moods, cursing the damp wood, cursing the frost, cursing the customer who wanted broth hot enough to peel paint from a wall. Chen Wei kept his head down and worked. Rinse, stack, carry, scrape, back again. Across the lane, the kitchen girl was gutting something small and silver over a bucket with the expression of a person personally offended by fish. She looked up once, caught him glancing, and said something to him in a bored, mocking tone. Chen Wei only caught the last word. Slow. The answer rose to his mouth before thought could stop it. I'm not. He bit the rest of the sentence off so hard his teeth clicked. The kitchen girl froze. So did he. For one terrible heartbeat the whole lane seemed to narrow around the gap he had almost torn in it. The vendor had not heard. The customers at the front were still arguing over bowls. Steam still rolled from the stove mouth. But the girl had heard enough. Her knife hand stopped in midair. Her eyes, usually quick and amused and careless, sharpened with a focus he had never seen from her before. Chen Wei dropped his gaze at once and bent over the rinse tub as though the world contained nothing but dirty bowls. The girl said something else, softer now. He did not answer. Water dripped from the bowl in his hands. His own pulse seemed louder than the market. She spoke again, and this time one word cut through the rest. Mute. Not the flat assumption people had worn around him until now. A question. Chen Wei set the bowl down too carefully, touched two fingers to his throat, and gave the same small helpless shake he had used 100 times before. Then he made the voiceless sound from deep in his nose and chest. HNH. The girl did not laugh. Instead she wiped the knife on her apron, still watching him, and said one short sentence that he missed entirely because fear had filled his ears. Then she turned back to her bucket as if nothing had happened. Nothing had happened. Everything had happened. Chen Wei kept working with the numb precision of panic, but the truth had already settled inside him. He had come too close. Language was not merely helping him survive anymore. It was beginning to push back against the lie that had kept him alive. The girl did not expose him that day. That should have comforted him. Instead it made everything worse. She watched him differently for the rest of the morning. Not openly enough to draw anyone else's eye, but enough that Chen Wei felt it each time he crossed the lane. Before, her glances had been the casual attention given to a useful stray, half mockery, half boredom. Now there was thought in them. Once, while he was stacking bowls, she called a question over her shoulder in the same careless tone as always. Chen Wei kept his back turned and let the words pass. A few breaths later she crossed the lane with a basket on her hip and stopped close enough that he could smell fish and old soap on her sleeves. She said something short and clear. Chen Wei stared at the bucket in her hand as if the bucket contained his entire soul. The girl clicked her tongue. HNH, she said, making the voiceless sound again, but this time her eyes stayed on his face as though waiting to see what would leak through it. Chen Wei touched his throat and shook his head. She held his gaze for one heartbeat longer than before, then thrust the basket at him. The moment passed, but it did not disappear. By afternoon, Chen Wei understood that surviving one close call did not return him to safety. It only left a mark where safety had been. He was carrying a wrapped bundle of dried herb cakes from the shrine alcove toward a cookshop near the gate road when an old man stepped out from under a patched awning and blocked the lane with nothing more than a cane and a patient smile. Chen Wei knew the face. Everyone in those alleys knew it. The man was called Old Nian, though Chen Wei had never heard whether that was his name or simply what people called him because he had been old forever. He did not sell anything, not exactly. He arranged. Boys got sent where he nodded. Messages passed through hands he chose. Little favors stopped being little once he took notice of them. Old Nian looked at the herb bundle, then at Chen Wei. Busy now, are you? He asked in the lazy tone of a man who expected to be answered. Chen Wei lowered his eyes at once and shifted the bundle higher against his chest. Old Nian tapped the cane once against the stones. Mute, yes, I know. He leaned a fraction closer. But not deaf. The words hit cleanly. Too cleanly. Chen Wei did what fear had trained into him. He kept his face dull, his shoulders slightly bent, and his breathing shallow. Then he touched 2 fingers to his throat and gave the old helpless shake. Old Nian's smile deepened rather than faded. Ah, he said softly. And clever. He stepped aside, but not before resting the head of his cane for one brief second against the herb packet in Chen Wei's arms. Not a blow. A claim. Go on, he said. Work hard. I'll remember you. Chen Wei walked the rest of the lane without once lifting his head. The herb cakes felt heavier than they had a moment before. The girl's doubt had frightened him. This frightened him more. In Hessian Gate, being overlooked had kept him alive. Now one person had begun to question him, and another had begun to notice him as useful. Either one could ruin him. The next 2 days taught Chen Wei something worse than simple danger. He could not go back. At first he tried. Fear made the attempt almost instinctive. If being quicker with words had nearly betrayed him, then he would slow himself down again. He would wait for pointing, wait for slaps on wood, wait for the extra shove of gesture that had once been necessary. Better to look stupid than to be seen changing. So when the bent old vendor barked for the rinse tub on the following morning, Chen Wei pretended not to understand until the old man hit the basin rim with the back of his hand. When the kitchen girl called something sharp from across the lane, Chen Wei kept his face empty and turned only when she snapped her fingers. It worked badly. The old vendor's temper shortened at once. Blind too, he snarled when Chen Wei reached a breath late for the scrap bin. He shoved past him, grabbed the lid himself, and sent onion skins scattering across Chen Wei's boots. Across the lane, The kitchen girl narrowed her eyes. She had seen him move faster last week. He knew it from the way she watched now, measuring not only what he understood, but when he chose not to show it. By midday, fear pushed him the other way. A pot nearly boiled over. The vendor barked a word Chen Wei knew and, before he could remember to hesitate, he snatched the cloth, lifted the lid, and shifted the pot off the hottest part of the stove in one clean motion. The old vendor stopped. He looked at Chen Wei, then at the pot, then back at Chen Wei. Across the lane, the kitchen girl laughed once under her breath, not because anything was funny, but because something had been confirmed. The old man said a short sentence, flat and probing. Chen Wei touched his throat at once and lowered his eyes, but the movement felt thin now, like paper held over a crack. That afternoon, as if the city had decided to test him in earnest, a cartman coming down the narrow slope by the gate road shouted the harsh command that meant move before wheels teach you manners. Chen Wei stepped aside at once, quick as any local. He did it without thinking. Old Nian was standing under the patched awning again, warming both hands over a brazier no one else had been invited to share. Chen Wei felt the old man's eyes on him before he dared look up. Old Nian said nothing. He only smiled around the lip of his cup. That smile followed Chen Wei for the rest of the day. By dusk, the truth had become impossible to soften. Muteness had saved him because it explained his slowness, his ignorance, and his dead-eyed drifting through the market. But every word he learned, every sign he caught, every faster turn of hand or head made the disguise worse instead of better. If he stayed clumsy, people got angry. If he improved, people noticed. Hessian Gate was too small, too suspicious, too used to him in one shape. He had built a lie to survive, and now survival itself was beginning to destroy it. The decision came that night, though the city had been making it for him all week. Chen Wei was carrying a small bucket of banked coals back toward the noodle stall when he saw old Nian again under the patched awning by the gate road. The old man was never in the way by accident. He stood with one hand on his cane and the other tucked inside his coat, watching the traffic of the lane as if every errand, curse, and exchanged coin belonged to a pattern only he could see. This time, when Chen Wei tried to pass with his head down and the bucket held steady in both hands, old Nian spoke without moving. "Tomorrow," he said, as if continuing a conversation that had already been agreed, "you come to me at dawn." Chen Wei stopped because not stopping would have looked like understanding too little, and too much. Old Nian smiled. "There's a cart train needing small hands. Gate road first, river road later if you've got sense." He tapped his cane lightly against the stones. "Food with the work. A sleeping place under cover. Better than rotting in alleys." The words landed one by one. Not all of them, but enough. Dawn, cart train, food, sleeping place. Better. Better, if he were only what they thought he was. Chen Wei lowered his eyes and touched two fingers to his throat. Old Nian gave a soft snort. "Yes, yes." Mute. He stepped closer, close enough that the smell of old wool and brazier smoke clung to the air between them. Mute boys can still belong to someone's line of work. The coal bucket felt suddenly too hot in Chen Wei's hands. Across the lane, the kitchen girl had come out with a tray of bowls. She slowed just enough to watch. Not openly, not long, but enough. Old Nian followed Chen Wei's flicker of attention and smiled without warmth. "Dawn," he repeated. "Don't make me send for you." He stepped aside then, as if generosity had ended the matter. Chen Wei carried the coals back to the stall and moved through the rest of the evening with the strange numb exactness of someone already absent. Food with the work, a roof, a line of belonging. In another life, or on another day, that might have sounded like rescue. Here it sounded like a hand closing. If he stayed in Hessian Gate, the city would do what all cities did with useful loose things. It would sort him, name him, place him, and once placed, he would be watched more closely, not less. The girl already doubted. Old Nian already claimed. The lie of muteness would not survive either pity or ownership for much longer. That night in the alcove, Chen Wei took out the folded receipt and held it in one hand while the wind worried the wicker. In the other hand he counted what little he had. A crust, 2 local coppers, 1 old coin from home, and the knowledge of a name he had heard more than once now. Yulan. He did not know the road, only that inland meant away. Away from old Nian, away from the girl's growing suspicion, away from a city that had lured him in the wrong shape. By the time sleep finally dragged at his eyes, the decision had hardened into something simple and cold. He would leave before Hessian Gate decided what he was for. 8. The road to elsewhere. Chen Wei left Hessian Gate before the market fires caught. The city was still dark enough to hide him if he kept moving and light enough to show the frost on the gate road stones. He carried almost nothing. The folded receipt from Wuxi, the dead phone he still could not bring himself to throw away, one old coin from home, 2 local coppers, half a crust wrapped in cloth, and the grain slip with its 3 strokes and hooked mark. Everything else he owned had already been spent, eaten, traded away, or left behind because it was too worthless to matter. He did not look back toward the lane where the alcove waited. If he looked, it might become a place instead of what it truly was, a crack he had survived in for as long as survival there remained possible. The gate road sloped down between walls darkened by weather and smoke, then widened toward the outer checkpoint where the first caravans were already assembling in the half-light. Chen Wei had imagined departure as a simple thing. Put one foot beyond the city and then another. But travel announced itself as another system the moment he came close enough to see it properly. Wagons with painted seals rolled into separate lines. Pack mules were counted, inspected, and marked. Bundles were checked against slips. Men with proper coats and travel papers stood near braziers drinking hot broth while porters loaded sacks under shouted instruction. Poorer travelers waited farther off, clutching baskets, wrapped parcels, or bedrolls thin enough to look like apologies. No one simply drifted onto the road. Even leaving had ranks. Chen Wei slowed near the edge of the open space and watched for the shape of what he could be. A guard at the nearest post barked something at a farmer leading 2 donkeys. The farmer fumbled in his sleeve and held out a folded strip. The guard glanced at it, grunted, and waved him through. A woman with a basket of dried roots was stopped longer. The guard asked 2 questions, suspicious and bored at once, then pointed her toward a side table where another clerk scratched marks into a board. A young man in better boots laughed with one of the officials and passed after the briefest glance, his seal tag hardly touched. Chen Wei kept his head down and tried to slide along the wall toward the outermost lane. Ho! A voice snapped. He stopped at once. The guard who had waved through the donkeys jerked 2 fingers at him. You, where? Chen Wei touched his throat. The guard stared, then looked him over from cracked shoes to patched sleeves. Ah, he said flatly, understanding enough. His lip curled. Walking. Chen Wei nodded. The guard flicked his fingers in the direction of the road as if shooing off a dog from a doorstep. Then walk. That should have felt like luck. Instead it told Chen Wei more than any kindness might have. Roads, too, were arranged according to what sort of person one seemed worth. The rich passed through records, seals, and protection. The poor passed on sufferance, if at all. Chen Wei stepped beyond the checkpoint with the crust hard in his pocket and the cold biting through his sleeves, and understood that leaving Hessian Gate did not place him outside the world's order. It only moved him into a wider version of it. By midday, the road had stripped the city out of him and left only distance. Hessian Gate's walls had long since sunk behind a fold of low brown hills, but the road did not become empty once the city was gone. It became harder. Wagons rolled past in bursts, throwing up dirty frost and grit. Mule trains jingled by under the watch of men who looked at every walker as though weighing theft against inconvenience. Pilgrims traveled in knots. Traders traveled in lines. Farm folk traveled in family-shaped clumps that closed around their baskets and children whenever strangers drew near. Chen Wei had thought the road might feel freer than the alleys. Instead it demanded a different kind of obedience. Keep pace when watched. Step aside early. Do not look too interested in anyone's goods. Do not drift too close to groups that have already decided who belongs inside their warmth. The cold made every mile longer than it should have been. His half-crust disappeared before the sun reached its highest point. After that, he walked with the same steady emptiness that had marked his first days in Hessian Gate, except now there were fewer walls to hide behind and no stall corners where a useful pair of hands might earn a mouthful of broth. Once he tried to keep near the rear of a slow merchant cart, close enough to catch some of the windbreak without seeming to ask for it. It worked for perhaps 20 breaths before the driver turned on the bench and barked, "Off." Chen Wei dropped back at once. An hour later he saw a different chance. A small group of laborers had stopped beside a milestone stone to drink from a skin and gnaw cold cakes out of a cloth bundle. Their loads were poor ones. Tools, patched bedrolls, a kettle blackened by years of bad fires. Men like that sometimes tolerated other men like themselves if the weather was cruel enough. Chen Wei slowed near the edge of their halt and kept his hands visible. One of them looked up. He was broad-shouldered and wind-reddened, with a face already arranged against disappointment. "No," he said before Chen Wei could even lower his eyes properly. He jabbed one thumb back down the road. "Find your own." Chen Wei touched his throat out of reflex. The man squinted, then shrugged as if muteness changed nothing worth caring about. "Mute, hungry, holy, cursed, I don't care," he said, tearing a cake in half for himself and not offering any of it. "Still not mine." The others did not laugh. That made it worse. Chen Wei backed away and walked on. The road kept teaching the same lesson in different shapes. In the city, being small and useful had sometimes bought him room to exist. On the road, usefulness meant proving you belonged before the need arose. He had no cart, no kin, no papers, no visible destination, and no one who would say his name if asked where he came from or why he walked alone. By the time the sun had begun its slow drop, his calves were shaking and the edges of the world had sharpened into the bright, brittle clarity of exhaustion. He understood then that reaching Yulan would not be a matter of simply putting one foot before the other. It would require surviving a road that sorted strangers even more ruthlessly than cities did. Chen Wei reached Yulan with blistered feet, an empty stomach, and less dignity than he had started with. He did not arrive cleanly. There was no proud last stretch, no traveler's moment of triumph on a hill with the city spread below. The road simply kept going until dusk thickened, the cold sharpened, and the traffic around him changed in ways he could not ignore. Fewer mule trains, more handcarts, fewer armed border drovers, more farmers with bundled greens, cages of fowl, rolled cloth, and baskets that smelled of onions, damp earth, and river mud. The milestones came closer together. The side lanes multiplied. By the time Chen Wei saw the first outer houses, their plastered walls and willow-shadowed ditches told him this was not Hessian Gate's hard frontier edge. It was something fuller, busier, and somehow more careless with its own breathing. The road into Yulan did not choke at one hard gate the way Hessian Gate had. It widened instead into layered entry. Toll posts stood where wagons rolled through, yes, and clerks still checked papers and counted loads, but foot traffic bled around the edges in a constant drift of hawkers, drovers, women with market baskets, boys carrying ink-dark bundles, laborers bent under poles, and old men walking with the patient exhaustion of people who had done this road too often to dramatize it. Yulan did not feel kinder. It felt larger than any one person's opinion. That alone unsettled him. He moved with the crowd, head lowered, trying to be carried rather than seen. To one side, under a hanging board painted with black characters too fine for him to read, two young men in clean winter coats argued while a servant held their wrapped books. "One posting to the copying hall and you're suddenly a scholar," the taller one said, laughing through his nose. The other flicked lint from his sleeve and answered, "Better a copying hall than your uncle's warehouse. Ink stains wash. Bean dust doesn't." Their servant kept his face blank, but his mouth twitched. Words like that did not belong in Hessian Gate's market lanes. Or if they did, Chen Wei had never stood close enough to hear them. A little farther in, he passed a shrine set into a bridge wall where 3 women paused to tie fresh red thread to an iron ring before crossing. Behind them rose the sound of boys reciting somewhere out of sight, not one harsh instructor's bark as in Hessian Gate, but many voices overlapping in the evening air like crows settling into trees. Ink, thread, books, market mud, river damp, cooking smoke, cheap prayer, better cloth, louder trade. Yulan smelled less like siege and more like appetite. At the inner checkpoint, A bored official glanced over the line of walkers and snapped, "Move, move," in the same universal tone roadmen used everywhere. Chen Wei moved. No one stopped him. No one claimed him. No one recognized the shape he had been forced to wear in Hessian Gate. By the time he crossed into the deeper streets, legs shaking with fatigue, he understood what made Yulan dangerous and precious at the same time. It was loose enough to let him disappear, and large enough to let him become someone else before anyone noticed what he had been. Night settled into Yulan differently than it had in Hessian Gate. There were more lamps for one thing, and more people willing to stay in the streets after dark had properly begun. The city did not pull itself shut so early or so tightly. Shop fronts glowed behind oiled paper. Steam drifted from food lanes that had not yet given up the day. Somewhere farther in, beyond the bridge streets and the market mud, a stringed instrument twanged through the noise badly enough to draw laughter. Chen Wei moved through it all with the unsteady numbness of someone who had walked too far to feel safe just because he had arrived. He needed shelter. More than that, he needed a place where one exhausted body could stop being visible. In Hessian Gate he would have known by instinct where not to stand, which shutters would open with curses, which alleys belonged to which sort of threat. Here he knew nothing. That ignorance frightened him, but it also made the city strange in a new way. Every corner had not yet learned him. Every face had not yet assigned him a role. He found the chance in a side lane off a market square where two women were trying to pull a reed screen down over a stall front before the evening damp could settle over their goods. One was broad and harried, the other younger and visibly losing the argument with a bent frame that would not catch properly at the top peg. Chen Wei had barely slowed when the older woman saw him. "You," she snapped, not unkindly, just fast. She jabbed a finger at the frame. "Hold." Chen Wei stepped in at once and lifted the warped side into place while the younger woman hooked the cord through with both hands. The screen dropped home with a dry scrape. The older woman grunted, gave the edge a testing shake, then looked Chen Wei over from head to heel. Road dust. Hollow face. Blistered feet. No one's son in sight. She said something else, slower this time, and pointed first at a bucket, then at a rag, then at the muddy edge beneath the stall table. Chen Wei understood enough. He knelt and wiped the boards clean. When he finished, the woman squatted, ladled the dregs of a thick vegetable broth into a chipped bowl, and thrust it toward him. "There," she said. Chen Wei took it with both hands and bowed his head. The younger woman, still winding cord around the frame hooks, looked at him curiously. "Mute?" she asked. Not suspicious. Not testing. Just asking. Chen Wei touched his throat and nodded. The younger woman made a small sympathetic sound and went back to the cord. The older one only shrugged as if muteness, road hunger, and stray boys fell into the same broad category of ordinary inconvenience. "Sleep by the wall if you must," she said, jerking her chin toward the sheltered side of the stall. "Gone before dawn." Chen Wei nodded again. The broth was barely more than hot water with wilted greens and salt, but it steadied him all the way to the chest. He sat with his back against the stall wall and the bowl warming his palms, looking out at a city that did not know what shape he had worn yesterday. No one here had seen him too slow, then too quick. No one here had watched his mutinous fray. He was still poor, still cold, still one bad day from hunger. But for the first time since stepping through the torn air, the future loosened by the width of a breath. In Yulan, beginning again was not yet a fact. It was only a possibility. Even so, it was real enough to hurt when he touched it. 9. The useless gift. Yulan gave Chen Wei something Hessian Gate never had. It did not give him safety. It did not give him comfort. It barely gave him enough work to stay fed. But it gave him gaps. Little blind places between market noise and other people's notice, places where a stray boy could vanish for half an hour without the whole lane deciding what that meant. In Hessian Gate, every corner had learned him too quickly. In Yulan, he could still be one more thin body slipping through a larger city's cracks. He used that at once. For 3 days he did what he had to do in public and saved his strength for what he could do in secret. He hauled baskets, swept boards, and carried bundles for people who would forget his face by morning. He slept where he was tolerated and ate what came to hand. But each evening, once dusk thickened and the first press of supper custom eased, he took the folded receipt from Wuxi and went looking for quiet. He found the right place under a narrow bridge where one canal split from another behind a row of dye shops. The water there moved black and silent under the planks, carrying streaks of color from the day's runoff, red one evening, blue the next, green the day after that. The stone ledge above it was half hidden by stacked poles and old baskets. No one wanted to linger there long because the air smelled of wet wood, stale dye, and cold mud. To Chen Wei it felt almost luxurious. No vendor barking, no kitchen girl watching his face. No old Nian smiling as if he could see inside his skull. The first night he only repeated what he had done in the alcove. Receipt in hand, eyes shut, think of home until the ache sharpened. The strange thinning came faster now, enough that he no longer doubted himself. It was still small, still slippery, but it was there. On the second night he brought a pebble from the canal edge. The stone sat in his palm beside the receipt, rough and damp and utterly ordinary. Chen Wei frowned at it as if force of annoyance might make it useful. Then he pressed the receipt flat with one thumb, cupped the pebble over it with the other hand, and tried to push that same impossible way, not with muscle, but with attention aimed inward and elsewhere at once. For a heartbeat nothing happened. Then the pebble went light. Not vanished. Not yet. Just wrong. Weight without weight, as if his fingers had suddenly forgotten what stone ought to feel like. A voice shouted somewhere above the bridge. Laughter followed. Chen Wei flinched, and the sensation broke. The pebble dropped hard against his skin. He stared at it in the dimness, pulse racing. That had been no prayer token bought by the handful. No stove charm, no ember thread in ink. It had answered him directly, however faintly. On the third night he tried again with the pebble, then a scrap of reed, then a fish bone so small it barely counted as an object at all. Each time the same thing happened. That minute, uncanny loosening in the world, that brief sense that matter might slip somewhere beyond the bridge ledge and the black water below. By the time he tucked the receipt back into his sleeve and climbed to the street again, a dangerous warmth had begun to spread through him under all the caution. For the first time since arriving, he was not merely remembering the impossible. He was handling it. On the fourth night, Chen Wei made the pebble disappear. He did not begin with anything precious. Fear still had sense enough to insist on that. He brought a bent fish bone from the market refuse, a splinter of reed, and at last a chipped local copper so worn the stamped face on it had blurred into almost nothing. The receipt lay across his left palm like a soft key worn smooth by use. One by one he set the objects on top of it and reached for that strange inner thinning until sweat broke cold across his back despite the winter air. The fish bone went first. There was no flash, no ripping sound, no prayer smoke or ember thread. One moment it lay against the receipt. The next moment Chen Wei's fingers closed on absence. Not drop, not slip, absence. He lunged at once, both hands scraping the wet stone ledge, then the muck by the canal edge, then the cracks between planks above him as if the thing must have fallen somewhere and merely hidden itself out of spite. Nothing. For a long moment he crouched there breathing too hard, canal damp soaking through his knees, mind refusing what his hands had already learned. Then he started laughing. It came out raw and quiet and almost soundless, more breath than voice, because he was still afraid even under the bridge. But it was laughter all the same, startled out of him by something too large to hold any other way. The fish bone had not broken. It had not burned. It had not sunk. It had gone. Again, he whispered to the dark, and the word sounded wild in his own ears. The reed splinter vanished faster. By the time he set the chipped copper onto the receipt, his hands were shaking. He ought to have stopped. He knew that even while curling his fingers around the coin. Copper meant food. Copper meant another morning bought one bowl at a time. But the first two losses had already shifted the world under his feet. If he could send a fish bone into nowhere, if he could unmake distance for a splinter of reed, then copper was not too much to risk. Not for proof. Not for hope. He pressed inward with all the attention he had, thinking not of the bridge or the canal or the dye stink in the air, but of home. His mother's table, his father's tools, The damp cold of Wuxi rather than Yulan. The coin went lighter, then simply ceased to be in his hand. Chen Wei stared at his empty palm. He did not search this time. He knew. A laugh rose in him again, but now it hurt. If objects could cross whatever gap had swallowed him, then perhaps the gap was not closed. Perhaps it was not a grave but a road. The thought struck so hard he had to sit back against the bridge stone and press one hand to his mouth. For the first time since the torn air had dropped him into a foreign street, hope came not as memory or self-deception, but as structure. Small, impossible, terrifying, and real. Matter could go. If matter could go, then the world might yet be pierced in both directions. Hope lasted 3 nights before it began to turn on him. At first Chen Wei fed it willingly. He returned to the bridge ledge each evening with whatever he could spare or steal from refuse. A broken shell, a bead, a splintered chopstick tip, a twist of thread, another local copper when hunger had been less savage that day. He told himself he was learning a path home, and because he told himself that often enough, the claim began to feel almost solid. The objects vanished. Not always on the first attempt, and never without that draining inward push that left his hands trembling, but they vanished all the same. Each success struck him with the same wild certainty. This is a road. This is a road. This is a road. Then he tried to choose where it led. The first time, he kept the object simple, a canal pebble and the folded receipt from Wuxi. He shut his eyes and thought, not of home, but of the market square in Yulan where he slept behind the stall wall. The warped reed screen, the broth bowl, the smell of wilted greens and lamp smoke. He pushed inward with everything he had. Nothing happened. He tried again, harder. Still nothing. Only when his thoughts slipped, ragged with frustration, back toward his mother's table and the old shop light over his father's bench did the pebble go light in his hand and vanish cleanly. He froze. The next night he tested it on purpose. Hessian gate first. The alley alcove. The noodle stall. The blackened stove token. Nothing. Then the bridge itself. The dye-streaked canal water below. Nothing. Then Wuxi. Damp air. The split bag of scallions. The smell of machine oil in his father's sleeves. The fish bone in his hand disappeared before he had fully steadied his breath. By the 4th trial he knew enough to make himself sick. It was not a doorway that obeyed place. It was a pull that obeyed home. Still he fought the conclusion. Exhaustion makes fools stubborn. He held the receipt flat in one hand and pressed the other against the bridge stone until his fingernails scraped. Take me, he whispered before he could stop himself. Take me back. He pushed as hard as he dared. For one bright, nauseating instant the thinning behind his sternum deepened so sharply he almost cried out. His arm went strange to the elbow, not numb, not cold, but wrong, as if the bones inside it had forgotten where to end. Then pain lanced through him hard enough to break his concentration. The sensation snapped shut. He dropped to one knee on the wet stone, gasping, both hands clutched to his chest. A drunk voice on the bridge above called, "Who's down there?" Chen Wei bit back the sound in his throat and stayed still until the footsteps wandered on. When he finally dared unfold himself, the hope was still there, but it had changed shape. Objects could cross. He had proved that. The bridge was real, but the way it answered him was narrower and crueler than he had wanted. It reached for Earth, not for anywhere he chose. It took things from his hand, but when he tried to make it take him, it bit back. By the time he stumbled out from under the bridge, chilled through and shaking, the miracle that had seemed like escape was beginning to reveal itself as something far less merciful. Once the hope broke, Chen Wei did what he had always done with anything painful. He turned it into work. If the bridge would not take him, then he would learn what it would take. There was no point weeping under the bridge over a fact that had already refused him. So over the next several nights he brought objects in bundles instead of singly, arranging them on the stone ledge with the grim concentration of someone sorting scraps for sale. Pebbles first, then pebbles and reed, then fish bone, splinter, and coin together. Then a handful of broken crockery, a bent nail, 2 coppers, 3. He learned quickly that shape mattered less than the inward strain required to make the world loosen around a thing. 1 pebble vanished easily enough. 5 made his hands shake. A cluster of stones and coppers together pulled at the space behind his sternum with enough force to leave him sweating in the winter air. The dead phone lay beside him on the ledge one night, dark and useless and suddenly terrible in all the ways it was not useless at all. It was home in weight and glass and shape. It was proof that another world had once fit easily into his hand. He did not dare risk it yet. But he picked it up, hefted it, and felt the old practical instinct from his father's shop wake inside him. Weight, balance, burden. He might not have a scale, but he knew what metal and glass asked of fingers. He began measuring by feel. A loose scatter of stones and scrap could go. A wrapped bundle of more could go, but only if he got the inward push exactly right. Beyond that, the bridge did not open wider. It dug in. The worst failure came when he tried to send a cloth packet heavy enough that both hands sank with it. He had packed it carefully. Stones, nails, a chipped spoon head, 3 local coppers, and a clay shard tied in old rag. It felt promising in his palms, weighty enough to matter, small enough not to be absurd. He drew in breath, thought of Wuxi, and pushed. For one instant the packet began to go light. Then something hit back. The sensation ripped through his chest so sharply he doubled over with the bundle still in his hands. It was not the earlier bite of trying to send himself. This was blunter and meaner, like the bridge had a jaw and had closed it on the effort. He dropped the packet, coughed hard enough to taste metal, and had to brace himself against the bridge stone until the black spots cleared from his eyes. Above him, 2 boys crossing the bridge slowed. Drunk. One called down, laughing. The other peered over the edge. Too poor to be drunk. Their footsteps moved on. Chen Wei stayed crouched beside the dropped bundle until his breathing steadied. When he finally lifted it again, the weight in his hands felt suddenly accusatory. He knew enough now to hate the shape of the truth. The gift was real. The road was real, but it was not broad, and it was not merciful. It could take handfuls, scraps, pieces, tokens. Not him. Not his life. Not anything large enough to feel like escape. By the time he tucked the receipt back into his sleeve and rose stiffly from the ledge, he could already feel the cruelty settling into place. He had been given a bridge to home so narrow that it might prove more painful than having none at all. 10. The bowl. By the time the idea came to him, Chen Wei had already spent too many nights feeding the world things it would not answer for. Fish bones, pebbles, bent nails, local coppers, scraps of reed, a broken spoon head, a chipped shard of blue-glazed pottery, even one precious sheet torn from a wrapping slip he had bought at the cost of a full meal. All of it had gone. That was the torment of the gift now. It worked often enough to keep hope alive and uselessly enough to turn hope rancid. Somewhere on Earth, if Earth was truly where these vanished things were falling, there might already be a litter of his desperation spread across roadsides, drainage ditches, empty fields, warehouse roofs, riverbanks, foreign ports, and nameless places no one would ever search. The thought had started to make him angry in a dull, repetitive way. If he could not cross, and if he could not choose where his offerings landed, then what was he doing except throwing pieces of himself into a dark room and praying one might strike a hand? The answer came in the market, not under the bridge. He had been sent to fetch a cracked jar of lamp oil from a second-hand goods row off a side square where broken furniture, dented pans, chipped crockery, old rugs, and discarded household things lay in muddy ranks waiting for someone poor enough to love them again. The oil seller was late, and Chen Wei, hollow with irritation after another useless night at the canal, found himself staring at a heap of bowls dumped into one another like fallen moons. One near the top caught him at once. It was nothing rare. Cheap white clay, faded blue line at the lip, one small chip at the rim. But the shape of it struck him so hard he stopped breathing for a beat. It looked like the sort of bowl that had lived for years on his mother's table without anyone praising it for being there. Rice bowl, soup bowl, leftover bowl, the sort of thing one reached for without looking because one's hands already knew its weight. He could see, absurdly clearly, his mother setting one down with a clack beside a plate of greens while telling him not to drip sauce on his notes. The junk seller noticed his stillness and brightened at once. "Good one," he said, lifting the bowl before Chen Wei could touch it. He turned it in his hands and lied with the ease of long practice. Sturdy. Fine glaze. Hardly used. Chen Wei touched his throat, then held out one finger, then pointed at the bowl. The seller snorted. For that, he named a price with all the shamelessness of a man who sold ruin back to the poor. Chen Wei frowned and reached for his coppers. The man looked him over again, saw the patched coat and road-thin face, and relented by half a measure. Because it's chipped, he said, as if generosity had moved him. Chen Wei bought it anyway. The bowl sat in both his hands on the walk back, cool and ordinary and heavier in meaning than it had any right to be. He did not yet know why this one mattered more than the broken cups and shards he had already sent into silence. Only that it did. It felt less like another object to lose and more like the first thing he had held since arriving that could survive being wanted. The bowl changed the bridge before Chen Wei understood that it had. He carried it under the canal bridge that night with absurd care, wrapped in the least filthy cloth he owned and cradled against his chest as though it were already fragile in some more important way than clay usually was. The ledge under the bridge smelled as it always did, of wet stone, cold mud, and stale dye. The water moved black below. Nothing outward had changed. Yet the moment he unwrapped the bowl and set it on the stone beside the folded receipt, a tension ran through him so sharp he had to sit back on his heels. It felt wrong in exactly the opposite way the junk objects had felt wrong. Pebbles, bones, nails, scraps of crockery, all of them had been things he tried to force into the bridge. They resisted until he pressed hard enough to make the world loosen around them. The bowl did not resist. It waited. He could not have said how he knew that, only that the knowledge sat in his body with the same certainty hunger sat there and cold sat there. When he laid one hand on the chipped rim and the other on the receipt, the familiar thinning behind his sternum opened at once, deeper and cleaner than before, not biting, not slipping, but aligning. Chen Wei sucked in a breath. "Not you too," he whispered, and the words came out half laugh, half fear. He tested it cautiously at first. A fish bone laid in the bowl's center. The inward push. Gone. More cleanly than before. Then a bent nail. Gone. Then the grain slip that had once mattered enough to steal. He stopped himself just before sending that, snatching it back with a curse too soft to count as sound. He could not afford to become stupid merely because the bridge had finally decided to cooperate. But the lesson was already there. The bowl steadied the act. It did not widen the bridge, and it did not make the strain vanish, but it gave his attention somewhere to gather instead of scattering through fear. He sat still for a long time after that, staring at the chipped rim. The resemblance to home had already unsettled him in the market. Here, under the bridge, with the bowl answering him like something recognized, the resemblance turned cruel. He could see his mother's hands around a bowl like this. His father eating fast over one between jobs. Steam lifting from rice. Soup skin catching at the edge. Home, not as dream but as table. Not as idea but as habit. His chest tightened so sharply he had to bend over it. When the feeling eased enough for him to move again, he dug in his sleeve for the smallest clean scrap of wrapping paper he had left and the nub of charcoal he carried for copying marks. The first line came out crooked because his hand was shaking. "Mum. Dad." He stopped there, eyes burning. Then he bent closer to the paper and wrote on, fast now, as if the words had already been waiting in him and only needed a crack wide enough to force their way through. He did not know if the note would reach them, or anyone, or only some roadside ditch under a foreign sky. But the bowl felt more like a chance than anything the gift had offered him yet, and desperation had finally grown too large to carry in silence. He rewrote the note 3 times before he could bear the sight of it. The first version was too frantic, the charcoal lines gouged so hard through the wrapping paper that one corner tore under his hand. The second ran too long, as if he only explained enough he could force understanding across whatever void waited between worlds. By the third attempt he had learned what desperation could and could not afford. He kept the words plain. "Mum. Dad. It's me. I'm alive. Don't be scared. I don't know if this will reach you. I'm not dead. Please answer if you can." He added things only they would know, small hooks of ordinary life he prayed would catch where stranger claims might not. The broken drawer in the shop no one had fixed because his father said he'd do it when there was time. The old kettle his mother swore she'd throw out every winter and never did. Li Jun complaining about a teacher who could make sunlight sound tired. Not proof enough for a state, perhaps, but proof for a family. When he finished, his hands were black with charcoal dust. The bowl sat on the stone ledge before him, white clay gone gray in the bridge gloom, the blue line at its lip so faded it looked more remembered than painted. Chen Wei folded the paper once, then again, and laid it in the bowl's center as carefully as if he were setting down an offering at one of Yulan's roadside shrines. For a long moment he simply stared at it. Nothing moved. Water whispered under the bridge. Somewhere above, late footsteps crossed planks slick with damp. The city went on being itself, immense and indifferent, while his whole life narrowed to one chipped bowl and one scrap of paper. Chen Wei put both hands around the rim. "Please," he whispered, and this time the word was not for the bridge, not for the world, not even for whatever law had made him into a road. It was for home. Please. He thought of his mother's table until it hurt. He thought of his father's rough voice from under the shop light. He thought of the wet alley in Wuxi, the split bag of scallions, the life that had ended and somehow had not. The thinning behind his sternum opened at once, stronger than ever before. It did not bite. It drew. The bowl went light in his hands. Not empty light, wrong light, as if weight had remembered another place to belong. Chen Wei's breath caught. The pull deepened. The chipped clay blurred at the edges, not vanishing all at once but slipping beyond the bridge stone a hair at a time, like something being claimed through deep water. He tightened his fingers on instinct, panic surging too late. If he held too hard, he might break the very thing he had chosen to trust. If he let go, he might be giving away the last true fragment of hope he possessed. The bowl left his hands. One moment it was there. The next, the stone ledge was empty except for the damp ring it had left behind. Chen Wei stayed frozen, palms curved around absence. Then he bowed forward so abruptly his forehead almost struck the ledge. For one ragged second he could not tell whether he wanted to laugh, sob, or tear the whole bridge apart with his bare hands. The bowl was gone. The note was gone. After all the useless scraps and blind offerings he had fed into silence, this one had gone with the force of intention rather than waste. That should have felt like victory. Instead it felt like standing on the edge of a cliff and hearing, very faintly, something answer from the dark below. Afterward, Chen Wei did not trust himself to move. He stayed kneeling on the stone ledge under the bridge with his hands still curved around the shape the bowl had left behind, as if he straightened his fingers too soon the last proof of what had happened might spill out of them. The dark water slid past below with the same quiet indifference as always. Above him, Yulan's bridge traffic came and went in muffled steps and brief scraps of talk. Nothing in the world acknowledged the scale of what he had just done. That almost undid him. He had sent a bowl, a note, and the whole helpless weight of his life into absence. For a long time he heard nothing but his own breathing. Then, because silence had carried too much of him for too many months already, he bowed his head and spoke into the crook of his hands as if they were not empty at all. "Please find it," he whispered. "Please." The words came rough. He had spent so long training speech out of himself in public that using it even here felt like opening old scars. But no one was near enough to matter, and there was no use pretending muteness to the bridge. He said his mother's name under his breath, then his father's, and the sound of them in the damp dark hurt more than the cold ever had. Lu Fen, Chen Goliang. He had not allowed himself to say them aloud since Hessian Gate taught him what a foreign voice could cost. A cart rattled over the bridge above. Someone laughed. Life went on. Eventually the ache in his knees forced him upright. He pressed one hand to the stone to steady himself and climbed back to the street with the strange dazed care of a man walking away from a grave that might also be a doorway. Yulan had not changed. The lamps still shone through oiled paper. The food lanes still steamed. A vendor still argued over a missing ladle with exactly the same fury as if worlds did not tear and messages did not leap them. Yet Chen Wei moved through the city differently now. Not lighter. Never that. But less sealed. He had done the one thing still left to him. Whether the bowl had landed in a ditch, a river, a warehouse roof, or some field no one would cross for years, he could not know. Whether the paper inside had stayed dry, whether the charcoal had smeared, whether the bridge had obeyed his need or merely his memory, he could not know that either. But he had finally stopped feeding the void with junk and begun speaking into it with intention. That mattered even if the answer never came. By the time he reached the stall wall where he had been allowed to sleep, the woman there was already lowering the reed screen. She glanced at his face and frowned. "You look ghost-struck," she said. Chen Wei touched his throat and gave the old helpless shrug. She muttered something about winter fools and handed him the end of the rope to tie off. He obeyed automatically. When the screen was down and the lane dimmed, he curled against the wall with his coat wrapped tight and the receipt pressed flat against his chest beneath the cloth. For the first time since arriving, loneliness had lost its perfect shape. It was still there, hollow and merciless as ever, but now it had a crack running through it. Somewhere beyond that crack, if the world had not failed him again, home had been given a chance to hear him. 11. The Cruel Joke. The bowl came back into Lu Fen's life with a sound so ordinary that for one foolish second she thought nothing of it. A hard ceramic clack came from the kitchen table behind her just as she was reaching to lift the kettle off the hob, and irritation rose before surprise did. Chen Guoliang had a habit of setting things down too firmly when his mind was still in the shop, and for one raw, treacherous heartbeat her body moved ahead of grief. She turned with the old domestic annoyance already on her tongue, ready to tell one of them not to slam crockery like a child. There was no one there. The kitchen stood as it had stood every evening for months, neat from repetition rather than peace. 2 bowls set out from habit. The old kettle steaming, the light over the table too yellow against the damp gray pressing at the window. But now a 3rd bowl sat near the table's edge, white clay with a faded blue line at the lip and one small chip in the rim, as if it had always belonged there and had merely gone unnoticed. Lu Fen went still. "Guoliang," she called, and her own voice sounded wrong in her ears. Not loud. Too flat. "Come here." From the shop below came the scrape of a stool and her husband's impatient answer. "What is it? Now?" He came up with machine oil still on his hands and stopped in the doorway when he saw her face. Then he saw the bowl. His expression did not change at once. It hardened instead, the way it did when something broke in a way that might cost money. He crossed the room slowly, eyes fixed on the table. "Did you put that there?" he asked. Lu Fen looked at him as if the question itself were obscene. "Don't start that." He didn't answer. He bent, not touching the bowl, and saw the folded scrap of paper inside it. For a moment neither of them moved. Then Lu Fen reached first, because waiting had already cost her too much in this life. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the paper. "Mum. Dad. It's me. I'm alive. Don't be scared. I don't know if this will reach you. I'm not dead. Please answer if you can." The room tilted. Her eyes ran lower, greedy and disbelieving at once. The broken drawer in the shop no one had fixed. The old kettle she threatened every winter. Li Jun's complaint about the teacher who could make sunlight sound tired. Details so small no stranger would ever choose them unless they had lived inside the shape of their days. Lu Fen made a sound that wasn't quite a sob. "No," she whispered, clutching the paper tighter. "No, this is cruel." Chen Guoliang took the note from her hands and read it once, then again, jaw locked so hard the muscle jumped near his ear. "Someone's playing games." With this, Lu Fen snapped, the grief in her voice turning sharp enough to cut. "With our son." His eyes stayed on the page. "I don't know what this is," he said. "But I know the dead don't send letters in bowls." Lu Fen hated him a little for saying it, though she knew the hatred wasn't fair. Chen Guoliang stood at the table with the note in both hands and the bowl between them like a third presence neither of them had invited. He read the page a 3rd time, slower now, as if suspicion might sharpen the ink into some flaw grief had missed. Lu Fen watched his face and saw what she had seen for months whenever anyone brought them another possibility. The police call that led nowhere. The rumor from Suzhou. The CCTV still that wasn't their boy after all. Hope had made him harder, not softer. Every false turn had taught him to distrust the shape of relief. He knew about the drawer, she said, hearing the plea in her own voice and despising it. He knew about the kettle. He knew about Li Jun and that teacher. Chen Guoliang set the note down very carefully. Somebody could have heard those things. Who? He opened his mouth and shut it again. That silence should have helped her. Instead it made the room feel smaller. The kettle hissed softly on the hob behind her. The new bowl sat where it had appeared, still carrying the thin damp ring it had left on the table. Lu Fen stared at the chip in its rim until her eyes burned. What do you think this is? She asked. Tell me properly. He dragged one hand down over his face, leaving a faint smear of machine oil at his jaw. I think grief makes fools of people. I think someone could have found our address, or followed the reports, or... He stopped and looked at the bowl. Or I think I don't know what I'm looking at, and that makes it worse. Lu Fen gave a short, ragged laugh that held no humor at all. Worse than what? Worse than months of not knowing whether our son is lying in a ditch somewhere. Worse than hearing his words in this kitchen and being told I should doubt my own eyes. I'm telling you not to let someone use him against us. His voice rose for the first time, rough with strain rather than anger. If this is cruelty, then it wants exactly that. It wants us desperate. She stepped closer and put one hand over the note before he could touch it again. I already am. For a moment neither of them moved. Beneath her palm the paper felt real. Cheap, rough, slightly uneven at one corner where the charcoal had bitten too hard. Not dream paper. Not fraud she could smell and dismiss. Real enough to make her heart pound until she thought she might be sick. Chen Guoliang looked at her hand, then at the bowl. When he spoke again, his voice had gone quieter, which frightened her more. If it's him, it can answer. If it's a trick, it can't. Lu Fen stared at him. He drew in a breath and said, we don't trust it. We test it. Her fingers tightened over the note. And if it answers? Chen Guoliang's eyes flicked to the bowl and stayed there. Then we have a different kind of trouble. Lu Fen had imagined many impossible things since her son vanished, but none of them had included searching the kitchen drawer for a clean sheet of paper while her husband stood over a strange bowl and tried not to tremble. The room had gone unnaturally tidy around the decision. Chen Guoliang wiped his hands. Lu Fen cleared a dry patch of table. The kettle was taken off the hob before it could boil away. Ordinary actions, each one absurd in the face of what sat between them. The bowl looked no different now than it had when it appeared. Cheap clay. Faded blue line. One small chip in the rim. Lu Fen hated its plainness. She hated that something so ordinary could make her heart hammer like this. What do we write? She asked. Chen Guoliang had already found the pen, but he didn't uncap it at once. Not much. She stared at him. Not much. If this is someone playing with us, we give them as little as possible. He looked at the note again, then forced himself to set it aside. If it's him, he'll understand. Lu Fen wanted to argue. Instead she dragged the spare chair closer and sat because her knees had begun to feel unreliable. Chen Guoliang lowered himself beside her, paper laid square on the table between them. For a moment neither wrote. Then Lu Fen said, put his name first. He nodded and wrote, Chen Wei. Seeing the name on the page nearly undid her. She pressed her lips together and watched the pen move. If this is really you, answer again. Tell us where you are. Tell us what happened. Chen Guoliang stopped there. Lu Fen leaned in. Ask if he's hurt. His jaw tightened. He added, are you hurt? Ask if he's alone. He wrote that too. The pen hovered. Lu Fen heard herself say, more softly now, tell him we're here. Chen Guoliang swallowed once before writing the last line. We're here. Answer. When he set the pen down, the kitchen seemed to hold its breath with them. Lu Fen folded the paper carefully, more carefully than she had folded anything in weeks, and placed it in the bowl's center. Her fingers lingered on the edge for a second too long. Well, she whispered, though she could not have said whether she was speaking to her husband, the bowl, or God. Chen Guoliang rested one hand on the table. Maybe nothing happens. The words had barely left him when the folded paper shifted. Lu Fen jerked back so sharply her chair legs scraped the floor. The paper had not lifted on wind. It had not slid. It drew inward, as if the center of the bowl had suddenly deepened into distance. The fold seemed to blur at the edges. Then, with no sound at all, it was gone. Chen Guoliang half rose from his chair. Did you see that? Lu Fen could only nod. He grabbed the bowl at once, turned it over, ran one hand inside it, then beneath it, as if paper might somehow be hiding in the grain of the table. There was nothing. No slit. No false bottom. No trick thread. Only the chipped clay and the empty kitchen, and both of them breathing too fast. Lu Fen stared at the bowl and felt the world tilt under her again. The note was gone. Truly gone. That should have answered everything. Instead, it made everything worse. For a long moment after the paper vanished, neither of them spoke. Lu Fen sat with both hands locked together in her lap because she no longer trusted them to stay steady. Across from her, Chen Guoliang turned the bowl once more, slower now, as if repetition might still produce a seam, a hidden panel, some scrap of ordinary fraud he had failed to catch the first time. The kitchen light shone on the chipped rim and the faded blue line. Nothing changed. The bowl remained exactly what it looked like. That, more than anything, made Lu Fen's skin feel too tight. At least say it, she whispered. Chen Guoliang set the bowl down with deliberate care. I saw it. No. Her voice sharpened. Say what you saw. He looked at her then, and she could see how badly he didn't want words to make the thing larger. I saw the note disappear. The truth of hearing him say it moved through her like cold water. She had wanted certainty. Instead, she felt fear settle deeper. Outside, a scooter passed in the lane and a dog barked twice before falling silent again. The familiar sounds made the kitchen feel stranger, not safer. Their home had not changed. The table had not changed. Yet something impossible had happened on that table, and now every ordinary thing in the room seemed to stand slightly wrong in the light. Lu Fen rose and went to the window because sitting still had become unbearable. The glass was black with evening and reflected her face back at her, pale and older than she felt inside. If it's really him, she said, more to the reflection than to her husband, then where is he? Chen Guoliang did not answer at once. When he did, his voice had gone flat in the way it did when he was building order over panic. Somewhere he can write. Somewhere he can get paper. Somewhere he can still think. That isn't an answer. It's what we have. She turned back. Should we call someone? He looked at the bowl again, and that silence told her how fast his mind had already run ahead. Police. Records. Questions. Men in uniforms asking how a vanished son had sent a letter through a bowl. Men deciding whether grief had broken them. Men taking the bowl away. Not yet, he said. Lu Fen stared at him. Not yet. If we tell them now, we have nothing except a note and a story no sane person would believe. He rubbed one hand over his mouth. If it answers again, that's different. She wanted to fight him. She wanted to call anyway, to drag the whole impossible thing into brighter hands than theirs. But fear had changed shape now. It was no longer fear of being fooled. It was fear of being right too soon. Chen Guoliang stood and moved the bowl to the center of the table, where both of them could see it clearly. We wait, he said. Lu Fen looked at the chipped rim, the empty interior, the place where their paper had been. Waiting had once meant hope stretched thin across grief. This was worse. Waiting now meant that the world had answered once and might answer again. That night neither of them slept properly. They left the kitchen light on, the bowl in full view, and every small sound in the flat made Lu Fen's heart leap before sense caught up. Belief had not settled cleanly into her. It had curdled into vigilance. Somewhere beyond reach, something had heard them. Whether that something was her son or a new form of nightmare, morning would have to decide. 12. Only he could know. By dawn the kitchen smelled of oversteeped tea, cold fear, and the thin metallic tang of no sleep. Lu Fen had not changed out of yesterday's clothes. Chen Guoliang had gone downstairs once to open the shop shutter, then closed it again after 10 minutes as if the sound of ordinary work had become unbearable. Now he stood by the sink with both hands braced on the counter, staring at nothing, while the bowl sat under the kitchen light like an object that had quietly taken ownership of the room. Lu Fen was the one who heard it first. Not a crash this time. Only a soft ceramic tick, as if something small had tapped the inside of the bowl from very far away. She was out of her chair before she knew she had moved. Go Liang. He turned at once. A folded scrap of paper sat in the bowl's center. For one wild second neither of them touched it. Then Lu Fen snatched it up with both hands and unfolded it so fast she nearly tore the corner. Mum. Dad. I'm not hurt bad. I'm thin and cold a lot, but I can still walk and write. I'm alone. Her breath caught so hard it hurt. Below that came more, cramped and hurried, the charcoal strokes rough but unmistakably deliberate. I don't know where I am exactly. It isn't China. The words made her head swim, but she kept reading because stopping was impossible. Then came the details, one after another, small, unadorned, impossible to fake because no one outside their 3 lives would ever think them important enough to invent. The scar on Dad's left thumb from the lathe belt snapping when I was 12. The loose floor tile by the balcony door that Mum keeps meaning to tell the landlord about. The year I hid my maths test in the back of the drawer under the old tax receipts because I thought Dad would check my bag first. Lu Fen made a sound that broke halfway through and covered her mouth with her free hand. Chen Liang crossed the room in 3 strides and took the paper, not roughly, but with the speed of a man reaching for a ledge before the ground gave way. His eyes moved once, twice, then stopped at the line about the maths test. Lu Fen saw the exact moment recognition struck him, because she had never known about that. Not then, not later. Chen Wei had told his father in the shop months afterward, red-faced and miserable, and they had agreed not to mention it to her because she would only worry about school more. He told me that in the back room, Chen Liang said, and his voice sounded scraped hollow. Just me. Lu Fen reached for the edge of the table because her knees had gone weak. It's him. Chen Liang did not answer at once. He read the note again, slower, jaw locked, eyes tracking each line as if procedure alone might stop the world from splitting open under them. It knows things only he knew, he said at last. Lu Fen stared at him through sudden tears. Go Liang. He looked up, and for the first time since the bowl had appeared, fear in him had lost its shield of disbelief. It was still there, all of it, but it had nowhere left to hide. He set the note down with great care and said, "We write back again. Then we start recording everything." Once Chen Liang said the word recording, the kitchen changed shape again. It did not stop being a place where Lu Fen might burst into tears at any moment. It did not stop being the room where her son's handwriting had crossed into her hands from nowhere. But her husband's voice had found the hard, practical edge she knew from the shop, the one he used when a machine failed in a way that could still be understood if you looked at it long enough. He fetched the old ruled ledger from the sideboard, the one they usually used for household repairs and supplier numbers, and opened it flat beside the bowl. Lu Fen stood where she was, one hand pressed over her mouth, and watched him write the date, the time, and then in smaller characters, bowl appeared in kitchen. First note received. Reply sent. Reply received. Her tears came anyway. She turned her face aside, but the first sob tore out of her before she could swallow it back. It was not graceful grief. Not quiet. Months of not knowing broke open all at once, and she had to grip the chair to stay upright. Chen Liang looked up sharply. Fen. He's alive, she said, and the words came wrecked and wet. He's alive somewhere cold and alone and writing to us in scraps of paper, and you're making lists. His hand tightened on the pen. Because if I don't, we'll lose our heads. I want to lose my head. She laughed through tears, a broken sound. Do you understand that? I want 1 minute where this doesn't feel like another report. He set the pen down then. For a moment Lu Fen thought he might argue. Instead he crossed to her and stopped close enough that she could smell oil, tea, and the stale edge of fear on his clothes. He did not know how to comfort people with softness. He never had. But he put both hands on her shoulders and held on as if anchoring her might anchor himself as well. I know, he said quietly. I know. That was what broke her properly. She leaned into him and cried against his chest with the ugly, exhausted force of someone whose body had been obeying shock for too many hours. Chen Guoliang stood rigid at first, then bowed his head over hers. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher than before. "We'll ask about food," he said. "We'll ask where he sleeps. We'll ask what he needs. We'll do it properly so we don't waste the chance." Lu Fen pulled back enough to look at him. "Properly," she repeated, half angry, half pleading. "Yes." He wiped once at his face with the heel of his hand before she could pretend not to see the damp there. Because if this is real, then panic helps him less than precision. She hated that he was right. She hated even more that the rightness of it sounded like care in his mouth. Together they went back to the table. Lu Fen sat this time instead of standing, because her legs still felt uncertain. Chen Guoliang turned the ledger toward her and said, "Tell me everything you want to ask. I'll write it all down first. Then we choose what matters most." The bowl sat between them, no longer only a miracle or a threat, but a narrow piece of work that their son was somehow still alive on the far side of. Lu Fen drew in a shaking breath, looked at the chipped rim, and began. By the time Chen Guoliang finished writing the list, the kitchen table looked less like a family table and more like the edge of an operation neither of them understood. The ledger lay open. The first note sat weighted beneath the sugar bowl. The second rested beside it, already smudged at one corner from Lu Fen's thumb. A fresh page between them held the questions they had argued down into order. "Where are you? What do you need most? Can you send anything besides notes? Are people hurting you? How often does the bowl work? Are you hiding? Can you tell what country you're in? Can you say what you see?" Lu Fen wanted another 10 questions. Chen Guoliang crossed out 6. "We don't have room for everything," he said. "We don't know that. We know paper fits." He kept his tone even, but the strain under it had become constant now, like the hum of a motor under load. "So we use what we know." She hated the logic because she depended on it. Together they copied the shorter list onto a clean sheet, added "We love you" at the bottom because Lu Fen refused to leave it out, then folded it and placed it in the bowl. This time neither of them spoke while it vanished. Chen Guoliang noted the time in the ledger the moment the paper disappeared. Lu Fen stood with one hand braced on the table and listened to the silence afterward, as if silence itself might carry some answer. It did not. Minutes passed. The tea went cold again. Somewhere below, a delivery scooter stopped outside the shuttered shop and moved on when no one came. Then the bowl clicked. The sound was enough now. Lu Fen did not startle. She lunged. A new note lay inside, folded tighter than before. Chen Guoliang said, slowly, but he was already at her shoulder. She unfolded it. "I don't know the country. It doesn't look modern. No cars. Handcarts, oil lamps, strange writing. I couldn't speak to anyone at first. I pretended to be mute to survive. People aren't keeping me prisoner, but nobody here is mine. I can send small things. Not myself. I tried." Lu Fen's hand flew to her mouth again. Below that, Chen Wei had written more quickly, the charcoal strokes darker where his hand had pressed harder. "I think the bowl helps because it feels like home. I can send paper, coins, little objects. Please don't tell everyone yet if you can help it. They'll think you've gone mad." Chen Guoliang took the note and read the line about not modern twice. Then he read the one about not himself. His face changed with each pass, disbelief not returning, but being forced into a new and harsher shape. This was no longer grief talking to itself through coincidence. The words described a sustained impossible reality, and they described it with the flat practicality of their son. Lu Fen whispered, "He means it." Chen Guoliang nodded once, very slightly. "Yes." She looked at him. "Then what do we do?" He folded the note with greater care than before and set it beside the others. When he answered, his voice had gone quiet enough to frighten her. "Now it's bigger than us." Lu Fen knew he was going to call before he reached for the phone. It was there in the way Chen Guoliang stood after folding the note, one hand flat on the table, the other resting near the old ledger as if he were taking stock before lifting a weight he already disliked. The bowl sat between the notes and the phone like the center of a problem too strange to belong in an ordinary flat. For a moment she wanted to snatch the handset away before he could touch it. He said not to tell everyone, she said. Chen Wei looked at her. He said not everyone. That isn't the same thing as this. His eyes flicked to the notes, the ledger, the bowl. Fen, if I keep this inside these walls and something happens to the link, then what? If he stops answering, if the bowl breaks, if I mishandle one step because I wanted to protect us from being embarrassed. The word embarrassed landed badly between them. Lu Fen almost flinched. There was no embarrassment left in any of this. Only fear, and the new sharp edge of responsibility. They'll take it, she said, looking at the bowl instead of him. They'll take the bowl, the notes, everything. They'll sit us in separate rooms and ask whether we've lost our minds. Yes, he said. The bluntness of it made her look up. He drew in a breath and picked up the ledger. And they should ask. If someone came into my shop with this story, I'd ask worse. But this isn't just our grief anymore. It's evidence. Lu Fen hated how solid that sounded. More than that, she hated that he had become solid enough to say it. Who do you call? She asked. The officer from the disappearance file first. Not the local desk. Someone who already knows we're not inventing a son. He opened the ledger to the first page and checked the number they had written months ago under names they had hoped never to need again. And I don't say everything on the phone. She moved before she had fully decided to and put her hand over the bowl. It was a foolish gesture, almost childlike, but she couldn't help it. What if they don't believe you? Chen Wei's mouth tightened. Then I bring them here and let the bowl make liars of us properly. Despite herself, a short breath of laughter escaped her, startled and broken. He reached for the phone, then stopped and looked at her one last time. I'm doing this because he's alive, he said. Not because I want strangers in this kitchen. Lu Fen nodded, though her fingers stayed on the bowl. When Chen Wei dialed, his face took on the controlled, formal stillness she had seen when he dealt with inspectors, contracts, and men who thought ordinary people could be brushed aside by procedure. The line rang twice. A man answered. Chen Wei listened, gave his name, and said, yes, from the missing persons report. I need to speak to someone senior. Today, in person. I have new evidence from my son. He paused, eyes settling on the chipped rim beneath Lu Fen's hand. No, he said quietly. I don't mean a sighting. I mean contact. The silence on the other end lengthened. In the kitchen, with the notes spread out like a second set of nerves and the bowl sitting under the light, Lu Fen felt the chapter of private fear close around them. Whatever came next would no longer belong to the family alone. 13. State eyes. They came before lunch, which told Lu Fen more than any reassuring words could have. If the phone call had been dismissed as grief, madness, or one more desperate parent refusing to let a file close, no one important would have arrived this quickly. Yet the men who came up the stairs did not look like men ready to believe in miracles. One was the officer who had handled the early missing person paperwork, neat-haired and tired-eyed in the way of someone who spent his days sorting ordinary human damage. The other was younger, broader in the shoulders, and dressed too plainly for the precision of him. His coat was unremarkable, his shoes were not. He looked around the flat once and seemed to file away every detail without appearing to stare. Mrs. Liu. Mr. Chen. The first officer nodded politely. Thank you for agreeing to see us. Chen Wei stood in the kitchen doorway, neither welcoming nor obstructing. You said senior. The younger man stepped forward. Captain Sun Jian, he said. His tone was calm and almost mild. I'm here to assess the claim before we waste more of your time or ours. Lu Fen felt the words strike cleanly. Claim. Not contact. Not message. Claim. The bowl sat on the kitchen table under the same overhead light as before, with the notes stacked beside the ledger and Lu Fen's hand already resting too near the chipped rim. She had spent the last hour wiping the table, then hating herself for wiping the table as though cleanliness could make any of this sound more sane. Now Captain Sun's gaze paused on the bowl and moved on without reverence. The older officer cleared his throat. Mr. Chen told us there had been communication from your missing son by unusual means. Chen Guoliang said, I told you I had evidence. Captain Sun's eyes flicked to him. And you understand how that sounds? Yes. Chen Guoliang's voice stayed level. Do you? Something almost like amusement touched Captain Sun's face, though it did not soften him. No, he said. That's why I'm here. He took a small notebook from his coat pocket but didn't open it yet. Instead he looked at the notes. Before we discuss the object, I want a clear sequence. Who saw it first, what was said, what was touched, and whether anyone else has entered this flat since the first appearance. Lu Fen had expected ridicule. She had even prepared herself for the careful pity of officials dealing with bereaved people who had gone strange from loss. This was worse in a different way. Captain Sun was not here to comfort or dismiss. He was here to narrow the world until only procedure remained inside it. Chen Guoliang pulled out a chair but did not sit. We wrote it down. Captain Sun's gaze shifted to the ledger. Good, he said. Then he added, with that same unbearable calm, now tell it to me again anyway. The room tightened around the order. The old officer took out his own pen. Lu Fen looked at the bowl, then at the stacked notes, and understood that the story had crossed another boundary. It was no longer only being heard. It was being examined. Captain Sun did not sit until both Chen Guoliang and Lu Fen had finished telling the story once from beginning to end. He let them speak without interruption at first, which was almost worse than being cut off. The older officer wrote steadily. Sun only watched, fingertips resting lightly on the closed notebook in front of him, expression so neutral that Lu Fen could not tell whether anything they said was helping or hurting. When Chen Guoliang reached the part about the second reply, the one describing oil lamps, handcarts, strange writing, and the failed attempt to send himself, Sun's eyes shifted once toward the notes and then back again. That was all. When the account ended, he opened the notebook. Now again, he said, but this time I'll stop you where I need to. The next pass took twice as long. He asked Lu Fen exactly where she had been standing when the bowl first appeared. He asked whether the window had been open. He asked if either of them had ever purchased similar crockery recently, whether any friend or relative had access to the flat, whether Chen Wei had ever discussed stage magic, online communities, foreign contacts, missing time, paranoid beliefs, religious visions, or unusual technical interests beyond his classes and the shop. Lu Fen stared at him. Do you hear yourself? Yes, Sun said evenly. Do you? Chen Guoliang answered before she could. Our son repaired motors and skipped assignments when he thought he could get away with it. He didn't build vanishing bowls in secret. Sun's pen kept moving. Did he speak any foreign languages? No. Did he ever disappear before? No. Any gambling, debt, online groups, political activity, fringe religion, contact with foreigners, academic disputes, mental health treatment? Each question landed like a small insult, not because it was shouted, but because it was written down as if any one of those things might explain away the impossible sitting on their table. Lu Fen said, he had a friend who borrowed money and never paid it back on time. He had teachers he disliked. He had a mother who nagged him to eat better. Does that fit one of your boxes? The older officer's pen paused. Captain Sun's expression did not. It fits ordinary life, he said. Ordinary life matters. Extraordinary claims hide inside it. Chen Guoliang leaned forward. And what box does this fit? He tapped the stacked notes with one finger, controlled but no longer patient. Fraud. Foreign device. Some kind of signal. At that, Sun finally looked at the bowl itself rather than the people around it. Possibly, he said. Also coercion, psychological manipulation, unknown technology, coordinated deception, or an anomaly we don't yet have language for. Lu Fen felt the air change around the word anomaly. It was the first time anyone in authority had spoken as if disbelief itself might not be enough. Sun closed the notebook and said, until we know which, neither of you contacts anyone else. No relatives, no neighbors, no social media, no calls except through us if this proceeds. Chen Guoliang's face hardened. If. Sun met his eyes. If the object performs again under conditions I control. For the first time since they had entered the flat, Lu Fen understood that the questioning was not the investigation. It was only the sorting phase before something harder. What came next was quieter, and for that reason more unsettling. Captain Sun asked permission before touching nothing. He stood, circled the table once, then took a pair of thin gloves from his coat pocket and held them up without putting them on. I'm not assuming contamination, he said. I'm ruling out stupidity. The older officer, who had finally introduced himself only as Officer Liang, took out his phone and began photographing the table, the ledger, the notes, the bowl, the chairs, the overhead light, even the window latch. Each soft shutter sound made Lu Fen's shoulders tighten. The kitchen was becoming a scene now, not a home. Do not move anything else, Sun said. Lu Fen almost laughed. Anything else? He met her eyes. Mrs. Lu, I'm trying very hard to avoid treating this like a crime scene until I know whether it is one. Chen Goliang said, and if it's not, then you'll forgive me later for being thorough. He put on the gloves and lifted the first reply note by its corners. His gaze moved over the charcoal strokes with the same unreadable attention he had given their faces. Then he checked the second note, the one about oil lamps and handcarts and muteness. He held it closer to the light, turned it slightly, and rubbed one gloved thumb near the edge where the charcoal had smudged. Not printer ink, he said quietly, mostly to himself. Officer Liang glanced up. Handwritten. Obviously handwritten. Sun looked at the paper. I mean the medium. Lu Fen hated that even this small remark gave her hope. He set the note down and finally looked at the bowl properly. The gloves made his hands seem less human, less capable of reassurance than bare skin would have been. He turned the clay slowly, studied the chip in the rim, the faded blue line, the inside surface, the base. No brand mark, no seam, no cavity that sight alone could find. He tapped one fingernail very lightly against the outer wall and listened to the ceramic ring. Have either of you washed this? He asked. No, Chen Goliang said at once. We left it as it was. Sun nodded once. Good. Lu Fen said, you say that as if we'd already done something wrong. His answer came without heat. In my line of work, people usually do. He placed the bowl back in exactly the same spot. Then he took out his phone, stepped 3 paces away from the table, and made a call without leaving the room. He did not turn his back on them while he spoke. Yes, he said. Parents consistent. Notes exist. Object shows no obvious mechanism. Handwriting and paper are non-trivial. He listened, eyes resting on the bowl. No, I haven't triggered anything. Not yet. The last 2 words altered the air more than anything else had. When Sun ended the call, his manner had not changed on the surface, but something underneath it had tightened into decision. He pulled off the gloves, folded them once, and said, no one touches the bowl again unless one instruct it. Lu Fen looked at the notes, then at his face. You think it's going to do something? Sun slipped the gloves back into his pocket. I think, he said, we're done talking in circles. Captain Sun's decision arrived in the room before the words did. He picked up his phone again, not with the casualness of a man making another routine call, but with the brisk economy of someone moving from assessment to procedure. Lu Fen watched his thumb tap out a number, watched Officer Liang straighten without being told to, and felt the flat tighten around them in ways no lock or shouted order could have managed. Sun spoke first in clipped fragments. Yes. Immediate controlled observation. Existing object remains in place. Need photography kit, sealed stationery, secondary witnesses, and 1 analyst with materials handling experience. He listened, then added, no, not moved yet. Parents still present. I want the first repeat in situ. The phrase in situ meant nothing to Lu Fen except that someone somewhere else had already begun turning her kitchen into a category. When the call ended, Chen Goliang said, you're bringing more people in. Sun put the phone away. Yes. How many? As few as I can justify and more than you'll like. Lu Fen looked at the bowl, then at the notes, then at the overhead light reflecting faintly on the chipped rim. You said you didn't want to treat this like a crime scene. Sun's answer came calmly. I said I was trying not to until I knew whether it was one. We've passed that stage. Officer Liang stepped aside to make his own call, already lowering his voice in that half-formal tone officials used when turning ordinary addresses into destinations. Sun stayed where he was, near enough to the table to claim it without touching it. What happens now? Chen Liang asked. Sun glanced at the ledger. You told us the contact can work both ways. We'll verify that under observation. You will write another message only when instructed. The bowl remains visible at all times. The notes already received are photographed, then bagged temporarily and returned to the table unless directed otherwise. No one leaves until the first test is complete. Lu Fen's head came up sharply. No one leaves. No. Sun's voice remained maddeningly even. If the object activates, I need everyone present accounted for. She almost said this is our home. Instead she heard herself ask, and if nothing happens? Sun did not soften the answer. Then I log a failed reproduction, preserve the materials, and widen the possibilities. Fraud, Chen Liang said flatly. Among others. The knock came 20 minutes later, quick and professional, not the uncertain knock of a neighbor. 2 more people entered with hard cases and expressionless courtesy. One was a woman in a dark coat who introduced herself only as Dr. Zhao. The other set down a tripod, sealed envelopes, evidence sleeves, and a compact camera without wasting a glance on the family. Lu Fen stood very still while strangers unpacked order onto her kitchen counter. Dr. Zhao looked at the bowl once, then at Sun. You haven't run it yet. Not without you. Sun turned back to the table, to the notes, to the bowl, and finally to Lu Fen and Chen Liang. We do this once, cleanly, he said. If it performs, everything changes. The words settled over the room with the weight of a door closing. Outside, midday traffic moved on, unaware. Inside, under the kitchen light, the bowl waited at the center of a silence that no longer belonged to the family alone. 14. Controlled transfer. The kitchen stopped being theirs in increments. A second camera went up near the doorway. Dr. Zhao unlatched one of the hard cases and laid out items on a clean cloth with the precise indifference of a surgeon preparing tools. Sealed paper packets, fresh pens, cotton gloves, numbered evidence sleeves, a narrow metal ruler, a digital scale that looked absurdly modern beside the chipped bowl. Someone had even brought a standing lamp to flatten shadows. By the time the equipment was in place, Lu Fen's kitchen table had become the center of a circle no one crossed casually. Captain Sun controlled the room through tone more than volume. Nothing touches the bowl except the designated writer and the designated handler, he said. Every action is verbalized before it happens. Notes are written on supplied paper only. Existing notes stay bagged until I say otherwise. The camera operator, a silent man who still had not given his name, adjusted the lens and said, "Visual is clean." Dr. Zhao checked the scale, zeroed it, and looked at Lu Fen. Was the original bowl weighed before appearance? Lu Fen almost laughed at the question. No, we weren't expecting a supernatural audit. Something flickered across Dr. Zhao's face. Not humor. Perhaps acknowledgement. Fair enough, she said, and made a note. Chen Liang stood with his hands in fists at his sides, saying little. Lu Fen knew that stance. It was how he looked when the shop held more customers than parts and every wrong word would make things worse. He was not calm. He was choosing not to spill. Captain Sun turned to him. You wrote the last outbound note. Yes. You'll write this one too. Sun placed a fresh sheet on the cleared section of table but did not yet let him touch it. Short, direct, and consistent with prior content. We are not introducing new emotional noise. Lu Fen said, he's our son, not a lab rat. Sun met her eyes without flinching. Today he's both. The cruelty of the sentence landed so cleanly that she could not answer at once. Chen Liang did, his voice low and dangerous. Watch yourself. Sun did not retreat. Mr. Chen, if this works, I become one of the people responsible for whether your son is protected or mishandled. I'd prefer you angry at my wording over blind to the stakes. Silence followed that, not empty silence, the kind that changes the shape of a room. At last Dr. Zhao said, "We need a message." Lu Fen looked at the bowl, at the fresh paper, at the cameras trained on the place where her child had somehow entered and left their lives in scraps. She wanted to write "We're here again." She wanted to write "Eat something. Sleep somewhere warm." She wanted to write "Come home" until the page tore under the force of it. Captain Sun said, "Use the established pattern. Ask for a simple reply." Chen Guoliang nodded once, sat, and reached for the pen. The room stilled around that small movement. Even the camera operator stopped shifting his weight. Under the hard white lamp, with strangers watching and the bowl at the center of all of it, the next note had not yet been written, and already the air felt thin. Chen Guoliang wrote more slowly under observation than he ever had in private. Not because he did not know what to say, but because every word had to pass through too many eyes before it was allowed onto the page. Captain Sun stood to one side, reading as the lines formed. Dr. Zhao watched the bowl. The camera lens stared without blinking. Lu Fen stood behind her husband's chair with her hands locked together so tightly her knuckles hurt. At last the note read, "Chen Wei, we received your last message. Reply with any small object you can send safely. If possible, send a coin. We are here." Chen Guoliang looked up. "That's enough." Sun read it once, then said, "Fold it once. Place it in the center. Narrate the action." Lu Fen hated the phrase "narrate the action" with a sudden, irrational force. It turned the simple movement of a father writing to his son into a sterile performance. But Chen Guoliang only nodded. "I'm folding the note," he said, voice flat. "I'm placing it in the bowl." He did exactly that. The paper settled at the center of the chipped white clay. Then everyone stepped back. Nothing happened. The stillness that followed had weight to it. The overhead lamp hummed faintly. Somewhere outside, a scooter passed in the lane below. Dr. Zhao glanced once at the camera operator, who gave the smallest shake of his head without taking his eye from the monitor. Sun said, "Time mark." Officer Liang read it off and wrote it down. Lu Fen stared at the folded paper until her eyes watered. In private, the bowl had never made her wait like this. Or perhaps it had, and fear had stretched and softened the memory into something less precise than it truly was. Now every second arrived with the hard edge of measurement. Dr. Zhao said, "No air movement. No vibration." Sun crouched just enough to bring his eyes level with the table surface. No visible change in the paper. 30 seconds passed. Then 60. Officer Liang cleared his throat softly. Could latency vary? Sun did not look at him. It could. Or it could fail under scrutiny. Lu Fen felt the sentence like a slap. It didn't fail before. Sun straightened. "Mrs. Lu, I'm aware of your position." "My position?" she said. "My position is that my son has been answering us and now you've turned the kitchen into an interrogation room." Chen Guoliang's chair creaked as he leaned forward, eyes still fixed on the bowl. "Wait," he said quietly. The room obeyed him. Nothing happened for another stretch of seconds, so long that hope itself began to feel childish. Lu Fen could sense it moving through the others as well, not belief exactly, but the readiness to retreat 1 inch toward safer explanations. Fraud, distress, error, failed reproduction. Then Dr. Zhao inhaled sharply. The paper had not vanished. Not yet, but the nearest corner had begun to tremble in a way no draft could explain. Under the white lamp, at the exact center of the bowl, the folded note seemed to lose the certainty of its edges. The trembling spread through the folded note like a thought passing through flesh. Lu Fen saw it first as uncertainty rather than movement. The paper did not flap or slide. Its edges simply stopped agreeing with the light. One corner blurred, then sharpened, then blurred again, as if the bowl were briefly forgetting how to hold it. Dr. Zhao stepped forward so quickly her chair scraped the floor. "Camera tight on the bowl," she said. "Already there," the operator answered without looking away from the monitor. Captain Sun did not speak at all. Chen Guoliang half rose from his chair, every line of him pulled toward the table. Lu Fen wanted to catch his sleeve and hold him back, but she could not have moved if the room had caught fire. The note shivered once more. Then the center of the fold sank, not down through ceramic, not away from sight in any ordinary direction, but inward, into a depth that had not existed a second before. Officer Liang swore under his breath. The paper narrowed to a shaped tooth into name and was gone. No one in the room breathed for a beat. Then the bowl rang. Not loudly. Just a hard, clean ceramic tick from inside the empty space where the note had vanished. Lu Fen flinched at the sound, and so did Officer Liang. Under the white lamp, something dark struck the base of the bowl, bounced once, and settled against the curved side with a final metallic click. A coin, Dr. Zhao said, voice sharpened down to disbelief. Don't touch it. Lu Fen stared. It was smaller than she had imagined and stranger in all the ways that mattered. Dark copper, or something near it, unevenly worn. One side stamped with a square-holed design and characters that were certainly writing and certainly not anything she knew. The other held a raised image too stylized for her to understand. No trick coin from a novelty shop. No stage magician's token. It looked used, handled, real from some place her life had never prepared her to include. Then a second sound came from inside the bowl. This time it was softer. A folded scrap of paper slid into existence where empty ceramic had been a heartbeat earlier and landed beside the coin. Officer Liang said, very quietly, Jesus. Captain Sun finally moved, not toward the bowl, but toward the camera monitor. He checked the feed once, eyes hard and focused, then looked back at the table with an expression Lu Fen had not yet seen on him. Not belief, exactly. Belief was too simple. This was the collapse of a category. Dr. Zhao said, time mark both arrivals. Separate entries. Officer Liang, still staring, fumbled for his notebook. Marked. Chen Liang looked at Sun and said, you saw it. Sun did not answer at once. His gaze moved from the coin to the folded paper to the bowl itself, as if he were testing whether ordinary sight still meant what it had 5 minutes ago. When he spoke, his voice had gone flatter, not with skepticism now, but with effort. Yes, he said, I saw it. The room did not erupt. No one shouted. No one reached for the bowl. That made it more frightening somehow. Under the lamp, beside the vanished message they had all watched leave, matter from somewhere else sat on Lu Fen's kitchen table, and every person present understood at the same time that the world had just become larger than procedure could comfortably hold. The change in Captain Sun was not dramatic. That was what made it final. He did not shout. He did not step back in awe or reach for the bowl like a superstitious man. He simply turned into someone with no room left for doubt. No one touches anything, he said, and the calm authority in his voice had hardened into command. Liang, lock external access. No calls out except through secure line. Camera stays rolling. Zhao, visual assessment first, then evidence sequence. No improvisation. Officer Liang was already moving. He crossed to the front door, checked the latch, then stepped into the hall long enough to murmur into his phone before returning with his own expression stripped of the last softness ordinary policing had left in it. Dr. Zhao leaned over the bowl without crossing the invisible line around it. Coin arrival and paper arrival both captured on video, she said. No observable insertion vector. No support mechanism. No hand interference. Her tone stayed clinical, but Lu Fen could hear the effort in it. I want stills before the fold is opened. Sun nodded once and took out his phone. This time he did turn away a fraction when he called, not for privacy, but because the conversation had moved above the level of the room. Confirmed, he said. Visual event observed by 4 witnesses and recorded. Outbound paper dematerialization followed by inbound metallic object and inbound written reply. He listened, then added, yes. Immediate containment posture. Family cooperative. Site not yet sanitized. Family. Site. Containment. The words landed on Lu Fen with more force than Miracle had. Her kitchen was no longer a kitchen. Her life was no longer private grief threaded through an impossible bowl. It had become an incident. Chen Liang said, you're not taking it out of here yet. Sun lowered the phone but didn't end the call. Not until it's documented. You said if it performed, everything changed. Chen Liang's gaze did not leave the bowl. Don't stand there and talk around that now. Sun met his eyes. Fine. Here it is plainly. Your son has established repeatable contact through an object we cannot explain, with matter transfer in both directions, under observation. He spoke the words as if pinning them down prevented them from widening further. From this moment onward, this is a national matter. Lu Fen felt suddenly cold. Dr. Zhao said, "We should read the new note." Sun nodded. Agreed, but only after full stills and object placement marks. The camera clicked in a rapid burst. The coin was measured in place. The folded reply was photographed from 3 angles before anyone dared breathe too close to it. Every motion was announced, repeated, logged. Procedure rushed in to fill the space disbelief had vacated. Lu Fen looked from the strangers to the bowl and understood that something had been taken from them in the exact moment proof had been won. Not Chen Wei. Not yet. Something smaller and crueler. Ownership of the miracle. It still carried her son's hand. It still sat on her table. Yet already it belonged to larger mouths than love. At last Sun ended the call and said, "Director Han wants the family and all received materials moved under controlled supervision as soon as the first read is complete." Lu Fen stared at him. "Moved where?" Sun's answer came without comfort. "Somewhere this can no longer happen by accident." The bowl sat under the white lamp between them, holding a coin from another world and a folded scrap of her son's answer. Outside, traffic rolled past as if the city had not just shifted on its foundations. Inside, official disbelief had died without ceremony, and in its place something colder had begun. 15. Questions in thin paper. By the time the next note came through, Chen Wei knew at once that something on the other side had changed. The paper itself told him before the words did. It was cleaner than the scraps his parents had been using, cut more evenly, folded with a precision that felt less like home and more like someone trying to make a thing legible to strangers. Even the writing had altered. The first line was still from them. "Mum and Dad are safe. We are safe." That steadied him so hard he had to close his eyes for a beat. But beneath it the script tightened into a different hand, more formal, more deliberate, every character carrying the chill of people who were no longer only grieving. He crouched on the stone ledge under the canal bridge with the bowl between his knees and read by the last usable light of dusk. State city name if known. State kingdom or ruler name if known. Describe coin just sent if you can. Send more coins if safe. Copy any writing you see, especially signs, prayers, receipts, seals. Describe shrines, charms, temple paper, and any unusual materials. Describe where missed items may have gone if you can estimate. State whether you are being watched. State what you need most that can fit through the bowl. He stared at the page and let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "Right," he murmured to the dark water. "Start small." The comfort of hearing that his parents were alive and moving on the other side struck him first, warm and painful as a hand across the back of the neck. Then expectation settled over it, colder and heavier. Until now the bowl had belonged to hunger, fear, and family. Even when he had tried to be practical, the exchange had still felt personal, improvised, fragile in a human way. This note had edges. It had priorities. It treated his life not only as suffering to be relieved, but as information to be gathered. Footsteps crossed the planks above. A man's voice drifted down sharp with annoyance. "You sleeping under there are breeding eels." Chen Wei folded the note at once and tucked it inside his sleeve. "Move along." Then, the man called when no answer came. Canal Watch doesn't drag strays out for free. The footsteps moved on. Chen Wei stayed still until the sound faded, then unfolded the paper again more carefully than before. His eyes caught on the list a second time, and this time he saw what lay beneath the questions. Whoever had written them was already trying to map his world. City, ruler, coinage, script, shrines, roots, materials, risk. They wanted to understand where he was, what laws held there, what could move through the bowl besides letters and longing. That should have frightened him. Instead it frightened and steadied him at once. He looked around the bridge ledge, the black canal, the dye-stained runoff, the city above him breathing through timber, prayer slips, and market mud. For months he had been learning Yulan one mouthful and one shouted word at a time because survival demanded it. Now another pressure had joined survival. Every sign he copied, every coin he saved, every temple token he noticed might matter beyond his own body. When he read the last line again, "What do you need most that can fit through the bowl?" his throat tightened unexpectedly. Paper, he thought first. Clean paper. Better charcoal. Maybe needles. Maybe salt. Then a sharper need rose under all the practical ones. Time. He smiled without humor, folded the note, and pressed it flat against his palm. The bowl had finally given him back his parents. It had also given him a job. The next morning, Chen Wei moved through Yulan with the note folded inside his sleeve and a new kind of caution tightening every step. He had come to this city for exactly this reason. Here he could speak, badly but usefully, without the whole shape of his survival collapsing around him. Not well enough to pass as born to it. Not fluently enough to stop guarding every sentence before it left his mouth. But enough to ask simple things, enough to listen, enough to turn the city from noise into answers. That was the bargain Yulan had offered him. Now the bowl was asking him to use it. He began with coins. At a tea stall near the canal road, he bought the cheapest cup the vendor sold and laid down one of his worn local coppers with deliberate care. The narrow-faced man glanced at it, snorted, and flicked it back once against the wood. "Lien mint," the vendor said. "Old issue, but still good." He shoved the tea across. "If you're trying to cheat me, learn better coin first." Chen Wei wrapped both hands around the cup as if he cared more about the warmth than the answer. "Not cheating," he said in his rough Yulan speech. "Just learning." The vendor looked him over, taking in the patched coat, the accent, the cautious grammar. "Then learn this too," he said. "Yulan prices aren't Hessian Gate prices. Don't spend like a frontier fool." Chen Wei nodded as if mildly embarrassed, though inside he had already caught what mattered. Lien, Yulan, Hessian Gate, coins tied to city and kingdom both. From there he worked by drift and attention. At the grain square a tax clerk barked at a carter for mixing toll slips from 2 gates, muttering about King's Road dues and Yulan weights. Near a shrine wall, a butcher's wife argued with a paper charms runner over whether Hollow Reed took 3 coppers for a proper fire blessing or only 1 for a common strip. Outside a copyist's frontage, 2 boys in better winter coats bickered over whether a provincial examiner from Shengjing cared more about brush discipline or family sponsors. Every overheard fragment now landed somewhere useful. By midday, Chen Wei ducked into a narrow lane beside a shuttered dye shed and copied what he could onto a precious scrap of wrapping paper. Lien, Yulan, Shengjing, fire blessing, road dues. He drew the coin shape beside the words and tried to sketch the square-holed face from memory, cursing softly when the lines went crooked. A delivery boy coming around the corner nearly collided with him. "Watch it," the boy snapped, then glanced at the paper in Chen Wei's hand and grinned. "Practicing petitions, are you?" "Just writing," Chen Wei said. The boy laughed. "Then don't do it where tally men can see. They'll assume you owe tax." He hitched the basket on his shoulder and added, "Or worse, that you can afford education." He sauntered off before Chen Wei could answer. Chen Wei tucked the paper back into his sleeve and stood a moment longer in the thin winter light. This was what the note from home had changed. He was no longer only learning Yulan to keep his stomach filled and his head down. He was learning it for transmission. Every coin, title, shrine charge, and brush mark had become part of a world he was now responsible for describing accurately. By the time he stepped back into the market noise, the comfort of hearing from home had settled into something firmer and less kind. The bridge wanted work, and work meant he had to observe like a hungry man and remember like a clerk. By afternoon, Chen Wei understood that useful answers would cost him. Not in the abstract, not in the noble, future-facing way educated men spoke of knowledge. In copper, in face, in how long he could linger near literate work before someone decided he was either a nuisance or a thief. He took the risk anyway and went to the copyist lane. The frontage he chose belonged to a thin man with ink-blackened fingertips and the patient, predatory boredom of someone who charged by the stroke and enjoyed letting poor customers feel it. Practice sheets hung clipped on a line beneath the eaves, their columns of characters neat enough to wound Chen Wei's pride on sight. He stopped just outside the threshold and waited until the man looked up. What? The copyist asked. Chen Wei kept his voice careful. Need writing named. The man's gaze dropped to Chen Wei's coat, his shoes, the cheap cup stain still drying on one sleeve. Everything has a price. I know. Do you? The copyist took one of the practice sheets down and tapped a line of clean brushwork with the handle of his brush. This says Yulan. This says tax receipt. This says nothing you can afford if you're asking by pointing. He pricked at Chen Wei's face. He pulled one of his precious scraps from his sleeve instead, the one where he had copied the coin marks and the words he thought he had caught. These, he said. The copyist took the scrap between two fingers as if it might soil him further. Then his brows rose despite himself. You copied these from memory. Chen Wei said nothing. The man clicked his tongue, not kind, not cruel, merely calculating. Ugly hand, he said. But not useless. He pointed at the first word. Lian. Kingdom name. Everyone knows that. Then the second. Yulan. City. A third made him snort. You wrote fire blessing wrong. That says something closer to fire luck, which is what fools ask for when they don't know the proper right. He marked the correction with the brush tip in the air rather than on Chen Wei's paper. This one is Shengjing. Capital. Chen Wei fixed each word in his mind hard enough to hurt. How much? He asked. The copyist named a price that made his stomach sink. Chen Wei counted out the coppers anyway. The man swept them up and, perhaps because money had improved his opinion, added one more scrap from the reject pile beside his stool. For practice, he said. And because if you copy shrine words in public with that hand, someone will decide you're forging petitions. Chen Wei took the sheet with both hands. Thanks. The copyist waved the gratitude aside. Learn the character before you learn the world, he said, already bending back over his work. The world charges extra for mistakes. Chen Wei stepped back into the lane with the scrap tucked safely inside his sleeve and the price of knowledge still aching in his palm. That was part of the answer too, he realized. Not only what Yulan was called and where Lian ruled from, but how hard every clean fact had to be pried loose when one stood outside the doors where facts were sold. By the time he turned toward the canal again, he already knew what one of his replies home would have to say. Send paper if possible. Clean paper. Writing mattered here more than food did on some days, and that was a kind of hunger he had only just begun to measure. By full dark, Chen Wei had turned the day's scraps into something he could send. He went back to the canal bridge with his copied marks, the reject practice sheet from the copyist, one local copper he could barely afford to lose, and the clean note from home folded inside his sleeve. The ledge under the bridge had become his working place now, not because anything lived there, but because it was one of the few spots in Yulan where he could stop being watched long enough to think. Damp stone, black water, old dye stink, the low mutter of traffic above. It would do. A voice drifted down before he had even crouched. Still nesting under there. The canal watchman leaned over the bridge rail, no more than a shadow and a cap rim against lantern glow. Chen Wei looked up and answered in his rough Yulan, only working. The man snorted. You beggars call everything work. Some of us mean it, Chen Wei said before caution could sand the sentence down. A beat of silence followed. Then the watchman gave a short laugh. Better. At least you've got a tongue in this city. His footsteps moved on, and he added over his shoulder, don't fall in. Chen Wei waited until the sound faded, then set his things out on the stone. Not in a bowl. The bowl was gone from his world now, sitting under a hard light in his parents' kitchen or on some official table beyond it. That was the anchor. He felt that much clearly now, even if he could not yet explain how. When Earth loaded it, something in him noticed. When he sent matter, he sent it toward that waiting shape. The stone ledge was only where his hands worked. He wrote carefully. City is Yulan. Kingdom is Lian. Capital is Shengjing. Coinage is square whole copper from Lian Mint. Hollow reed is one shrine name. Blessings, temple paper, and tokens are common in trade and daily work. Writing matters everywhere. I can speak here some, but I still read badly. He paused, thinking not of what he lacked in the moment, but of what would change the shape of many moments at once. Most useful if possible as exact local spendable value. Money here buys food, paper, lodging, and room to think. Only if perfect. Wrong coin is danger. If that cannot be done, send clean paper, charcoal, needles, salt, and small things that can trade quietly. That looked truer than the hunger-stung version in his head. Chen Wei folded the note once and set the local copper on top of it. The coin hurt more than the wording did. Good. Cost made things honest. He laid the old wuxi receipt beneath his palm, closed his fingers over paper and metal, and thought not of the bridge under him, but of the earth-side bowl where his mother's hands had touched the rim. The familiar thinning opened behind his sternum. It was steadier now, but no kinder. The note went first, edges loosening against his fingers. The coin followed with a harder resistance, enough to pull a breath out of him before it gave way. Then both were gone, drawn toward the anchor he could no longer see and could not stop feeling. Chen Wei stayed crouched over the bare stone, breathing through the hollow they had left behind. This was what the bridge had become. Not escape. Not miracle in the childish sense. Work, selection, judgment, cost. He was not shouting into the dark anymore. He was building a line, one accurate answer and one painful coin at a time. 16. The price of copper. Chen Wei felt the missing coin before morning properly began. It was there in the way his hand closed on his pocket and found less than it had yesterday. There in the ugly little pause before he bought anything, as if his fingers still expected copper to multiply just because need had sharpened. He stood in the half-cold market light near a steamed bun cart, counting without looking as the vendor lifted lids and white breath rolled out into the lane. 2 local coppers remained. Enough for a little food, if he was careful. Not enough to be careless, and certainly not enough to forget what he had already sent away. The vendor glanced at him and said, "Buying or staring?" Chen Wei looked up. "1," he said in his rough Yulon. The man snorted. "1 won't fill a rat." "It's not for a rat." That won him the smallest crack in the vendor's expression, not kindness, but a brief recognition that the ragged youth in front of him had a mouth and a mind after all. He shoved 1 bun across the board. Chen Wei paid and stepped aside at once. The bun was hot enough to sting his fingers through the paper wrap. He ought to have felt grateful. Instead he found himself looking down at it with a pulse of mean resentment. Yesterday he had sent a local copper across worlds because it was necessary. Because Earth needed weight, stamp, wear, proof. Because information without material was slower and softer than it should be. All of that was true. None of it made the breakfast bun larger. He ate in small bites anyway. The market had not changed because 1 coin had vanished from his life. That, perversely, made the loss sharper. Men still bought fuel bundles without counting twice. Women still argued over greens and fish and shrine strips as though the world were made of plenty badly distributed rather than scarcity carefully survived. Yulon remained itself. Only Chen Wei's margin had narrowed, and margins were where his whole life lived. By midday the cost had become measurable in colder ways. He passed the copyist lane and did not turn in. He paused near a stall selling needle packets and rough paper tied in bundles, then kept walking because looking too long at what one could not yet afford had become a habit he no longer trusted. At the boarding stall wall where he sometimes earned a bowl and a patch of shelter, the older woman who ran the place was arguing with a supplier over cabbage leaves gone limp in transit. She saw Chen Wei hovering near the edge of the exchange and snapped, "If you're waiting to be useful, wait closer." Chen Wei stepped in at once and caught a basket before it tipped. "Better," she said, still glaring past him at the supplier. Then, after a beat, her eyes narrowed at his face. "You look cheated." "Maybe I was," Chen Wei said before he thought better of it. The woman barked a laugh. "Then congratulations. You live in a city." She turned away before he could answer, but the line stayed with him as he carried the basket inside. Cheated was not the right word. He had chosen the loss. That made it worse, not better. He had taken food and paper and a little breathing room out of his own mouth and put it into the bridge because usefulness demanded it. That was patriotism if named generously, self-harm if named badly, and survival did not care which word won. By the time evening leaned over the canal, Anger had begun to sit under the sacrifice like a coal under ash. He did not regret sending the coin. He regretted that the bridge kept making his devotion cost him in units so small and bodily that no grand thought could hide them. On the Earth's side, the coin arrived like evidence and confession at once. Dr. Zhao was already in the observation room when the loaded bowl gave its small ceramic tick. The sound had become familiar enough to end conversations mid-breath. Captain Sun stepped closer to the table. Officer Liang called the time. The overhead camera kept recording with the same flat indifference it had shown the day before, but no one in the room felt indifferent anymore. When the folded note and the second copper appeared inside the bowl, no one reached first. Procedure still moved ahead of astonishment, even now. Visual clear, the camera operator said. Photographs before contact, Sun replied. Dr. Zhao leaned in as soon as the stills were taken. The new coin lay beside the folded note, darker than their first sample, more worn at the edge, with a slightly rougher cut through the central square. She could tell even before lifting it that this one had lived a harder life. Handling marked things. Storage marked things. Use marked things. This one had passed through more hands than the first. Wait first, she said. Sun nodded. The coin went onto the scale after the standard sequence, measured, photographed, logged. Lin Chao, brought in now whenever writing mattered, unfolded the note only after the last still had been captured. Her eyes moved quickly, then slower. He's giving structure now, she said. Sun looked up from the coin log. Meaning? Lin Chao tapped the page. He's no longer writing like a son first. He's writing like an informant under pressure. That landed harder than the words themselves. Dr. Zhao turned the coin under the lamp. Lien mint again, she said. Same square hole format, but different strike wear. I want edge scrape, composition, and tool mark comparison against the previous one. She glanced at Lin's note. And he's asking for exact local spendable value if possible. Captain Sun read the line himself. Then he read it again. If possible, he said quietly. Lin folded the note flat with more care than she had used the first time. He also says wrong coin is danger. Dr. Zhao did not look up from the copper disc between her gloved fingers. That was always true. Yes, Sun said, but now we have him spelling it out. The room held that for a moment. It changed the sample, not physically. Physically it remained a coin, a useful one, rich with metallurgy, wear patterns, mint clues, circulation history, social value markers, and likely regional commerce data. But no one in the room could fully pretend it had simply appeared from nowhere anymore. It had been chosen, counted, paid for in a place where copper meant food. Lin said. He also confirmed Yulan, Lien, Shengjing, and Hollow Reed. That's 4 anchors in one note. 5, Dr. Zhao said, still studying the coin. Writing matters everywhere. Sun looked at her. She set the copper down in its tray and met his eyes. That line tells us more than geography. It tells us what the city charges him for ignorance. No one answered immediately. Through the glass, under the white lights, the coin sat small and dark in its evidence cradle. In Yulan it had probably bought breakfast, or oil, or a night closer to shelter. Here it was being converted into alloy ratios, mint habits, circulation clues, and political confirmation. Captain Sun stared at it a second longer than the protocol required and said, then we'd better make sure the return on it is worth the meal. By the time they began drafting the return note, the room had split into 3 kinds of urgency. Lu Fen wanted to tell her son to stop sending money he could not spare. Lin Chao wanted to answer every line of his report with sharper questions. Dr. Zhao wanted 3 more hours with the coin before anyone committed to a promise about replication, spendability, or material matching. Captain Sun stood between all 3 pressures with the ugly knowledge that delay itself now had a cost measured somewhere else in hunger. He looked through the glass at the worktable where the copper sat under magnification. Different wear from the first sample. Same mint family. Similar alloy behavior so far, though Zhao had not yet signed off on the finer details. Enough to encourage, not enough to gamble with a forged return. We tell him what we know, Lu Fen said, arms folded tightly over herself as if that might keep grief from leaking into the room. And we tell him not to send another coin unless he's eaten. Lin did not look up from the draft pad. If we say that plainly, he may interpret it as an order to slow the information flow. He's not a machine, Lu Fen snapped. No, Lin said, calm but not yielding. He's a very intelligent young man under pressure who has already decided usefulness is part of how he survives. Wording matters. Dr. Zhao set down her loupe and rubbed lightly at the bridge of her nose. We should not promise exact spendable coin yet, she said. Not until I can certify weight, composition, wear, strike consistency, and surface aging. A wrong coin isn't a theoretical embarrassment. It's exposure. Captain Sun nodded once. That part at least was simple. No false reassurance. No hurried miracle because a family and a state both wanted one. He took the draft from Lin and began reshaping it line by line. Yulan, Lian, Shengjing, and Hollow Reed confirmed. Coin useful. Material, wear, and strike differences all informative. Your note confirms writing, trade ritual, and shrine economy are structurally important. Do not risk local spendable value from us unless and until we confirm exactness. Continue only what you judge safe. He stopped there. Lu Fen looked at the page and said, that sounds like a memo. It is a memo, Sun said. Then, after a beat, he added, it can also be more than that. He wrote again beneath the formal lines. Your last coin mattered. We understand that cost. Eat first when you must. We are not wasting what you send. The room went quieter after that. Lin's pen stilled. Dr. Zhao said nothing, but the tension in her shoulders eased by a degree. Lu Fen looked at the added lines for a long moment and then nodded once, sharply, as if approval itself had become difficult to offer without breaking into something else. Sun handed the page back. Add one more line asking for script samples only where safe and ordinary. No heroics. No theft. Lin wrote it in. Through the glass, the coin lay under white light being translated into graphs, notes, metallurgy tables, and political inference. Captain Sun looked at it and felt again the obscenity of its size. So little metal, so much cost. When he turned back to the reply, his tone had flattened into decision. We send this now, he said. And the next time he pays for us in copper, I want the answer ready before the meal is gone from his stomach. Chen Wei felt the anchor change before sunset. It came as a subtle tightening behind his sternum while he was hauling a crate of winter radishes into the back of a market stall, enough to make him misjudge the threshold and knock one corner hard against the frame. The older woman running the stall clicked her tongue at once. You sleeping on your feet? She asked. Chen Wei steadied the crate. No. Then stop moving like a ghost and put it down straight. He obeyed, but the inward pull remained. That was the worst of it now. Once he had learned the feel of a loaded anchor, the body wanted to go toward it before duty, before food, before sense. Earth had put something in the bowl. He knew it the way a wound knew weather. All through the next hour, while he rinsed greens and tied reed cord around a split basket, some part of him strained toward the canal bridge with a hunger not entirely separate from the one in his stomach. Only when the stall was shuttered and the older woman had flicked him a heel of coarse bread as payment did he finally dare to leave. The bridge ledge was dark when he reached it, but not empty. The canal watchman sat on the parapet above with one boot dangling and a clay cup warming both hands. You work late for a beggar, the man said without looking down. Chen Wei crouched on the stone. You watch late for a guard. That drew a low laugh. Better. City's teaching you. The man tipped his cup slightly in Chen Wei's direction. Don't drown in whatever important business you've got under there. When the footsteps moved away at last, Chen Wei put the bread aside, pressed the old wuxi receipt under his palm, and reached inward. The pull answered at once. Paper came through first, tugging harder than its weight justified because the loaded anchor had been waiting for him, patient and insistent. The folded note struck the stone with a dry whisper. No coin followed. For one instant disappointment bit sharper than it should have. Then he unfolded the page and forgot the absence. Yulan, Lian, Shengjing, and Hollow Reed confirmed. Coin useful. Material, Where, and strike differences all informative. Your note confirms writing, trade ritual, and shrine economy are structurally important. Do not risk local spendable value from us unless and until we confirm exactness. Continue only what you judge safe. He read that part twice, jaw tightening. Then his eyes dropped lower. Your last coin mattered. We understand that cost. Eat first when you must. We are not wasting what you send. The canal, the bridge, the winter stink of wet stone all seemed to fall back from him for a beat. The line was too controlled to be his mother's alone and too human to be Captain Sun's alone. It had passed through several hands before reaching him. That made it better, not worse. It meant the people on the other side understood the coin for what it had been. Chen Wei sat with the note open across both palms and let the bread wait untouched beside him. Anger was still there. So was hunger. Neither had become nobler because someone far away had written the right sentence. But the sacrifice had crossed cleanly. It had become alloy data, mint comparison, confirmation, and caution. It had also been seen. At last he picked up the bread and took one measured bite. Useful, he muttered to the dark water, tasting the word as if testing whether he hated it less now than he had this morning. He still didn't like the shape of the bargain. He suspected he never would. But when he folded the note and tucked it inside his sleeve, the choice inside him had hardened rather than softened. The bridge was costing him in copper, meals, and thought. Good. Then he would make every loss count. 17. Reading hunger. The next morning, Chen Wei spent his first clear thought on writing instead of food. That should have alarmed him more than it did. He woke with the folded note from Earth still inside his sleeve and the remembered line writing matters everywhere lodged in him like a splinter that had found the bone. Hunger was there, certainly. Hunger was always there. But now it no longer stood alone at the center of his decisions. It had acquired a rival. If the city charged him for ignorance, and the bridge now turned ignorance into immeasurable loss, then reading was no longer some distant dignity meant for other people's sons. It was becoming a survival tool sharp enough to deserve sacrifice. That was precisely why it frightened him. He turned away from the bun carts and went instead toward Copyist Lane. The morning crowd had not yet thickened into shoulder-brushing frustration, but the frontage were already open, shutters lifted, brushes rinsed, inkstones dark with fresh grinding. Dao Ren stood in the doorway of his narrow shop with a ledger tucked under one arm and an expression suggesting the day had already disappointed him. He saw Chen Wei coming and sighed before either of them spoke. You again, Dao Ren said. Chen Wei stopped just short of the threshold. Need help. Everyone needs help. Dao Ren shifted the ledger to his other arm. Most of them pay before speaking. Chen Wei reached into his pocket and touched the coins there without taking them out. Too few. Always too few. Need cheap reading, he said in his rough Yulan. Labels. Slips. Children's practice. Waste paper. Anything. Dao Ren's brows rose, not with surprise, but with a kind of dry amusement sharpened by contempt. Anything, he repeated. That's the language of rich men and fools. Which are you? Chen Wei said nothing. Dao Ren looked him over slowly. The patched clothes were cleaner now than they had been weeks ago. His speech, while rough, no longer belonged to a mute stray. His hands were work-marked. His face still had the leanness of someone one bad week from falling backward. Who are you reading for? Dao Ren asked. For me. That made the copyist laugh outright. No, he said. You're buying like a runner. That means someone smarter than you has discovered marks are useful. Chen Wei held still under that. It was too close to truth to answer carelessly. Dao Ren stepped aside at last, just enough to let him see the reject stack beside the low worktable. Miswritten labels. Practice strips with brush errors. Torn tally slips. A child's primer page smudged beyond respectability but not beyond use. Waste has a price too, he said. Cheaper than learning properly. More expensive than staying ignorant. Chen Wei looked at the stack and felt the shape of the choice with brutal clarity. Bread, or marks. Warmth, or signs. The bridge had not asked him to become a scholar. It had merely made stupidity more expensive than before. How much? He asked. Dao Ren named the price and watched the answer land. It was too high for rubbish. Too low to walk away from. Chen Wei counted out the coins anyway. Dao Ren let the coins sit in his palm for a beat before closing his fingers over them, as if giving Chen Wei one last chance to take them back and choose bread instead. When Chen Wei did not move, the copyist snorted and crouched beside the reject stack. He sorted through it with infuriating calm, setting aside anything too soaked, too torn, or too revealing to leave his shop with a stranger. In the end he made a bundle no thicker than 2 fingers. 3 miswritten tally slips, 2 labels from grain sacks, half a child's primer page, 1 temple strip spoiled by brush smear, 1 narrow scrap with practice characters repeated down the length in fading black. Chen Wei looked at the bundle and felt insult rise in him before gratitude could. That much, for that price. Dao Ren saw it at once. You paid for waste, he said. Not transformation. Chen Wei took the papers anyway. Need to know what they say. Of course you do. Dao Ren straightened and held out his hand again. Chen Wei stared. I already paid. For paper. Dao Ren smiled without warmth. Meaning is extra. Heat crept up Chen Wei's neck. Then why sell me useless marks? That made Dao Ren laugh softly, almost appreciatively. There, he said. That's a better question. He took one of the grain labels from the bundle, tapped the first character, and said, grain. Then he tapped the second. White. He turned it over and thrust it back into Chen Wei's hands. If you were a little less desperate, I'd charge you for those too. Chen Wei fixed the sounds in his head at once. Dao Ren took the temple strip next. Offering paper, he said, then pointed at the spoiled lower mark. And this you don't need yet, because if you wave it around in public without understanding the rest, you'll either look like a fool or a thief. Chen Wei hated how often Yulan managed to charge him for being corrected. The copyist eyed him a moment longer, then stepped inside and came back with a short scrap of charcoal and a broken roof tile with one smooth side. He dropped both onto the counter between them. Practice, he said. Chen Wei looked up. Dao Ren shrugged one shoulder. Don't mistake me for kind. If you keep coming back unable to distinguish grain from prayer, you'll waste my time. Copy what you buy. Bring it back. I'll tell you how ugly your hand is for a smaller fee than today. That was not generosity. It was business sharpening itself around a possible customer. Yet it was also the nearest thing to a door Chen Wei had seen all week. How much smaller? He asked. Dao Ren named the number. Still too much. Less impossible. Chen Wei nodded slowly and gathered the scraps into his sleeve with more care than one would give most purchased goods. The papers smelled of old ink, dust, and a kind of low-grade contempt that seemed to cling to everything in Copyist Lane. As he turned to go, Dao Ren said, one more thing. Chen Wei stopped. The copyist tapped the child's primer page still visible at the edge of the bundle. If you're hungry enough to spend copper on that, then don't pretend this is a hobby. Come back having actually looked at it. Chen Wei met his eyes for the length of a breath. I will. Dao Ren waved him away. Good. I prefer desperate students. They waste less instruction. Out in the lane again, with the bundle warm against his ribs and his stomach still too light, Chen Wei felt the day split cleanly in two. He had not bought learning. He had bought access to the possibility of learning, and even that had cost him more than he could easily spare. The humiliation of it still sat sharp in his mouth. So did the usefulness. Grain. White. Offering paper. Ugly hand. Smaller fee. It was a mean beginning. It was still a beginning. That night, Chen Wei learned that a few scraps of literacy could make a man feel both richer and poorer in the same breath. He took the bundle to the canal bridge after work, spread the papers on the dry part of the ledge, and weighted the corners with pebbles so the damp air would not curl them shut. Under the weak spill of light from the street above, the marks looked more hostile than they had in Dao Ren's shop. There, they had been merchandise. Here, alone with him, they returned to being a wall. He set the broken roof tile on his knee and copied the first label carefully. Grain. The character came out crooked, too fat at the top and starved at the base. He rubbed it away with his sleeve and tried again. White. Better. Then worse, then better enough not to insult memory. By the time he turned to the primer page, his fingers were blackened and stiff with cold. A voice drifted down from above. "You writing debts under there?" Chen Wei looked up. The canal watchman stood leaning over the parapet again, cup in hand, his face mostly shadow. Trying not to stay stupid, Chen Wei said. The man gave a short grunt. "That usually costs more than debt." Chen Wei almost laughed. "I noticed." The watchman nodded toward the papers. "Just don't let a tally clerk catch you practicing on official marks. Men like that would rather beat a thief than teach a fool." He moved on before Chen Wei could answer, boots fading into the city noise above. The warning sat on the ledge beside him like another stone. It did not make the papers less valuable. It only clarified their price. The next morning he tested what he had bought. At a grain frontage near the square, 3 sacks sat beneath hanging slips brushed in thick black characters. Chen Wei slowed without stopping and forced his eyes to move, not like a starving man staring at food, but like a buyer pretending he had the right to compare. The first mark on the nearest slip struck recognition hard enough to tighten his throat. Grain. The second matched his memory more slowly. White. He had it. A woman at the stall caught him looking and said, "Buying or counting dust?" Chen Wei answered before fear could flatten him. "Looking for the cheaper grain." The woman gave him a measuring glance. "Then you're looking wrong. White costs more." Embarrassment flashed hot under his skin, followed immediately by something sharper and cleaner. She had corrected him because he had asked from inside the mistake, not outside it. That was different. Costly, but different. He dipped his head. "Then which is cheaper?" She pointed with the tip of her scoop. "Brown meal, back stack. If you can't read, ask. It's cheaper than paying for the wrong sack." Chen Wei thanked her and moved on with his face carefully blank. Inside, the world had shifted by the width of a hair. Yesterday those hanging slips had been decoration. Today one had spoken, however badly. That did not make him literate. It did not even make him competent. But it made the city fractionally less sealed. By noon the scraps in his sleeve felt heavier than bread would have. He spent the afternoon working with half his attention fixed on every sign he passed. Grain slips, shrine papers, chalked prices, tally boards. Most remained a blur. A few no longer did. Now and then, when a known mark surfaced from the tangle, the jolt of recognition was almost humiliating in its force. He had become greedy for tiny victories. That greed had a shape now, and it was not childish ambition. It was survival learning how to read its own ledger. By the time he made his way back toward the bridge, Chen Wei understood that Dao Ren had sold him something worse than hope. He had sold him proof that the wall could be climbed, one humiliating coin at a time. He went back to Dao Ren the following morning with the roof tile wrapped in cloth as if it were something worth protecting. The copyist was already at work, brush moving in clean, contemptuous strokes across a ledger page. He did not look up when Chen Wei stopped in the doorway. Only when the cloth bundle landed on the counter did his hand pause. "You've returned," Dao Ren said. "Either that means diligence or failure. With you, I'm not yet sure which is more expensive." Chen Wei unwrapped the tile. Blackened, rubbed over, and used again until the surface had gone greasy from handling, it carried line after line of copied characters. Some too thick, some starved, some leaning as if drunk. Yet a few held. A few had begun to look less like scratches and more like marks that knew what they were trying to become. Dao Ren set down the brush and leaned closer. "Well," he said after a moment. "Your hand is ugly." Chen Wei almost smiled. "You promised that part." "I also promised a smaller fee, not mercy." Dao Ren tapped one of the copied characters with a dry fingernail. "This one is grain. This one is white. This one is not anything useful. It is what happens when impatience tries to become literacy." He moved his finger lower. "But this one holds. Barely." The approval was so small it almost missed being real. Chen Wei felt it land anyway. "How much?" he asked. Dao Ren named the smaller price. Still painful. Still not impossible. Chen Wei counted out the coins with more reluctance than he had shown yesterday, because yesterday had been entry. Today was commitment, and commitment always cost more in the soul than in the pocket. Dao Ren took the money, then pulled 3 new scraps from the reject pile. A cleaner primer strip, a market tally with repeated number marks, a temple notice spoiled only at the edge. New rule, the copyist said. If you're going to keep buying my waste, you don't get to remain stupid in the same places. Chen Wei took the papers. Dao Ren pointed to the primer strip. These first. Then to the tally. These after. If you try to impress me by jumping ahead, I'll charge you double for the lesson. He looked up at last, eyes narrowing. And if someone is making you do this for trade, tell them a copyist's lane is not the place to buy miracles cheap. No one's making me, Chen Wei said. Dao Ren held his gaze for a beat, then gave a short, unreadable sound through his nose. Good, he said. Compulsion teaches sloppily. Hunger teaches better. Outside, the market had already begun its daily churn. Carts, steam, shrine smoke, tally boards, shouted prices, all of it waiting to charge him again for what he did not know. Chen Wei tucked the new scraps into his sleeve beside the old ones and felt the weight of them settle against his arm. Light as paper, heavy as obligation. When he stepped back into the lane, the fear was still there. So was the humiliation. Neither had been washed clean by one return visit or one almost praise from a contemptuous copyist. But the line ahead of him had sharpened. This was no longer a side effort he could indulge when copper was loose and the day had been kind. Reading had joined the bridge. The city would bill him for ignorance, and earth would bill him for gaps in understanding, and both were now coming due in the same currency. By the time he reached the end of the lane, Chen Wei understood the truth with a steadiness that felt almost like resignation. He was not learning letters because education had become beautiful. He was learning because the road home had started asking for script as part of the toll. 18. Cheap ink, dear knowledge. The trouble with learning to read was that once marks began to open, Chen Wei could no longer pretend they were harmless. 2 weeks ago a scrap of paper had been worth only what it could wrap. Now every label, tally strip, shop board, and temple notice seemed to carry hidden leverage. He walked through Yulan noticing paper the way hungry men noticed steam. It hung from sacks, fluttered from prayer rings, tucked itself into ledgers, sealed bundles, named stalls, marked debts, tracked deliveries, and told the city how to sort itself without ever once raising its voice. The more of it he recognized, the more unbearable the rest became. That was how he ended up back in Dao Ren's lane with copper in his sleeve and resentment already warming his throat. The copyist saw him from inside the shop and did not look surprised. Again. Chen Wei stepped just under the eaves, where a poor man could stand without being rained on but not without being judged. Need more? Of course you do. Dao Ren sanded a ledger line, blew the dust aside, and added, need is one of the few reliable currencies. Chen Wei set 2 local coppers on the counter. It was more than he wanted to spend and less than he feared it would cost. Labels, he said. Tallies. Cheap shrine paper. Things people use. Dao Ren looked at the coins but did not touch them. You've become ambitious. No. Then greedy. Chen Wei held his gaze. Useful. That earned him a brief, sharp smile from the copyist, the kind that showed teeth without promising warmth. Dao Ren finally swept up the coppers and went to the reject shelves at the back. This time he returned with a worse assortment and a higher degree of contempt. Torn tally slips with half the marks missing. A packet wrapper gone oily at the corners. 2 prayer strips whose lower characters had been smudged into near illegibility. 1 market tax receipt stained by rain. 3 narrow paper labels pierced at the top where string had once tied them to sacks or jars. Chen Wei stared. For 2 coppers. Dao Ren shrugged. For access. To rubbish. To categories, Dao Ren corrected. He lifted one of the smudged prayer strips and flicked it lightly. This isn't rubbish if it tells you what sort of fool pays to burn it. Then he held up the rain-stained receipt. And this isn't rubbish if it tells you who taxed whom, and in what district, and on what day. Chen Wei hated how much sense that made. Dao Ren saw the understanding land and leaned his hip against the counter. You're not buying paper, he said. You're buying sight. He dropped the scraps into Chen Wei's waiting hands one by one. And sight is dearer than ink. The words should have sounded pompous. Instead they struck too close to truth to dismiss. Chen Wei gathered the papers carefully, though careful was not the same as dignified. The temple strips smelled faintly of ash and old resin. The tax slip had a thumbprint in one corner. The labels were stiff with dried grain dust. Used things. Discarded things. Yet every one of them had once helped move food, money, prayer, or trade through the city. He could feel that now. As he tucked the scraps into his sleeve, a well-dressed youth at the next counter glanced over and said to Dao Ren with easy disgust, "You sell study waste to alley strays now." Dao Ren did not bother looking at the speaker. "Only the ones who come back." The youth laughed and turned away. Chen Wei said nothing, but he felt the cut of it all the way down the lane after he left. That was the real price, more than the copper. Not just hunger traded for paper, but face traded for access, over and over, until the city's written bones began to show themselves. The scraps proved their worth the same evening by refusing to yield cheaply. Chen Wei took them to the canal bridge, spread them on the driest part of the stone, and tried to sort them by what little he knew. The grain dust labels gave up a few marks after stubborn effort. The market receipt did not. The temple strips were worse. One repeated character looked familiar until he compared it to the others and realized familiarity was not understanding. A thumbprint blurred one column on the tax slip. Rain had eaten half a date mark. Whatever sense the papers held, it was packed tight behind knowledge he did not yet possess. By the time the light failed, frustration had begun to pulse behind his eyes. He went back to Dao Ren the next morning with one of the temple strips unfolded in his hand and the patience already wearing thin. The copyist had 2 paying customers at the counter, both in clean winter robes, both young enough to sneer without effort. Dao Ren saw Chen Wei arrive and, with a cruelty so smooth it might have been instinct, said nothing at all. He only kept writing while Chen Wei waited just inside the eaves, visible to everyone and important to no one. One of the robed youths glanced back and smiled. "Your alley scholar returns." Dao Ren sanded the page and said mildly, "Even alley scholars deserve opportunities to overpay." The other youth laughed. Chen Wei stood still through all of it because stillness cost less than pride. Only when the customers were gone did Dao Ren finally lift his eyes. "Well," he said. Chen Wei held up the temple strip. "Need this read?" Dao Ren did not take it. "Need, yes, always need." He capped his brush and leaned back. "What have you brought me besides need?" Chen Wei stared. "I paid yesterday. For paper." Dao Ren's tone remained annoyingly patient. "Today is meaning again. I don't have more coin." "Then you have hands." Chen Wei's jaw tightened. Dao Ren pointed to a pile of wrapped ledger quires near the back wall. "Stack those by size. Sweep the floor after. Then I'll read you 3 lines. Not 4. If you want a 4th, come back with copper." It was not real labor. It was theater. Humiliation arranged as barter. Chen Wei knew it. Dao Ren knew he knew it. Still, he crossed the shop and began stacking. The floor did not need sweeping badly enough to justify the broom, which made the task worse. Dao Ren corrected his stacking once, then twice, not because the bundles were truly wrong, but because correction itself was part of the price. By the time Chen Wei returned to the counter, heat sat under his skin and not one part of it came from exertion. Dao Ren finally took the temple strip. He glanced at it once and said, "Household piece petition. Cheap one." He tapped the upper mark. "This is piece." Then the middle, house. He moved to the rain-stained receipt. District market tax. South quarter. Stall fee. He set that aside and lifted one of the narrow labels. Lamp oil. Common grade. Chen Wei fixed each answer in place. "That's 3, Dao Ren said, handing the papers back. Chen Wei looked at the remaining prayer strip. "1 more." Dao Ren smiled. "I admire optimism in the poor." He leaned forward a fraction. "Bring me market scraps from outside this lane. Not stolen. Discarded. If they're interesting, I'll decide they've become worth a 4th line." There it was. Not just payment. Leverage. Chen Wei took the papers without answering. Outside, the city was already moving through tally boards, prayer strips, and hanging labels as if knowledge were as common as mud. But as he stepped back into the lane, he understood the sharper truth Dao Ren had just sold him. Paper cost copper, meaning cost face. And now, apparently, progress would begin costing him service too. That evening, the loaded anchor found him before he was ready for it. Chen Wei was sorting through a pile of discarded wrappers behind a lamp oil seller's stall, trying to decide which scraps were filthy enough to be worthless and which were merely unpleasant, when the familiar inward tightening moved through him like a line drawn taut under the ribs. He stopped at once, one hand still buried in stiff paper and twine. The stall boy beside him glanced over. What? Chen Wei shook his head. Nothing. It wasn't nothing. Earth had put something into the bowl. The awareness stayed with him through the last of the work, through the walk to the canal bridge, through the awkward exchange with the canal watchman who was now so habitual a presence that his voice felt almost like part of the place. "You're later," the watchman said from above, cup in hand. "Work ran long," Chen Wei answered. "That's what happens when a beggar gets ambitions." Chen Wei crouched on the stone ledge and laid out the old wuxi receipt with movements that had become practiced enough to look calm. "Maybe." The man gave a low chuckle. "That's not denial." When the footsteps moved on, Chen Wei reached inward and pulled. The paper came through with a sharp little drag, folded tighter than before and heavier in implication than in weight. He unfolded it under the weak spill of street light and saw at once that the earth's side had sharpened again. The hand was neat. The questions were not broad anymore. They bit. How many market districts does Yulan appear to have? What goods cluster by district? What marks appear on tax slips, stall fees, and temple paper? Are prayers sorted by purpose, price, or deity? Which goods are tied most often with labels? Which notices appear copied by hand, and which appear professionally brushed? Are there repeat marks on oil, grain, salt, and fuel? What is ordinary, and what is controlled? Chen Wei let out a breath through his nose. Not a laugh. Too tired for that. Of course they wanted this now. The city had already begun dividing itself for him into fronts and backs, papers and weights, cheap prayers and dear ones, but this note changed the work again. It was no longer enough to gather scraps and drag them to Dao Ren like a starving dog bringing bones. Now Earth wanted pattern, not only what a thing said, but where it appeared, who used it, how often it repeated, what it cost, and what that cost revealed. The bridge was teaching him to become a better observer than hunger alone would have made him. A voice floated down from above. Good news or bad? Chen Wei looked up. The watchman had come back to the parapet and was peering over with that same rough curiosity he reserved for things not worth enough effort to fully suspect. Expensive, Chen Wei said. The man barked a laugh. Then it's city business after all. When the watchman left again, Chen Wei read the note once more, slower this time. Goods cluster by district. Prayers sorted by purpose, price, or deity. Ordinary and controlled. The questions did not merely ask him to read better. They asked him to think like a trader, a clerk, and a watcher all at once. He folded the paper carefully and slid it inside his sleeve beside the stolen scraps and purchased rubbish that now felt less like paper than like the beginnings of a map. The city had been charging him for ignorance from the day he arrived. Now home had begun charging him for vagueness too. By the time he rose from the ledge and climbed back toward the streets, Chen Wei already knew tomorrow would not be spent looking at marks alone. It would be spent looking at where the marks lived, and what kinds of power had paid to put them there. The next day, Chen Wei stopped moving through Yulan like a man looking for chances and began moving through it like a man taking inventory. It changed the city at once. What had once seemed like one long market broken only by bridges and alleys now separated itself under attention. Grain and pulse sellers thickened one quarter with dusty sacks, hanging tallies, and shovel-scored floors. Lamp oil and fuel clustered nearer the canal roads where carts could turn. Temple paper, ash packets, charm threads, and cheap petitions gathered around shrine corners and side streets where smoke and muttered bargaining coexisted without contradiction. He had walked all of this before. He had simply not yet known how to ask the right questions of it. At a salt frontage near the river lane, He paused too long comparing the slips tied to two different baskets. The old man running the stall caught him at once. "You buying or auditing?" the man asked. Chen Wei pointed at one basket, then the other. "Different marks. Because one's taxed for river carriage and one's taxed for local sale." The old man squinted at him. "If you can't read that, don't waste my morning pretending." Chen Wei dipped his head as if chastened, though the answer had already sunk its hooks into him. River carriage. Local sale. Same goods, different movement, different paper. Farther on, near a shrine wall, a woman with a soot-streaked apron held up 2 packets to a customer and said, "Household piece is 1 copper. Stove blessing is 2. Door warding is 3 if you want proper ink." She said it in the bored, repetitive tone of someone who had given the same explanation 50 times that week. Chen Wei slowed just enough to hear the prices repeated, then moved on before her eyes could linger on him. Purpose and price were tied together. Cheap 1 for peace. Dearer 1 for fire. Dearer still for protection. Not random superstition. Categorized sale. By midday he had scraps tucked into both sleeves and dirt on both knees from stooping where others would not. A discarded tally corner near the grain quarter. A torn oil label by the canal. Half a temple packet wrapper caught under a drain board. None of it came free in the true sense. Every recovered scrap meant time, notice risk, or the humiliation of being seen wanting rubbish badly enough to pocket it. That last cost came due when he crossed back into Dao Ren's lane with a handful of cast-off paper. The copyist glanced at the scraps and said, "You look like a scavenger priest." "Useful?" Chen Wei asked. Dao Ren sorted the papers with quick fingers, pausing once at the oil label. "More useful than yesterday." He did not look up. "Less dignified too." Chen Wei almost smiled. "That part stays constant." "Good," Dao Ren said. "Consistency is the nearest thing poor men get to status." He kept 2 scraps for himself, returned the rest, and named 1 market quarter from a tax mark Chen Wei had missed. The price for that tiny correction was 1 more errand tomorrow and the knowledge that Dao Ren was now reading not only his ignorance but his methods. By dusk, crouched at the canal bridge with the old receipt under his palm and the city's fragments spread before him, Chen Wei no longer felt he was sending home a collection of scraps. He was sending a system in pieces. South Quarter grain. River carried salt marked separately from local sale. Lamp oil grades repeat by canal roads. Prayer packets sorted by purpose and price. Temple paper, tax paper, and trade paper are not mixed casually. He copied the lines small to save room and steady to save meaning. When he sent the note at last, along with 2 narrow labels and 1 half-ruined tally scrap, the effort bit hard behind his sternum. Not enough to stop him. Enough to remind him that even improved work still cost flesh. As the last scrap loosened from his fingers and went toward the earth-side anchor, Chen Wei stayed bent over the stone a moment longer and looked out at Yulan's lamplit dark. The loop was stronger now. Sharper. More intelligent. It was also becoming greedier. Every answer home wanted had to be pried from a city that sold meaning dear and mocked the poor for buying it. That would only get worse. Good, he thought, not because he enjoyed the thought, but because dislike no longer mattered. If knowledge here was expensive, then he would learn the prices and pay them deliberately. 19. The Dead Talisman. By the time the next batch of devotional scraps reached the earth's side, Dr. Zhao had already learned not to expect spectacle. That did not stop disappointment from arriving anyway. The observation room had settled into a new kind of routine, one that would have looked absurd to anyone outside it. Cameras angled over the bowl. Evidence sleeves stacked by size. A scale already zeroed. Lin Chao with her translation pad open. Captain Sun standing just outside the ring of light as if skepticism had become a posture rather than a belief. The incoming matter was no longer only miracle. It had become workflow, and somehow that made the miracle feel stranger, not smaller. "Time mark," Officer Liang said as the new packet settled in the bowl. Dr. Zhao waded through the photographs and the standard handling sequence before taking the devotional strip from its sleeve. It was narrow, brittle, and stained at one edge by old ash. A cheap thing by all appearances. Ink over thin paper, one smeared lower character, A red thread knotted through the top. She had seen 3 like it now, all different in wording, all similar in construction, all stubbornly unremarkable once separated from whatever world had made them ordinary. Lin Chao glanced over the copied notes beside her. This one came from a temple paper district, not a household stall. That may matter there, Zhao said. It hasn't mattered here. Sun said, yet. Dr. Zhao did not answer. She laid the strip flat under the lamp and examined it with the same patience she would have given a ceramic fault line or a questionable alloy seam. Ink layering, fiber quality, thread composition, residue at the burnt edge. Nothing theatrical. No glow, no heat, no obvious charge, no response to air, skin, or static field. The talisman was not dead in the crude sense. It was simply unwilling. Lin Chao said, the upper text looks purpose-linked. Petition format, not private writing. Meaning it was made to do something, Sun said. In its own operating environment, Zhao replied. She hated how often that phrase had become necessary. In its own operating environment. It was the truth, and the truth kept irritating her. The paper held pattern, the ink held order, and the object carried every sign of intent being built into material form. Yet under Earth conditions it might as well have been an obsolete bus ticket with delusions of grandeur. She shifted the strip under magnification and saw it then, not activation, not power, but structure. The inked characters were not merely written in sequence. There was layering in the brush pressure, a repetition of form that doubled back through the central mark as if the writer had been instructed to reinforce one pathway more than the others. Hold that, she said. Sun stepped closer. What? She pointed with the capped end of a pen. The line wait here, and here. It's not decorative. It's load-bearing. Lin leaned across the table. A circuit. Zhao did not like the word. It sounded too modern, too neat, too eager to claim understanding. Still, she did not dismiss it. Maybe an instruction stack, she said. Maybe a shaped channel. Maybe ritual grammar embedded in material. She looked up at Sun. But whatever it isn't random temple nonsense. Sun's mouth tightened in the way it did when new significance arrived carrying administrative consequences behind it. Can it do anything? Dr. Zhao looked back at the narrow strip of paper under the lamp, at the ash stain, the thread, the carefully reinforced mark that seemed to promise function while refusing all demonstration. Not here, she said. That answer should have ended the moment. Instead it made the room lean in harder. The talisman remained motionless, cheap, and inert in Earth's air. Yet in its silence, Dr. Zhao could feel the shape of a system just beyond reach. Not fraudulent, not decorative, simply stranded, as useless in this world as Chen Wei's first days had been in the other. By the third round of testing, disappointment had turned procedural. Dr. Zhao preferred that to mysticism, but only by a narrow margin. The devotional strip lay under containment glass now, pinned flat beside 2 earlier samples that looked different in detail and identical in refusal. One for household peace, one for a stove blessing, one likely tied to door warding if Lin Chao's partial reading held. 3 objects built for function. 3 objects behaving like paper, thread, and stale ash in every Earth-based environment the team had thrown at them. Run the field variation again, Zhao said. The technician outside the chamber adjusted the electromagnetic rig and glanced up through the glass. At the same range. At every range, she replied. I'd like the universe to be tired before I am. Captain Sun, standing with his arms folded near the back wall, said, that sounds optimistic. It's spite, Zhao said. Different category. The chamber cycled. The strip did nothing. They had already tried heat gradients, static charge, low current proximity, magnetic field variation, controlled humidity, pressure change, and trace gas exposure, not because any one of them was likely to turn magic on, as Liang had once phrased it too casually, but because ruling out stupidity still mattered. If the thing reacted to ordinary material conditions, they needed to know that before anyone dressed ignorance up as mystery. It reacted to nothing. Lin Chao sat with the translation sheet spread before her, one finger marking the repeated structures. The wording still matters, she said. The petition forms aren't decorative. Even if the object is inert here, it was built with purpose. Sun looked from the papers to the chamber. Purpose and function are not the same thing. No, Lin said, but they usually know each other. Zhao appreciated that sentence more than she let show. She leaned over the live feed, watching the strip as the field cycle ended with all the drama of a parking receipt. The reinforced central mark remained stubbornly flat. No glow, no curl, no thermal anomaly. If there had once been a charge inside the thing, Earth had either bled it dry or failed to supply the conditions under which charge was even the right word. Liang, who had grown bolder since repeat impossibility had become normal, said from the doorway, "Maybe it's just dead." Nobody answered him immediately. Not because the suggestion was foolish, but because it was too easy. Zhao straightened and took off her glasses long enough to rub the pressure mark they had carved into the bridge of her nose. "Dead implies it used to be alive," she said. "What we actually know is that it was made for use somewhere else." She nodded toward the chamber. "Here, it's mute." Sun's mouth shifted slightly at that. Lin said, "Like Chen Wei was." The room went quiet again. That was the part none of them liked admitting aloud. The talisman was not ridiculous. It was displaced, structurally meaningful, contextually stranded. A tool that had crossed into a world where its operating assumptions no longer held. The analogy sat there between them, too close to sentiment for Zhao's taste and too accurate to dismiss. Sun looked at the dead strip and said, "Then either we're asking the wrong questions, or we're asking them in the wrong language." Zhao put her glasses back on and said, "At the moment, we're doing both." It should have been a line to end on. Instead it only sharpened the rung. Failure had ceased to be failure in the simple sense. It was becoming patterned, and patterned disappointment was often the edge of a rule. By early evening, the room had developed the stale air of people being outwitted by paper. Dr. Zhao hated that sensation more than open failure. Open failure at least knew what it was. This was worse. The devotional strip kept presenting structure without yielding function, like a machine that insisted on being assembled correctly while refusing to acknowledge power, user, or purpose. It sat under the lamp with the maddening composure of an object that did not care how much time expensive adults spent trying to make it confess. Liang had stopped pretending to be impressed hours ago. He leaned in the doorway with a paper cup of machine coffee and said, "So what's the official finding?" "Our mystery religion exports stationery." Sun, still watching the feed, said, "You're becoming careless." "I'm becoming tired," Liang replied. "Different category." Lin Chao didn't look up from her notes. "You were tired at noon." "I was hopeful at noon." "That was your first mistake," Zhao said. The line got the smallest huff of laughter out of Lin and almost one out of Sun. Almost. The mood in the room had shifted from awe to abrasion by degrees so small no one had marked the moment it happened. That, too, was useful. Irritation made people honest. Zhao set the magnifier aside and stretched the stiffness from her shoulders. The strip had now survived every test without doing anything more dramatic than continuing to exist. Its ink was stable. Its fibers were stable. The thread was ordinary enough to insult her. Even the ash residue at the burned end had yielded only partial confirmation of plant matter plus trace compounds that told her more about combustion than enchantment. Lin tapped a repeated character cluster. "I still think this is functional grammar." Sun said, "You've been saying that for 3 hours. Because it keeps being true." Liang took a sip of coffee and grimaced. "Can truth glow, spark, levitate, or otherwise justify the budget line?" Zhao looked at him. "So can ignorance. The difference is usually paperwork." That got an actual laugh from Sun, brief and unwilling. For a moment the room loosened. Then Lin said, more quietly, "He's sending us things he thinks matter." No one needed her to say who he was. The devotional strip seemed to flatten further under the light after that, not physically, but morally. Chen Wei had chosen it. Or someone in Yulan had charged him for it, which amounted to the same thing from the Earth's side. Price paid. Object received. Object inert. Sun rubbed once at his jaw and said, "We need to be careful what we encourage next." "We need to be careful about discouraging the wrong things too," Lin said. Zhao understood both positions and found neither comforting. The team had crossed into the stage of inquiry where every request pulled at a life they were not living. Her own notes had become more pointed because they had to. That did not make the asymmetry less ugly. Liang looked through the glass at the strip and said, maybe Chen should stop sending dead prayers and start sending something useful. Sun turned his head sharply enough to silence the room before any actual silence arrived. Everything he sends is useful, he said. The rebuke was mild in tone and absolute in force. Liang looked down at the coffee cup. Not what I meant. I know what you meant. The room held there, tension thin but present, and Zhao felt something settle into place that had not been there earlier. Fatigue. Irritation. The frayed edge of people smart enough to know they were missing the obvious but not yet smart enough to see it. The talisman lay between them under the lamp, cheap and mute and stubbornly intact, while conversation itself began to acquire more voltage than the object on the table. The work should have ended there for the night. Dr. Zhao knew it. Sun knew it. Even Liang, who had been reduced to hostile coffee and unhelpful remarks, knew it. The chamber had yielded nothing. The strip had yielded structure but no event. The clocks had crept past the hour when useful thought began to sour into repetition. Yet no one quite left, because leaving would have felt too much like admitting the paper had beaten them. So the room slid into one last, unnecessary sequence. Zhao opened the containment and moved the devotional strip to the open work mat under direct light, not because that should have mattered, but because at this point principle and annoyance were hard to tell apart. Lin shifted closer with the translation notes. Sun stayed standing, jacket unbuttoned now, tie loosened half a finger's width, still watching as if attention alone could replace missing theory. Read the petition line again, Zhao said. Lin obliged, voice low from overuse. Household peace request, probable domestic use, lower modifier uncertain because of the ash damage. Probable domestic use, Liang repeated from the doorway. That's the problem with all of this. Even the certainty comes with manners. Zhao ignored him and used the tip of a plastic probe to indicate the reinforced central character. This line weight still suggests intent hierarchy. Sun said, meaning. Meaning if this were a technical artifact, I'd say the designer wanted pressure to collect there before resolving outward. She glanced at the dead strip and felt absurd saying it aloud. But it isn't a technical artifact, at least not by any discipline we currently own. Lin leaned over the mat. Could it require completion? Speaker, user, environment, belief, whatever their equivalent of fuel is. Liang made a tired sound. Could it require moonlight, sincerity, and 3 elderly witnesses? At this stage we can invent forever. Sun's reply came dry. You've contributed enough invention for one evening. That almost ended the exchange. Almost. Zhao picked up the strip between gloved fingers and turned it once more under the lamp. Cheap paper, cheap thread, serious structure. She hated it for refusing to be either trivial or useful. The thing had crossed worlds only to become a category of frustration. Not magical enough to perform. Not dead enough to dismiss. Lin began gathering the loose sheets into a stack. I'll update the phrasing notes and draft another request for context-linked devotional use. Sun checked his watch and said, do it in the morning. Nobody writes clearly after this hour. Some of us never write clearly, Liang muttered. Zhao set the strip down again, this time not inside the chamber but on the bare work mat between the translation notes, the evidence tray, and the coffee cup. Liang should not have brought that close. The move was minor, technically inconsequential, and exactly the sort of procedural slippage fatigue invited. Sun noticed and said, you're done with it. For tonight, Zhao said. Unless you'd like me to threaten it personally. Liang lifted his cup in lazy salute. Try that next. We've covered science. Lin snorted despite herself. Sun did not smile, but the room loosened by 1 degree more, enough that conversation risked becoming ordinary. Under the white light, the devotional strip lay quiet and flat between them, no longer in the formal dignity of containment, not yet forgotten either. A cheap object in a tired room with too many eyes on it and just enough irritation in the air to make people careless about what they said next. 20. Say that again. The first reaction was so small that Dr. Zhao almost missed it. Liang had just finished his lazy salute with the coffee cup when he let his hand drop and said, more to the room than to anyone in it, maybe Chen Wei will send us something better tomorrow. It was exactly the kind of tired sentence people threw into late-night work when annoyance had thinned into sarcasm. No theory in it, no ritual weight, no deliberate test, just a man with bad coffee, a flat devotional strip, and the stale frustration of having spent hours being outperformed by paper. The talisman twitched. Not much, barely enough to count as movement if one had not been staring at it for half the evening. The red thread tied through the top gave a tiny, dry jump against the work mat, as if a current of air had passed across it from nowhere. Dr. Zhao straightened so quickly her chair legs scraped. Stop. The word hit the room like a slap. Liang froze with the cup still half raised. Lin looked up at once. Sun's attention snapped from the translation stack to the strip in one clean movement, all fatigue burned out of his face so fast it might never have been there. What? Liang asked. Nobody answered him. Zhao leaned in over the mat, not touching, eyes fixed on the devotional strip. The paper lay still again. Cheap, flat, inert, exactly as it had lain for hours. Then, before she could fully distrust herself, a faint red line kindled for half a heartbeat along the reinforced central stroke. It did not blaze. It did not flare with theatrical force. It merely brightened in a way dead ink could not. Lin inhaled sharply. Sun said, very quietly, did anyone touch the table? No, Zhao said. Liang set the coffee down with exaggerated care. What just happened? Dr. Zhao did not answer because she had not yet chosen between 6 bad explanations and one impossible one. Static discharge. No. The air was wrong. Hidden thermal carryover. No. The timing was wrong. She had watched this thing refuse every ordinary condition they could produce. Yet the twitch had come not during a formal test, but after a sentence. A casual sentence. A sentence containing one name and one future act. Sun did not look away from the talisman. What did you say? Liang blinked. I made a joke. Not the joke. The words. Liang frowned, replaying himself. I said maybe Chen Wei will send us something better tomorrow. The room held. Nothing happened. Zhao could feel her own pulse in her wrists now, and irritation sharpened into alertness. She hated coincidence. She hated it even more when it arrived wearing the shape of a pattern. The strip remained still on the mat, but the stillness had changed. It no longer felt inert. It felt waiting. Lin said, that was the first time his name was said this close to the object tonight. Liang looked from her to the strip and laughed once, but there was no humor in it now. You can't possibly mean. The talisman gave a second tiny twitch. This time no one mistook it. Nobody moved for the span of one shared breath. Then Captain Sun said, repeat it. Liang stared at him. You're serious. Utterly. The irritation in the room vanished so cleanly that Dr. Zhao could almost hear the vacuum it left behind. Lin straightened over the notes. Liang looked at the strip, then at the coffee cup he had no business bringing that close to active evidence, then set the cup even farther away with 2 careful fingers as if distance could retroactively make him professional. I said maybe Chen Wei will send us something better tomorrow, he repeated, this time slower. The talisman twitched at once. A visible tightening ran through the red thread. The reinforced central stroke gave off that same brief ember-red pulse, stronger now because everyone in the room was staring hard enough to bruise it with attention. It lasted less than a heartbeat. Then the light sank back into ordinary black ink. Lin whispered, again. Zhao held up one hand. No one changes anything else. Her own voice had flattened into laboratory steel. Same speaker. Same distance. Same wording. Sun was already moving. Liang, stand where you were. Lin, note exact phrasing. Zhao, keep visual. Nobody touches the table. Liang took position beside the doorway, all trace of sarcasm gone now. He cleared his throat once. Maybe Chen Wei will send us something better tomorrow. This time the devotional strip did not twitch. Liang let out a breath through his nose. Well, that's encouraging. Again, Sun said. Zhao hated the speed of it, but not because it was wrong. Because it was right. The room had crossed a threshold, and thresholds turned people greedy. Liang repeated the line a fourth time. Nothing. Lin said, maybe tone matters. Sun glanced at her. Explain. He was joking the first time. Then startled. The sentence may not be the whole mechanism. Liang looked offended. You want me to reconstruct my sarcasm scientifically? Yes, Zhao said before Sun could answer. Exactly that. Liang muttered something unprintable under his breath, then tried again with more of the original weary contempt. Maybe Chen Wei will send us something better tomorrow. The talisman twitched. Not only the thread this time. The paper itself gave a tiny, dry flex against the mat, as if a current had run along an invisible grain inside it. The red line kindled and held long enough for Zhao to count 1, 2 before it dimmed. No one spoke for a moment. Then Sun said, controlled follow-up. Right now. Liang looked at the strip as if it had personally insulted him. So it likes my attitude. Lin's answer came without taking her eyes off the paper. No, it answered something in the phrase. She turned to Sun. Name plus future act, possibly intent, possibly expectation. Zhao was already writing. Speaker. Distance. Exact wording. Tone variation. Reaction amplitude. She hated the tremor of excitement trying to enter her hands and forced it back into method. This was not proof yet. It was worse than proof. It was a rule beginning to show itself one petulant twitch at a time. Sun said, change one element. Liang frowned. Which one? Zhao looked up from the page. Start with the name. Her pulse had become precise now, no longer fast, just exact. Say the sentence again without Chen Wei. Liang looked as if he wanted to argue with the instruction on principle. Then he glanced at the strip, thought better of it, and obeyed. Maybe he will send us something better tomorrow, he said. Nothing. The talisman lay flat on the work mat with all the expressive warmth of a bus ticket. Lin said, again, same tone. Liang obliged, this time with the same irritated edge that had triggered the earlier movement. Maybe he will send us something better tomorrow. Still nothing. Zhao wrote 2 quick lines in the notebook. Remove name. No response. Repeat. No response. Sun said, put the name back. Change the rest. Liang blew out a breath. Maybe Chen Wei sent us something better today. The room held. No twitch. No red line. No movement in the thread. Lin's eyes sharpened. Future act, she said softly. Not only name. Or expectation, Zhao replied. Or projected source linkage. She hated the phrase the moment it left her mouth, not because it was wrong, but because it sounded like the beginning of a theory before the data had earned one. Sun did not care about the phrasing. Continue. Liang ran through the next line with mechanical obedience. Maybe Chen Wei will send us paper tomorrow. Nothing. Maybe Chen Wei will send us a better talisman tomorrow. Nothing. He looked from the inert strip to Zhao. So now it has standards. Again with the original, Sun said. Liang gave him a flat look, then repeated, with the now familiar mixture of fatigue and contempt, maybe Chen Wei will send us something better tomorrow. The talisman twitched hard enough this time to shift half a finger's width across the mat. Lin gasped. Liang swore. Sun did neither, which worried Zhao more than if he had. The red line kindled again, brighter and longer, running through the reinforced central stroke and branching once toward the upper petition mark before collapsing back into ordinary black. For a moment the room contained no sound but breathing and the faint hum of the overhead lights. Zhao wrote without looking down. Original phrase. Response. Altered phrase. No response. Original phrase repeated. Response stronger. Liang said, that's not a sound trigger. No, Lin said, it's narrower. Sun's gaze remained fixed on the talisman. Or more specific. Zhao felt the shape of the problem changing in her hands faster than she could name it. The object was not reacting to speech in the broad sense. It was reacting to some combination of utterance, expectation, and reference centered on Chen Wei. The phrase could be paraphrased, Bent, stripped, and it would go dead. Return the right structure and it woke just enough to prove it had heard. Liang said, try another name. Sun shook his head once. Not tonight. Lin looked up. Why? Because we're already moving too fast. His tone stayed even, but the decision in it was absolute. We have enough to know we're no longer dealing with a coincidence. I'm not going to turn fatigue into noise. Zhao almost argued. Instead she closed the notebook and stared at the devotional strip, now quiet again, now dead-looking again, now impossible to trust at face value. They had not proven the full mechanism. Not remotely. But they had crossed the line between anomaly and pattern, and that was enough to make the room feel rearranged. Sun said, bag it. Seal the sequence notes. No one speaks casually near active materials again. Liang gave a humorless laugh. That's going to make this place unbearable. Zhao didn't answer. The place had already become something worse than unbearable. It had become legible in a new direction, and that meant tomorrow would be more dangerous than today. They did not go home after that. No one said they were staying. They simply stayed, because leaving a room after it had just proven a new rule felt too much like cowardice. The devotional strip was sealed again, the sequence notes copied, the coffee finally removed from the table as if belated respect for the object could make up for the last 15 minutes. Yet the atmosphere did not settle. It tightened. Captain Sun stood with one hand braced on the back of a chair and called Director Han on the secure line. Confirmed repeat response, he said. Not to general speech, not to ambient handling. Phrase dependent. He listened, eyes on the sealed strip inside its sleeve. No, not a simple keyword trigger. More specific than that. The response failed under substitutions and resumed under restoration of the original structure. Dr. Zhao looked up from the notes. Restoration of the original structure. It was an ugly phrase. It was also accurate. Sun listened again, then said, my assessment is that we have crossed from anomaly observation into rule identification. That sentence changed the room. Not because anyone had believed the opposite 10 minutes earlier, but because hearing it said aloud made the floor shift under everyone's feet. A glitch was irritating. A rule was infrastructure. A glitch could be filed. A rule could proliferate. Liang, now too alert to hide behind sarcasm, said once Sun ended the call, so what are we calling it? Lin Chao answered first. Not a sound trigger. Agreed, Zhao said. The failed substitutions killed that idea. Liang spread his hands. Then what? Zhao looked at the sequence notes. Name removed, no response. Future act altered, no response. Original phrase restored, response returned. She disliked naming mechanisms before exhausting the data, but the room was already past caution in its bones if not in its procedures. Some kind of linked reference structure, she said. Possibly source linked. Possibly expectation bound. Possibly both. Lin nodded slowly. It doesn't just hear Chen Wei. It seems to care about him being the future source of the object. Sun said, meaning the object's behavior changes when he's named in relation to sending. Nobody liked how much sense that made. Liang rubbed at his face. So we've spent weeks treating him like a courier. Sun looked at him. We may have been treating him like the wrong part of the machine. The sentence landed and stayed. Zhao felt the implications unfurl too quickly to comfortably hold. Every devotional strip, temple token, charm thread, and cheap petition Chen Wei had sent was no longer only a dead artifact under hostile conditions. It was a possible participant waiting for the right relational condition to be named around it. Not active on its own. Not alive exactly. But not finished, either. Lin said, we need controlled follow-up first thing tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Sun said. Now we plan tomorrow correctly. He tapped the sealed talisman once with a fingernail, not enough to move it, only enough to punctuate the thought. From this point forward, every object he has sent is evidence of a law we don't yet understand. No more casual language near materials. No more assumptions that dead means inert. And no one in this room forgets that the name in the sentence was not incidental. Zhao looked at the devotional strip through the plastic sleeve and felt the day's frustration resolve into something colder and more dangerous than disappointment. They had not found a trick. They had found the edge of a grammar. 21. Source link. By morning, the room no longer felt like a lab that had stumbled onto a curiosity. It felt like a court trying to establish a law. Dr. Zhao preferred that mood to astonishment. Astonishment made people sloppy. Law forced them to define terms. The devotional strip was back under controlled light, freshly documented, the sequence notes from the night before pinned to a whiteboard in 3 columns: phrase, condition, response. Lin Chao had slept little and was compensating by becoming unnervingly precise. Liang had slept even less and was compensating by speaking only when spoken to. Captain Sun, who seemed to have converted fatigue into discipline at some point before dawn, stood by the board with a marker and said, "We start by proving what last night was not." Liang muttered, "Comforting." Sun ignored him. It was not general speech response. It was not simple keyword detection. It was not random activation. Today we narrow. Zhao appreciated the order of that. They began with controlled distance. Liang, same speaker as the accidental trigger, repeated the original phrase from 1 meter, 2, 4. The talisman reacted at 1 and 2 with weakening intensity, then failed at 4. Lin tried the same phrase and got a weaker response than Liang. Sun tried it and received none at all. Liang looked at the silent strip and said, "So it prefers me. That's unfortunate for all of us." "It preferred your original context," Zhao said. "Not your personality." Lin glanced up from her notes. Same words, different speaker, weaker or null response. That suggests the utterance alone is insufficient. "Or the room hates authority," Liang said. Sun drew a short line on the board. Next variable, focus. That was harder to measure and harder to pretend wasn't bordering on the ridiculous. Zhao disliked the experiment on site, which usually meant it was necessary. Liang was told to repeat the original phrase once while thinking only about going home. Then again while deliberately picturing Chen Wei. Then once more while looking directly at the devotional strip and holding in mind the act of Chen Wei sending it. The first produced nothing. The second gave a faint thread tightening. The third lit the central stroke hard enough to draw an involuntary breath from everyone in the room. Zhao wrote without looking up. Speaker continuity relevant. Attention relevant. Directed association stronger. Lin said, quietly and with far too much satisfaction, "So it isn't listening to sound. It's listening through reference." Sun did not turn from the whiteboard. "Say that more carefully." Lin set her pen down. "The phrase seems to matter because it places Chen Wei as source in a future act. When the speaker actually holds that relationship in mind, the response strengthens." She looked at the strip, then at Sun. "That's not a trigger. That's a link." No one objected. They moved next to object history. 3 devotional items were laid out. 1 sent by Chen Wei, 1 never transferred and fabricated from local materials to match as closely as possible, and 1 mundane paper strip copied from the visible characters only. Liang repeated the original phrase over each in turn. Only Chen Wei's object answered. There it was. Zhao felt the result arrive not as triumph, but as the closing of another door behind them. The room had wanted a mechanism and was being handed a relationship instead. That would be harder to control, harder to scale, and far harder to explain upward without sounding like a cult. Sun capped the marker and said, "We're done pretending this is about paper." The implication took a few minutes to fully spread through the room, and when it did, nobody liked where it led. Dr. Zhao was the first to write it in a form severe enough to be useful. Not sound triggered. Not general ritual response. Object history plus relational reference to source. She underlined the final word once and sat back from the page as if distance might make it smaller. It did not. Lin Chao was already looking at the prior evidence trays with a different expression now. Not the old one reserved for dead curiosities and partial translations, but the harder gaze of someone reclassifying a whole shelf of assumptions. If the devotional strip responds because Chen Wei sent it, she said, then the sentness is part of the operating condition. Liang, still standing near the whiteboard, said, sentness isn't a word. It is now, Lin replied. Sun did not correct either of them. That alone sharpened the rung. He walked to the storage rack and looked through the clear evidence boxes in sequence. The first local copper, the second copper, the chipped ceramic shard, 2 talisman strips, 1 temple token, a thread charm, 3 packet fragments, and the bowl itself resting in a padded containment cradle that looked too clinical to be real. Each item had been catalogued by weight, material, visible markings, provenance, and test status. Until yesterday, provenance had mostly meant chain of custody. Now it meant something else. Sun said, "Run the phrase on the first coin." Liang blinked. "Here. Here." Zhao disliked the abruptness of the jump, but not enough to stop it. The first local copper was placed under the lamp. Liang repeated the original phrase with the same fatigued disdain that had proven effective on the talisman. The coin did not glow. It did not jump. But the scale beneath it registered a flicker so slight that the technician had to replay the reading twice to make sure it was not instrument noise. Zhao leaned in. Again. Liang repeated it. The flicker returned. Not dramatic. Not cinematic. Just enough to tell a serious person that the object had answered in its own narrow language. Liang looked at the scale and said, "I'm going to need a pay raise for this." Lin ignored him. "It's broader than devotional material." Sun's gaze stayed on the coin. "It's broader than categories." That was the phrase that mattered. Zhao felt the shape of the horizon change. Devotional strips were one thing. Coins, bowls, shard fragments, packet scraps were another. If the link lay not in object type but in Chen Wei's role as source, then every item he had pushed across worlds carried some degree of relational charge whether or not Earth yet knew how to ask for it properly. Lin voiced the thought before Zhao could. What about the earlier objects? Before the bowl? Before China knew? Nobody answered immediately. Because everyone in the room had understood the same thing at once. Fish bones, pebbles, broken metal, scraps, cheap rubbish sent blindly into the world before stable contact had been established. If those objects had landed anywhere retrievable and if source linkage mattered more than object class, then the Chinese side did not necessarily control the full field of Chen Wei's exported magic. Sun turned from the coin and said, "List every pre-contact possibility we've already dismissed as noise." Liang let out a soft, unhappy breath. "You think we've got his fingerprints lying in other people's countries?" "No," Sun said. "I think we may have something harder to see and easier to mishandle." The room went still again, not with wonder this time, but with the cold administrative dread of realizing that a theory had just escaped the lab. By the time Director Han arrived, the room had already outgrown its original mandate. He entered without ceremony, coat still carrying the cold from outside, and read the boards before speaking to anyone. That alone told Zhao he had understood the scale of the problem quickly. Most officials wanted the conclusion first and the evidence shaped to match it after. Han read the evidence as if he expected it to insult him if handled in the wrong order. Sun gave the summary in stripped-down form. Transferred devotional strip responds to specific phrase structure naming Chen Wei as future source. Response varies by speaker, focus, and object history. Similar but weaker response confirmed in the first transferred coin. No effect in matched local control objects. Han's gaze moved once to the sealed coin, once to the devotional strip, then to the bowl in its padded cradle. "And your assessment?" he asked. Sun did not hesitate. Chen Wei is not external to the phenomenon. He is part of the operating chain. That sentence landed differently coming from Sun than it would have from anyone else. Zhao could feel it change the room. Not discovery now, policy. Han took one more slow pass over the whiteboard. Meaning? Lin Chao answered before Sun could. The materials don't merely survive transfer. They retain a relationship to him. Reference to Chen Wei in a future sending context changes their behavior here. Han looked at her, then at the notes. So we are not dealing with exported magic alone. No, Zhao said, we're dealing with exported matter that remains conditionally tied to its sender. Liang, who had been quiet since Han entered, said, he's the live part. No one contradicted him. Han's mouth tightened by a degree. Then every earlier model we built around courier logic is incomplete. Sun said, yes. The word carried no apology. It did not need one. For a moment Han said nothing at all. Zhao had already learned that his silences were not empty. They were load-bearing. When he finally spoke, his tone had gone from investigative to administrative. From this point forward, he said, Chen Wei is to be treated as a strategic operator, not merely a stranded civilian sending anomalous goods. All request design, all object handling, and all language exposure around transferred materials are to assume relational sensitivity. His eyes shifted to the storage rack. And I want a separate line opened on pre-contact debris possibilities. Quietly. Liang said, you think other recoveries may already exist. Han did not look at him. I think uncertainty of that kind is not a thing we leave unattended. Zhao watched the conclusion settle through the team in layers. Lin became more alert, not less, as if the work had finally reached the level of seriousness she had feared it possessed. Liang looked faintly ill, which Zhao found reassuring in a perverse way. Sun, if anything, relaxed. Not in body, in accuracy. The model now fit the evidence more closely than the old one had. Han stepped to the table and stopped beside the bowl. He did not touch it. When we brief the family, he said, still looking at the chipped rim, we do not tell them everything. Not because they are untrustworthy. Because until we understand the full implications, they should not be burdened with them. Sun said, understood. Han finally turned from the bowl. And when we speak to Chen Wei next, the wording changes. We have been asking him for samples. His gaze sharpened. Now we ask him as part of the machine. The room went quiet under that, because everyone heard the danger hiding inside the usefulness. Chen Wei's value had just deepened again, and value like that had a habit of becoming ownership if no one watched it carefully enough. The briefing to the family was shorter than Lu Fen deserved and gentler than the truth. Dr. Zhao stood just outside the kitchen door while Sun handled it, listening without appearing to listen. He told them that new testing had shown the transferred objects were more complex than first assumed. He said the team now believed object history mattered. He said future requests would be more structured. He did not say that Chen Wei had just been reclassified from lost civilian to active component inside an emerging magical law. Lu Fen asked the most dangerous question anyway. Is my son in more danger because of this? Sun answered with the care of a man selecting boards to cross rotten ground. Your son was already in danger. What's changed is our understanding of the system around him. That was true and not sufficient. Zhao admired it despite herself. After the family withdrew, the room returned to function with a speed that would have seemed monstrous to outsiders. Liang compiled prior transfer logs. Lin began tagging every received object by object class, phrasing sensitivity, and known response strength. 2 analysts from the outer office were brought in under sealed instruction and told only enough to do useful work without asking imaginative questions. On the far wall, a map appeared. Not of the divine realms. Of Earth. That was when the weight of it changed again. Han stood before the map with a marker in one hand and the preliminary scatter memo in the other. We know the bowl was not the first object sent, he said. Only the first one we recovered and recognized. Assume unknown pre-contact transfers landed broadly. Assume most remain lost. Assume some may not. Liang said, and if one of them reacts somewhere inconvenient. Han looked at him. Then our inconvenience will be geopolitical. Nobody spoke after that. Zhao watched Lin mark a handful of speculative lanes on the map. Ports, industrial yards, remote roads, unclaimed lots, waterways, warehouse districts, places where junk might vanish into the world for months or years before becoming someone else's problem. The old story model had been almost comforting by comparison. One boy, one bowl, one state. One line of contact. Hard enough, but local in its hard edges. Now the edges were widening. Sun came to stand beside Zhao, both of them looking not at the Earth map itself but at the evidence rack beyond it. Coins, charm threads, talismans, packet scraps, each one suddenly more than a sample and less than a weapon, which was somehow the most dangerous category of all. He isn't going to like where this leads, Zhao said. Sun did not ask who she meant. No. He asked us not to make him into something larger than a bridge. Sun's gaze stayed on the storage rack. And we are already past that. There was no triumph in him when he said it. Only the hard recognition of an administrative reality that had arrived without asking permission. Zhao thought of Chen Wei in that other city, still paying for paper with copper and face, still selecting scraps with numb fingers and narrow margins, while here entire rooms were reorganizing themselves around the implications of his existence. He had not changed overnight. The classification had. Sometimes that was worse. At the far end of the room, Han capped the marker and said, effective immediately, no analysis framework treats Chen Wei as replaceable. The order was entered without objection. Under the bright white lights, with the bowl sealed in its padded cradle and the first Earth map beginning to acquire circles it had no right to need, Dr. Zhao felt the institution tip around a single absent young man. Yesterday he had been the source of impossible materials. Today he had become part of the operating principle itself. That difference would not stay contained for long. 22. The weight of a name. The pull came after dusk, while the last trade noise thinned across Yulon and the canal under the bridge turned black enough to swallow lamplight whole. Chen Wei felt it the way he always did now, not as pain, not as sound, but as a tightening somewhere behind his sternum, the precise, uncanny certainty that the family bowl had changed state and something waited to be claimed. He slipped down to the prepared ledge beneath the bridge arch, crouched where the stone stayed dry, and steadied his breath until the inward alignment caught cleanly. The note arrived against his palm with the faint weight of folded paper and the sharper weight of expectation. He knew before he opened it that the writing would not be only his parents anymore. The fold was too exact, the paper too even. Someone on the other side had begun treating every message as an instrument rather than a miracle. Even so, the first line was in his mother's hand. We are safe. Read carefully. He exhaled once, hard enough to feel the breath tremble. Below that, the characters tightened into a colder script. Testing indicates that objects you have transferred react more strongly when you are named as source with focused intent. Your name, or clear reference to you as sender, appears operationally relevant. Exercise caution. Tell us if names carry formal power where you are. Chen Wei stared at the words until the brushstrokes seemed to settle deeper into the paper. Relief came first, swift and strange. There was law in it after all. He had not been hurling scraps into a blind wound in the world and begging for mercy. The system knew him. The link recognized him. The bowl had not worked by sentiment alone, but because somewhere inside the impossible there was a structure that still held his shape. Then the second understanding arrived and turned the first one colder. If his name mattered, then he was not outside the mechanism. He was inside it. Every coin, note, scrap of paper, and dead charm he had sent across was no longer merely cargo. It carried a relationship back to him. Even far away, even absent, even unseen, he could still be reached through what he had touched and named. A faint pulse answered that thought, so small he almost mistrusted it. Not pain, not strength, only a brush of sensation under the ribs, as if somewhere on the far side of the world another careful mouth had spoken of him over the things he had sent. Footsteps crossed the planks above. Then a man's voice called down, impatient and close. Who's under there? Chen Wei folded the note at once and rose into shadow. Just me, he answered in the local tongue. Then be gone before full dark, the voice said. I don't want bodies under my bridge. The steps moved on. Chen Wei stood very still, the paper warm inside his sleeve, and understood that his name had become one more thing he could no longer afford to spend carelessly. The next day, Yulon seemed full of mouths. Chen Wei had always listened because survival demanded it, but now he listened with a different hunger. He heard not only prices, insults, and directions, but the careful shapes people put around certain things. At food stalls, at bridge shrines, at paper goods tables, names bent. A cartman asked for road mercy before clicking his mule forward. A cook touched a blackened stove token and muttered to the hearth mother, without once using whatever name lay beneath the title. Even the temple strips hanging over cheap devotional tables carried layered writing, one line large enough for any buyer to see, another smaller and denser, half hidden under tied thread or folded seal. By midday, Curiosity had worn through caution enough to make him foolish. He stopped at a narrow stall where prayer papers, ash packets, and red thread charms hung in patient rows from bamboo rods. The seller was a lean woman with smoke-yellowed fingers and eyes too sharp for cheap trade. She looked him over once, took in the patched but cleaner coat, and said, "Buying, or learning for free?" Chen Wei set 2 coppers down before answering. "Buying," he said. Then he pointed to 2 nearly identical paper strips. "Why does that one say Lady of Flame, and that one use different marks?" The woman's fingers paused over the coins. "You can read enough to ask that. Enough to get confused." A man beside him, old enough to have gone to softness around the jaw, gave a dry chuckle as he sorted thread charms with one hand. "That puts you level with most petitioners." The seller snorted but did not soften. She lifted the first strip. "This is the market name. Safe name. What people say when they're buying lamp blessings and kitchen heat." She tapped the second strip with one nail. "This is formal style. Don't say it with mud on your hands and fish on your breath." Chen Wei kept his face still. "Because it's rude." The older man laughed properly at that. "Because rude gets noticed." The seller folded both strips back into place. "Titles are for mouths. Names are for rights, contracts, vows, and people who know what they're doing." Her gaze narrowed. "Who's teaching you?" "No one." "That shows." The older man tied off his charm bundle and glanced at Chen Wei with sudden interest. "If no one's teaching you, stop poking at divine styles in market lanes. The gods may ignore fools, but priests don't." Chen Wei slid one of the cheaper strips toward himself and pushed the second back. "Then I'll buy the safe one." The seller took the coins and handed it over. "Do that." He left with the paper tucked inside his sleeve and the warning lodged deeper than the purchase. Around him, Yulon went on with its ordinary noise, buyers haggling, porters swearing, bells sounding over bridge traffic, but the city no longer felt merely crowded. It felt arranged. Titles for mouths, names for binding, rights for access. Earth had not discovered a private oddity inside him. It had brushed up against a law this world already lived by, and Chen Wei had just learned enough to know he was standing in it badly. By evening, the warning from the prayer stall had soured into method. Chen Wei took the cheap strip he had bought and went where words could be handled without temple smoke clinging to them. Dao Ren's corner in the copyist lane still smelled of old paste, lamp oil, and paper dust, the steady smell of men who made money by making marks look inevitable. Rolls of copied labels hung from string above the workboard. Beside them lay tally slips, petition forms, and devotional strips separated into neat weighted stacks that said far more about the city than any sermon had. Dao Ren looked up when Chen Wei set the prayer strip down. "If that's a complaint, keep it. If it's work, speak." Chen Wei touched the paper. "Same goddess. 2 writings." Dao Ren glanced once and gave a short, unsurprised sound through his nose. "Of course." "Why of course?" Dao Ren wiped his brush, then tapped the larger characters. "Street style. Sale style. The sort you hang over a stove or tie to a cart." He tapped the narrower line hidden under the fold. "And this is formal address." Chen Wei kept his tone loose. "The market woman said titles are for mouths." She was right. Dao Ren leaned back on his stool. "People buy favor under titles. Priests write rights under styles. Scribes write contracts under proper names and seals. If you confuse them, someone takes offense, and you pay silver to learn why." "Someone human." Dao Ren's mouth twitched. "Usually." Chen Wei looked down at the strip again. "And academies." Dao Ren gave him a sharper look. "Academies teach boys to pretend this is order, not worship." He lifted one shoulder. "Temple men say favor. Academy men say affinity, correspondence, lawful channel, doctrinal alignment. Same bill either way." The word struck so cleanly that Chen Wei almost missed the pulse when it came. It hit behind his sternum first, then spread in a fine, bright thread through his ribs, sharper than the brush of sensation he had felt under the bridge. His hand closed on the edge of Dao Ren's board hard enough to rattle the inkstone. Dao Ren straightened at once. "What's wrong?" Chen Wei forced air into his lungs. "Nothing." That didn't look like nothing. The pulse tightened once more, inward and distant at the same time, as if someone far away had laid a finger on the line that ran through his name and pulled. He could almost feel the family bowl, the waiting anchor, the unseen hands around whatever object Earth had chosen to test next. Dao Ren set his brush down carefully. You look ill. Chen Wei let go of the board before his grip could betray him further. Just tired. Tired men don't go white over prayer paper. Chen Wei folded the strip and slid it back into his sleeve. Then I'll be tired somewhere else. Dao Ren watched him too closely as he rose. If you're playing at things above your station, he said, play carefully. Chen Wei left before the copyist could ask another question. Outside, Yulan's lamps were coming on one by one, warm squares under eaves and bridge arches, but the city no longer felt merely arranged. It felt connected. Earth was not only studying him from safety. Every time they named him over what he had sent, something in him answered whether he granted permission or not, and that made the line between usefulness and possession feel much thinner than it had that morning. That night, Chen Wei went back under the bridge with more caution than hope. The ledge above the black canal water had become the nearest thing he possessed to privacy, but even here the city no longer felt empty. It pressed through the stone in different ways now. Through temple bells carrying over water. Through muttered invocations at the far end of the bridge. Through the memory of Dao Ren saying priests and academies only dressed the same law in different words. Chen Wei crouched in the dark with a scrap of paper on his knee, the cheap prayer strip folded in his sleeve, and the strange pulse from earlier still living somewhere under his ribs like a bruise that had learned to think. He wrote slowly because the words mattered now in a way they hadn't when the bowl first opened home to him. He could no longer pretend he was only sending love and fear through the dark. Earth was asking questions with hands attached. It had people in rooms. It had lamps, boards, tests, and whatever men stood behind those things once families stopped being enough. Don't use my name more than you need to, he wrote first. He stared at the line, almost crossed it out, then left it. There are different names here. Market names, formal names, titles, temple words, academy words. They may be talking about the same thing in different ways. When you test the objects and speak of me, I feel something. Not pain. A pull. He stopped again, charcoal resting against the paper. The canal shifted below. Somewhere beyond the bridge arch, two late walkers traded a few low words and moved on. Chen Wei listened until the sound thinned, then bent back over the page. Please be careful, who knows. That line felt too small for what he meant, but he had no larger way to say it. Be careful because every useful thing became someone's claim. Be careful because he could already feel Earth turning from family into apparatus, and apparatus never loved the way families did. Be careful because if they could reach him through his name, then they could use that reach even when they meant well. Especially then. He folded the paper once and held it between both hands before sending it. The act had become easier, but ease did not make it gentle. He thought of the bowl in his parents' kitchen, of his mother's fingers at the rim, of his father pretending procedure could keep fear from becoming real, and pushed inward until the world thinned around the note. When it went, the absence left a hollow ache in his palms. Chen Wei stayed there a while after, head bent, listening to the city breathe around its countless little acts of claim and permission. Fire asked leave. Roads took blessing. Names opened things. If that was true, then his gift was no longer only a road home. It was a road others could study, widen, bargain over, and someday perhaps try to lock from both sides. By the time he rose from the stone ledge, his legs stiff and his hands blackened with charcoal dust, the shape of the next danger had become clear enough to taste. Earth would want to help him. Earth would be right to want that. But from now on, every form of help would have weight beyond the object itself, and he would have to learn which gifts could cross a world without teaching both worlds to hold him too tightly. 23. Seed money. The answer came the next morning in a folded note that felt heavier than paper had any right to. Chen Wei caught the pull under the bridge just after dawn, when the canal still held the gray of first light and the city above had not yet fully remembered its own noise. He crouched on the dry ledge, steadied himself, and drew the active load through with the now familiar inward strain. The paper landed in his hand with the faint chill of distance still on it. His mother's line came first, smaller than the rest and written in the corner as if she had refused to surrender the whole sheet to procedure. Eat properly if you can. Below that, the colder writing sharpened into intent. We may be able to help with money. We can reproduce local copper and perhaps 1 silver from prior samples. Only if safe. Tell us what makes a coin pass or fail in circulation. Chen Wei read it twice and felt hope hit him like a shove. Money meant food without begging. Money meant not counting broth against daylight. Money meant buying space instead of inheriting whatever damp corner pity or inconvenience left unused. For one dangerous heartbeat, it looked like rescue in a form small enough to live. Then he imagined a wrong coin in the wrong hand and felt the warmth go out of it at once. A coin was not a bowl or a note. A coin had to survive scrutiny. It had to move from palm to palm without announcing itself. If Earth sent him help in metal and the metal looked wrong, then the gift would not feed him. It would name him. By mid-morning he was in the lower market watching money as if it were a language more important than speech. Most exchanges passed too quickly to teach much. Copper clinked. Bowls changed hands. Life moved on. Then a fish seller near the drain lane caught a boy trying to pay with a bad coin and the whole row tightened around the sound of it. "What's this?" the seller barked, holding the coin high between 2 fingers. The boy, no older than 14, said, "It's copper." The seller laughed once without humor. "It's clipped." He turned it toward the light, then bit it and spat to one side. "And too light. Who gave you this?" The boy's face had gone gray. "I don't know." "Then find out before I do." A pork woman 2 stalls down leaned over her chopping block and said, "Show me." The fish seller tossed the coin across. She weighed it in her palm, sniffed, and said, "Could be fraud. Could be shaved. Could be stolen mint sweepings." Then she looked straight at the boy and added, "Could be watch business if you keep trying." The boy snatched the coin back as if it had burned him. Chen Wei stayed where he was, pulse suddenly hard and fast. No one was shouting for guards. No one had drawn steel. That almost made it worse. The danger was ordinary here. Familiar. A thing merchants and market women knew how to smell before noon. By the time he turned away, the question from Earth had become a threat assessment instead of an offer. They could help him, yes. But if they helped wrongly, the first thing their coin would buy him was attention, and attention in a market was often just accusation waiting to decide it had enough reason. By noon, Chen Wei had turned fear into homework. He took 2 of his own local coppers and went to Dao Ren's board in the copyist lane, not because Dao Ren was kind, but because he was exact, and exact men often explained more than they meant to if the question touched their pride. The lane smelled of old paste, lamp oil, and paper dust. Around them, boys trimmed thread, copied labels, and brushed characters onto slips that would end up on sacks, crates, petitions, and prayer packets before sunset. Chen Wei waited until Dao Ren finished a line before setting both coins on the board. One was worn flat at the high points. The other still held sharper lines, not new minted, but less handled. Dao Ren glanced down and said, "You've started paying in examples now." Chen Wei touched the cleaner coin. "Why bad?" Dao Ren's gaze sharpened. "Bad." At the fish row, Chen Wei kept his tone blunt and stupid on purpose. "Clipped coin. Watch talk. Market women angry. Why this one wrong there?" Dao Ren picked up the cleaner coin and turned it once under the light. "Because the wrong coin doesn't have to be false to cause trouble." He lifted the older coin next. "This one has lived where poor hands live. See the dirt in the square. The edge knocks. The softened face. It looks counted in a hurry and spent by people too busy to admire it." Then he held up the cleaner coin. "This one still asks questions." Chen Wei let out the faintest breath through his nose. "Questions. Who kept it so nice? Why wasn't it strung with others? Why is it turning up here instead of tax counters, temple bowls, or a better shop?" Dao Ren set it down with deliberate care. A suspicious coin makes people look for a suspicious man. A thread trimmer at the next board glanced over and said, "And if the coin is wrong enough, they remember your face before they remember the emperors on it. That landed harder than Chen Wei liked. He touched the worn coin. What do they check first? Face, edge, weight, sound, and mood, Dao Ren said. Mood. Dao Ren leaned back and gave him a flat look. If a seller already thinks you're trouble, your coin confirms it. If he thinks you're ordinary, he barely sees it. He nudged the worn copper toward Chen Wei. You want ordinary, old enough to belong, not shaved, not bright, not proud. The thread trimmer chuckled and added, and don't start with silver unless you enjoy having your grandfather investigated. Chen Wei looked up before he could stop himself. Dao Ren caught that instantly. There, he said quietly. That was the real question. Chen Wei said nothing. Dao Ren lowered his voice. If someone has offered you easy money, it isn't easy. Easy money buys notice first and comfort later, if later comes at all. Chen Wei gathered both coins back into his sleeve with greater care than before. By the time he left the lane, the problem had become sharper and meaner than it had been under the bridge. Earth could help him, yes. But the help had to survive not only metal tests and market habit. It had to survive memory. One wrong coin in the wrong stall, and Yulan would begin keeping his face. That night, the first trial coin arrived wrapped in paper no bigger than 2 folded fingers. Chen Wei felt the anchor change under the bridge and drew the load through with both hands braced on the stone, breath held against the inward strain. The packet landed cleanly in his palm. Inside it lay a copper coin and a note written in 2 hands. His mother's line came first again, cramped into the margin. Don't risk too much for pride. Below that, the colder writing had grown even more economical. First trial only. Compare before use. Do not spend if unsafe. Report differences. Chen Wei turned the coin over in the dim spill of canal light and felt his stomach tighten. It was good work. Too good. The face was right. The square hole sat true. The weight in his hand felt close enough that he couldn't fault it by instinct alone. But the coin still carried the wrong kind of honesty. The high points were too crisp. The edges were too certain. It looked like what it was. Copper recently become itself. He set it beside 2 local coppers on the stone ledge and stared until the differences stopped being subtle. Dirt in the square. Tiny edge knocks. Softened face. The local coins looked tired in a way this one did not. They looked as though other people had trusted them badly for a long time. Too clean, he murmured. He rubbed the face lightly with grit from the bridge mortar, then with the ash-damp edge of an old rag. It helped. Not enough. The coin still seemed to stand a little straighter than its companions, as if it did not yet understand that the safest money in Yulan was money too ordinary to remember. Footsteps sounded above the bridge. Then voices. Chen Wei closed his hand over the coin at once and crouched lower in the shadow under the arch. One man said, "There's someone down there." Another answered, "Then let the canal have him if he's stupid." Their laughter passed overhead, but not before Chen Wei felt the sharp, sick truth of the moment settle into him. A wrong coin and a wrong face could join each other faster than a man could separate them. The danger was not only being called false. It was being seen in the company of the false long enough for the market to marry them together. He took the coin back out only when the footsteps were gone. By then the decision had become obvious. He was not going to spend the trial piece. Not in a poor stall, not in a hurry, not for the privilege of learning fear more expensively. He wrote his critique in compressed, practical lines, charcoal biting into the paper hard enough to leave black on his fingers. Too clean, too sharp, too bright, face too proud, needs wear on high points, needs dirt in square, needs small edge marks, must look counted, strung, and handled. Not silver yet. He stopped, then added one last line. A suspicious coin makes people remember the hand that offers it. When he folded the note, he wrapped the trial coin inside it and sent both back through the anchor pull. The metal made the send heavier. By the time the packet left his hands, his shoulders were tight and his breath shallow. He sat back against the stone and listened to the canal move below him. Help was coming, yes, but not as rescue. It was coming by correction, and correction always meant that the first mistake had been close enough to matter. The second trial coin came 2 nights later, and Chen Wei knew the moment it touched his palm that Earth had listened. The face no longer looked newly born. The high points had been softened. The brightness was gone. A trace of darkness sat in the square hole where fingers, string, and market dirt might plausibly have left it. One edge carried 2 small knocks that did not look decorative. It still was not perfect. Nothing made by intention ever truly was. But this one had lost the dangerous honesty of the first attempt. His mother had written only one line in the margin. "Don't be brave for nothing." Below that, the colder hand had kept to function. Second trial. Spend only if the setting is favorable. Report response. Chen Wei did not answer at once. He turned the coin under the bridge light, compared it against his own worn coppers, then tucked it into the same sleeve and waited through the rest of the night as if time itself were part of the test. A coin was only safe once another hand forgot to notice it. By midday he had chosen the place. Not the poorest stall, where every copper was a personal insult if it went wrong. Not a rich counter, where clean books and cleaner eyes made faces memorable. He chose a dumpling woman near the edge of the lower market, busy enough to be impatient, ordinary enough to care more about turnover than pride, with 2 porters already eating at the board and a line beginning to form behind them. He stepped up when the child at the front started whining and the woman snapped, "Either eat or stop singing about hunger." Chen Wei pointed to the smaller portion. 2. She scooped them into a chipped bowl, sloshed thin broth over the top, and held out her hand without looking at him. This was the point where courage became stupidity if held too long. Chen Wei set the trial coin in her palm. Her fingers closed, then opened again. She looked down, turned it once. The porters at the board kept eating, but one of them glanced over the rim of his bowl. The woman rubbed the coin with her thumb and held it briefly toward the light. "Where'd this come from?" she asked. Chen Wei kept his shoulders easy by force. "Change from Grain Lane yesterday." She looked up at him then, not hard enough to accuse, only long enough to weigh whether he seemed like the kind of young man who lied well or badly. Then one of the porters leaned in, saw the coin, and said, "That one's cleaner than his face." The line behind Chen Wei laughed. For one terrible heartbeat, the market seemed to lean toward him. Then the woman clicked her tongue, swept the coin into the cash bowl, and said, "His face doesn't buy dumplings. Move." The porter grinned and went back to eating. The pressure broke. Chen Wei took the bowl in both hands and moved aside before anyone could reconsider him. Only when he had turned the corner into the next lane did he let himself breathe properly. The dumplings were hot enough to sting his mouth, and the broth was mostly grease and salt, but he ate with the strange, shaking focus of a man who had just crossed a rotten plank and found it held. The coin had passed. Not cleanly. Not kindly. Barely enough to count as success. But barely was enough. That was the lesson. Earth could help him, yes, but only in forms small enough to survive ordinary suspicion and quick enough to disappear into other people's impatience before the market had time to think twice. 24. A better coat. The first thing Chen Wei bought with money that did not immediately vanish into food was not smarter than food. It only felt more dangerous. For 5 days after the dumpling stall test, he treated money the way a man might treat a fever, measuring it by whether it rose or broke. Earth did not flood him with coin. That would have been madness. Instead the bowl gave him small, careful packets, 2 aged coppers one night, 3 the next, never enough in one cent to look impossible in the sleeve, never enough to destroy him all at once if some seller's suspicion sharpened at the wrong moment. Chen Wei spent some and held some back. A bowl of broth here. 2 buns there. Lamp oil once. Paper once. Each successful spend tightened his control but did not loosen his fear. By the 5th day, the reserve in his sleeve felt less like miracle and more like money, and that was precisely why he distrusted it. The old coat had become an argument he was tired of losing before he opened his mouth. Road dust lived in the seams. The cuffs shone with wear. The shoulders had the defeated bend of cloth that had been wet, slept in, and dried badly too many times. Every coin he spent while wearing it had to persuade the world that he was not exactly what the coat said he was. So he went to the second-hand clothes row near the lower market, where garments hung from poles in drab ranks like men waiting to be chosen for work. The seller was a broad woman with 2 silver rings in one ear and the merciless gaze of someone who could size a purse before the purse opened. She looked Chen Wei over once and said, "Repairs there. Cast-offs at the back. Don't touch the lined ones unless you've got real coin." Chen Wei did not move to the back. He stepped up to a dark brown coat hanging near the middle, not fine, not new, but solid through the shoulders and lined with rough winter cloth that had not yet gone threadbare. He touched the sleeve, then asked, "How much?" The woman's brows lifted. "For you." "For the coat." A boy folding old sashes on the bench behind her snorted. The woman ignored him and named a price high enough to insult them both. Chen Wei ran the numbers once in his head, then said, "That price buys a dead man's name with it." The boy laughed out loud at that. The woman's mouth twitched despite herself. "It buys sleeves without holes." He turned the cuff, found the hidden mend under the arm, then held it up. "And this buys me his secrets too." She came around the pole, snatched the sleeve from his fingers, and said, "You've got eyes. Good. Use them on the stitching, not the stories." Then she named a lower price, still hard, but meant to be real. Chen Wei paid. When the coat settled onto his shoulders, the change was immediate and disorienting. The weight was better. The cloth sat where cloth ought to sit. It made his back straighten without permission. In the crooked bronze mirror nailed to a stall post, he still looked thin, still looked too watchful, still looked like a man assembled from caution and weather. But he no longer looked like driftwood. That should have comforted him. Instead it made his pulse quicken. Better cloth did not only buy warmth. It bought visibility in a more expensive category, and as he stepped back into the market flow with fewer coins in his sleeve and better wool on his shoulders, he could already feel the city preparing to answer him differently. The difference began before he had crossed half the market square. Nothing in Yulan announced it with trumpets. No one stopped in the street and declared him transformed. But the market adjusted around him in 100 small, humiliating ways that made the truth harder to ignore than any grand reaction could have done. A tea boy carrying a tray of cups cut in front of him, saw the coat, and changed the angle of his body just enough to avoid brushing the sleeve. A porter with a pole load shouted once for space, then assumed Chen Wei would move like someone who understood how streets worked. Even the looks that landed on him now were shorter. He was no longer being sorted as refuse first. The first hard proof came at a dumpling stall he knew well enough to distrust. A few days earlier, the woman there had treated him like a risk that might become a sale if the coin held. Today, when he stepped up in the brown coat and asked for broth and 4 dumplings, she did not squint first. She ladled, counted, and only then held out her hand. "You want scallion in it?" she asked. Chen Wei almost looked behind himself to see who she thought she was speaking to. "Yes," he said. She flicked extra greens over the bowl, not generous enough to be charity, only casual enough to be ordinary. When he paid, she took the coppers without turning them toward the light at all. Beside him, a laborer in a patched vest slapped his own coin down and got a much harder glance for it than Chen Wei had. The laborer noticed, "So he gets trust for wearing sleeves with no holes." The woman snorted and said, "He gets broth before it goes cold. You get noise because you spend like a man hiding from his own wife." The men at the board laughed. The laborer laughed too, but his eyes slid once toward Chen Wei's coat before he looked away. Chen Wei took his bowl and moved aside, pulse unreasonably quick. It happened again at a paper and ink table in the copyist lane. A clerkish youth with narrow wrists and ink on 2 fingers saw him pause by the cheaper slips and asked, "You need tally paper or letter scraps? Not you buying or learning for free. Not move along. Not what are you staring at. Need," as if the transaction already existed and only required naming. Chen Wei said, "Letter scraps." The youth bent, produced a tied stack from beneath the board, and said, "Rough side for practice, smoother side if it must be seen." "Which?" Chen Wei chose the rougher packet because money still mattered more than dignity. Yet even as he paid, the change in treatment stayed with him like a stone in the shoe. The coat had not made him richer. It had only shifted the order in which the city judged him. Need first. Suspicion second. Then, as he turned away, a hand brushed too close to his sleeve. Chen Wei moved on instinct and caught the wrist. The boy attached to it froze, all sharp face and alley bones. He had probably meant to test the new coat for hidden coin, nothing more. Around them, the square did not stop, but it narrowed. The ink-fingered youth behind the board looked up sharply. "Problem?" he asked. Chen Wei let go. The boy backed off at once and muttered, "No problem." "Then find one elsewhere," the youth said. The boy vanished into the crowd. Chen Wei stood still for one breath too many, cheap paper in one sleeve, broth in the other hand, and understood the sharper edge of the bargain. Better Cloth had not only bought better treatment. It had bought new expectations and a new class of attention. By the time he reached the stall wall again, he knew why the coat unsettled him. It had not made him safe. It had reclassified him into a version of danger that smiled first and reached faster. By evening, the coat had reached the stall wall before he did. Madame Chu was counting dried bean cakes into a shallow crate when Chen Wei came back through the market lane with cheap paper in one sleeve and the brown coat buttoned against the cold. She looked up, took him in once from collar to hem, then looked again, not because she doubted her eyes, but because the sight required recalculation. "Well," she said at last, "you found a dead clerk." The younger woman laughed from behind the half-lowered reed screen. "No, a poor one. A dead clerk would smell better." Chen Wei set the broth bowl down on the edge of the board and said, "He fit." Madame Chu snorted, but the sound carried less dismissal than before. She wiped her hands on her apron and came around the stall post, not close enough to invade him, only close enough to inspect the stitching with the practical interest of someone who understood the language of second-hand cloth. Her fingers never touched the coat, but her eyes did. "That wasn't alley money," she said. Chen Wei kept his tone level. "Market money all the same." Her gaze lifted to his face. "That depends who starts counting." The younger woman, still tying off the lower hook, said, "He bought broth too." "With scallion." She said it as if reporting a moral failing. Madame Chu gave a short, dry laugh. "Then he's ruined." Chen Wei almost smiled. Madame Chu saw it and her own expression shifted by a degree. Not kindness. Appraisal. Until now she had treated him as useful drift, a pair of hands when screens needed lowering, a body at the wall so long as it caused less trouble than driving it off. Now she was doing arithmetic. Better coat. Better posture. Bought broth. Bought paper. Money somewhere, or at least the convincing appearance of its recent company. Her eyes dropped once to his sleeve and rose again. "And?" Chen Wei understood the question at once. "And what? And did the coat come with the hands that almost emptied your pockets?" That stopped him. The younger woman looked up sharply. "What?" Madame Chu clicked her tongue. "Don't tell me you thought I missed the square stopping around you by the copyist lane. You wear better cloth for half a day and already the smaller thieves want to know what else improved." Chen Wei said, carefully, "One boy tested. He left." "Because you stopped him or because the market did?" she asked. He did not answer. Madame Chu's mouth tightened in something close to approval. "Good. Then listen properly. Rags invite pity, boots invite beating, and coats invite counting. People who ignored you yesterday will price you today." She jerked her chin toward the wall where he usually bedded down under the screen. "No mud on the boards tonight. No open sleeve while you sleep. And if you tear my screen with those nicer shoulders, you pay for that too." The younger woman said, "So he's paying now?" Madame Chu did not look away from Chen Wei. "Everything pays. Some things only take longer to admit it." That changed the lane more than a shout might have done. He was no longer merely tolerated. He was becoming the kind of person from whom terms could be asked. He bent to wipe his boots more carefully than usual before stepping behind the lowered screen. The motion should have been small. It did not feel small. The coat had not only bought him warmth. It had raised his price, and in Yulan, being worth more and being hunted more often arrived closer together than any decent man would like. The next morning, the coat collected its first bill. Chen Wei had barely finished sweeping damp leaves and market grit away from the stall front when Madame Chu jerked her chin toward the bucket by the side wall and said, "Use the cleaner water, not the gray. If you're going to stand there looking half respectable, at least rinse your face properly." He looked up. The younger woman, already sorting bean cakes into neat rows, smothered a grin with the back of her wrist. "See, I told you. One coat and now she remembers hygiene." Madame Chu ignored her. She held out a scrap of worn cloth instead, not generous, only practical. "Take it." Chen Wei did. The water was cold enough to sting his hands, but it washed the market sleep from his face and the dust from the better collar. When he straightened, Madame Chu was still watching him with that new arithmetic in her eyes. "What?" he asked. She clicked her tongue. "Don't waste the coat by wearing your old face with it." The younger woman laughed outright at that, and even Chen Wei felt the corner of his mouth threaten movement. Madame Chu saw it and did not look displeased. "There," she said, "you almost resemble someone who pays." The word settled between them. Chen Wei wrung out the cloth once and said, "Someone." She leaned one hip against the stall post and folded her arms. "You've had wall space cheap because drift doesn't argue terms. Men with coats do." Her gaze flicked to the reed screen, then back to him. "If you keep sleeping here, you stop being pity and start being arrangement." The younger woman said, "He does lower the screen properly now." "He does," Madame Chu said. "And he doesn't steal. That we know of." "That we know of," Madame Chu allowed. Chen Wei set the cloth back over the bucket rim. "What arrangement?" The question changed her expression by a degree. Not softer. More formal. "Lamp oil, sweeping, carrying in goods when needed, and copper when you can manage it," she said. "No mud on the boards. No open sleeve while you sleep. No strangers brought behind my screen. If you vanish cleanly." The younger woman muttered, "That sounds almost kind." "It sounds like counting," Madame Chu said. Then she looked at Chen Wei directly and added, "And if you mean to answer properly, it's Madame Chu." That shifted the ground more than the terms had. Until now she had been the hard shape at the edge of shelter, a body who tolerated another body because driving him off cost more effort than letting him stay. A name made the arrangement legible. Names made obligations real. Chen Wei nodded once. "All right." Madame Chu's mouth tightened in what might almost have been approval. "Good. Keep paying in work and copper, and perhaps you'll stop sleeping where rats can count your ribs." She turned back toward the stall, as if she had not said anything important at all. But Chen Wei stood still for one breath too many after that. Yesterday the coat had changed how strangers priced him. Today it had changed the terms under which he was allowed to remain. That was the sharper lesson. Better cloth had not bought comfort. It had bought entry into a world where shelter, respect, and danger all came invoiced. 25. The room upstairs. The room announced itself first as cost. 3 mornings after Madame Chu named terms at the stall wall, Chen Wei was hauling a crate of lamp oil and cracked bowls through the back passage when she stopped him with one lifted finger and said, "Not there. Upstairs." He adjusted the crate against his hip. "Which room?" "The one that stopped earning." That was all she gave him until he had followed her up the narrow back stair. The upper floor smelled of old plaster, lamp smoke, and sleep held too long in wool. Chen Wei had heard it at night often enough, the creak of boards, the cough through thin walls, the thud of someone setting boots down after dark, but he had never stood here in daylight. The passage was dim and close, with 3 doors on one side and a narrow shutter at the end letting in enough gray light to make dust visible in the air. Madame Chu led him to the second door and pushed it open with the side of her hand. The room inside was little more than a box with ambitions. A pallet against one wall. A stool. A wash basin with a crack stitched in pitch. A narrow shelf. A shuttered window that would admit light, air, and gossip in equal measure if opened. The ceiling sloped low enough near the back wall that a tall man would learn humility quickly. It was not generous. It was not pretty. It had a latch on the inside of the door. Chen Wei set the crate down more carefully than it deserved. Madame Chu watched him watch the room. "Don't look moved," she said. It weakens my bargaining. What happened? He asked. She shrugged. A dyer's nephew found cheaper floor space with a widow who thinks kindness is a business model. Her mouth tightened, though not with real regret. He left owing 2 days. Chen Wei looked once at the pallet, once at the latch, then back at her. The room was not comfort. It was privacy. That made it more dangerous than comfort would have been. Madame Chu saw the thought in him and nodded as if he had answered aloud. Yes. Better than the wall. Also easier to charge for. How much? She named a number that made his reserve tighten in his sleeve at once. Chen Wei said, That's not room price. That's punishment. It's upstairs, she said. It's 1 breath larger than a cupboard. It has a door. It has a door because otherwise the pallet would escape. That got the smallest flicker at the corner of Madame Chu's mouth. You're learning. I'm counting. Good, she said. Count this too. Downstairs, thieves can touch your sleeve while you sleep. Upstairs, they'd have to break a latch first. Chen Wei let that settle. In Yulan, every improvement came with a second edge, and this one had several. A private room meant no more reed screen, no more public wall, no more sleeping where every passerby could price the shape under the blanket. It also meant rent, visibility, and a fixed place in the city for anyone who wanted to come looking. Madame Chu crossed her arms. Half-month in advance. You still work. You still pay oil. And if you start using the room to hide trouble, I rent it to someone heavier. Chen Wei looked at the latch once more, then at the window, then at the pallet that was barely more than cloth stretched over decision. If I take it, he said, I want the basin with it. Madame Chu barked a laugh. Now you sound like a tenant. By dusk, Chen Wei had paid for the room, and the payment felt heavier than the crate he had carried upstairs that morning. Madame Chu took the half-month in advance exactly as she did everything else, with no ceremony and no gratitude. She counted each copper against the edge of the counter, not quickly, not suspiciously, but with the flat competence of someone who believed money revealed itself best under patience. The younger woman leaned on the doorpost and watched as though a wedding contract were being witnessed. That many for that little box, she said. You could rent air cheaper. Madame Chu did not look up. Air doesn't latch. The younger woman grinned at Chen Wei. She'll charge you extra for breathing next. She already has, he said. That made the girl laugh hard enough to cough. Madame Chu's mouth twitched, but her hands never stopped counting. When she finished, she swept the coins into the drawer, tied the key to the cord at her waist, and tossed him a folded scrap of cloth. Pillow cover, she said. Don't say I've never improved your life. Chen Wei caught it one-handed. The cloth had been washed often enough to forget its original color. It smelled faintly of lye and old sun. He looked at it, then at her. Do tenants get blankets too? Madame Chu snorted. Tenants who ask like beggars get drafts. He took the answer for what it was, which was not refusal, only a reminder that nothing upstairs had been won by charm. The room changed once he carried his things into it, though, things, barely deserved the word. A rolled blanket thin enough to insult winter. A spare shirt. The cheap paper packets and charcoal stubs he guarded like coin. A wrapped little stack of local and earth-aged coppers. The current note from home. None of it filled the shelf. None of it made the pallet look less narrow. Yet when he slid the door shut for the first time and dropped the latch into place, the sound went through him like a second heartbeat. Not safety. Not that. A wall could be kicked in, a window pried, a lock bought off, and rent itself could fail him if the bowl went quiet or the market turned. But the room did one thing the stall wall never had. It let him disappear on purpose. There was someone on the other side of the passage almost at once. A cough, dry and persistent, followed by the scrape of a stool leg and the faint muttering of a man who seemed to be losing an argument with his own boots. Then footsteps passed his door and stopped. A knuckle rapped once against the wood. Chen Wei went still. New room, a man's voice asked from the passage. Chen Wei waited a breath too long, then said, yes. A pause followed. Keep your lamp low. Madame Chu hears light through boards. The footsteps moved on before he could answer. He stood with one hand still resting on the latch and let the warning settle. The room had given him privacy, yes. It had also given him neighbors, rules, and a place in the building's memory. Downstairs he had been drift under a screen. Upstairs he had become a fixed fact. By the time he sat on the pallet and felt the straw shift under his weight, he understood the sharper truth hidden inside the relief. A room did not only hide a man. It also made him locatable. The first thing Chen Wei did with the room was not sleep. It was hide. He moved through the little space with the quick, exact care of someone who had never before possessed enough privacy to arrange it. The spare shirt went under the pallet where a casual glance would miss it. The current note from home slid inside the pillow cover with the cheap paper packets. The little stack of local and earth-aged coppers he wrapped twice and wedged beneath the loose back corner of the shelf where dust had gathered thick enough to look undisturbed. Even the charcoal stubs found a place inside the cracked basin stand. None of it would stop a determined search. That wasn't the point. The point was to make the room look as small and poor as it truly was, with nothing in it worth a second look. Only after that did he sit on the pallet and let himself feel the door at his back. The latch remained the strangest part. He touched it twice without meaning to, listening to the tiny wooden certainty of it in the frame. Downstairs, protection had always been social and partial. A screen, a shadow, Madame Chu's practical tolerance. Here there was a thing he could close with his own hand. The idea of it made his chest feel oddly tight. At dusk the anchor pull found him there for the first time. He felt it under his ribs before the knock came, that brief inner tightening that meant the bull on earth had changed state and something waited to be claimed. Chen Wei was already on his feet, already reaching for the place under the shelf where he had hidden the receiving cloth, when Knuckles struck his door. Once, twice. He went still. Lamp lower, Madame Chu said through the wood. You trying to summon inspectors or just burn my house prettier than the last tenant? Chen Wei looked from the shuttered lamp to the door and felt the pull sharpen once more inside him. One moment, he said. That costs extra. He bit back an answer, crossed to the lamp, and pinched the flame down until the room fell to a dull amber. On the other side of the wood, he heard Madame Chu's steps shift, waiting just long enough to make the pressure deliberate. Better, she said at last. And don't drag furniture. The boards carry. Her steps moved on. Chen Wei did not breathe properly until the sound had thinned down the passage. Then he turned back to the room, now smaller in the lowered light, and understood the warning underneath the warning. Privacy upstairs was real, but it was not silent. Light could be noticed. Weight could be heard. A room was a tool, not an invisibility cloak. He laid the receiving cloth across the pallet and drew the active load through with careful control. A folded note landed softly on the blanket, light enough not to mark the straw. For a moment he only stared at it. The room had done what the wall never could. It had let the impossible happen inside a space that was his, however briefly and however rented. That should have felt like triumph. Instead it sharpened the stakes. If he used the room for the bridge, then the room could become evidence. By the time he unfolded the note from home, Chen Wei already knew the next lesson the upstairs space intended to teach him. Private did not mean safe. It meant that mistakes now had an address. The note from home contained nothing dramatic, which was almost a relief. His mother had written first, asking whether the room was warmer than the wall and whether he had eaten something that could honestly be called a meal. Below that, the colder hand kept to work. More aged copper possible in small packets. Request clearer pricing notes on cloth, paper, lamp oil, and room rental. Also ask whether privacy changes local risk. Chen Wei read the last line twice and almost laughed. Yes, he thought. That was exactly the question. He sat on the pallet with the note open across one knee and looked around the room again, this time as if he were pricing it for someone else. The pallet meant sleep without being stepped over. The shelf meant paper could stay dry. The latch meant the bridge could operate behind wood instead of reed. The window meant air, but also sightlines. The floorboards meant noise. The walls meant neighbors. The rent meant every quiet breath in the room had already begun eating at the coins under the shelf. He took out the little wrapped stack and counted by touch first, then by eye. Copper had weight now in more than one sense. Rent, lamp oil, food, paper. The coat still unfinished in cost because better cloth always demanded some cleaner habit to justify it. A room upstairs was not the end of precarity. It was the point where precarity began dressing itself as maintenance. He wrote back by the lowered lamp, careful to keep the flame mean and the charcoal strokes smaller than habit wanted. Room is safer than wall, he wrote. Safer is not safe. Door useful. Light dangerous. Sound dangerous. Rent now real. Need steady money, not just lucky packets. He paused, then added more. Paper can stay dry here. Notes safer. Better for counting, writing, sorting. Worse if searched. The hallway outside gave a small creak. Then another. Chen Wei looked up at once. A voice came through the wood, the same dry neighbor from earlier. You write like a magistrate trying not to be heard. Chen Wei held still. The voice added, if it matters, the boards by the window complain louder than the ones by the bed. There was no insult in it. No demand either, only the casual knowledge of someone who had already mapped the room through years of listening. Chen Wei said, thank you. A pause followed. Then the man on the other side of the wall said, don't thank me loudly. It lowers the property. Footsteps moved away. Chen Wei sat a moment longer, charcoal still between his fingers, and let the exchange settle. Even silence upstairs had witnesses. That should have chilled him more than it did. Instead it sharpened his understanding into something useful. The room was neither refuge nor trap by itself. It was leverage, if handled well, and liability, if handled badly. When he finally folded the note and tucked the reply packet together for the next send, the room no longer felt like a reward. It felt like a thing he would have to defend daily, with money, caution, and the discipline to deserve it. That, more than the latch or the pallet, made it real. 26. Market Eyes. The room changed Chen Wei's mornings, and that was enough to make the market notice. He came down the back stair washed, less crumpled, and carrying his thoughts inside himself instead of all over his face. The difference was not dramatic. It was worse than that. It was cumulative. A better coat. A room upstairs. Paper bought often enough to need folding instead of clutching. Broth more regularly. Fewer desperate pauses at stalls where he had no money to spend. Markets were built to notice patterns long before they bothered naming them. By the end of the week, he could feel the eyes arrive a fraction sooner. At the dumpling stall, the woman who once measured him against risk now said, "The room agrees with you," as she ladled broth, then added without looking up, "Rooms are expensive. So are habits." Chen Wei took the bowl and said, "So is talking." That got the smallest snort from her and a grin from one of the porters, but it did not loosen the feeling between his shoulder blades. He was being read, and now the reading had begun to include arithmetic. It sharpened in the copyist lane. Dao Ren was trimming a reed pen when Chen Wei stepped up to buy a small packet of letter scraps and a fresh thread spool. He named the price without greeting, then looked at Chen Wei's sleeve instead of his face. "You spend more regularly now," he said. Chen Wei set the coppers down. "I spend when I can." "That isn't what I said." The boy at the next board, the same thread trimmer who had once joked about silver and grandfathers, let out a low whistle through his teeth. "Careful, Dao Ren. Next you'll start asking after family fortunes." Dao Ren did not look away from Chen Wei. "I don't care about his fortune. I care when patterns stop matching their stories." Chen Wei felt the line tighten at once. Around them, brushes moved, thread snapped, paper shifted. Nothing in the lane stopped. That made the moment worse. Attention could settle without becoming spectacle. He said, mildly, "What story did I tell?" "That you were small," Dao Ren replied. The thread trimmer laughed once, but there was caution in it now. "Maybe he still is. Smaller men are often the ones counting hardest." Dao Ren gathered the coppers into his palm, weighed them, and slid the packet across. "Count carefully then," he said. "Yulan likes a rise better when it can explain it." Chen Wei took the paper and moved on without hurrying. The warning followed him because it was true. Under the bridge, under the reed screen, in the old coat, he had been one more piece of market refuse learning to talk. But rooms, cleaner habits, and more regular spending made a different shape. Not yet a merchant, not yet even respectable, just enough of an outline for other people to start drawing the rest themselves. By the time he reached the grain lane, he knew the city had shifted again. Before, he had been unseen. Then he had been tolerated. Now he was becoming legible in ways that did not belong entirely to him, and that meant the next pair of eyes to settle on him would not necessarily be curious. They might already be calculating what his rise was worth to someone else. He met the next pair of eyes in the grain lane just after noon, and they belonged to a man who stood too still for honest trade. Chen Wei had come to price millet and cheap barley, not to buy much, only enough to compare one stall against another and learn which sellers rounded up with the thumb and which used better bowls for the same copper. The lane was noisy in the ordinary way, scoops against wood, sacks dragging, a woman arguing over rat-chewed grain, two apprentices trying to lift a load meant for one stronger back. In the middle of all that motion, the stillness stood out. The man leaned against a post blackened by old lamp smoke, one boot crossed over the other, coat decent but not clean, hands empty in a way that suggested they did not need to work for him often. His face had the narrow ease of someone who expected other people's discomfort to do half his job before he spoke. When Chen Wei moved past, the man said, "You've improved." The words were mild. The pressure inside them was not. Chen Wei kept walking 2 steps more, then turned as if he had only just decided politeness was cheaper than rudeness. "Have I?" The man's gaze traveled over the coat, the better posture, the paper packet under Chen Wei's arm, then back to his face. "Room upstairs at Chu's now, isn't it?" That was the first real chill. Chen Wei said, "Yulan has many stairs." The man smiled slightly, and yet people still notice who starts using them. Behind Chen Wei, a grain seller barked at an apprentice to stop spilling coin weight into the scoops. A donkey snorted. Someone laughed too loudly. The world did not close around the conversation. It merely kept happening while the conversation took measure of him inside it. "What do you want?" Chen Wei asked. The man uncrossed one boot and straightened from the post. He was not tall. He did not need to be. "Names first. Saves mistakes later. They call me Rook." Chen Wei said nothing. Rook tipped his head, amused. "Good. You're not stupid enough to answer that quickly. I try not to disappoint." That got a real smile, though it made Rook look worse rather than better. "I like that. But here's the thing. Small men can rise in Yulan. It happens. A little luck, a little cleverness, a better coat, a room with a latch. Nobody objects." He let the pause grow just enough to be deliberate. What draws attention is when the rise has no visible ladder under it. Chen Wei kept his face still. "Then perhaps you should watch a taller man." Rook's gaze dropped once to Chen Wei's sleeve. "Perhaps. Or perhaps I watch the one whose spending got steadier before his story did." He stepped aside then, as if yielding the lane by favor rather than ending the exchange. "Don't worry. I'm not collecting today." The choice of word mattered more than the sentence itself. Chen Wei said, "Today." Rook's smile returned, thin as a blade seen edge on. "Yulan likes patterns better when someone can explain them. Think on whether you'd rather the explanation come from you, from gossip, or from the kind of men who ask louder questions." Then he turned away and hailed a passing cartman by name, just another local man in a city full of them. Chen Wei stood where he was for one breath too long. Dao Ren had noticed. Madame Chu had counted. Now the noticing had acquired a face and a name, and that made the chapter of his life he had thought he was writing privately feel suddenly much more like an account others had begun opening in his name. By evening, Chen Wei had decided that pretending the conversation with Rook had not mattered would be the fastest way to make it matter more. He waited until the stall was half shuttered and the last of the bean cakes had gone under cloth before he said anything. Madame Chu was tying off the lower screen while the younger woman counted chipped bowls against the shelf. The market around them had thinned into closing noises, boards dragging, lamps coughing into life, men arguing over what had not sold and why. Chen Wei took the upper hook from Madame Chu's hand and fastened it for her. "Who is Rook?" The younger woman froze in the act of stacking bowls. Madame Chu did not. Bad question, she said. Useful answer. Madame Chu gave the cord a hard pull to test the knot, then said, depends who's asking. Someone he noticed. That made her look at him properly. For a moment she only measured. Then she said, there are men in a city who keep track of weights. Cart men, toll men, grain men. There are men who keep track of names. Priests, clerks, watch captains. And then there are men who keep track of changes. She jerked her chin toward the lane beyond the stall. Rook is one of those. The younger woman muttered, he smiles too much. He smiles when smiling is cheaper than hitting, Madame Chu said. Chen Wei leaned one shoulder against the post and kept his tone even. What does he want? Madame Chu folded the last corner of cloth over the tray before she answered. Not coin first. Coin comes later. She straightened. First he wants to know what kind of rise you are. Luck, theft, patronage, smuggling, bed favor, temple favor, watch favor, foreign coin, stupidity. If he knows the latter, he knows who to tax, threaten, flatter, or sell you to. That landed colder than Chen Wei liked. He said, and if he doesn't know? Madame Chu snorted. Then men like him start shaking the wall to hear what rattles loose. The younger woman set the bowls down more quietly than before. You didn't answer him badly, did you? Chen Wei said, I answered him as little as possible. Madame Chu nodded once. Good. Keep doing that. Does he work for the watch? He works for whatever keeps him fed and unbroken. She looked him over, not unkindly, only clearly. Listen carefully. A better coat is visible. A room upstairs is visible. Buying paper, broth, oil, and thread often enough to look steady is visible. Poor districts don't resent rising. They resent rising they can't place. Chen Wei thought of the dumpling woman, of Dao Ren's careful eyes, of the boy's hand in his sleeve, of Rook leaning against the grain lane post as if he had all the time in the world to wait for answers. The pattern suddenly felt obvious enough to shame him. He had been concentrating on whether each single step passed. He had not looked hard enough at the line those steps made when seen together. Madame Chu took the hook from his fingers and said, in Yulan, the climb isn't the signal. The smoothness is. That was the sentence that stayed with him after she went back to the lamp and the younger woman resumed stacking bowls. By the time he climbed the stair to his room, Chen Wei understood the problem in its meanest form. Success in a poor district was not dangerous because it existed. It was dangerous because other people watched for the kind that looked too clean. That night, Chen Wei did not count his rise by what he had gained. He counted it by what he would now have to waste. The room upstairs was close with lamp heat and old plaster. He kept the flame turned low, both because Madame Chu had ears in the boards and because thinking under dim light made the arithmetic feel more severe. On the pallet before him lay a little spread of his life as it currently existed. Paper, charcoal, the latest packet of aged copper, the brown coat folded once over the stool, and the note from home asking what he needed next. Until today, the answer had always felt simple. More stability, more paper, more room to breathe, more coin, if coin could be had safely. Tonight the answer had become uglier. Less smoothness. He turned that over in his mind until it stopped sounding like surrender and started sounding like method. If Yulan watched for clean rises, then he could not keep climbing in a straight line. He would have to scuff the pattern. Buy unevenly. Miss chances on purpose. Take public errands that paid badly enough to explain the better ones. Let some days look meaner than they were. Become visible in ways that matched the part of the city he still lived in. The thought made him tired in a different place than hunger had ever touched. A soft knock sounded through the wall, too light to be a complaint and too deliberate to ignore. Chen Wei looked up. The dry neighbor's voice came through the boards. You're pacing. Chen Wei had not realized he was. He stopped at once. Sorry. No, you're not. The voice paused. But the floor is. Despite himself, Chen Wei let out the smallest breath that might once have become a laugh. I'll sit. Good. Men who pace at night are either in love, in debt, or planning something foolish. Chen Wei looked at the copper on the pallet. Which sounds cheapest? The neighbor gave a dry grunt that passed for amusement. Debt. Love has longer payments. Foolishness depends on the city. The footsteps moved away after that, leaving Chen Wei alone with the answer he already knew. He sat cross-legged on the pallet, pulled the note from home closer, and began to write. Send smaller packets, he wrote first. Not regular. Not too clean. Need irregular timing. Some days nothing. Some days a little. I need my rise to look uneven. He paused, then added more. I may need to earn badly in public while earning better in private. If it looks too smooth, the city starts asking for the latter. That line felt strange on the paper, too sharp and too true. He folded the note only after reading it twice. Then he put the copper back under the shelf, slid the paper into the pillow cover, and looked once toward the door. The city had forced a new lesson into him today, and it was not a kind one. Survival was no longer only about getting more. It was about deciding what parts of his improvement had to be deliberately wasted, hidden, or made ugly enough to be believed. By the time he lowered the lamp and lay down, he understood why Rook had unsettled him so deeply. Hunger had been a fight against lack. This was a fight against pattern, and patterns were harder to stab. 27. Curios and paper charms. The answer to Rook was not less movement. It was noisier movement. If the city wanted a ladder under him, then Chen Wei would give it one cheap enough to be boring. Not a clean rise. Not smooth improvement. Petty trade. Visible, slightly ridiculous, low-margin trade that explained why he bought paper, why he handled slips, why he paused over devotional junk and market scraps. By the third morning after his note home, he had already begun testing the shape of it, buying one packet too many of rough paper here, reselling a tied bundle of thread there, letting himself be seen comparing cheap goods with the flat concentration of a man trying to wring 3 coppers out of 2. It was not glamorous. That was the point. The temple market gave him his first real opening. It lay in the shadow of a minor shrine court where smoke never quite cleared and everything for sale carried a faint suggestion that it might mean more than it cost. Paper strips brushed with names and titles. Dead prayer knots, cracked token discs, ash packets, cheap charms tied with red thread so faded it had given up on ever looking protective again. Most of it was devotional refuse made orderly enough to sell twice. Chen Wei stopped at a stall where the goods were arranged with more taste than honesty. The man behind it was thin, smiling, and dressed in robes that had once belonged to someone with cleaner hands. His hair was bound carelessly, his sleeves were ink-marked near the wrist, and his eyes moved too quickly over buyers for him to be only a humble temple vendor. You've come to improve your fortune, the man said, before Chen Wei had touched anything. I've come to see what bad fortune costs first, Chen Wei replied. That made the man's smile sharpen with interest instead of warmth. Sensibly priced, then. Are you buying faith, comfort, or resale? Chen Wei let his gaze drift over the spread before answering. Which is cheapest? Resale, the man said at once. Faith is expensive, comfort fades, but people will always buy luck if you tie string around it. Chen Wei picked up a dead prayer knot, turned it once, then set it down beside a stack of old paper strips whose ink had bled at the corners. These are old. Everything useful is old by the time poor men can afford it. The man leaned forward on both elbows. You've got a trader's fingers, but not yet a trader's face. That's a dangerous middle. Chen Wei looked up. Then perhaps I should buy the face. The man laughed, genuine this time. That costs more than string and paper. Start smaller. He nudged a packet of mixed slips and dead charms toward him. Temple sweepings, sorted. Enough variety to look deliberate, enough rubbish to look honest. Chen Wei touched the packet and felt the idea settle. Not merely goods. Cover. How much? He asked. The man named a price high enough to insult his intelligence but low enough to admit negotiation. Chen Wei said, that price suggests the gods still believe in miracles. The man put a hand to his chest as if wounded. Brother Hollow Reed, at least let me keep my dignity before you strip the prophet. There it was, a name offered too easily to be accidental. Chen Wei took note of that first, the packet second, and the smile last. Useful men in Yulan often introduced themselves when they wanted to see what your hands did with the opportunity. He had come here looking for cheap trade. Instead he had found something better and more dangerous, a man willing to sell him rubbish that also looked like a story. Brother Hollow Reed's packet paid for itself before noon, which was useful. It also proved the packet had been a test, which was less comforting. Chen Wei did not try to sell the whole bundle at once. That would have looked hungry rather than clever. He split it instead, 3 dead prayer knots in one fold of cloth, old paper strips in another, 2 cracked token discs in a third, as if some smaller trader's leftovers had come into his hands by accident and he was too practical to waste the chance. Then he carried the pieces through the lower lanes slowly enough to be seen and cheaply enough to be forgotten. The first sale came from a woman buying lamp oil who stopped at the sight of the red thread. "Does that one still work?" she asked, pointing to the least dead-looking knot. Chen Wei turned it once between finger and thumb. "Depends what you ask it to do." The woman snorted. "I ask all my luck the same thing. Keep my son from being stupid." "In that case," Chen Wei said, "you need a stronger god." The woman laughed, and the sound loosened the transaction before the copper did. She took the knot anyway, more for the joke than the charm, and walked off still smiling. The margin on the sale was thin enough to insult arithmetic, but that was not the true profit. A sale had happened in public. Chen Wei had looked like the sort of man who might walk around with petty devotional scraps because petty devotional scraps were what he dealt in. By the third small transaction, 2 boys were already calling him Charms when he passed. That should have been irritating. Instead it felt like camouflage beginning to take. He went back to the temple market in the late afternoon with 3 coppers more than he had started with and a far clearer idea of what Brother Hollow Reed had actually sold him. The man was still at his stall, sleeves rolled, smile intact, as though he had not moved since morning except perhaps to become more certain of himself. "Back already," Hollow Reed said. "Either I underpriced holiness, or you're quicker than your face suggests." Chen Wei set one of the now empty cloth folds on the stall board. "The knots sold." "Of course they did." Hollow Reed tapped the cloth once. "People don't buy power. They buy the excuse to think power might have glanced at them." Chen Wei said, "Then why sell the dead ones at all?" Hollow Reed's smile thinned into something more instructive. "Because dead ones make the living ones look honest." He tilted his head. "And because men with small purses still want something to carry home in the hand that says the market didn't beat them cleanly." That was a better answer than Chen Wei had wanted. He looked over the stall again, slower this time. Not just goods. Layers. Cheap sale stock in front. Better ink tucked to one side. Packets sorted not only by devotional use, but by what kind of buyer could plausibly be seen touching them. Hollow Reed noticed the look and did not interrupt it. After a moment, he said, "You're not really in the charm trade." Chen Wei met his eyes. "Neither are you." That won him a soft, delighted laugh. "Good," Hollow Reed said. "Then we may yet become useful to each other." He reached below the board and set out a smaller packet than the first one, this time neater, more deliberate, and therefore more dangerous. Temple sweepings for public sale. Better scraps for buyers who know what they're looking at. Mixed price. Mixed story. Can you carry both without dropping one? The packet sat between them like an invitation and a warning dressed in the same paper. Chen Wei had come back for more rubbish. Instead he had been offered selection, which was much closer to trust and much nearer to trouble. Brother Hollow Reed's second packet turned Chen Wei from a man moving rubbish into a man with an excuse to ask questions. That, more than the margin, was the true value. He discovered it the next morning when he laid the mixed packet out on a scrap of cloth near the temple steps, not on a proper stall board, only on the edge of a public bench where small sellers and hopeful fools alike were tolerated so long as they did not look as though they intended to stay forever. The goods were arranged badly on purpose. Cheap prayer slips in one cluster. Dead knots in another. 2 small token discs nearest the front where someone might notice them and assume more order beneath the surface than really existed. The first buyer was a woman in a faded blue shawl who squinted at one of the token discs and said, "Is this for the Hearth Mother or the River Lady?" Chen Wei picked it up, turned it once, and said, "Hearth by mark. River by wish." The woman barked a laugh. "That's not an answer. It's a market answer." That amused her enough to buy it anyway. The second buyer did better for him than the first. A cartman with lime on his sleeves stopped over the slips and asked, "Why are some names larger than others?" Chen Wei said, as if only repeating a thing any charm seller knew, "Because the larger ones are for mouths and the smaller ones are for people who want to be taken seriously." The cartman scratched his chin. "My wife says the same thing about priests." That drew laughter from the two women beside him, and just like that Chen Wei had asked nothing, revealed nothing, and still learned that the distinction between common names and formal styles lived in ordinary speech far beyond the shrine court itself. By midday he had sold enough of the packet to return to Hollow Reed without looking needy. The temple market man did not ask how much profit had been made. That told Chen Wei more than the question would have. He only looked at the remaining goods, the empty folds of cloth, and the careful way Chen Wei set them down. "You're using the packet to listen," Hollow Reed said. Chen Wei did not bother denying it. People say more when they think they're buying small certainty. Hollow Reed's smile turned almost approving. "And what have they bought for you?" Chen Wei touched one of the unsold slips. "That common names travel farther than I thought. And that formal names make even ordinary people lower their voices." "Good," Hollow Reed said. "That means you are not merely selling dead paper. You are learning what still has fear attached." A temple runner in ash-marked sleeves stopped at the stall just then, dropped 3 bent coppers on the board, and said, "Sweeping rejects again. The old woman on West Lane says last batch had 2 river slips mixed with hearth stock." Hollow Reed sighed as if the world had disappointed him personally. "The gods punish me through inventory." The runner snorted and left. Chen Wei looked at the new packet, then at Hollow Reed. "You sort the sweepings yourself." "When I don't trust children, priests, or fate to do it correctly." He tipped his head, interested. Chen Wei let the pause sit just long enough to matter. "In the sorting. In the mistakes," Hollow Reed said softly. "That's where all the useful things hide." There it was again, the real trade under the visible one. Chen Wei had wanted cover, and cover had begun to work. But cover was opening doors, and every useful door in Yulon seemed to have someone smiling beside it, waiting to see how foolishly he stepped through. By evening, Chen Wei had agreed to buy rubbish by categories. That was how Brother Hollow Reed framed it, and the ugliness of the phrasing was part of why Chen Wei trusted it more than if the man had called it opportunity. They sat on opposite sides of the stall while temple smoke drifted through the court and made every third breath taste faintly of ash. Between them lay 3 small piles Hollow Reed had made from a larger tray of rejects. One was openly worthless, dead knots, split slips, token discs cracked through the center. One was saleable to the credulous, intact enough to look hopeful in a buyer's hand. The last was stranger, not powerful exactly, but more interesting, slips with unusual titles, charms tied in unfamiliar combinations, paper whose ink layering suggested temple use rather than street sale. Hollow Reed tapped the first pile. Noise. He tapped the second. Bread. Then he rested 2 fingers on the third. Questions. Chen Wei looked at the piles without touching them. "You sort your life clearly." "I sort other people's confusion clearly," Hollow Reed said. "My own remains a devotional hazard." That got a breath of laughter out of Chen Wei before he could stop it. Hollow Reed noticed and seemed pleased by the proof that Chen Wei was still human enough to amuse. "Here's the bargain," he said. "You buy noise and bread together, which makes you look like a man selling whatever comes cheapest. In return, I let a few questions fall into the packet now and then. Not too many. I'm fond of surviving temple audits." "And what do you get?" Chen Wei asked. Hollow Reed spread one hand over the stall. "A moving second outlet that doesn't rent me another board. A pair of eyes in lanes I don't always feel like standing in. And the satisfaction of seeing whether your face can eventually learn to match your fingers." Chen Wei should have disliked how neatly that answer landed. Instead he respected it. He said, "And if I start asking the wrong questions?" Hollow Reed's smile did not change. Then I sell you cheaper rubbish and remember less about your existence. It was the kindest threat Chen Wei had heard all week. A woman in mourning gray stopped by the stall just then, glanced at the piles, and said, "Anything for bad dreams." Hollow Reed picked up a faded knot from the bread pile and handed it over. "For bad dreams, poor sleep, jealous cousins, and any husband weak enough to believe string can do his conscience for him." The woman gave him 2 coppers without blinking. After she left, Chen Wei looked at the knot, then at Hollow Reed. "You lied." Hollow Reed tucked the coins away. "I sold comfort. Do keep up." That was the final shape of it. Not miracle. Not pure fraud. Trade in the space between need and belief, with enough real structure underneath to make the lies useful. Chen Wei looked at the 3 piles again and saw not only margin, but camouflage so well suited to Yulan that he almost resented its elegance. When he finally gathered the bundled packets into his cloth wrap, he understood what the chapter of his life had become. Curios would let him ask why names changed shape across shrines. Paper charms would let him buy, carry, and sort temple scraps in public. Petty trade would explain movement that might otherwise look too smooth. It was not merely a profession lane opening under him. It was a mask with holes cut exactly where he needed to see through. 28. The price of legitimacy. The first week of looking more respectable taught Chen Wei that respectability ate like a second stomach. It was not the coat alone. The coat had only been the door. After that came the small expenses that clung to it like burrs to wool. Better lamp oil because cheap smoke stained collars and made Madame Chu complain. Thread because cuffs loosened faster when a man actually used his sleeves. Soap in shavings mean enough to be called soap only out of optimism, but still more than water alone. A basin cloth that did not smell like another tenant's winter. Paper good enough not to curl at the first damp breath. Broth more often, because a man wearing a coat and selling curios could not hover beside food stalls looking like he meant to beg if the coppers in his sleeves said otherwise. None of it was ruinous by itself. Together it was constant. By the 4th day, Chen Wei stood at a notion stall holding a packet of needle thread and feeling personally insulted by how expensive cleanliness seemed determined to become. The woman behind the board watched him the way a butcher watched a customer pretending not to count bone. "You've looked at that packet 3 times, she said. "Either buy it or marry it." Chen Wei turned the packet over. "It's overpriced. It's thread." That's how overpricing usually arrives. The woman barked a laugh. "Then you've had an educated childhood." He should have put it back. Instead he found himself saying, "If I buy it, I'm buying thread, not your blessing." She leaned forward and said, "At this price you get both." That drew a snort from the old man at the next board, who was selling combs with 3 fewer teeth than the buyers deserved. Chen Wei paid anyway, and the coins leaving his fingers irritated him more than the purchase itself. It was not greed. It was the steady humiliation of realizing that every visible sign of not being drift came with maintenance attached. A trader's face had to be fed like any other animal. The truth sharpened again at the dumpling stall. The woman there looked at the fresh thread packet in one hand, the better paper in his sleeve, and the cleaner collar under the brown coat, then said as she ladled broth, "You're getting expensive." Chen Wei took the bowl and said, "So is breathing." She snorted. "Breathing's free. Looking like you belong is where the city starts charging." That landed too cleanly to ignore. He carried the broth away through the crowd with the thread tucked in his sleeve and the resentment sitting warm behind his ribs. Legitimate appearance was supposed to be armor. It was. But armor was heavy, visible, and never came without upkeep. By the time he climbed the stair to his room that evening, he understood the more insulting half of the bargain. The city did not only force a man to rise carefully, it also forced him to keep paying for every rung once he had been seen standing on it. The city did not only charge him to look better, it rewarded him for it just enough to make the charge feel insulting. 2 mornings after buying the thread, Chen Wei stopped at a tea stall he had passed a dozen times without being invited to linger. Before the coat, before the room, before the paper packets and the regular broth, the stallkeeper's eyes had always slid past him as though he were one more shadow cast by other men's spending. This time, the woman behind the kettle looked up, took in the coat, the cleaner collar, the folded paper under his arm, and said, "Hot water costs 1. Tea costs 2. Sit if you're paying." Chen Wei almost laughed at the sentence. Not because it was kind. Because it was so nakedly conditional. He paid the 1 copper for hot water and took the cracked cup to the edge of the bench, where 2 small traders were already arguing over cart rates. Neither greeted him, but neither shifted away either. One of them glanced once at his sleeve and said, "Paper trade." "Bits," Chen Wei replied. The man nodded as if that were answer enough. That was what the coin had bought him. Not acceptance. Not friendship. The right to exist inside an ordinary assumption. The bitterness of it followed him through the rest of the morning. At a cord and needle stall, the woman who had mocked him over thread the day before took his copper with less edge in her voice and said, "If you're buying regular now, I'll keep the better black twist aside. Cheaper if I don't have to dig for it." Chen Wei looked at the thread, then at her. "Yesterday it came with a blessing. Yesterday you looked undecided." She shrugged. "Today you look like a man who comes back." That was worse, somehow. He had done nothing noble between one day and the next. He had only spent enough, cleaned enough, and worn enough of the right things to be interpreted differently. Yet the market answered him as if these surfaces were evidence of his character. The pattern sharpened by midday in a way that made his shoulders tighten. A grain broker's apprentice, smooth-faced and too neatly belted for the lane, intercepted him near the weighing boards with a smile that had no warmth in it. "You buy thread, paper, and temple scraps from 3 different quarters," the young man said. "That means either you're foolish or you're building stock." Chen Wei kept walking until the apprentice had to move with him to continue the conversation. "Then I should hope to look slightly more foolish." The apprentice smiled wider. "Foolish men don't compare prices before noon. What do clever men do? They buy from one source and let someone else carry the risk." The line was bait dressed as advice. Chen Wei heard the steel in it at once. Better smiles. Better terms. Better traps. That, too, was part of the price of seeming more legitimate. He stopped at last and looked directly at the young man. "And what do men with clean belts do?" The apprentice's smile did not break. "They notice who might become worth introducing upward." Chen Wei moved on without answering. By the time he reached the stair to Madame Chu's rooms, the lesson had settled coldly into place. Looking better did not only change who smiled at him and who bargained more smoothly. It also changed who began studying him as if he were a possible line on someone else's ledger. Respectability bought easier transactions, yes. It also bought interest, and interest in Yulan never stayed cheap for long. By afternoon, the new smiles had begun arriving with hooks attached. Chen Wei had spent the middle hours making small, practical purchases he could justify to himself: lamp oil, a handful of cheap pegs, 2 packets of paper, and each one left him with the same sour aftertaste. Clean collar, better coat, regular spending. The city now treated him as someone who might be worth anticipating, and anticipation, he was learning, was only politeness until someone decided to turn it into leverage. The grain broker's apprentice found him again near the weighing sheds. This time the young man did not step into his path. He fell in beside him with practiced ease, belt still too clean for the lane and shoes too well kept to belong wholly to honest dust. Around them, grain dust hung gold in the light, porters shouted, and scoops struck bins with the rhythm of work too large to care about any one man's discomfort. "You didn't answer me earlier," the apprentice said. "I noticed." The young man smiled as if they were sharing a joke instead of circling a test. "And yet here you are still buying in fragments. Paper in one lane, oil in another, temple scraps where the smoke sticks. That's a lot of walking for a man who could save copper by behaving like he belongs to someone." Chen Wei kept his eyes forward. "Does behaving like I belong to someone save copper?" "It saves mistakes." That answer was too smooth to be accidental. The apprentice gestured lightly toward the sheds. "Men who look respectable but buy like strays attract curiosity. Men who look respectable and buy through known channels attract trust." He let that settle, then added, "I could point you at steadier supply. Better prices, cleaner introductions." Chen Wei said, "And what would those cost?" The apprentice's smile widened by a degree. "Nothing now." That was the cost, right there. Chen Wei turned at last and looked at him properly. The young man had pleasant hands, soft for the quarter, and eyes that had learned to keep calculation looking harmless. Not dangerous in the way Rook was dangerous. Worse, perhaps, because men like this made nets feel like ladders. He said, "In Yulan, nothing now sounds expensive." The apprentice laughed softly. "Only to men who plan to matter." "Then perhaps I should work harder not to." That won him a longer look than before, one that traveled from the better coat to the paper under his arm and then to his face, as if testing whether wit and caution had arrived from the same source or two different ones. When the apprentice answered, some of the ease had left him. "You'll find," he said, "that the city decides who matters faster than men decide it for themselves." Then he stepped aside with perfect courtesy, as if yielding the path out of kindness rather than because he had finished taking stock. Chen Wei kept walking until the sheds gave way to the narrower lane beyond. Only there did he let the conversation settle. Respectability had done what hunger never could. It had begun to summon proposals. Better terms, better supply, cleaner introductions. Every one of them came wrapped in the same insult, that the city would rather deal with a man once it believed he could be sorted into someone else's structure. The coat had bought him ease, yes. It had also hung a small sign around his neck that said possible, and possible was the first word every trap in Yulan seemed to like. That night, Chen Wei laid the costs of legitimacy out on the pallet and discovered that the insult was smaller when counted properly. The room smelled faintly of lamp oil and washed cloth. On the blanket before him he set the things that now belonged to the life he was trying to build without letting it swallow him. The brown coat folded over the stool, the thread packet, the paper, the soap shavings wrapped in scrap, the better oil, the little stack of coppers under the shelf, and the note from home waiting beside the charcoal. None of it looked impressive. That was almost the point. A respectable life, at least at his level, was made of minor purchases repeated so often they stopped feeling like choices and became maintenance. For a few breaths he let himself hate them. He hated the thread because fraying cuffs could now betray a whole role he had paid to enter. He hated the oil because smoke on the collar turned care into hypocrisy. He hated the paper because rough scraps made him look poor in the wrong way and better paper made him visible in the expensive way. Mostly he hated that the city was right. These surfaces mattered. Not morally, economically, socially, politically. The market dealt first with what a man looked like he could finish paying for. A soft knock came through the wall. Chen Wei looked up. The dry neighbor's voice followed a moment later. "You're quiet tonight. That's more expensive than pacing." Chen Wei almost smiled despite himself. "I'm counting." "Bad sign," the neighbor said. "Men count 3 things after dark. Money, injuries, and promises. Which is safest?" A pause. Then, "Money. It lies least." The footsteps moved on before Chen Wei could answer. He looked back down at the pallet and let the remark settle. Money lay least. Perhaps that was why the city respected it more than explanation. A coat, a room, a cleaner collar, a steady purchase of oil and paper, all of it told a story to strangers faster than speech did. He had spent the last days resenting that truth because it felt like surrender to appearances. But resentment did not make the truth weaker. It only left him underdressed for it. He reached for the charcoal and pulled the note from home closer. "Need steady but uneven support," he wrote. "Enough to maintain roll, not enough to look smooth. I have to spend on looking ordinary in the right way." He paused, then added more. "The city respects surfaces because surfaces tell it where to put you. I may hate the cost, but I can use it." That line steadied him. When he finished, he folded the note and slid the expenses back into their hiding places one by one. The thread under the pillow cover. The soap into the basin stand. The better paper beneath the shirt. The coppers under the shelf. None of it felt noble. None of it felt free. Yet by the time he lowered the lamp and lay back on the pallet, the shape of the lesson had become useful instead of merely bitter. Looking legitimate was not only a tax. It was armor. The problem was that armor made noise, caught light, and told other people where to aim. In Yulan, anything that protected a man also taught the city how to hunt him more intelligently. 29. Reading the city. The city became easier to survive the day he stopped reading it as scenery. Until then, text had lived in his life as hunger lived in it, always present, always pressing, but not always movable. Signs hung over him, notices flapped from boards, prayer slips passed through his fingers, copied labels crossed Dowren's table, and academy handbills gathered like pale leaves in the lanes near the preparatory halls. He had been learning them in fragments, one shop mark here, one price form there, one temple title half guessed from repetition and sale patter. Now the fragments were beginning to join. That made Yulan feel less mystical and more deliberate. He discovered it fully at a grain board near the East Market, where prices for millet, barley, lamp oil, and salt had been brushed in fresh ink that morning. A week earlier he would have needed to stand and pretend, measuring bowl sizes and listening to arguments until the numbers arranged themselves by context. Now he read the first line cleanly, then the second with only a pause, and by the third his pulse had quickened for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. The grain seller noticed him lingering and said, "If you're only reading, stand aside. If you're buying, speak." Chen Wei looked up. "You changed the millet rate." The seller's brows climbed. "I did. You raised small scoop price more than bulk string price." That got the attention of the woman beside him at once. She leaned over his shoulder, squinted at the board, and said, "Did he?" The seller clicked his tongue. "Bulk buyers always pay less." The woman jabbed a finger at the second line. "Less, yes. Not by that much, you old thief." Two other customers turned at the sharpness in her voice. The seller glared at Chen Wei as though literacy in the wrong mouth were a kind of personal insult. Chen Wei stepped back half a pace at once. "I only read what's there." "That's the trouble with writing," the woman said, still glaring at the board. "It keeps turning back into memory when men like him get greedy." The seller muttered something about difficult customers and reached for his brush. The woman stayed to watch him correct the line. Chen Wei moved on before his usefulness could become a face worth resenting, but the lesson stayed hot in him. Reading the board had not merely saved him copper. It had changed his position in the exchange from listener to participant. The market no longer had to explain itself aloud for him to learn from it. It sharpened again at a wall near the academy feeder lane, where handbills had been pasted in layers thick enough to make old ambition peel under new. One notice offered copy work to boys with fair hands and decent script. Another listed preparatory hall fees and examination dates. A third, stamped with temple ink, warned against unlicensed sale of ritual papers bearing formal divine styles. A youth in a cleaner coat than Chen Wei's saw him studying the notices and said, "You read all that?" "Enough," Chen Wei answered. The youth gave him a quick, assessing look. "Enough for trade, or enough to make yourself miserable?" Chen Wei let his eyes return to the handbills. "In Yulan, I'm starting to suspect those are the same thing." The youth laughed and moved on, but Chen Wei stayed where he was a moment longer, taking in the boards, the rates, the warnings, the offers, the temple phrasing, the academy phrasing, the way a city revealed its bones once he could read the labels tied to them. It was not just that text made him smarter. It made the world less magical in the wrong way and more structured in the right one. He could feel the difference now. Trade, faith, and learning were not separate streets crossing by accident. They were written over one another, and for the first time since arriving in Yulan, he was beginning to read the overlap instead of merely surviving inside it. The next useful lesson came from a pile of rubbish and the fact that rubbish had labels. Brother Hollow Reed had left him 3 mixed packets of temple sweepings that morning, 2 for public sale and 1 for sorting. Chen Wei carried them upstairs to his room, spread a cloth over the pallet, and began separating slips by eye, by title, and by the density of the hand that had written them. A month earlier the work would have been guesswork dressed as caution. Now the characters slowed him without defeating him. Common market names rose first. Then the more formal styles beneath them. Then something subtler, the small differences in phrasing that marked whether a slip had been meant for household use, petty purchase, or a right written by someone who expected to be obeyed. By midday he had reduced the pile into 4 neat little rows and 1 uncertain heap. He took the uncertain heap back to Hollow Reed. The man was binding fresh red thread onto a set of dead knots when Chen Wei laid the slips down on the stall board. Hollow Reed glanced once, then twice. You sorted these. Chen Wei touched the narrowest pile. Household use. Common names. Sheep sale. He touched the second. Travel and road luck. Cartmen, runners, people who want a god to notice mud. Hollow Reed's smile sharpened. Chen Wei touched the third. Formal styles. Not for fools with lamp smoke on their sleeves. And the fourth? Hollow Reed asked. Chen Wei slid one slip from the uncertain heap and tapped a phrase in the lower line. This one uses temple wording, but the margin mark is copied from Academy shorthand. Are close enough to annoy both sides. That got a real laugh out of Hollow Reed, quick and delighted. Close enough to annoy both sides is half the city's education. He plucked the slip free and turned it toward the light. Good eyes. This came from a novice who wanted to impress a temple ant and a schoolmaster at the same time. He set it back down and looked at Chen Wei with more interest than was entirely comfortable. You're not merely learning marks. You're starting to hear institutions. Chen Wei said, they sound similar when they're asking for money. Hollow Reed barked a laugh. That's because the gods and the academies both believe seriousness should be billable. A customer in a faded mourning sash paused at the stall and picked up one of the household slips. Is this for hearth blessing or child fever? Hollow Reed opened his mouth, but Chen Wei answered first. Hearth, he said. Then he tapped the lower line. If it were for fever, the wording would ask for cooling and interruption, not holding and continuity. The woman blinked, then nodded as if the distinction had always been obvious to her. Good. My eldest already has enough interruptions. She paid and moved on. Hollow Reed watched her go, then looked back at Chen Wei with a new, evaluating stillness. There, he said softly. That's the difference. Before, you were reading marks. Now you're reading intent. The sentence stayed with Chen Wei even after he left the stall. It was not merely that literacy saved copper or improved trade. It was that text was beginning to reveal motive. A city wrote its prices, warnings, rights, and ambitions down in layered forms, and once he could read those layers, Yulan stopped feeling like a collection of markets and shrines pressed together by accident. It began to feel built. By the end of the week, Chen Wei had learned that reading the city properly did not only mean understanding what words said. It meant noticing where words contradicted each other. He found the contradiction on a temple board near the north lane, and it would have cost him copper if he had still been half blind to written things. Brother Hollow Reed had sent him to fetch a bundle of legal ash packets from a licensed supplier whose seal carried better resale value than the temple market rubbish he usually handled. The supplier's board hung beneath a painted god eye and listed 3 prices in careful black ink. Chen Wei read them once, then again, because the middle line did not match the small red notice pasted half beneath the frame. One offered household rate bundles by count. The other declared, in temple language dressed up as regulation, that all packets marked for formal observance now required a surcharge unless purchased by recognized intermediaries. That might have meant nothing to a man who bought by habit. To Chen Wei, it meant the board and the notice were in a quiet disagreement, and quiet disagreements were where money leaked. He stepped up to the counter and said, these should be the lower rate. The seller, a lean man with chalk on 2 fingers, did not look up from his stringing. Not anymore. Chen Wei pointed to the black line on the board. That says by count, household use, no surcharge. The man finally raised his eyes. The red notice supersedes it. Only on formal packets. The seller's mouth flattened. You read too much for your coat. Chen Wei laid one packet down and touched the seal. This mark is domestic. The formal surcharge applies to the long prayer bundles. Not these. The woman beside him, waiting with a basket of lamp wicks, leaned in at once. Is that true? The seller glared first at Chen Wei, then at the woman, as if deciding which of them had become more inconvenient. It is true enough, he said at last, if one wants to waste morning arguing over 3 coppers. 3 coppers buy oil, the woman said. Argue harder. That earned a quick ripple of laughter from the line behind her. The seller clicked his tongue, crossed out the higher figure with one irritated stroke of chalk, and named the lower price. Chen Wei paid and took the packets, pulse quiet but quick. The woman in the basket gave him a look halfway between gratitude and suspicion. "You work temple goods." "Bits," he said. She nodded as if that explained everything and nothing, then added, "Good. Someone should read what they write before the rest of us pay for their mood." He moved on with the ash packets under his arm and the lesson settling deeper with every step. Literacy was no longer just a private improvement. It was leverage. It let him hear the city arguing with itself and choose which voice to obey. By the time he reached Hollow Reed's stall and laid the packets down, he understood why being an outsider had started to help him instead of hinder him. Men born inside Yulan often accepted its habits as weather. Chen Wei did not. He still looked twice. Still compared one sign to another. Still noticed when the temple notice, the market board, and the seller's mouth were trying to tell three different stories at once. The city had stopped being a wall of unknown words. It had become a text full of seams, and seams were where useful men learned to pry. Brother Hollow Reed did not praise him, which was how Chen Wei knew the thing mattered. He set the ash packets on the stall board and watched the temple market man's eyes move over the corrected price mark, the chalk score through the higher rate, and the quieter satisfaction Chen Wei had not entirely managed to hide. Hollow Reed said, "You paid the lower line." Chen Wei said, "The higher one was wrong." "Wrong and written are cousins," Hollow Reed replied. "Most people still pay both." Chen Wei touched the packet string. The red notice only applied to formal observance bundles. The board hadn't been altered. He was charging mood. Hollow Reed looked at him for a beat longer than the words required, then gave the smallest nod. "Good." That single word landed with more weight than some men's flattery. A novice runner came up just then with a tray of fresh slips balanced on both palms. He was all elbows, ink smudges, and temple nerves. "Master Reed, the West Lane board wants new household prayers." Hollow Reed didn't look away from Chen Wei. "Take the third bundle from the left." The novice hesitated. "Third from which left?" "The left the gods gave you," Hollow Reed said, then sighed through his nose and turned to Chen Wei. "See, literacy, salvation, endless disappointment." The novice flushed crimson. Chen Wei reached past the tray, took the correct bundle, and handed it over. The boy blinked, muttered thanks, and fled with the papers before Hollow Reed could wound him further. "You're enjoying this too much," Chen Wei said. "I enjoy competence whenever the city accidentally produces it." Hollow Reed tied off a packet of road slips and slid it toward the edge of the board. "More importantly, you are starting to use it." Chen Wei looked up. "Use what?" "Reading is movement." Hollow Reed tapped the ash packets once. "Before, words were walls. Now they're shortcuts, warnings, prices, traps, and opportunities." He gestured lightly toward the lanes beyond the shrine court. "A city writes itself down constantly. Most people only read the parts that directly strike them in the face." The line stayed with Chen Wei after he left the stall. A city writes itself down constantly. He felt the truth of it all afternoon. At one lane he turned away before a posted fee board could overcharge him for space near the weighing boards. In another he took a side route because a temple notice about licensed sale made the main corner too watched for easy charm trade. At a water point he saw from the chalk marks on the barrel count that the refill man had already stretched the afternoon measure and would soon start charging for scarcity he had partly invented himself. None of these understandings felt dramatic from the outside. That was exactly why they mattered. Each one let him move with less guessing and more choice. By the time evening folded itself over Yulan and the room upstairs took him back into its dim lamplight, Chen Wei understood why literacy had begun to feel less like learning words and more like acquiring joints in a body that had once moved stiffly. The city had not become kinder. It had become legible. That was better. Kindness could be withdrawn. Legibility, once gained, could be used. And for the first time since crossing into the divine realms, he felt not merely that he could survive inside Yulan, but that he could begin to operate within it on purpose. 30. The trader's threshold. The first time someone asked Chen Wei what he carried in stock, he almost answered like a liar. He was standing near the shrine court with a cloth laid out on the low bench, 3 dead prayer knots, 2 common hearth slips, 1 road token, and a handful of cheap ash packets arranged to look less deliberate than they were. The morning traffic was steady, neither rich nor poor enough to be memorable, exactly the kind of human current in which small sales could disappear into habit. Chen Wei had begun to prefer that kind of trade. It asked less of his nerves than anything dramatic. A carter with lime on one sleeve stopped, looked over the spread, and said, "You carry anything for Axel Luck?" Chen Wei's first instinct was to point at the road token and name a price. His second, arriving a half-breath later and far more usefully, was to hear the question for what it actually was. Stock. Not, "What can I buy this once?" "What do you keep? What trade are you in often enough that I can return to you for it?" He said, more carefully, "Depends how much Axel and how much luck you need." The carter grunted, amused. Enough to get 2 grain loads over bad ruts without a wheel arguing doctrine. Chen Wei picked up the token, turned it once, then said, "For that, I'd sell you road favor and fresh grease both. Only one of them listens." The carter laughed. "Good. You're not a priest." He took the token, weighed it in his broad palm, then looked back over the cloth. "You keep these often?" There it was again. Chen Wei said, "Often enough if people buy them often enough." That's an answer from a man trying to decide whether he's a stall or a rumor. The line landed uncomfortably close to the truth. Before Chen Wei could answer, Brother Hollow Reed's voice drifted in from behind him. He is a young businessman, which means at present he is both. The carter looked past Chen Wei and nodded once in greeting. "Then tell your young businessman to keep road stock on market start days. Grain men buy fear before sunrise." Hollow Reed folded his hands into his sleeves as if he had merely materialized out of smoke and temple neglect. "Sound advice," he said. "Expensive, but sound." The carter paid, tucked the token away, and moved on. Chen Wei looked over his shoulder. "You do that too often. Appear when you are about to learn something useful." Hollow Reed's smile was mild. "I make an art of it." He stepped closer to the cloth and, without touching anything, said, "Did you hear the part that mattered?" Chen Wei looked back at the little spread on the bench. The goods suddenly seemed smaller, meaner, less like a day's makeshift arrangement and more like the edge of a choice. "He asked what I kept," Chen Wei said. "Yes." Hollow Reed tilted his head. "Single sales feed a man. Stock begins to define him." That sentence settled harder than the carter's coin had. The shrine court bell sounded once behind them, and the morning trade pressed on. Chen Wei looked at the cloth, the cheap goods, the little assortment that had begun as cover and profit in equal parts. For the first time, the question in front of him was no longer only how to sell what he had. It was whether he was willing to become the sort of man who bought ahead of the sale, risked his own copper on expectation, and let the city start asking him not only what he traded in, but what trade he belonged to. By afternoon, Chen Wei had turned the question of stock into arithmetic, and the arithmetic did not flatter courage. He sat cross-legged on the pallet in the room upstairs with his coppers spread in little ranks on the blanket and the first serious packet Hollow Reed had sold him laid beside them. The packet was not large. That was part of the insult. A handful of road slips, 2 better knots, 3 common household charms, 1 ash packet of the sort cartmen liked to tuck into their sleeves before a bad weather haul. Nothing in it would have impressed anyone with a real board or a real ledger. Yet the cost of it sat on the blanket with the hard density of a choice. If he bought ahead of the sale, he stopped being a man who merely moved what came into his hands. He became a man who risked being wrong in advance. A knock sounded on the frame, not the door. Then Madame Chu's voice followed. "If you're staring at money, do it quieter." Chen Wei looked up. "How loud does money look from the passage?" "Loud enough when it's being counted by a man deciding whether he's richer or stupider." She stood with one shoulder against the frame, not entering, only claiming the right to observe from the threshold. Her eyes moved once across the little ranks of copper, the packet, the folded paper beside it, and then back to his face. "Which is it?" he said. "Ask tomorrow." "That means stupider," she replied at once. That would have stung less if she had not sounded so practical. Chen Wei picked up one of the better knots, turned it once, then set it back down. Single sails are safer. Madame Chu gave a short shrug. So is sleeping outside the walls. Men still rent rooms. That isn't the same. No, she said. A room only risks rent. Stock risks being wrong in public. He looked at her then. Madame Chu's mouth twitched by a degree. You think I sell bean cakes by divine revelation? The answer should have been obvious. It had not occurred to him anyway. She tipped her head toward the packet. Some days I buy too much. Some days too little. Some days the wrong sweet cakes sit until dusk and I curse every ancestor who taught me taste instead of caution. Her voice stayed flat, but not cold. That's trade. Hunger teaches a man to count what he has. Stock teaches him to count what strangers might want before they know it themselves. Chen Wei looked back down at the blanket. The coppers were suddenly less comforting than they had been a moment before. Madame Chu pushed off the frame. If you do it with enough goods to matter and too little to drown you. That's the only kindness the threshold ever offers. Then she left him with the packet and the ranks of copper and the smell of lamp oil thick in the little room. He sat there for a long time after, counting again, not because the numbers had changed, but because he had. A trader's threshold was not crossed in the market when someone asked what he kept in stock. It was crossed here, on a blanket, in a room that cost rent, when he decided whether he trusted himself to spend today's safety on tomorrow's possibility. By the time he wrapped the chosen coppers and set them beside Hollow Reed's packet, his stomach had tightened into the familiar shape it wore whenever he stepped near a new kind of survival. He still disliked the choice. That was how he knew it was probably real. The next morning, Chen Wei handed over enough copper to make the packet feel heavier than it was. Brother Hollow Reed did not touch the money at once. He let it sit on the stall board between them, as if giving Chen Wei a chance to change his mind before the coppers turned into risk. So, Hollow Reed said lightly, you have decided not to remain a rumor. Chen Wei kept his tone even. Only a smaller one. Hollow Reed smiled at that and finally swept the coins away. That's how all the better mistakes begin. He took the chosen packet from beneath the board, checked its ties with fast, practiced fingers, and laid it down with a care that made the goods feel more deliberate than Chen Wei would have liked. Road slips. Household knots. 2 better charms. The ash packet with the cleaner seal. Not nonsense. Not treasure. Just enough stock to matter if it moved and hurt if it didn't. Chen Wei wrapped the packet in his carrying cloth and said, if it sits, I blame you. If it sits, I blame your face. Hollow Reed retied a red thread with his teeth and added, remember what you're actually selling. Not protection. Not miracle. Not certainty. Plausibility. Comfort. A cheap answer someone can carry home in the hand. A woman with a basket of onions paused at the stall and said, that sounds like priests. Hollow Reed did not look up. Priests sell the expensive version. The woman barked a laugh and moved on. Chen Wei carried the packet away with the strange, faint resentment of a man who knows the advice is good because he wishes it were less true. He took his place near the shrine steps before the crowds thickened, spread the cloth, and laid out the stock with more care than the old mixed rubbish had ever deserved. The effect changed the bench at once. Before, he had looked like a man opportunistically moving scraps. Now, for the first time, he looked like someone who had expected to sell. That made him more visible than he liked. The first quarter of an hour yielded nothing but glances. The second brought a temple widow who picked up one of the better household knots, held it between 2 fingers, and said, that's not sweepings. Chen Wei said, no. Then why is it priced like fear instead of vanity? Because I'd rather it move than impress you. The widow's mouth twitched. Good answer. She bought the knot. The second sale took longer and felt worse. A carter stopped, squinted at the road slips, asked too many questions, then bought nothing. A student-looking boy handled the ash packet and put it down as though testing whether Chen Wei would look desperate enough to bargain downward. He did not. The boy drifted away. By midday, 1 knot and 1 cheap slip had sold. That was not failure. It was not enough to calm him either. The packet on the cloth seemed to grow heavier with each passerby who looked and did not stop. That was the new danger in stock. Hunger had been sharp and simple. Unsold goods produced a slower kind of pressure, one that sat in public and reflected his judgment back at him. By the time he lifted the cloth to shift into a shadier position, Chen Wei understood the first cruelty of being a trader. Once you bought ahead of the sale, every unsold item became a small accusation that your reading of the world had been wrong. The lesson improved toward evening, which was exactly the kind of timing Chen Wei had begun to distrust. He had nearly packed the cloth away. The shrine steps had thinned into the slower trade between workday and dusk, the hour when buyers either became impulsive or went home with their caution still intact. Chen Wei was kneeling to retie the corners of the spread, already deciding which unsold items he could still carry tomorrow without looking stale, when a grain carter stopped in front of the bench and looked down at the road slips. Not the same carter from the morning. Older. Broader. One shoulder lower than the other from years of hauling weight the body remembered even in stillness. He had a trace of axle grease worked into the skin at the thumb and a face that did not look sentimental enough to buy luck for pleasure. "You still have road stock," he said. Chen Wei straightened slowly. "Some." The man picked up one slip, turned it over, then set it down again. "Hearth knots are for wives. Road slips are for men who don't like hearing a wheel talk back." He looked at the cloth. "How much for 2? That was already better than the morning had gone. Chen Wei named a price low enough to move the stock and high enough not to look like panic. The carter grunted. "You selling paper or prophecy?" "Paper," Chen Wei said. "The prophecy is that bad roads don't improve because a man argues with them." That earned him the smallest crack in the man's severity. "Good. I dislike priests." "You're in the right lane, then." The carter gave a short snort, counted the coppers into Chen Wei's palm, and took 2 slips. He did not leave immediately. Instead he looked over the remaining goods with the quick, flat attention of a buyer deciding whether this was a one-time stop or a place to remember. "You here tomorrow?" he asked. There it was. Chen Wei said, "If the city doesn't arrest me for poor theology." The carter's mouth twitched. "Then keep road stock on market start days. Grain men buy fear before sunrise, but they pay for it after the first axle complaint." He tucked the slips into his sleeve and added, "If these don't help, I'll still blame the road first." Then he went. Chen Wei stood very still for a moment after, the coins warm in his hand. It was not the size of the sale that mattered. It was the shape of it. The man had not bought a leftover curiosity. He had bought from stock, by category, with the expectation that stock might be there again. That was different. That was the line between moving goods and beginning to hold a lane in someone else's mind. When Chen Wei finally counted the day's coppers against the purchase cost back in his room, the margin was not grand enough to feel like victory. But it was real. Real enough that the packet no longer looked like a mistake wrapped in paper. Real enough that he could see how tomorrow's choices might build on today's rather than merely repair them. He sat on the pallet with the figures in front of him and let the truth settle carefully into place. Hunger had trained him to value what he could touch immediately. Trade demanded something harsher. It demanded that he trust a pattern long enough to endure the hours when it looked as though the pattern might not come back. By the time he folded the day's coins into their cloth and set aside what had to be reinvested, he understood the threshold for what it was. Not a dramatic crossing. A quieter one. The moment when a man stops asking only whether a sale fed him and starts asking whether it taught the city to return. 31. The wrong kind of miracle. The day's coppers should have felt steadier than they did. Chen Wei had crossed something real in the shrine court and in the room upstairs after, and the city had answered him in the smallest respectable way a city could. Men had asked what he kept. They had bought from stock instead of pity or impulse. He had proved he could risk ahead of the sale and not drown for it. Yet by the time dusk leaned over Yulan and the market began folding its noise inward, the truth sat under that satisfaction like grit under a bandage. The margin was real, but it was still a margin. A few road slips, a few knots, a few better answers, and he could inch himself into a life. Inch was the insult. He knew now what storage meant. What supply meant. What a lane in the city's memory could become if a man had enough goods to meet the return when it came. And every thought about scale ran into the same hard wall. 1 kilogram. One narrow bridge. One power that behaved as though generosity itself were beneath it. Madame Chu caught him on the stair with the wrapped stock under one arm and the old bowl held too carefully under the other. She looked from one to the other and said, "That face usually means a tenant is about to become educational." Chen Wei kept climbing. "Maybe I'm just tired." "No." She shifted aside to let a servant girl pass, then looked back at him. Tired men drag their feet. Ambitious men look offended by the size of the world. Her eyes narrowed at the bowl. "Don't do anything tonight that makes me explain blood on the boards." He stopped 2 steps above her and managed a dry breath that almost counted as a laugh. "You make me sound dramatic." Madame Chu snorted. "You're a poor trader with a room upstairs. That's all drama ever is at the start." Then she flicked 2 fingers toward the bowl. "Whatever miracle you're planning, remember this. Thresholds don't care how badly you want through. They only care what you can carry." That should have been warning enough. Instead it sat in him all the way to the canal bridge and turned into challenge. By full dark he had the bowl on the stone ledge, the receipt in one hand, and a wrapped packet in the other that weighed more than he had ever dared push at once. Not absurdly more, just enough to feel like defiance. 2 coppers, a nail, 3 smooth stones, a folded scrap of copied prayer paper, and 1 little iron hook tied tight in cloth so the load held together as a single thing. He stared at it until his jaw tightened. Hunger had taught him to respect limits. Trade had taught him that respect alone never made a man larger. So he set the packet in the bowl, braced both hands around the chipped rim, and reached inward with all the force of want he had. The packet didn't vanish. For one savage instant it seemed to hesitate between being matter and being memory, its weight loosening under Chen Wei's hands until hope struck him so hard it was almost joy. Then the bridge bit back. Pain drove through his chest and up behind his eyes with enough force to wrench him forward over the ledge. The bowl rang sharply against the stone. The packet dropped back into it all at once, heavy as insult, and Chen Wei caught himself on one palm before his face hit the wet boards. He stayed there coughing, one arm wrapped tight over his ribs. The world under the bridge had gone thin and bright around the edges. Water moved below in a black ribbon. Above him, footsteps crossed the planks, slowed, and stopped. A man's voice called down, "You dying under there, friend?" Chen Wei pressed his lips together and forced breath back into something quieter. The voice came again, closer now and more suspicious. "I asked you something." Chen Wei made a rough voiceless sound low in his throat and knocked the side of the bowl with one knuckle as if that explained everything. The man above gave a short, disgusted click of his tongue. "Drunk or touched?" Then another voice laughed farther back, and the footsteps moved on. Chen Wei waited until even the echo had gone. Then he looked at the bowl with fury sour in his mouth. The packet sat exactly where he had placed it, the cloth not damp with bridge mist, the iron hook and stones inside still too much for him and not nearly enough to matter in any larger life. He should have stopped there. Instead he pushed again, this time with less weight and more care, chasing the stubborn belief that effort itself had to mean something. The second attempt hurt less and failed faster. The packet wouldn't go, but in the instant before the refusal settled, something else opened. Not width, not strength, relation. He felt the bowl in his hands not as a single anchor, but as one point among others. A scatter of faint tugs, thin as threads drawn through dark cloth, far away and horribly diffuse. The old bowl in Wuxi burned brightest. Beyond it lay weaker points, almost lost in distance. Coins, scraps, forgotten test sends. The world did not widen for him. It merely became more legible. By the time he got back to the boarding house, his steps had turned uneven. Madame Chu was banking the brazier in the lower hall and looked up the moment he entered. Her eyes narrowed at once. "You ignored me." Chen Wei kept one hand against the wall longer than he meant to. "I heard you." "That's not the same thing." She set the iron poker aside and came a pace closer. "What did you do?" He wanted to say nothing. He wanted to say everything. In the end he managed, too much. Madame Chu studied his face, then the bowl under his arm. And did the miracle grow kinder for being pressed? Chen Wei looked down at the chipped rim and felt the answer settle like cold iron in his gut. No, he said, just clearer. Madame Chu didn't let him climb the rest of the stair alone. She took the bowl from under his arm before he could protest, not gently, but with the competence of a woman who had long ago decided that useless pride was just another kind of mess. Chen Wei followed her up to his room with one hand braced against the wall and the taste of old metal still sitting at the back of his throat. Once inside, she set the bowl on the table, pushed him toward the pallet with two flat fingers, and said, "Sit before you fall and make me resent you." Chen Wei lowered himself carefully. Now that he wasn't moving, the pain in his chest had settled into a deep, mean ache that pulsed with every breath. Madame Chu poured water from the jug into a chipped cup, dropped in a sliver of bitter root from a paper twist she kept in her sleeve, and held it out to him. He took it and said, "You do realize this tastes like punishment." Madame Chu folded her arms. "That's because tonight it is." She waited until he drank. "Now tell me what clearer means." Chen Wei looked at the bowl on the table instead of her face. "It didn't grow. Not the way I wanted." He swallowed once against the bitterness. "I couldn't force more through. I only felt more of what was already there." Madame Chu tipped her head. "What?" He hesitated, then answered because lying to her suddenly felt childish. "Anchors. Old sens. Things I thought were lost." His fingers tightened around the cup. "Home most of all." Madame Chu's expression changed by a degree, which for her counted as softness. "So you reached for a wider gate," she said, "and the world handed you a longer chain." The truth of it struck hard enough that he laughed once, though there was no humor in it. "Yes." She came to the table, rested one hand beside the bowl, and looked down at it as if it were a badly behaved tenant. Young men always think pain is a crowbar. Push hard enough, bleed a little, and the locked thing must open. Then she glanced at him. Sometimes the locked thing only teaches you where the hinges are. Chen Wei stared at the cup in his hands. He had wanted an increase, weight, escape, some visible proof that need itself could drag the gift into becoming kinder. Instead he had been given knowledge he couldn't eat, couldn't spend, and couldn't use to cross the distance that mattered. He could feel home more clearly now, and that made the distance worse, not better. It was like being allowed to stand outside his own window and see the light through the curtains while the door stayed barred. Madame Chu picked up the empty paper twist and tucked it back into her sleeve. At the threshold she paused and said, "Sleep before you decide to wrestle heaven again. It already won once tonight." After she left, the room grew still around the bowl and the dim lamp and the ache under his ribs. Chen Wei sat on the pallet and let his eyes close. The bridge answered him at once, faint but undeniable. The bowl in Wuxi burned in him like a small held fire, steady, known, unbearably far. It should have comforted him. Instead it hollowed him out. For the first time since the world tore open, he did not merely miss home. He felt the exact shape of not being able to reach it. Chen Wei slept badly and woke wiser. The pain in his chest had settled from sharp punishment into a bruised heaviness that made each full breath feel borrowed. Gray morning pressed at the paper window. Somewhere below, a broom rasped over boards, followed by the ordinary sounds of Madame Chu's house beginning another day without any regard for private revelations. For a few slow heartbeats he lay still on the pallet and looked at the bowl on the table. In the dim light it was only clay again. Chipped rim. Faded line of blue. A poor household thing that had somehow become the center of his life. Last night he had wanted to break the world open with it. This morning the desire had gone quieter, and therefore become more dangerous. He sat up carefully, waited for the ache under his ribs to settle, and brought the bowl closer. Then he took out the receipt, a local copper, the old grain slip, and one smooth pebble from his stock cloth. He laid them on the table in a neat row, not as offerings, but as parts. The impulse to try again by force still lived in him. He could feel it whenever his thoughts drifted toward home. But the shop had taught him something he had nearly forgotten in his hunger to escape. If a machine refused, you did not strike it harder and call that understanding. You isolated the fault. You tested. You learned its tolerances. You stopped demanding miracle and started building method. He touched the receipt first and let the bridge answer. The bowl in wuxi came at once, warm and steady in the back of his mind, the strongest anchor by far. Then he shifted his attention outward and found the others. Faint points. Lost sends. Thin, almost useless tugs. But not useless if named properly in his own thoughts. This one felt dead cold and far. That one had a trace of weight to it, perhaps lodged indoors rather than in mud or open field. When he placed the local copper in the bowl and reached without pulling, he could feel the difference between active load and empty anchor more clearly than before. Not more strength. Not more mercy. Better handling. By the time the first real light had climbed the paper window, a scrap of cheap writing sheet lay beside his knee covered in small marks only he would understand. Circle for bowl. Dots for the lost sends. Short lines for pull, drift, weight, resistance. Ugly notes, but real ones. The ache in him hadn't gone. Neither had the barred door distance of home. Yet it sat differently now. Last night he had wanted the gift to love him enough to become generous. This morning he understood it had no love in it at all. Only rules. Rules could still be learned. When he finally lifted the bowl again, it no longer felt like a promise broken. It felt like a craft he had mistaken for pity. That hurt his pride, but it steadied his hands. If growth was going to come, it would come the way trade came, the way language came, the way every livable thing in this world had come to him so far. Not because he needed it badly enough, but because he learned how to do it properly. 32. Names, ink, and intent. The next packet from Earth came through just after noon, when Chen Wei was in his room with the bowl, his ugly notes, and the steadier kind of patience he had earned the hard way. He felt the loaded anchor before he touched the clay. That alone would have thrilled him 3 days ago. Now he treated it as evidence. He washed his hands, cleared the table, and pulled the folded papers through with care rather than hunger. The packet was light, well under his limit, and arranged in the clipped, practical order he had come to recognize from Earth's more disciplined moods. A note from home sat on top, warm with worry even through its brevity. Eat properly. Don't overstrain. We're here. Beneath it lay a second sheet in tighter writing, all business. Test wording. Test whether the same object reacts differently to personal name, title, possession, prayer, and intent. Ask what locals believe changes a charm's behavior. Ask whether temple language and scholar language refer to the same thing by different terms. Chen Wei read that page twice. By itself, it might have sounded like Earth becoming clever for its own sake. But after the bridge had shown him relation instead of mercy, the questions didn't feel academic anymore. They felt close to the hinge Madame Chu had named without understanding. He folded the note, tucked it into his sleeve, and went out toward the shrine market with the kind of attention that made every muttered prayer and marked paper strip stand brighter than before. Brother Hollow Reed was at his usual board, half merchant and half tolerated blasphemy under a temple awning too shabby to look truly holy. Red threads, cheap paper slips, soot-dark stove tokens, and better packets for buyers with more silver were laid out in rows that looked careless until one noticed how neatly profit ran through them. Hollow Reed glanced up as Chen Wei approached and smiled with immediate suspicion. "You've got your reading face on," he said. "That means either business or sin." Chen Wei crouched by the board and picked up a low-grade charm strip between 2 fingers. "Can't it be both?" "It usually is." Hollow Reed watched him turn the strip. "What are you actually after?" Chen Wei let his gaze stay on the brushed mark. "Difference," he said. "When people use these, what matters more? The right words, the right God, or the right person holding it?" Hollow Reed's smile deepened by a degree. "Ah, you're buying trouble by category now." "I'm buying understanding." "No," Hollow Reed said mildly. "You're too poor for that. You're renting it." He tapped the charm strip. "Words matter. Names matter. Titles matter. Intent matters. Most people only manage 2 of the 4 and call the rest fate." Chen Wei looked up. "And which 2 keep a stove lit?" "The same 2 that keep a priest fed." Hollow Reed leaned back on one hand. "Enough rightness in the mouth, enough rightness in the heart. The rest is refinement and billing." Chen Wei almost smiled at that, but the answer had landed too cleanly for humor to hold. Around them, buyers touched tokens, muttered invocations, and handed over coin with the everyday confidence of people standing inside a law they no longer had to notice. Chen Wei had come looking for a clever angle from Earth's latest questions. Instead he found something more unsettling. The city was already built on the distinction. It had merely never needed to explain itself to him before. He left Hollow Reed's awning with 2 cheap charm slips in his sleeve and a worse unease than the one he had brought there. Words matter. Names matter. Titles matter. Intent matters. Hollow Reed had said it with a merchant's ease, as if he were listing the ingredients of broth rather than the laws under a world. The shrine market did not help after that. Every stall seemed louder in its meanings. Buyers touched paper strips before paying. Cartmen muttered at axle tokens. Women buying stove charms lowered their voices on the god title and sharpened them again for the price. It was all ordinary. That was the problem. Chen Wei had spent months treating those gestures as habit draped over trade. Now habit itself looked like doctrine worn thin by constant use. The copyist lane lay cooler and dimmer than the shrine court, all ink smell, damp paper, and boards hung with notices most of Yulan passed without properly reading. Dao Ren was outside his usual stall, trimming ragged edges from a stack of copied sheets with the absorbed cruelty of a man who trusted knives more than customers. He looked up once as Chen Wei approached and clicked his tongue. "You've got the temple look on you," Dao Ren said. "That means someone sold you nonsense at a markup." Chen Wei took one of the cheap charm slips from his sleeve and laid it beside an academy notice pasted to the board. "Do these talk about the same thing?" Dao Ren snorted before even reading. "No. One begs. One classifies." A young man in a cleaner coat, who had been standing half-turned toward the notices with a rolled paper under his arm, glanced over at that and said, "That depends how badly you need to sound educated." Dao Ren didn't bother to hide his irritation. "Shen Kuo, if I wanted academy perfume in my lane, I'd spill vinegar." The young man smiled as if he had heard worse before breakfast. He stepped closer, looked at the charm slip in Chen Wei's fingers, then at the notice on the board. "He's not wrong," Shen Kuo said. "Temple language asks who governs the path. Academy language asks whether you can survive using it. Same river. Different boats." Chen Wei felt his attention sharpen. "Then why write them differently?" "Because temples need obedience," Dao Ren said, reaching for the notice. "And academies need fees." Shen Kuo laughed once. "Also true." He tapped a line of brushwork on the notice. "This says alignment, affinity, stability, channel discipline. Put it in a shrine and you'd call it proper reverence, lawful fit, steady intent, and not offending the god whose sleeve you're tugging." Chen Wei looked from the notice to the charm slip and felt something in his thoughts click into place with uncomfortable force. Hollow Reed had spoken like a man discussing practice. Dao Ren like a man discussing trade. Shen Kuo like a man discussing structure. None of them sounded as though they were arguing about different worlds. Only different vocabularies for the same one. Shen Kuo noticed the way Chen Wei kept looking and tilted his head. "You read enough for that question to cost money," he said. "Why are you really asking?" The pressure in the lane changed at once. Dao Ren stopped trimming paper. Chen Wei had come looking for comparison. Instead he found himself standing between 2 men who had both started listening harder than he liked. Chen Wei felt the danger in the question before he answered it. Shen Kuo had asked it mildly, but mildness in Yulan often meant the speaker had enough confidence not to press too fast. Dao Ren's knife had gone still over the paper stack. Between them, the copyist lane felt suddenly narrower than it had a moment before. Chen Wei let his gaze drop back to the notice. "Because I'm tired of buying things I half understand," he said. "That gets expensive." Dao Ren made a dry sound through his nose. "At last, a philosophy fit for commerce." Shen Kuo didn't move aside. "That answer's plausible," he said. "It isn't complete." Chen Wei lifted one shoulder. "Then I'll become richer and answer better." For a moment Shen Kuo studied him with the calm attention of a man used to reading what other people hope their faces concealed. Then he smiled, not warmly, but without immediate threat. "Good. I prefer ambition to piety." He tapped the academy notice once more. "If you want the cleaner vocabulary, buy a copy. If you want the shrine version, pay hollow read twice and call it Revelation. Dao Ren clicked his tongue. If he wants a copy from me, he pays first and insults the academy later. That broke the pressure enough for Chen Wei to breathe properly again. He paid for a cheap copy sheet he couldn't comfortably afford, tucked it away, and left before Shen Kuo found a second question worth asking. Back in his room, he laid the copied academy terms beside the charm slips from Hollow Reed's board and began working with the same careful discipline he had forced onto the bridge. Alignment, affinity, stability, channel discipline. On the temple slip the wording was more devotional, brush stroked around title and favor and proper offering. Yet the difference now seemed less like contradiction than costume. He set one slip flat on the table and spoke the god title under his breath the way he had heard buyers say it in the market. Nothing happened. He repeated it more clearly. Still nothing. Then he picked the strip up and held it between finger and thumb. The paper felt no different at first. Cheap, dry, slightly gritty where the ink had thickened. Chen Wei steadied his breathing, fixed his attention on the token's purpose, and spoke again, not merely repeating the title, but meaning the little act he had seen 100 times. Hearth, warmth, kindling catching cleanly. The strip didn't flare or glow. It only warmed by a whisper, enough that he might have dismissed it if he had not been waiting for exactly that kind of small obedience. His pulse quickened. He set the slip down, waited for the trace warmth to fade, and tried the same title again without touching it. Nothing. The bowl tugged at him then, faint but loaded. He pulled through a new earth note with hands that had gone very still. The reply was clipped and immediate. Casual mention produced no response. Repetition without handling produced no response. Direct contact, prior transfer history, and focused invocation produced weak reaction. Chen Wei read the line twice, then looked at the charm slip under his fingers. It wasn't sound alone. It wasn't even wording alone. Handling mattered. Claim mattered. Directed intent mattered, which meant two unsettling things had become harder to deny. First, the lost sends scattered across Earth were not truly dead. Most were merely untouched, unnamed, or unclaimed. Second, this world's little rituals might rest on the same deeper law his bridge kept revealing by force. Not noise. Not superstition. Relationship made usable through names. Chen Wei did not stop with the one slip. By dusk he had tested both cheap charm strips until the light failed and the room blurred around the edges. Each time the pattern held. Casual repetition gave him nothing. Touch without focus gave him almost nothing. But when hand, purpose, and directed intent aligned, the paper answered by the smallest degree. Not enough to call it power in any grand sense. Enough to call it law. He copied the results into his ugly notes, then copied Earth's clipped reply beneath them in his own rougher phrasing until the page looked less like a trader's scratch sheet and more like the beginning of a private manual. The trouble was that once he had seen the pattern, the city would not stop confirming it. He went downstairs when Madame Chu called the evening meal, carrying the thought with him like a burr under cloth. The common hall smelled of millet porridge, lamp oil, and damp wool. Two other tenants were already at the brazier. One of them, a narrow-faced dyer with stained nails, held a soot-black stove token over the coals and muttered a quick phrase before setting his kettle above the heat. Chen Wei stopped beside the table and watched the token catch a faint line of red along one carved mark. The dyer noticed and gave him a look edged with irritation. What? Chen Wei nodded at the token. Say that again. The dyer frowned. Why? Because I'm trying to hear it properly. Madame Chu, who was ladling porridge from the pot, snorted without looking up. He's trying to become expensive. The dyer rolled his eyes but repeated the phrase, slower this time. Not a personal name. A title. Respectful. Narrow. Exact. Chen Wei heard the structure of it now in a way he hadn't a month ago. Not calling to a thing at random, but placing the act inside a relationship and expecting the relationship to answer. Madame Chu set down his bowl and said, if you're going to borrow warmth, do it politely. Even small gods dislike sloppy mouths. The dyer tapped the stove token with one blackened fingernail. And sloppy hands, he said. My apprentice says it right and still gets ash because he thinks about girls while he's lighting the fire. That earned a low laugh from the other tenant. The moment passed as ordinary household talk. To Chen Wei it felt like a door swinging wider. Later, back in his room, he wrote the dyer's title beside the academy terms Dao Ren had copied, then beside Earth's note about handling and focus. Temple title, Academy channel, directed intent, prior relation. He sat with the brush hovering above the paper while the bowl rested on the table within reach. The shapes were different, but the logic underneath them no longer looked separate. At last he wrote his own name at the bottom of the page, Chen Wei. He looked at the characters for a long time after that. If names were not mere labels but lawful points of relation, then the bridge was revealing something more dangerous than a useful trick. It was teaching him that the world might be built to answer claim, title, and fit at every level, from stove charms to academy notices to whatever strange source line had marked him as its own. He still did not have the full language for it. He only had the convergence, and the cold, steady sense that careless naming might be as dangerous as careless trade. 33. A merchant's face. The shift announced itself first in what no longer happened. No one shouted at Chen Wei to move when he paused at a stall front to read a price board properly. No one curled a lip as if expecting him to finger goods he couldn't afford. Men carrying baskets still brushed past him, women still measured him before quoting a number, and no one mistook him for prosperous. But the old reflexive contempt had thinned. He had a room now, a coat that matched itself, cleaner cuffs, a steadier step, and the habit of looking at goods as if he might return for them instead of merely longing. It wasn't wealth, it was shape. In Yulan, shape often came before truth. He felt it most sharply in the seed row, where buying always carried more memory than he liked. Seeds still meant earth to him, still meant gardens and packets and future leverage and the taste of home trapped in paper. Yet now when he stopped before a stall, the broker behind it looked up as if weighing margin rather than risk. The stall belonged to a narrow older man with tobacco-yellowed fingers and the sort of expression that treated every customer as an insult until proven profitable. Beside him, sorting smaller paper twists into shallow trays, worked a young woman in a faded blue jacket with her sleeves tied back for speed. Chen Wei had seen her before in passing, mostly as quick hands and a voice calling measures across the counter. Today she looked up fully when his shadow touched the stall board. The older man squinted. Buying or reading? Chen Wei let his gaze move over the seed packets before answering. Depends whether your prices respect literacy. The old broker grunted, not pleased, but not dismissive either. That's a trader's answer. The young woman's mouth twitched. She picked up one of the paper twists and said, it's also a poor man's answer when he doesn't want to commit. Her eyes ran over his coat, his cleaner collar, the stock cloth at his side. Not admiring, assessing. You've bought here before. Not from you, Chen Wei said. No, but near enough to count. She tapped the packet in her hand. Radish, winter fast, half measure if you're cautious, full if you think luck owes you favor. The old broker snorted. Luo Mei, stop helping strangers sound competent. Luo Mei ignored him. You reading for trade or for a yard plot? The question landed more cleanly than he expected. Not what are you doing here? Not why are you pretending? Trade or use? A category question. A merchant's question. Chen Wei answered before he could overthink it. Trade first. Use if trade fails. Luo Mei nodded once, as if that made more sense than anything else he might have said. Then you want things people kill by mishandling. Herbs. Greens. Kitchen cellars over by those, then panic. She held up a second packet with 2 fingers. These move faster than radish if you know anyone who cooks. The old broker gave Chen Wei another, longer look. It was not warmth. It was the beginning of professional recognition, and that was somehow more unsettling. Around them the row went on bargaining, weighing, and folding paper, but Chen Wei felt the moment settle into place with quiet force. Last season he would have been read as driftwood with pockets. Today, for the first time, someone he didn't know had looked at him and seen a poor trader. That feeling might have remained only a moment if Luo Mei had let him drift away with it. Instead she set the herb packet down on the stall board between them and named a price that assumed he knew how to count future loss as well as present coin. Chen Wei looked at the packet, then at her. That's high for something people kill by mishandling. Luo Mei folded her arms. That's low for something people kill by mishandling and then come back asking to replace. The old broker grunted approval without looking up from his ledger. She's learning. So am I, Chen Wei said. Luo Mei's eyes sharpened at that. Good. Then ask the right question. He glanced down at the paper twist. How fast does it turn from stock into regret? That earned him the smallest real smile she had shown so far. 2 days if the cook is careful, 1 if the cook is proud, and half a day if a kitchen boy leaves it near heat. She tapped the packet once. Which means you don't sell it to households. You sell it to people who already know they've made a mistake. The old broker finally looked up from the ledger. And now you're doing my work for free. Luo Mei ignored him again. Half measure, she said to Chen Wei. You take too much, it rots before the margin does. He paid for the half measure. The purchase was small enough to be laughable in any richer life, but the weight of the packet in his sleeve felt different from the old furtive coins and scraps he had once clutched just to keep breathing. This was not food begged from exhaustion or goods bought blindly in hope of stumbling into luck. It was a chosen thing with an intended lane. That changed the way he moved through the market. He was no less poor, but he was suddenly more accountable to his own judgment. The chance to prove it came before midday. A noodle seller halfway down the food lane was arguing with a kitchen woman over a bundle of greens that had gone limp at the edges. Chen Wei slowed, saw the shape of the trouble at once, and stepped in only when the woman turned away cursing under her breath. You need something that doesn't look tired by the second bowl, he said. She gave him a hard look. And you happen to have that in your sleeve. Enough to save a lunch rush, Chen Wei said. The woman held out her hand without warmth. He let her smell the herb packet first, then watch him pinch only a little into her palm so she could see he understood scarcity and value together. She narrowed her eyes. How much? He named a price that left room for her resentment and his margin both. She paid, muttering about opportunists, but she paid. When he walked away, the profit was slight. The satisfaction was not. No one had thanked him. No one had mistaken him for successful. Yet the sale had happened on terms that belonged to a role he had built rather than stumbled into. By the time he passed the seed row again and caught Luo Mei watching him from behind the trays, Chen Wei understood the new pressure hidden inside that satisfaction. Once the market started believing what he looked like, it would begin expecting him to act like it too. He should have kept walking. The profit in his sleeve was hardly worth boasting over, and the safest thing in any market was usually to leave a clean sale alone before luck decided to notice it had been used. Yet by the time he reached the far end of the food lane, he found himself turning back toward the seed row with the same quiet pull that had brought him there in the first place. Not because he needed more stock at once. Because something in him wanted to see whether the earlier moment had been real or merely market weather. The row had thickened with late buyers by then. 2 cooks were arguing over onion bundles. A boy with a basket of leeks nearly collided with a woman carrying duck eggs and got cuffed for his speed. Luo Mei was standing on a low board behind her father's stall to reach the upper trays, sorting seed packets into cleaner rows while the old broker counted copper with the slow suspicion of a man who believed every coin had arrived to insult him. She saw Chen Wei before he reached the stall. Her gaze dropped once, not to his face, but to the sleeve where the herb packet had been. Then she looked up again and said, "Well." The question was so direct that he almost laughed. It moved. How fast? Luo Mei asked. Fast enough to keep a cook from hating her own lunch rush. Luo Mei stepped down from the board. And did she pay gladly? No, Chen Wei said. Good. Her mouth twitched. Glad buyers mean you priced badly. The old broker gave a grunt that might have been approval or indigestion. Did you come back to brag, boy, or to buy properly? Chen Wei laid 2 coppers on the stall board. Not enough to look rich. Enough to look deliberate. To buy what moves next. That changed the old man's face by a fraction. It did something sharper to Luo Mei. She no longer looked at him as an interruption with cleaner cuffs. She looked at him as someone standing inside a sequence. Buy, test, return, adjust. She picked up 2 paper twists and set them side by side. These if you want another kitchen sale, she said, tapping the first. These if you want to gamble on household women trying to impress guests and ruining everything. Then she tilted her head. Which lane are you building? Chen Wei looked at the packets, then at the row beyond them, at the cooks, the baskets, the small frantic economies of the afternoon market. For months he had moved through places like this trying not to be seen as hunger with hands. Now he was being asked what kind of trade he meant to become. The one that comes back, he said. Luo Mei nodded once, as if that answer fit him better than a bolder one would have. She slid the first packet closer. The exchange was small. The coppers were few. Nothing about the moment would have impressed anyone with a real ledger, a real stall, or a real place in the market's deeper currents. Yet as Chen Wei tucked the second packet into his stock cloth and stepped back into the lane, satisfaction moved through him with an unfamiliar steadiness. He had built this face by inch and bruise and repetition. Not a noble face, not a rich one, but a merchant's beginning. For the first time, wearing it felt less like pretending and more like a rival. That satisfaction lasted half a lane. Chen Wei had just turned out of the seed row with the new packet tucked inside his stock cloth and the steadier weight of purpose still warm in his chest when he felt it, that small shift in the world that meant attention had settled and chosen not to move on. He kept walking for 3 steps before looking. A man leaned against the post of a T-awning ahead, one boot braced behind him, one hand loose at his side, posture casual in the careful way that only worked when a man expected the street to adjust around him. Chen Wei knew him at once. Rook had the same patient, unpleasant ease he always carried, the look of a man who belonged to no office anyone would name aloud and yet somehow still knew what moved through the district before most stall holders knew their own shortages. Chen Wei had learned that face in poor days, when being invisible had been his best defense and Rook's attention had been the kind of thing one survived by avoiding. Rook lifted his chin as Chen Wei approached. You've started to walk like someone who expects to be answered. Chen Wei stopped because passing would have looked either foolish or rude, and both could cost. That sounds expensive. Rook's mouth twitched without kindness. Everything in Yulan is expensive once it survives long enough to be noticed. His gaze dropped to Chen Wei's cleaner coat, the stock cloth, the measured set of his shoulders. You were rougher a month ago. I was poorer a month ago. Still poor now. Rook straightened from the post. Only tidier. Tidiness makes people curious. The tea seller behind the awning kept his eyes on his cups with the strenuous indifference of a man who did not want to witness anything that might later require memory. Around them, the lane went on bargaining, steaming, and counting as if it had not narrowed by a hand's breadth. Chen Wei said, and you're curious on your own behalf, or someone else's? Rook smiled then, which made his face worse rather than better. That depends what I find worth saying aloud. His gaze shifted toward the seed row behind Chen Wei, then back again. Small trader now, are you? Trying to be. Try slower. The advice sat between threat and mockery so neatly that Chen Wei could not tell which edge mattered more. He let one breath pass before answering. Slow men get stepped on. Rook gave a short laugh. Fast ones get counted. He pushed off the post and moved aside at last, granting the lane back to him by an act that made the grant itself visible. Keep your coat clean if you like. Just remember this. Once the street can name what you are, it also starts deciding what to do with you. Chen Wei walked on without looking back. The packet in his sleeve had not grown heavier, but the satisfaction of wearing his new face had changed shape. A merchant's beginning made strangers answer him differently. It also gave them something to classify, tax, press, or claim. By the time he reached the far turn into Madame Chu's district, he understood the chapter of the lesson he had not wanted. In Yulan, becoming legible was a kind of ascent. It was also the moment the city began reaching back. 34. The first real margin. Rook's warning did not slow Chen Wei. It made him less wasteful. For the next several days he stopped buying what merely interested him and began buying only what could move through a lane he already understood. Seed packets small enough to test without drowning in rot. Herbs that kitchens ruined by noon and needed again by dusk. Cheap paper slips that could be paired with the right buyer rather than waved at anyone with a pulse and a purse. He still watched the bridge, Still answered Earth, still copied notes into his ugly private system. But the market had become sharper in his hands. Every copper now had to justify where it sat before he let it go. The seed row noticed first. Luo Mei was knotting a torn paper sack when Chen Wei stopped at the stall again, this time with his coin already sorted in his sleeve and his eyes on the lower trays rather than the bright, foolish goods meant to flatter passing buyers. Her father looked up, saw where Chen Wei's attention had landed, and gave a grunt that sounded almost like approval. "You've stopped shopping with your curiosity," the old broker said. Chen Wei said, "Curiosity doesn't pay rent." "No," Luo Mei replied, glancing at his sleeve as if she could hear the coppers there. "But panic pays worse." She nudged a cluster of smaller packets closer. "These need moving before tomorrow. Kitchen herbs, fast greens, and one lot of bitter leaf that only old women and sensible cooks still respect." Chen Wei picked up the bitter leaf packet. "Which are you selling to me?" Luo Mei's mouth twitched. "The herbs, because they turn fastest. The bitter leaf because you'll hesitate, and hesitation tells me whether you're learning or only lucky." He almost smiled at that. "And what answer buys the lower price?" "The one where you stop trying to sound clever and tell me where you moved the last batch." So he told her. Not every detail, but enough. Food lane. Midday panic. One kitchen, then a second. Too little margin on the first sale, corrected on the next. As he spoke, Luo Mei's expression changed from amusement into something more useful. She was no longer testing whether he could answer. She was measuring whether his answers matched a trader's memory. When he finished, she tapped the bitter leaf packet with one finger. "Take half the herbs, all the bitter leaf, and one small greens lot if you've got the nerve. Sell the bitter leaf last. It makes respectable kitchens feel prudent." Her father gave a short snort. "And if he misjudges? Then he eats bitter soup and learns humility," Luo Mei said. Chen Wei paid. By dusk the sequence had done what single clever sales never could. One kitchen bought in a rush. A second paid more because the first had already taught him where not to yield. The bitter leaf moved exactly as Luo Mei said it would, not to hunger, but to image. When he finally climbed back to his room and poured the day's coppers onto the blanket, the sound they made was different from patch money. Not rescue. Not scraped survival. Real margin. Small, still vulnerable, but large enough that for one quiet breath he could see the next purchase before he needed the next meal. Chen Wei counted the coppers 3 times before he believed them. They lay on the blanket in little dull stacks, not impressive enough to flatter vanity and not miserable enough to vanish into the next bowl of porridge without leaving a trace. That was what made them dangerous. Patch money always arrived already claimed. Rent. Food. One mistake corrected by one mean day of effort. These coppers did not yet belong entirely to survival. Some of them belonged to choice, and choice was a more intoxicating thing than hunger had ever allowed him to admit. He sat back on the pallet and looked at them until the room itself seemed changed by their presence. The bowl on the table. The cleaner coat on its peg. The narrow window paper gray with evening. Nothing in the room had grown larger, yet the space inside his own chest had. For one quiet, treacherous breath he let himself imagine what came after next meal logic. A better stock cloth. 2 lanes instead of 1. Seed packets bought because they suited a plan, not because they merely fit whatever coin remained. A little reserve hidden where even bad weather and foolish luck couldn't touch it. The thought made his pulse quicken in a way that felt almost shameful. He gathered the coppers into their cloth and went downstairs before he could turn imagining into worship. Madame Chu was portioning evening broth into bowls at the common table when he entered. She glanced at him once, then again with more attention. "You look taller," she said. Chen Wei stopped at the end of the table. "That's a lie. It's an innkeeper's measurement," she replied. "Some men come in shorter when trade's gone against them. Tonight you look as though the floor has started cooperating." She slid a bowl toward him. "What happened?" He set 2 coppers beside the bowl instead of 1. Madame Chu's brows rose by a fraction. "You overpaying from gratitude, or have you finally learned that broth improves when the coin does?" "Neither." He sat and tried not to smile at the steam rising into his face. "I had a good day." "A good day," she repeated, as if tasting the phrase for weakness. Then she swept one of the extra coppers into her sleeve and left the other on the table. Keep your theatrics. Good days aren't fortunes. They're tests. The warning ought to have cooled him. It did, a little. Yet as he ate, the broth seemed richer not because Madame Chu had improved it, but because his mind kept slipping ahead of the spoon. With a margin like tonight's, he could buy slightly better stock tomorrow. With better stock, perhaps a cleaner sale. With a cleaner sale, perhaps a cushion that stopped feeling accidental. By the time he climbed back upstairs, the relief had sharpened into temptation. That was the new danger in money. Hunger had always forced obedience. Margin invited design. And design, if it started showing too clearly on a man like him, would draw a better class of attention than he could yet afford. The next morning, Chen Wei woke with the coppers, shape still alive in his mind. That was the trouble with Margin. Hunger exhausted thought down to the next practical act. Margin let thought run ahead and dress itself in plans. By the time he had washed, eaten the last of a stale crust, and counted out his coins again on the blanket, the safe purchase no longer seemed like the obvious one. Safe would keep him level. Safe would preserve the first cushion. Safe would also keep him small in exactly the same dimensions he had already learned. When he left the room, it was with a tighter knot in his stomach than hunger usually produced, because this time the danger wasn't emptiness. It was appetite. Luo Mei's stall was busier in the morning, seed packets moving in quick hands, kitchen boys sent early by sharper cooks, one house servant buying enough greens to imply money without admitting urgency. Chen Wei waited his turn and laid out more coin than he had the day before, not lavishly, but enough that Luo Mei's father stopped counting someone else's purchase to look directly at him. Well, the old broker said, either yesterday treated you kindly, or you've decided to become foolish in quantity. Chen Wei kept his voice even. I want something better than patch sales. Luo Mei, who had been tying herb bundles with red thread for storage, glanced at the coin and then at him. Better margin or better appearance? He hesitated, which answered more than either of them liked. Her father snorted. There. That's how poor men start buying trouble. Luo Mei set down the thread. If you want better margin, repeat what worked. Kitchen herbs, fast greens, one cautious add-on. If you want better appearance, you buy goods that make people think you know richer kitchens than you do. She looked at the coppers again. The second lane pays more until it doesn't. Chen Wei let his gaze move over the trays. Slightly better herb lots. Smaller but cleaner packets. Goods sold not only to panic but to preference. Goods that let a seller stand straighter because the buyer already feared being thought cheap. The temptation in them was immediate and ugly in how sensible it felt. He said, show me the second lane. Her father swore softly under his breath. Luo Mei did not smile. That was what made him trust the moment more. She lifted 3 packets and placed them on the board one by one. These are for cooks who answer to households, not hunger, she said. These move slower, bruise pride faster, and punish bad timing harder. She tapped the smallest packet last. And this one you only sell if you can keep your face calm while the buyer acts insulted by the price. Chen Wei picked up the smallest packet. Luo Mei watched his hand and said, you're buying 1 degree above yourself. That's sometimes how men rise. Then her eyes narrowed slightly. It's also how they get remembered. The warning landed cleanly, but not cleanly enough to stop him. He paid, took the packets, and stepped back into the lane with more value in his sleeve than he had ever carried for trade before. The thrill of it sat bright under his ribs. So did the knowledge that bright things were easier to see. The first sale from the better packet took longer than the money it yielded. That alone told Chen Wei he had crossed into a different lane. The kitchen quarter had buyers who barked, cursed, and paid in the same breath because urgency was worth more to them than manners. The upper household lane near the cloth market moved differently. Servants bought with their backs straighter. Stewards touched paper twists as if testing whether price and dignity matched. Even cooks, assistants learned to look offended before they looked interested. Chen Wei stood near the mouth of that lane longer than he liked, stock cloth tucked under his arm, watching the rhythm until he could step into it without announcing himself as trespass. His chance came outside a respectable cookshop with painted shutters and a brass water basin polished bright enough to reflect contempt. A woman in a clean apron had just sent a boy back toward the market with a hissed correction when Chen Wei caught the last shape of the error. The herbs hanging at her station looked tired. The boy would return too late. Lunch would not forgive that. He stepped closer and kept his voice low. If you need better leaf before he gets back, I have some. The woman looked at him once, from his cleaner coat to the stock cloth to his face. Her expression did not harden into dismissal. That was worse. It sharpened into professional doubt. You, she said. Chen Wei loosened the cloth just enough to show the packet without exposing all of it. Fresh enough to pass a lady's table. Barely enough to matter, which is why it still exists. That got him the second look. The woman held out her hand. He let her inspect the leaf, smell it, rub one stem lightly between finger and thumb. When she glanced up again, the question had changed. Whose stock are you carrying? The lie came to him too slowly. My own. She said nothing for a breath, but the silence itself made the answer smaller. Then she named a lower price than the packet deserved, one that assumed he would accept for the privilege of being mistaken for legitimate. Chen Wei countered, not boldly, only enough to prove he understood the game. She paid in the middle and tucked the packet away at once. The sale was clean. The margin held. Yet as he stepped back into the lane, the satisfaction did not land as it had in the food quarter. It came threaded with something tighter. The woman had not asked whether the herbs were good. She had not even really asked whether he knew their worth. She had asked whose stock he was carrying, because goods like that, in hands like his, implied connection before they implied talent. By the time he turned back toward the rougher streets, Chen Wei understood what Luo Mei had meant without quite saying it. Poverty drew crude suspicion. Improvement drew cleaner questions. A little margin let him imagine climbing. It also began teaching the city to ask who had put a foot under him. 35. Too neat. The first sign that his rise had begun to look wrong was not a threat. It was recognition. For 3 days after the sale in the upper household lane, Chen Wei kept his head down and his purchases modest, telling himself that caution would blur the outline he had started to cast. He rotated back through the rougher food quarter. He bought lower, sold faster, and let the better packet remain the exception instead of the new rule. On paper, if his life had possessed paper worth trusting, the pattern should have looked sensible. A poor trader learning, a little luck, a little better judgment, nothing grand enough to interest anyone who mattered. The market did not read paper. It read rhythm. By the fourth morning, Chen Wei felt eyes on him before he found their source. Not street thief attention, not the quick calculating glance of a hungry boy, but something slower and more professional. He had just come out of the copyist lane with 2 cheap wrapping slips and a small packet of herb thread when he saw Rook leaning under the eaves of a shuttered tea stall, one shoulder against the post, hands empty, expression almost bored. Almost bored was Rook at his most dangerous. You keep turning up in better places, Rook said as Chen Wei slowed. Chen Wei stopped because walking past would have looked like panic and because there were 2 other men in the lane who had gone still too quickly. Markets are connected, he said. Rook's mouth twitched. That's a neat answer. His gaze dropped to the stock cloth, then rose again. You're getting neat all over. Chen Wei said nothing. Rook pushed off the post and came 1 step closer, not crowding him, only narrowing the air. You know what bothers people? He asked. Not poor boys improving. That happens. Not poor boys trying to look respectable. That's half the city. It's when improvement comes too clean. He tilted his head. No gambling stumble. No visible patron. No drunken waste. No obvious theft. Just steadier coin and better choices. That sounds like praise, Chen Wei said. It sounds like accounting. Rook let that sit a moment, then added, who's behind you? Chen Wei kept his face still. No one. Rook gave a soft laugh. That answer costs more every time you use it. The lane seemed ordinary at a glance. A woman carrying turnips passed behind them. Somewhere deeper in the quarter, someone shouted over the price of onions. Yet the space around Chen Wei had already altered. It was no longer a casual stop in traffic. It was an inspection. Rook said, I could make that answer cheaper. Chen Wei looked at him properly then. How? By giving people a name to attach to you. Rook's tone stayed mild. Mine will do. The offer landed exactly as it was meant to. Not rescue. Not friendship. A cloth laid over a trap so that calling it a trap would sound ungrateful. Chen Wei understood at once that this was the shape of the next danger. Hunger had demanded labor. Improvement demanded explanation. And if he could not provide one the market liked, someone else would provide it for him and send the bill after. Rook let the offer hang between them just long enough for refusal to become visible. Chen Wei knew better than to give him the clean version of it. A flat no would have sounded principled, and principle was just another way poor men volunteered to be corrected. So he shifted the stock cloth on his shoulder and said, Your name sounds expensive too. One of the men loitering farther down the lane laughed once under his breath. Rook didn't. He only studied Chen Wei with that same patient attention that made every answer feel like a bid placed in the wrong auction. Everything's expensive once it starts mattering, Rook said. The difference is whether you pay before trouble or after. Chen Wei kept his face neutral. And what exactly does your name buy? Rook lifted one shoulder. Interpretation. He nodded toward the lane beyond them. If anyone asks why you're rising a little faster than your coat says you should, I tell them you're running small errands through a line that already belongs somewhere. Not a mystery. Not a free piece. Just one more boy attached to an older shape. His mouth twitched. People relax when things have owners. The sentence turned Chen Wei colder than the weather had. That was the whole hook, neatly set. Safety not as protection, but as classification. A way to stop cleaner suspicion by stepping voluntarily into a dirtier chain. And what do you get? Chen Wei asked. Rook smiled then, because that was finally the right question. There you are. He held out one hand, palm up, not grasping. Expecting. A little lane respect. A little gratitude. A little correction in coin when your good days stay good. Chen Wei looked at the hand and understood that this, too, had to be answered properly. Too quick and he looked frightened. Too slow and he looked defiant. He reached into his sleeve, took out one copper, and laid it across Rook's palm. Rook glanced down and almost laughed. That's not correction. That's an opinion. It's today's opinion, Chen Wei said. Tomorrow may improve. Rook weighed the coin on his fingers. The two still men in the lane had not moved, and that mattered more than anything being said aloud. At last Rook closed his hand over the copper. Good, he said. You're beginning to understand sequence. He stepped aside by half a pace, not enough to feel generous, just enough to prove the moment had shifted. I'll leave you unowned for now. Chen Wei inclined his head once and moved past him without hurry. He kept his steps even until the lane bent and the tea awning disappeared behind stacked baskets. Only then did he feel the real cost of the exchange. One copper gone. Not ruinous. Not even painful in the old way. Yet it had bought him nothing solid. No receipt. No oath. No fixed protection. Only a temporary delay in someone else's decision to name him. Hunger had always been blunt. This was worse. Social danger fed on ambiguity, and every answer strong enough to save him carried the risk of binding him to the very hands he meant to evade. The copper Rook took did not end the matter. It advertised that the matter had begun. Chen Wei discovered that before noon at Luo Mei's stall. He had gone there intending to do exactly what caution required. Small purchase. Fast-moving goods. Nothing bright enough to look like ambition in public. The seed row was busy with the day's ordinary quarrels, kitchen boys sent late, house servants pretending not to bargain while bargaining anyway, and two old women disagreeing with great dignity over bitter leaf quality. Luo Mei was sorting herb bundles into shallow trays when she saw him approach. Her gaze flicked once to his face, then to the lane behind him, and whatever she read there made her expression flatten. Her father named the price before Chen Wei had properly touched the packet. Chen Wei looked up. That's worse than yesterday. The old broker shrugged. Yesterday was before today. That explains time, not arithmetic. It explains both if you're paying attention. He held out his hand for the coin and did not blink. You want clean stock, you pay the day's rate. Chen Wei did not move at once. Around them the row kept breathing in its ordinary way, but he could feel the tiny local stillness that came when a quarrel might become useful to nearby ears. Luo Mei tied off one bundle, set it down, and said without looking at either of them, "Take the lower tray lot. It moves fast enough that pride won't have time to ruin it." Her father snorted. "And who said I was selling lower tray?" "You are," Luo Mei replied, finally looking up. "Because if you push him harder than the lane already has, he'll buy elsewhere and bring the trouble back when he returns." The old man's mouth tightened, not with anger, but with the annoyance of being contradicted accurately. He shoved the cheaper packet forward with 2 fingers. "Lower tray, then. Don't say I never taught you mercy." Chen Wei paid for it, though the margin tightened at once under his ribs. When the father turned to a waiting customer, Luo Mei picked up another bundle and began stripping bad leaves from the stems with quick, economical motions. "Rook spoke to you," she said. It was not a question. Chen Wei kept his voice low. "Is he collecting gossip now or distributing it?" "Both." She flicked a blackened leaf aside. "He asked who was backing you." "No one is." Luo Mei gave him a look edged with impatience. "That's not the useful answer. The useful answer is what people will believe long enough to stop poking." Chen Wei said nothing. She stripped another leaf, then added, "My father doesn't mind poor boys rising. He minds poor boys rising in ways that invite counting." Her eyes met his briefly. "Today your price includes nuisance." The words landed harder than Rook's hand had on his copper. One lane leaned on him directly. Another adjusted around the lean and made him pay for that too. By the time Chen Wei tucked the packet into his stock cloth and stepped back into the crowd, he understood why social danger felt worse than hunger. Hunger emptied the body. This kind of pressure emptied the room around a man until every ordinary transaction had to carry the weight of explanation. By evening, Chen Wei's day had been cut into smaller pieces than profit could mend. The lower tray herbs sold, but not cleanly. One kitchen woman haggled harder than usual, not because the leaf was poor, but because she had somehow already heard that he was moving up. A house servant in the cloth lane looked over the packet, looked over him, and asked, "Whose boy are you?" With the same smooth disdain a better cookshop woman had used the day before. When Chen Wei answered, "My own," the servant's mouth had tightened exactly as if he had made a joke in bad taste. No sale. Worse than no sale. A remembered face and a question carried onward for free. By the time dusk pulled the market into narrower channels of light and closing shutters, the extra coin he had paid at Luo Mei's stall felt multiplied in every direction. Not only in money lost, but in time, posture, and thought. He had spent the whole day calibrating his own existence for other people's comfort, deciding how ambitious he was allowed to look from one lane to the next. Hunger had never asked him to manage appearances. Hunger had only asked whether he could keep standing. This was finer work and filthier. He went back to Madame Chu's house with less margin than he should have had and more weariness than the numbers justified. Madame Chu was in the common hall, kneeling beside a basket of turnips with a knife in one hand and the expression of a woman who distrusted root vegetables on principle. She looked up the moment he entered. Her gaze moved over his face once and sharpened. "You've got the look of a man who lost money without the dignity of gambling," she said. Chen Wei set his stock cloth down on the bench. "I may take that up. It seems simpler." Madame Chu snorted and went back to the turnips. "Simpler, yes. Cheaper, never." After a moment she added, "Who leaned on you?" He looked at her. "Is it that obvious?" "No. I'm gifted." She sliced the top off a turnip with unnecessary force. "Was it Rook?" Chen Wei sat down more heavily than he meant to. "Rook first. Then everyone who likes to adjust their arithmetic when Rook has an opinion." Madame Chu nodded as if he had merely confirmed the weather. "That's the trouble with rising neatly. Empty pockets make people dismiss you. Cleaner pockets make them curious." Chen Wei let out a breath that almost counted as a laugh. "I preferred being hungry." Madame Chu glanced up. "No, you didn't." She pointed the knife at him. "But I know what you mean. Hunger only bites what's already in your belly. Attention bites the shape of your future." The line settled into him with ugly accuracy. When he counted his coppers later in the room upstairs, the loss was not disastrous. That was what made it instructive. He had not been ruined. He had been kept level by pressure precise enough to look almost reasonable from the outside. Chen Wei sat with the coins spread on the blanket and understood the chapter of the lesson he had now entered. Poverty was brutal, but simple. Social danger wore manners, asked questions, and smiled while it filed down a man's rise until it no longer troubled anyone. 36. The Purchase That Matters. The morning after Rook's lesson and Madame Chu's sharper version of it, Chen Wei spread his coppers on the blanket and understood a second trap hidden inside caution. Staying level would keep him safer for a while. It would also keep him small enough to be shaved down forever. A man who rose too cleanly attracted questions. A man who never rose at all stayed available for every hand that wanted a piece. The thought sat in him while he counted and recounted the coins, not because the sum was grand, but because it had finally become meaningful enough to choose with. If he was going to be noticed anyway, then at some point the notice had to buy him something better than another week of narrow survival. That conclusion followed him to the seed row like a fever. Luo Mei was not at the front trays when he arrived. Her father was, weighing dried bean lots for a customer with the expression of a man insulted by arithmetic. He looked up, saw Chen Wei, and gave a low grunt. "You again," he said. "Either you never learn or you're finally starting to." Chen Wei let that pass. "Where's Luo Mei?" The old broker's eyes narrowed by a degree. "Why? Planning to improve at a personal rate. Planning to buy at an informed one." That earned him the slightest shift in the man's mouth, not approval, but something that might one day rent the same room. He jerked his chin toward the back passage beside the stall. "She's arguing with Canal Goods." Chen Wei found her behind the row, crouched beside 3 shallow seed chests under a patched awning where a river trader and a cartwoman were trying to wear each other down with equal patience. Luo Mei looked up as he approached, then looked at him harder, as if weighing whether his presence improved or worsened the conversation. The trader, a narrow-shouldered man with silk-dried pail on his boots, was saying, "I'm not splitting the lot again. Either it goes whole or I carry it on and lose 2 more days." The cartwoman folded her arms. "Then lose them. Half the chest is damp at the corners." "It's not damp," he snapped. "It's river air." Luo Mei didn't bother to hide her contempt. River air rots just as well as rain. Chen Wei's gaze dropped to the chests. Not ordinary kitchen herbs. Not lower tray salvage. These were tighter packed, better sealed, marked in careful brush with regional names he couldn't fully read but knew were not local hands. Real stock. The kind bought for planned use, not panic resale. Luo Mei saw where he was looking and said, "Southern leaf mix, bitter stem, and winter root seed." Good lines if they were kept properly. Dangerous buy if they weren't. Her eyes flicked to him. "Too much for you." Chen Wei should have agreed. Instead he heard himself ask, "How much too much?" That changed the air at once. The trader stopped arguing with the cartwoman and looked at him properly. Luo Mei straightened from her crouch, not surprised exactly, but no longer casual. The old, safer lanes fell away behind the question. Chen Wei felt it happen in real time. This was not a purchase of the day. It was the beginning of a relationship with stock that had memory, scale, and consequences. And because he had asked the question aloud, everyone under that patched awning now knew he had finally stepped near a game worth watching. The river trader answered Chen Wei's question with a number high enough to draw contempt from everyone under the awning. The cartwoman barked a laugh at once. Luo Mei did not laugh, which was worse. She only folded her arms and looked at Chen Wei as if measuring whether he would embarrass himself in a way that could splash outward. "You asked," the trader said. "That's the whole lot price. Not curiosity price." Chen Wei kept his face still, though the figure had struck his gut hard enough to feel physical. It was beyond what he could pay cleanly. Not beyond what he could imagine reaching if the lot meant what it seemed to mean. That distinction felt like the hinge of the moment. "How much of that price is for seed?" he asked, "and how much is for the story that it came down river without rotting?" The cartwoman gave a short approving grunt. The trader's mouth tightened. "You buying or performing?" Luo Mei stepped closer to the nearest chest and flipped back one corner of the cover cloth. He's asking the only question that matters if the seller has already lied once. It's river air, the trader snapped again. It's your bad luck that river air smells like damp, Luo Mei said. Chen Wei crouched beside the chest before anyone could stop him and took a small pinch from the top layer between finger and thumb. Seeds. Hard, dry enough near the surface, but not evenly. Some dragged against the skin with the faint tack of bad storage. Not ruined. Not clean either. He thought suddenly of his father running a thumb over a machined edge and knowing in one touch where the cut had gone wrong. He let the seeds fall back and said, "You don't have one lot. You have 3 arguments tied together." That won him the river trader's full attention. Chen Wei pointed to the chests in turn. This one's partly weathered. That one was sealed better. The third was packed by someone who cared more about weight than breadth. He looked up. You want whole lot money because you need whole lot relief. For a beat no one spoke. Then the trader said, "Suppose that's true." "It is true," the cartwoman said dryly. Chen Wei rose slowly. "Then I can't buy the whole lot." The trader's expression hardened toward dismissal, but Chen Wei kept going before the door could close. "I can buy the best chest if the split is done properly. And if it isn't, I walk and you keep arguing with people who already know you've got damp corners." Luo Mei's brows lifted slightly. Not praise. Calculation. The trader glanced past Chen Wei toward the front of the stall, where Luo Mei's father was now standing in the passage with his ledger still in hand, pretending he had not been listening. The old broker said, "If my awning shelters this conversation, my judgment does too." He looked at Chen Wei, then at the chests. "You don't have the coin alone." "No," Chen Wei said. "Then this isn't a street purchase anymore." The old man's gaze sharpened. "It's a relationship. Are you sure you want to buy one of those?" He tipped his head toward the chests. "Or one of these?" His finger pointed, not at the seed, but at the people now standing around it. The old broker's question hung there long enough to make evasion look childish. Chen Wei looked at the 3 seed chests, then at the people around them, and understood that the answer had already been chosen the moment he asked the price aloud. Street purchases ended in coin and departure. This would not. Whatever he said now would either shrink him back into the safer lanes or place him under a new kind of weight. "I can't buy without people," he said at last. "No one can." Luo Mei's father made a low sound that was not quite approval. "Better," he said. "At least you're teachable." The river trader folded his arms. "If you're going to lecture him into wisdom, do it after I've sold something." The old broker ignored that. He kept his eyes on Chen Wei. "Say your shape, then. Properly." Chen Wei drew in a breath. "You split the lot under your awning. I buy the best chest at a price that admits the other 2 are dragging it downward. You hold it here for 3 days while I move enough to clear the rest without carrying all the risk through the street at once." He glanced at the trader. "He gets his relief. I get stock that hasn't already been killed by haste." "And I get what?" the old broker asked. The answer mattered more than the price. Chen Wei knew that now. "You get a cut on the split," he said. "And first pass on anything I move from it through this row." The cartwoman gave a short whistle. "Listen to him. He's started paying in future." Luo Mei, who had been silent too long to be casual, said, 3 days is too generous." Her father looked at her. "How many?" 2. She tipped her chin toward Chen Wei. "If he can't turn enough by then, the chest teaches him something useful." The river trader shifted his weight. "This is becoming a family council over my inventory." "It became that when you brought river air to a seed row and called it storage," Luo Mei said. The trader swore softly, then jabbed a finger at the middle chest. "Best chest is that one. Not the left. Left looks better because the top layer was packed by someone with manners." Chen Wei filed the admission away. Men told truth most clearly when they were tired of resisting it. The old broker stepped forward at last, ledger still under his arm. "I'll witness the split and hold the chest," he said. 2 days. My scale. My floor. My cut. He looked at Chen Wei hard enough to make the bargain feel like inspection. And from today onward, if you want to buy like this, you stop drifting in as though the market keeps no memory. You come through someone. The line was simple. The cost was not. Chen Wei said, through you. For now, the old broker replied. That was the real purchase. Not only seed, but entry. Not safety, but a lane. Chen Wei could feel the shape of it closing around him even as the first chest was dragged toward the scale. He had not yet put down the rest of the coin, but the old life of pure street improvisation had already begun to end. The split happened under the old broker's scale, and because it happened there, it became real in a way Chen Wei could feel in his skin. Luo Mei fetched the iron weights. The cartwoman dragged the middle chest forward with a grunt. The river trader untied the lid ties with the grim ceremony of a man surrendering argument to arithmetic. Seed smell rose at once when the chest opened, green and dry and faintly bitter beneath the trace of damp. Not spoiled, not clean, valuable enough that every hand near it changed its manner without meaning to. Her father checked the top layer, then drove his fingers deeper into the chest, bringing up a second handful from below. He rubbed the seeds between thumb and forefinger, frowned, and said, good enough to profit. Bad enough to teach caution. Then he looked at Chen Wei. Still buying? Yes, Chen Wei said. The old broker nodded once and named the revised price. It hit hard, even corrected. Chen Wei felt the sum in his ribs before he reached for his sleeve. This was not a purchase to be hidden inside the day's ordinary coin flow. This was weight leaving his life in visible chunks. He counted the coppers and silver fragments into the old broker's palm under 4 sets of eyes and knew every piece was being remembered. Luo Mei said, you're short. Chen Wei's hand stopped. Not by much. Enough. The river trader's mouth bent toward vindication. The cartwoman folded her arms and prepared to enjoy the lesson. Chen Wei could already feel the whole structure trying to slide back out from under him. Then Luo Mei plucked 2 small coins from the tray beside her father's ledger and dropped them onto the board with a flat click. Interest, she said before anyone could speak. Paid in information when he sells the first third. Her father looked at her. That isn't your decision. It is if you want the chest moved before dusk in the lane to remember that this awning knows how to finish what it begins. The old broker held her gaze for one long beat. Then he swept Chen Wei's coin and hers together into the ledger tray. Write that down in your own head, he said to Chen Wei. Debts entered through family are still debts. I know, Chen Wei said. No, the old broker replied. You don't, but you will. He took up the brush beside the ledger, paused, and asked, name. That question changed the scale more than the iron ever could. Street trade had let Chen Wei remain half blurred. This did not. This required entry, record, recall. He heard himself answer anyway. Chen Wei. The old broker wrote it down. Nothing dramatic followed. No gasp. No omen. Only brush on paper, the scrape of the chest being shifted behind the stall, and the quiet awareness that his name now sat inside another man's book beside stock, coin, and obligation. Yet when Chen Wei stepped back into the lane, the world felt fractionally altered. He had not merely bought seed. He had bought a place in market memory, and the market had accepted payment. That was power. It was also exposure. Behind him, under the awning, his chest now existed with his name attached to it. Ahead of him lay 2 days to prove that had been ambition rather than stupidity. 37. A better question. The first thing Chen Wei did after buying the chest was not celebrate. He stole a handful from it. Not enough to count as theft against himself, only enough to learn with. A small pinch of southern leaf mix, 3 bitter-stemmed seeds, 2 winter root grains wrapped in paper and tucked inside his sleeve before the row had fully forgotten his face. By the time he got back to the room upstairs, the ledger entry under his name felt heavier than the seeds themselves. He set the packet on the blanket beside the bowl and looked at it for a long while. Meaningful purchases demanded meaningful use. That had been the whole point. Yet the chest he had bought was no longer just stock. It had become a question with weight. Good lines if they were kept properly, Luo Mei had said. Dangerous buy if they weren't. But valuable to whom, exactly? Anyone with coin and soil. Are only the sort of households that could make good lines mean more than hopeful dirt? The question followed him back to the row the next morning. Luo Mei was kneeling beside a tray of damp cloths, covering the front stock against a dry wind that had begun blowing dust through the market. Chen Wei waited until her father was busy with a flour account before holding up one of the winter root grains between finger and thumb. These, he said quietly. What makes them worth more than ordinary kitchen seed? Luo Mei glanced at it once. If you have to ask after buying, you deserved the price. I deserved the lot. I'm asking about the world. That got her attention. She sat back on her heels and wiped her hands on her apron. Winter root holds better in difficult ground, she said. Southern leaf mix comes fast if it takes. Bitter stem sells to kitchens that want sharper broths and to old women who trust roots more than physicians. She tilted her head. You knew that much or you wouldn't have bought. I knew the sales side. And now you want the growth side. Yes. Luo Mei looked at the seed in his fingers, then at him. Then the answer is that some hands get more from it. He frowned. Better farmers. Sometimes. She shrugged. Sometimes better soil. Sometimes better water. Sometimes a household has the right shrine habits and a garden doesn't go thin under them. Her mouth twitched. Sometimes an old auntie swears the winter root listens if you plant on the proper day and don't insult the field god on the way in. Chen Wei felt the shape of the answer before he fully understood the words. You say that as if those are the same thing. Luo Mei gave him a look that suggested only a fool would split them apart. Why wouldn't they be? He did not answer at once. Around them the row moved in its usual rhythm, buyers touching stock, sellers muttering prices, dust lifting and settling on everything that failed to move quickly enough. Yet the market suddenly felt steeper in thought than in trade. Earth had been asking him whether names, handling, and intent mattered. Yulan kept answering that of course they did. Now the seeds were saying something similar in a different language. Not raw possession. Compatibility. Fit. The right hand, the right ground, the right relation. Chen Wei looked down at the grain between his fingers and felt the better question opening under all the old ones. Perhaps he was not merely bad at native magic. Perhaps the world itself had been built on assumptions he did not actually share. The question did not leave him alone, so Chen Wei carried it to the copyist lane. That was becoming a habit whenever the market answered in one language and his thoughts demanded another. The seed row had given him the practical truth. The copyist lane was where practical truth put on cleaner clothes and called itself instruction. By the time he found Dao Ren trimming paper behind his board and Shen Kuo half occupied with an academy notice pinned crookedly to the wall, Chen Wei had already turned Luo Mei's words over often enough to make them sharper in his own mouth. Dao Ren saw him first. If you're here to buy wisdom by the scrap, prices have risen. I only need the part that's been renamed, Chen Wei said. That part's always the most expensive. Shen Kuo glanced over at that and smiled faintly. Then he's finally asking proper questions. Chen Wei took the remark as invitation rather than insult because he needed the answer more than he needed dignity. Do people have power? He asked, or do they only have the right shape for using it? The copyist lane seemed to contract around the sentence. Dao Ren stopped trimming. Shen Kuo's expression did not close exactly, but it grew more alert, the way a scholar's face might if a beggar suddenly asked about tax law in the correct tense. That's not a street question, Shen Kuo said. It's a useful one. Yes, Shen Kuo replied. Which is why people who aren't paying academy fees are usually expected to ask it badly. Dao Ren snorted. He's charging you for tone before content. Chen Wei ignored both of them. Luo Mei says some hands get more from seed. Temple sellers say names and titles matter. Your notices say affinity, stability, and alignment. Are those different things, or the same thing pretending not to share a roof? Shen Kuo studied him for a long moment. Then he tapped the pinned notice beside him, where brushstrokes marched in vertical lines too formal for the market and too familiar now for Chen Wei to dismiss as decoration. Affinity, Shen Kuo said, doesn't mean ownership. Not in any serious mind. It means fit. He tapped the board again. A candidate doesn't create the domain. He matches it well enough not to be torn up when drawing through it. Drawing through what? Chen Wei asked. Shen Kuo's gaze sharpened. There, he said softly. That's the better part. Dao Ren leaned back on his stool and said, temple people would tell you through the god. Academy people would tell you through lawful channel. Then they'd argue over wine as if the road cared what name a traveler used for it. Shen Kuo did not deny it. Chen Wei felt something in his thoughts shift and settle. Not power as private possession. Not magic as a thing people simply carried inside themselves like muscle or blood. Fit, access, draw. The words lined up too well with everything else for comfort. Seeds taking in the right hands. Charms warming under the right claim. Names mattering because names built relation. He had spent too long assuming he was weak by native standards. Now weakness itself was beginning to look like the wrong category. If everyone else was drawing through something they fit, then perhaps his failure to do the same did not mean lack. Perhaps it meant he stood outside the ordinary lease entirely. The thought should have frightened him into silence. Instead it made him ask the question that mattered next. What if someone doesn't fit any of the ordinary channels? Chen Wei said. Dao Ren made a flat sound through his nose. Then they become a farmer and stop irritating scholars. Shen Kuo did not laugh. He had gone very still in the way of a man deciding whether an answer would do more harm than ignorance. That depends what you mean by ordinary, he said. Chen Wei kept his voice level. I mean the kinds people talk about as if they make sense. Fire, field, river, iron, body work, shrine gardens, whatever lets a person draw without being torn up, as you put it. Shen Kuo's fingers rested against the edge of the notice board. If someone truly had no fit at all, then by academy measure they would be a null. Useless for formal training, fit only for trade, labor, or whatever else their household could make of them. That answer should have settled things. It did not. And if they're not null? Chen Wei asked. If they only don't fit the common lists. This time Dao Ren looked up properly. Shen Kuo's expression tightened. That's no longer a street question pretending to be philosophy. He glanced toward the lane mouth, as if checking who might be within hearing. Rare fits exist. Narrow fits. Mixed fits. Dangerous fits. Things most schools dislike because they don't sit cleanly inside teaching. Dao Ren said, temple language would call that a person born under troublesome notice. Temple language calls indigestion a sign if it thinks it can charge for interpretation, Shen Kuo replied. Then he looked back at Chen Wei. Why? Chen Wei could not answer that honestly. Not here, not under a copyist awning with dust in the air and notices pinned to walls and his own name newly written in a merchant ledger. So he chose the safest fraction of the truth. Because I keep seeing people describe the world as if access always comes through named lanes, he said. And I'm trying to understand what sits outside the map. Shen Kuo held his gaze for a long moment. Outside the map, he said quietly, as usually where priests put gods and scholars put embarrassment. Dao Ren gave a short laugh. At last, something both institutions agree on. But Shen Kuo had not finished. He tapped the notice board once with 2 fingers, then lifted that same hand and made a small, involuntary motion toward the street beyond, toward road and river and city and all the measured ways people moved through them. Common fits govern useful things. Heat, growth, endurance, craft, motion through known channels. He let the last word settle. Distance itself, thresholds, orientation, folded relation, the shape between places, those aren't things people speak of as mortal fits. Chen Wei felt the old bowl at home inside his thoughts as vividly as if it were in his hands. Dao Ren saw something pass over his face and said, more lightly than before, if you're about to tell us you've discovered a talent for becoming elsewhere, spare me until you can pay for wine. Chen Wei lowered his eyes before either of them could read too much there. Yet the line had already landed where it would do its work. Not merely uncommon. Not merely weak. If the world expected mortals to fit leased lanes under names and gods and stable channels, then whatever answered in him might not be a failed version of that at all. It might belong to a category people only left for cosmology, fear, and stories told from a safer distance. Chen Wei took the question back to his room and laid it beside the bowl. Not in words at first. In objects. 1 winter root grain from the purchased chest. 1 cheap temple slip gone dull from too much handling. 1 local copper. The bowl itself. Under the thin afternoon light from the paper window, they looked like the kind of arrangement an anxious man might make while pretending he was conducting thought instead of feeding it. Yet the contrast between them had become impossible to ignore. The temple slip answered only when relation, title, and hand aligned. The winter root grain promised value only in the right ground, under the right care, in the right household habits. The copper was just copper until trade, trust, and memory turned it into more. Everything in this world seemed to matter through fit. Everything except him. He sat on the pallet and let the thought settle where it hurt. All this time he had been measuring himself against the wrong ladder. He had treated his failure to fit local magical assumptions as weakness, lack, proof that he was somehow defective beside even minor temple workers and academy boys who could speak of affinity without sounding ridiculous. But what if the comparison itself was stupid? What if he had been standing outside a lease and cursing himself for not paying rent the right way? The bowl rested under his hand with its familiar chipped rim and its impossible pull toward home. He did not activate it. He only touched it and let his thoughts move where Shen Kuo's words had forced them. Common fits govern useful things. Heat, growth, endurance, craft, motion through known channels, distance itself, thresholds, orientation, folded relation. Not mortal fits. The categories widened as he held them, until they stopped sounding like trade or academy matters at all and began sounding like the frame of the world. He felt suddenly, sharply cold. If he were merely weak, then the future was simple. Work harder, learn more, climb slowly, be less disappointing than the world first judged him. Weakness had remedies. Wrong category did not. Wrong category meant institutions might not know what to do with him except claim, hide, dissect, or sanctify. It meant that all the small evidence he had been gathering, names, anchors, source link reactions, the bowl's answer to home, might not be pieces of one odd gift but symptoms of a deeper inheritance he could neither explain nor refuse. He reached for the brush and wrote 4 words on a scrap of paper in his rougher hand: fit, channel, name, distance. Then, beneath them, after a long pause, he added a 5th, why me? The room gave him no answer. The bowl did not stir. Outside, Yulon kept moving in its ordinary market rhythms, sellers shouting, boards creaking, a cart rattling over stones. Yet nothing in that ordinary noise felt quite as ordinary as it had that morning. Chen Wei looked at the 5 words and understood that the mystery had shifted again. He was no longer only asking how the bridge worked. He was beginning, unwillingly, to ask what order of thing had been thrown across it. 38. What belongs to whom? Earth answered Chen Wei's last note more quickly than comfort allowed. The packet came through the bowl just after dawn, when the room was still cold enough that his breath touched the paper window in pale cloud. He felt the anchor load before he touched the chipped rim, and when he pulled the folded note into his hands, the first line was already written in Dr. Zhao's severe economy. Determine whether local magic is stored in objects or accessed through them. Test whether spent means empty, blocked, sleeping, or unclaimed. Clarify whether names, titles, and invocation are fuel, key, or permission. Chen Wei read the lines twice, then set the note down beside the bowl and pressed thumb and forefinger against his eyes until light flared red in the dark. Earth was asking the correct question. That was the problem. Correct questions had a way of requiring the wrong amount of risk. If he started openly testing what a dead token still owned, or whether a charm failed because it was empty rather than unreachable, the market would notice fast. Markets noticed everything that looked like curiosity detached from ordinary trade. By the time the streets were awake, he had chosen the least foolish route available to him. He wrapped 1 exhausted temple slip and a blackened stove token in cloth, tucked both into his sleeve, and went to find Brother Hollow Reed. Hollow Reed was laying out morning stock under the temple awning when Chen Wei arrived, red threads hooked over one wrist and a row of ash packets spread like modest sins before him. He looked up once and smiled with immediate amusement. That face means you've either discovered religion or a better profit margin, he said. I hope for your sake it's the second. Chen Wei took out the dead slip and set it on the board between them. What belongs to this now? Hollow Reed glanced down. Dust, mostly. I mean after it's spent. Hollow Reed picked up the slip between two fingers and turned it toward the light. Ah, he said. A more expensive question than it first looked. Chen Wei kept his tone even. Answer the cheaper version, then. Hollow Reed chuckled and set the slip beside the stove token. Nothing belongs to the paper, he said. Nothing important, anyway. Ink, pulp, shape. The useful part was always relation. He tapped the token with one nail. Same here. A token doesn't own warmth. It keeps record of which warmth it may ask for. Chen Wei felt something inside him tighten. Then when it stops working. It stops reaching. Hollow Reed shrugged. Or stops being worth answered. Or is asked badly. Or the hand holding it has no standing left with whatever sits at the other end. His smile thinned. People love saying, empty, because it lets them pretend the world runs on jars. Chen Wei looked at the token on the board. And does it? Hollow Reed's gaze sharpened by a degree. Only if the jar has a name on it, a seal on it, and someone greater agreeing the contents were ever theirs to pour. He slid the dead slip back toward Chen Wei. You're not really asking about paper, are you? No, Chen Wei thought. He was asking whether the whole world had been lying to itself with better vocabulary. If magic wasn't held like water in a vessel, but permitted, reached, and answered through lawful claim, then Earth's question was no longer mechanical. It was political, religious, and dangerously close to personal. He took the slip back without answering and understood that the chapter had opened in earnest. Chen Wei went back to his room with Hollow Reed's answer sitting in him like a stone that had learned to speak. Nothing belongs to the paper. The useful part was always relation. He set the dead slip, the stove token, and Dr. Zhao's note beside the bowl and forced himself to write before the thought could spread into fear and become useless. The charcoal moved quickly over the page. Objects do not appear to hold power in the simple way Earth expects. Local view suggests claim, permission, relation, and recognized standing matter more than stored force. Spent may mean cut off rather than empty. He was halfway through the next sentence when someone rapped twice against the doorframe. Madame Chu did not wait for invitation. She leaned one shoulder against the wood, took in the bowl, the note, the dead token, and Chen Wei's face, and said, "You've got the look of a man trying to answer a question too large for the room." Chen Wei covered the fresh page with one hand more from reflex than secrecy. It followed me upstairs. That's what bad questions do. She nodded toward the token. Who did you bother? Hollow Reed. Madame Chu made a low sound that could have meant amusement or prayer for patience. Then the question's worse than I thought. She stepped in, picked up the stove token without asking, and turned it once between her fingers. You know what keeps small lives alive in cities like this? She asked. Chen Wei looked at her. Luck. No. Not being interesting in the wrong direction. She set the token down again. A man can sell charms, ask after seed, carry stock, and look ordinary. Start asking what belongs to whom and suddenly every shrine clerk, academy boy, and alley watcher develops theology. The line landed too close to the truth to answer lightly. Madame Chu saw that and sighed. I'm not telling you not to think. I'm telling you there are thoughts that cost coin and thoughts that cost skin. Her gaze dropped to the page under his hand. Know which one you're buying. After she left, Chen Wei looked at the unfinished note for a long time before finishing it. He kept the wording careful, the conclusions narrower than his thoughts, and the risks more explicit than Earth liked hearing. I can probe this further only by asking questions that alter how local people classify me. Open testing may attract shrine interest, market attention, or both. The bowl answered before dusk. Earth's reply was shorter than his own note and harder in tone. Clarify by controlled comparison. Test active versus spent objects under name, title, and neutral handling. Determine whether permission, domain, or user fit is primary. Priority high. Chen Wei read it once, then again more slowly. The request was sensible. That was not the same as bearable. On Earth, a sharper question meant another sheet of paper, another bench test, another watcher in a clean room. Here, the same question meant faces turning, prices changing, names entering ledgers, shrine sellers sharpening their interest, and men like Rook deciding that curiosity itself must belong to someone. He set the note beside his own and felt the strain between the two worlds draw taut. They wanted the same truth. They were not paying the same cost to reach it. Chen Wei did not give Earth the test it wanted. He gave it the test he thought he could survive. That distinction felt petty on paper and enormous in the body. By full morning he had already decided he would not stand in the market muttering names over spent tokens until every stall within 3 lanes had an opinion about him. If Earth wanted clean comparisons, it would have to accept dirty reality. So he took 2 coins, the dead stove token, and one of Hollow Reed's cheapest active hearth slips and went back to the temple awning with the kind of caution that made every ordinary errand feel like contraband. Hollow Reed was weighing red thread against lampblack packets when Chen Wei arrived. He looked up once, saw the dead token in Chen Wei's hand and the new slip he had not yet bought, and sighed with theatrical disappointment. "Oh dear," he said. "You've chosen religion after all." "I've chosen cheap comparison," Chen Wei replied. "Then you'll be disappointed in both." Chen Wei set the dead token on the board. "I want 1 active slip and 1 answer." Hollow Reed's smile thinned. "Those prices are not equal." "I noticed." Hollow Reed picked up the spent token, then the fresh slip, and held one in each hand as if weighing not paper, but categories. "You're trying to ask the world a scholar's question in a trader's lane," he said. "That never ends well. It might end usefully." "Those are not the same thing." Hollow Reed set both objects down and leaned one elbow on the board. "Very well. Ask." Chen Wei kept his voice low. "If the fresh one works and the spent one doesn't, is that because one has something in it and the other doesn't? Or because one still has standing and the other has lost it?" Hollow Reed's gaze sharpened so cleanly that for a moment all his merchant frivolity fell away. "Better," he said quietly. "Much better." He tapped the live slip. "This isn't a bottle of warmth." Then he tapped the dead token. "And that isn't an empty bottle." He spread 2 fingers between them. "This still has recognized address. That has memory without authority." Chen Wei felt the answer settle into place with ugly precision. "So the difference is permission." "Permission, fit, relation, whatever polite word helps you sleep." Hollow Reed shrugged. "People only say, stored power, because it flatters the hand holding the object." Chen Wei glanced at the fresh slip. "And if the hand doesn't fit? Then the world may ignore you, fine you, or burn your eyebrows off according to category." Hollow Reed smiled again, though there was little humor in it. "Hearth goods are generous. Road goods less so. Field goods sulk. Shrine goods remember insult." Chen Wei looked from the slip to the token. "And things beyond those?" Hollow Reed did not answer at once. His fingertips rested on the board, still now. "Those are not stall questions," he said. "Those belong to older names, stranger absences, and temples that don't hang their prices where common men can haggle at them." The line ran colder through Chen Wei than it should have. He had asked about permission. Hollow Reed had answered with hierarchy. Chen Wei paid for the active slip and took back the dead token. The market around them kept moving in its usual practical rhythm, but the shape of the truth had changed again. Earth wanted cleaner mechanics. Hollow Reed kept forcing the question upward into rank, standing, and the kind of domains ordinary shrine counters only borrowed downward from. Whatever answer Chen Wei was approaching, it was no longer about whether objects held magic like jars held water. It was about who, in the end, had the right to pour. By the time Chen Wei returned to his room, the words had sorted themselves into sharper lines than he wanted. Not stored, permitted, not ownership, standing, not a jar, a claim. He laid the fresh hearth slip, the dead token, and Hollow Reed's answer beside the bowl and forced himself to write before fear could sand the edges off the thought. The charcoal moved in quick, dark strokes over the page. Local evidence continues to argue against simple stored force models. Objects appear to carry address, memory, standing, and usable relation rather than independent contained power. Spent likely means severed from lawful answer, not emptied of substance. Local distinctions between temple and academy vocabulary may conceal the same structure. He stopped there and stared at the page. Any further and the note would stop sounding like an observation and start sounding like blasphemy, even to him. The bowl answered near sunset. Earth's return note was longer this time, and for once the added length felt less like pressure than like the shape of another mind-keeping pace. Dr. Zhao's hand had written over a clipped line from Director Han in a way that made their disagreement visible even without hearing it. Proceed cautiously. Then beneath it, in Zhao's firmer script, your latest observations support domain access models over object storage models. If correct, affinity may describe compatibility with a channel rather than possession of a force. Your source link behavior may therefore differ in kind, not only degree. Chen Wei read that sentence twice. Differ in kind, not only degree. Below it came one more line, smaller than the rest, as if written after a pause. This may place your anomaly closer to source bearing or higher order structure than ordinary local practice assumes. Do not test openly if risk becomes unacceptable. Preserve yourself first. The last instruction should have comforted him. Instead, it hurt in a cleaner way than the earlier demands had. Preserve yourself first. Easy words to write from a room where no one could price adjust your breath or enter your name into a ledger because your questions had become too expensive. Yet they were trying, in their own way. Earth wanted truth badly, but not badly enough to spend him without saying so aloud. Chen Wei set the note beside his own and looked at the 4 objects on the blanket. Fresh slip. Dead token. Winter root grain. Bowl. Local relation. Market relation. Temple relation. And then the bridge, which answered to home with a force no local fit seemed to resemble. Hollow Reed had pushed the question upward into hierarchy. Shen Kuo had pushed it outward into categories mortals were not supposed to occupy. Earth had pushed it into structure. All 3 lines now converged on the same unwelcome possibility. He was not simply learning how this world worked. He was learning that it might not have expected him to work by the same rules. Outside, Yulan carried on in its ordinary evening traffic, but the room no longer felt like a room built only for one life. It felt like the meeting point of 2 inquiries pulling on the same knot from opposite sides. Chen Wei and Earth still wanted the same answer. They had not broken alignment. But as he folded both notes and set them beneath the bowl, he could feel the asymmetry of the arrangement more clearly than ever. On one side were questions, instruments, and theory. On the other stood his body, his face, his price in the market, and whatever strange order of claim had begun to answer when he reached for home. 39. Space without distance. The new sensation arrived while Chen Wei was doing nothing magical at all. He was crossing the canal bridge toward the seed row with one hand in his sleeve and the morning's count already moving through his head when the world altered by a degree so small he nearly mistook it for dizziness. The planks under his feet did not shift. The rail did not move. Yet the city around him seemed, for one impossible heartbeat, to lose some of its habit of being separate. Not closer. Not farther. Simply arranged. He stopped dead in the middle of the bridge. A cartman behind him barked, "Move, idiot." Chen Wei stepped aside at once, but his body obeyed faster than his mind. Something had just happened and it had not resembled the bowl, the inward pull, or the strain of sending matter across worlds. This had no tearing in it, no bite behind the sternum, no weight going wrong in his hands. It was gentler and stranger. He had known, without looking, where his room sat behind him in the district's layered streets. More than that, he had known the bowl inside it as a fixed point. Ahead, beyond the cloth lane and the turn by the dye shop, he had felt the old broker's awning and the chest under it as another point, not seen, not guessed, but placed. He gripped the rail until the wood pressed into his palm. The cartman was still muttering as he passed, but the irritation barely reached Chen Wei. He turned his head once toward the lodging district behind him and knew, with a certainty no ordinary memory could carry, the angle of the room upstairs and the bowl resting beneath the paper window. Then he looked forward and felt the seed chest as a waiting weight inside the market's geometry. Not weight in coin, weight in position. By the time he reached the row, his pulse had steadied enough to let him pretend he was merely late. Luo Mei was already at the awning, prying up the lid of his chest with a flat knife and checking the top layer for damp. She glanced over when his shadow crossed the board and frowned. "You look like you walked here through bad broth," she said. Chen Wei let the stock cloth slip from his shoulder. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." She set the knife down. "You're pale in a way that costs money." Her father, who was bent over the ledger, did not look up. "If he dies before clearing storage, I charge the body." Normally Chen Wei would have answered that. Today the words came a breath late because the sensation had not fully gone. Even standing under the awning, he could still feel the room behind him as a relation rather than a memory, and the chest in front of him not merely as a merchant holding but as a point in some larger arrangement that included him. Luo Mei noticed the delay and narrowed her eyes. "What?" Chen Wei looked at the open chest, then past it, then nowhere she could follow. "Nothing," he said, though the lie felt unusually thin. "I just knew where this was before I turned the corner." Luo Mei gave him a flat look. "Yes, that's what happens when people remember directions." But this wasn't remembering directions, and Chen Wei knew it. What had flickered across the bridge was not transfer, not anchor load, not the home pull of the bowl. It was relation without motion, placement without sight, as if distance itself had briefly become legible from the inside. He touched the edge of the chest to steady himself and understood, with a fresh thread of fear, that the gift was widening again in a direction no one had taught him how to survive. Chen Wei did not finish the morning at the seed row. He made some excuse about checking coin and left before Luo Mei's eyes could sharpen any further, moving through the market with a care that only partly concealed urgency. The sensation from the bridge had faded, but not completely. It lingered as a strange interior certainty, a sense that places he ought to know only by memory were hanging in relation to him more clearly than the streets between them deserved. He did not trust it. That was exactly why he needed to test it before fear or fatigue could sand it down into self-deception. By the time he reached Madame Chu's stair, his pulse had steadied enough to let him think. Halfway up, he stopped. The room above him felt wrong. Not dangerous, not occupied, just changed. The same way a loaded bowl felt different from an empty one even before he touched it, except now the sensation reached him through the ceiling and stairwell and the old boards under his feet. It was not emotional, it was positional, a slight inward brightness in the place where the bowl sat, as if the room had gained a second center. Madame Chu, carrying a basin of washwater below him, nearly walked into his back. "If you're planning to become a stair shrine," she said, "pick a less busy hour." Chen Wei turned too quickly. "Sorry." She shifted the basin to her hip and eyed him. "You've had that look all morning. Either your trade has improved beyond prudence or your thoughts have." He glanced upward before he could stop himself. Madame Chu followed the flicker. "What's upstairs?" The answer came out before caution had properly dressed it. "A letter." Her brows went up. "You knew that from the stairs." Chen Wei could not answer that, because the worst part was that he had. Not by guess, not by hope, in the same impossible way he had known the seed chest under the awning before turning the corner. The bowl above him was loaded. The room itself felt folded around that fact. Madame Chu looked at his face for one beat longer, then snorted softly. "Whatever you're doing, do it before your expression starts charging other tenants for omens." He stepped aside for her without speaking and took the rest of the stairs two at a time. The room was empty. The bowl was not. A folded packet lay inside it, dry and precisely placed. Chen Wei stood in the doorway and let the strange certainty turn solid under his ribs. Before, he had needed touch or near touch, focus, the inward turn of attention toward the bridge. Now some part of him had recognized the anchor's altered state from below, through wood, plaster, and distance too ordinary to be called distance at all. He picked up the packet with careful hands and sat on the pallet before opening it. The feeling had not been a transfer. Nothing had torn. Nothing had gone wrong in his body. It had been awareness. Relation made perceptible. The bowl loaded. The room had changed its geometry in him. As he unfolded Earth's note, the truth widened another fraction. If the bridge was teaching him not only to send and pull, but to know where meaning sat in space before he reached it, then the gift was no longer just a narrow wound between worlds. It was becoming a way of reading arrangement itself. And that meant the old question had already outgrown mechanics. Space, in some first crude way, might be becoming legible. Earth's note did not answer the new sensation. It confirmed it. Chen Wei unfolded the packet carefully and found Dr. Zhao's hand layered over Captain Sun's more economical notations. The first lines were procedural, almost deliberately plain. Secondary object near primary anchor showed weak response during focused invocation trial. Subject name and directed attention increased effect. No physical transfer occurred. Environmental instruments inconclusive. Then, lower down, infirmer strokes. Possible that source link activation and anchor state recognition belong to the same developmental path. If so, your awareness may now be responding to changed relation before contact. Chen Wei read that sentence 3 times. Before contact. He looked at the bowl again, at the empty space inside it where the packet had just rested, and felt the memory of the stairwell sharpen inside him. Not guess. Not hope. Recognition. Earth had changed the relation of the anchor, and something in him had known it through floors, walls, and intervening streets. The note went on, colder in tone now, as if Dr. Zhao had allowed herself one leap and then retreated into discipline at once. This may indicate not merely improved transfer control, but broader spatial indexing. Treat new awareness as significant. Avoid public testing if instability persists. Spatial indexing. The phrase would have sounded absurd in Yulan and not much better in the copyist lane. Yet it named the feeling more cleanly than anything he had managed on his own. He was still holding the page when someone called up from the stair. "Are you going to sit in there all day and grow mold?" Madame Chu shouted, "or are you coming down to earn your rent?" Chen Wei folded the note at once and tucked it into his sleeve. Coming. He took the stairs more slowly than before, testing the feeling as he went. At the landing he stopped again, not because the bowl had loaded, but because something else in the house had become newly precise to him. Madame Chu stood below in the common hall with one hand on her hip and a basket at her feet. Behind her, under the bench by the stove wall, sat the jar where she kept the good pickling salt she did not trust the other tenants with. He had never seen her put it there. Madame Chu narrowed her eyes. What now? Chen Wei's gaze flicked once toward the bench. She followed it, then bent and pulled the jar out with a speed that told him more than surprise would have. Were you spying? She asked sharply. No. Then how did you know that was there? He had no answer she could hear. Madame Chu stared at him for one taut beat, then shoved the jar back under the bench with unnecessary force. I liked you better when your oddness was easier to classify. Chen Wei did not blame her. He was beginning to dislike that too. Yet as he stepped into the day, the two lines had already joined beyond denial. Earth had changed something near the bowl and he had felt the altered relation. Now a hidden object in Madame Chu's hall had pressed itself into awareness without sight or sound. The gift was not only learning to bridge distance. It was beginning to read it. And that meant every new packet from Earth, every shifted object, every hidden placement might now feed the same widening faculty. The bridge was no longer just a route between places. It was teaching him the shape of place itself. That evening, Chen Wei stopped calling it a feeling and made it into a test. He waited until the house had settled into its usual sequence of ordinary sounds, Madame Chu's basin set down hard in the common hall, one tenant coughing twice behind a thin wall, the stair complaining under someone else's late return. Then he closed his door, set the bowl on the pallet, and stood looking at it as if it might take offense at being treated like an instrument. Until now the bridge had always demanded strain, focus, and the particular inward turn that made the world loosen around matter. This was different. No tearing, no pull, no loss, only relation. If the new sense was real, then moving the bowl through the room should change something in him before touch, before sight, before ordinary knowledge had a right to speak. He stepped into the passage and pulled the door almost shut. At once the bowl asserted itself inside his awareness, not as image, but as placement. Low, left of the window, close to the inner wall. He shut his eyes to keep ordinary memory from flattering him and held still until the sense became cleaner. Then he opened the door, went back inside, lifted the bowl, and set it on the windowsill instead. When he returned to the passage, the relation had changed. Not dramatically. Not with pain or revelation. The bowl now sat higher in him, nearer the outer wall, threaded somehow to the cold square of light behind the paper window. Chen Wei stood in the dim passage with one hand on the door latch and let the truth settle through him by repeated, careful degrees. He moved the bowl again, this time to the far corner by the folded chest cloth. The change followed. He left the room once more and felt it before he let himself look. By the fourth shift, fear had begun to braid itself tightly with wonder. This was no trick of remembering where he had just placed an object. He knew the difference between memory and response. Memory sat in the mind and offered itself when called. This new awareness arrived first and made thought catch up after. It was as if the room had started announcing its own geometry to him whenever the bowl altered its place within it. More than that, the awareness sharpened not around everything equally, but around what mattered by relation. The bowl was loudest. The packet from Earth hidden under the blanket gave a much fainter pull. The dead stove token barely pressed at all. He sat down on the pallet and wrote the result with a steadier hand than he felt. Anchor state awareness now extends beyond contact. Positional shift is detectable through walls at short range. Strength appears unequal by relational importance. Then he stopped, charcoal hovering over the page. Relational importance. The phrase stared back at him with almost insulting simplicity. That was what the whole world kept saying in one vocabulary or another. Names mattered by relation. Charms mattered by standing. Seeds mattered by fit. Trade mattered by memory and claim. And now space itself, at least in some first clumsy human portion of it, was beginning to matter to him through the same law. Chen Wei set the charcoal down and looked at the bowl by the window. The room no longer felt like a sealed box around his life. It felt mapped from within by lines he had only just begun to sense. Transfer had brought him this far, but transfer was not the gift's true boundary. It was only the first crude thing the gift had learned how to do. 40. The cost of more. By morning, restraint had already begun to feel like waste. That was the first mistake. Chen Wei woke with the memory of the bowl's altered position still alive in him, clean enough to tempt and recent enough to flatter. Transfer had been only the gift's first crude edge. Space itself was beginning to answer. The thought made caution feel smaller than ambition. He told himself he was only going to confirm what he had learned. A little farther, a little cleaner, one careful extension beyond the room, no more. He left the house without breakfast and tried the new sense before he had even reached the canal. At first it obeyed him well enough to be dangerous. The bowl in his room held steady behind him, a clear fixed point under the paper window. Ahead, faint but present, sat the seed chest under the old broker's awning. The two positions did not blur into sight, but they arranged themselves in him, and for half a dozen strides he felt the city not as streets and corners but as relation. Bowl, bridge, chest, himself moving between them. Then greed entered. He thought of Earth. Not home as memory. Not the bowl alone. Earth is the far answer behind the bowl, the larger absence the bridge had always crossed. He did not mean to reach for it fully. He only let the thought turn in that direction, wondering whether the same inner legibility might follow the line all the way outward. The world hit back at once. It was not pain first. It was wrongness. A violent collapse in proportion, as if the bridge, the canal, the street, the room upstairs, the chest ahead, and something immeasurably farther all tried to occupy the same interior space at once. Chen Wei lurched sideways into the bridge rail hard enough to bruise his hip. Sound thinned into a high metal whine. The canal below seemed too near and impossibly deep in the same breath. He shut his eyes, and that made it worse. A porter swore behind him. Drunk this early. Chen Wei opened his mouth to say no and instead tasted iron. Blood struck the back of his hand in a bright, sudden drop. He pushed off the rail and kept moving because stopping would have meant falling. The bowl behind him was gone now, not absent, but inaccessible, as if a door he had only just learned to find had slammed shut with his fingers inside it. By the time he reached the seed row, his skin had gone cold and the stock cloth was slipping from his shoulder because his left hand no longer felt entirely trustworthy. Luo Mei saw him first. She was untying the awning shade and froze with the cord in one hand. "What happened to your face?" she said. Chen Wei wiped at his nose and looked at the red on his fingers with stupid surprise. "Nothing." Her father looked up from the ledger, took in the blood, the pallor, the unfocused set of Chen Wei's eyes, and said, "That's an expensive nothing." Chen Wei tried to answer. The row tilted. Luo Mei dropped the cord and caught his elbow just before his knees gave way. "Idiot," she snapped, though the word had gone thin with alarm. "Sit down before you teach the whole market what your insides look like." He let her guide him to the low bench because there was nothing heroic left in standing. The new sense had not merely faded. It had recoiled, and his body was paying for the arrogance of assuming more meant better. Somewhere under the dizziness, one ugly truth had already become clear. The gift could grow. It could also bite. The bench under the awning felt farther away than it was. Luo Mei pushed him down onto it with one hand on his shoulder and the other already fishing a rag from the water bucket beside the scale. Around them, the seed row had not stopped moving, but it had altered course. Buyers slowed. One kitchen boy stared until the old broker snapped at him to carry his basket and mind his own blood. The row understood collapse the way all markets did. Quickly, and only for as long as it threatened profit. Luo Mei pressed the damp rag into Chen Wei's hand. "Hold that." He did. The cloth came away pink at once. Her father stood over him with the ledger still tucked under one arm, as if even this interruption had to make its case against arithmetic. "Did he fight someone?" the old man asked. "No bruised knuckles," Luo Mei said. She crouched in front of Chen Wei, narrowing her eyes. "Did you eat?" Chen Wei nodded once, then regretted it because the motion dragged the world slightly sideways. "That means no," Luo Mei said. "It means not enough," he managed. Her father gave a low grunt. Ambition and bad breakfast. Classic partnership. Normally Chen Wei would have found a line for that. There was none in him worth the reach. Luo Mei dipped the rag again and wiped at the fresh line of blood beneath his nose with a briskness that would have seemed cruel if her hands weren't so careful. "You didn't just skip breakfast," she said quietly. "You look like you walked out of a fever without waiting for permission." She glanced up. "What did you do?" The question landed with more force than the bridge rail had. Not because she knew the answer, but because she was close enough to notice that ordinary excuses did not fit. Chen Wei said, "Too much." Her father snorted. A magnificent clarification. Luo Mei ignored him. "Too much what?" He looked past her shoulder at the chest under the awning, at the ordered trays, at the simple public reality of seed, price, and storage. None of it had language for what he had done. None of it would forgive the truth if spoken badly. "Thinking," he said at last. The old broker barked a laugh. "Then stop. It's hurting the merchandise." But Luo Mei did not laugh. She searched his face for another beat, then sat back on her heels. "Fine," she said. "Next question. Can you stand?" Chen Wei tested the world carefully from where he sat. It still tilted, but less violently than before. "Probably." "That's not the same as yes." "No," he said, "it isn't." Her father shifted the ledger under his arm and looked down at him with flat practicality. "Listen carefully, boy. If you want to gamble your insides away, do it somewhere that doesn't owe you storage. A man who drops under my awning stops being mysterious and starts being costly." The rebuke should have stung. Instead it clarified. No one here could rescue him from the consequence of whatever had just happened. At best they could keep him upright long enough to stop the market from closing around it. Luo Mei wrung out the rag one more time and handed it back. "Sit until the row stops swimming," she said. "Then you can decide whether you're ill, stupid, or both." Her eyes held his a moment longer. "But if you do this again, at least have the decency to warn the people holding your chest." By the time the row stopped tilting, Chen Wei had lost half the day and all patience for pretending the incident meant nothing. Luo Mei made that easy by refusing to let him stand too soon. When he tried, she put a flat hand against his shoulder and pushed him back onto the bench with enough force to remind him that weakness did not make him lighter. "Sit," she said. "I can work." Her father looked up from the ledger. So can a lame mule. That doesn't mean I hitch one to delicate freight. Chen Wei pressed the rag to his nose and let out a breath that tasted faintly of copper. I'm not freight. No, the old broker said. You're a line item trying to become a loss. Luo Mei crouched again and studied his face with the same practical attention she had once reserved for damp seed. Can you walk home without introducing yourself to the paving stones? Yes. That answer sounds expensive too. It's still yes. She held his gaze for a moment, then straightened. Fine, go. She jerked her chin toward the street. Eat something before you become philosophical again. The old broker added, and if your mysterious condition kills you, have the courtesy to settle storage first. Normally the line would have earned something back from Chen Wei. Today he only nodded, stood carefully, and discovered that the world no longer spun but had gone strangely flat, as if depth itself had been filed down into labor. The walk back to the room cost more than it should have. Not in distance, in absence. The bowl had gone dark to him. So had the chest under the awning. The city had not only punished him with blood and dizziness. It had taken back the new sense entirely, leaving him to move by ordinary sight and memory like a man demoted without warning. In the room upstairs, he shut the door, sat on the pallet, and reached for the bowl with more fear than he liked admitting. Nothing met him. No anchor brightness. No inward fold. Only clay under his fingers and his own pulse still misbehaving in his throat. He wrote to earth anyway, the charcoal strokes rougher than usual because his hand had not steadied fully. Overextended during spatial test, nosebleed, severe disorientation, temporary collapse, and subsequent loss of positional awareness. Current state suggests recoil or shutoff after strain. Do not assume growth is cumulative without cost. The reply came slower this time, which frightened him more than speed would have. When the bowl finally answered, Dr. Zhao's handwriting had lost its earlier steel and gained something worse. Alarm. Immediate cessation of escalation. Record symptoms, duration, and recovery pattern. Analysis cannot substitute for biological limit. Then, in a tighter hand below, almost certainly Captain Sun's, a broken instrument is not useful to anyone. Chen Wei stared at the line until anger and relief tangled into something he could not sort cleanly. On Earth they had instruments, observers, language, the safety to sound clinical. Here his body had struck the rail and bled on market wood. Yet for all the difference in setting, the truth had become equally blunt on both sides of the bridge. Whatever the gift was becoming, it was still forced to pass through bone, blood, and flesh. That meant theory had limits. It also meant he did. The weakness did not leave with the blood. That was the second lesson, and in some ways the worst one. A nosebleed could be explained away. A stumble on the bridge could be called hunger, bad weather, poor sleep, or any of the small indignities poverty offered so generously. But by late afternoon Chen Wei still felt as if something inside him had been scraped thin. His thoughts came slower. His hands trembled when he held them too still. Even the bowl, silent under his palm, seemed less like a tool than like a wall behind which something had retreated and barred the door. He had thought growth would feel like more reach, more clarity, more capacity. He had not considered that it might first feel like damage. A knock sounded against the frame. Madame Chu stepped in without waiting and set a covered bowl on the floor beside the pallet. Steam curled faintly from beneath the lid. "You missed the common pot," she said. Chen Wei looked at the bowl, then at her. "I can pay." "I didn't say you couldn't." She folded her arms. "I said you missed it." He pushed himself upright more slowly than pride liked. "You're being kinder than usual." Madame Chu gave him a flat look. "Don't romanticize soup." She nodded toward his face. "You still look wrong." "That's useful to know." "You also look breakable." Her voice stayed practical, but not cold. "That's more expensive." The words sat in the room after she spoke them. Not because they were dramatic, but because they were true in a way his own thoughts had been trying to avoid. Breakable. Not gifted, not chosen, not special in the flattering sense. Bone, blood, nerves, and whatever impossible claim ran through them, all still subject to failure like anything else in the world. Chen Wei lifted the lid. The broth beneath was thin and plain, but hot enough to smell of salt and onion, I'll recover, he said. Madame Chu shrugged. Recover slower than you boast. Then she turned to go and added, without looking back, whatever you're pushing, learn whether it grows by use or by surviving use. Those are different teachers. After she left, Chen Wei ate slowly because speed made the room drift again. By the time the bowl was empty, the trembling in his hands had eased enough for him to write. Not theory this time, not questions, rules. Never test on an empty stomach. Never widen range while walking. Never reach for earth and local points together. If the sense thins or doubles, stop immediately. Sit before trying again. Record recovery before any new attempt. He stared at the list when it was done. It looked less like the notes of a man chasing wonder and more like the survival habits of someone handling dangerous machinery with no manual and no spare parts. That, too, was true. He set the brush aside and lay back carefully on the pallet, one hand resting near the bowl without touching it. The gift would grow if it could. But from this point onward, every inch of that growth would have to pass through his body first, and his body had finally answered with terms. 41. A door toward a house. The rules kept Chen Wei on his feet, but they didn't make him feel strong. For 3 mornings after the collapse on the bridge, he ate before testing anything, tested nothing while walking, and forced his thoughts away from Earth whenever the market needed his body more than his wonder. The new sense had not returned cleanly. At best it flickered at the edge of him, dim and watchful, like a lamp turned low behind a screen. By the 4th morning he was back under Luo Mei's awning with steadier hands, though his bones still carried the memory of weakness like a debt not fully paid. Luo Mei looked up from sorting bean seed and narrowed her eyes at him. You've decided not to die in public again. Chen Wei set down the chest he had carried from the store nook and said, it seemed wasteful. Her mouth twitched before she could stop it. Good. I was getting tired of catching you. She tipped her chin toward the stool beside the scale. Sit if the world starts tilting. I'm not dragging you off the stones twice in 1 week. People will talk. They already do. Yes, she said, dry as old paper. But now they'd have material. Her father heard that and snorted from behind the ledger. Talking is cheap. Reliable hands aren't. He turned a page, frowned at something in the column, and glanced toward the street just as a man in a dark quilted coat stepped under the awning. He was clean-sleeved, narrow-faced, and wore a small wooden tally at his belt stamped with a neat house mark Chen Wei didn't know. You're short again, the newcomer asked. By 1 boy and half my patience, Luo Mei's father said. If you've come to complain, pay first so I can enjoy it. The man ignored the line and looked past him at Chen Wei, who was already rising from the stool on instinct. His gaze was quick and professional, not hostile, which made it sharper somehow. This one yours? No, the broker said. Which is why he still listens. Luo Mei clicked her tongue. Father. The man's eyes stayed on Chen Wei. Can he read marks? A little, Chen Wei said before muteness, old habit, or caution could stop him. Luo Mei's gaze flicked to him at once, but the damage, if it was damage, had already been done. The houseman stepped closer and studied him with a new kind of attention, one that measured not hunger or weakness, but use. We need a temporary counting runner at Pay Warehouse, he said. Nothing grand. Sack marks, tally slips, short carries, no stealing, no vanishing. Food with the day, roof if the weather turns. House protection while working. House protection. The word struck harder than the offer itself. In Yulan, a lone youth could be shoved, cheated, or quietly erased between stalls. A youth wearing a merchant house's favor, even briefly, became part of someone's accounted property. Safer, more visible, more claimable. Luo Mei's father shut the ledger and said, well, doors don't stand open forever. Chen Wei looked at the house tally on the man's belt, then at the ordered seed trays under the awning, and felt the future shift by 1 careful inch. It was only day work. Only a warehouse. Only a small house door opening toward a larger life. Yet even standing there, still not fully recovered, he could already see the price hidden inside the shelter. When Chen Wei said yes, the word felt smaller than the thing it opened. Luo Mei's father grunted as if the matter had only just become sensible. Luo Mei, who had gone very still when Chen Wei admitted he could read marks, bent her head over the seed trays again with suspicious care. Only her eyes betrayed her. They flicked up once, sharp with warning and curiosity both, as the houseman unhooked the wooden tally from his belt and turned it in his fingers. "I'm Bao Ren," he said. "You walk with me now. If anyone asks, your day hired to pay warehouse. If anyone troubles you, you show this first and your face second." He held out the tally, then drew it back a finger's width before Chen Wei could take it. "And if you run, keep the tally, or decide counting is beneath you, I'll know before dusk." Chen Wei met his gaze and said, "I won't run." "Good," Bao Ren said. "That saves us both a poor afternoon." Luo Mei clicked her tongue softly. "Listen to him the first time," she said while keeping her hands on the seed tray. "Men who wear house marks hate repeating themselves." Her father snorted. "So do daughters who think they're subtle." Bao Ren handed over the tally at last. It was smoother than it looked, worn by years of handling, and warmer from the man's body than the autumn air had any right to allow. Chen Wei closed his fingers around it and felt, absurdly clearly, the difference between carrying his own hunger and carrying someone else's authority. The walk to Pei Warehouse was short enough to unsettle him. He had passed the lane before and seen only another broad yard with good doors and cleaner traffic. Walking toward it with Bao Ren at his side made the same street rearrange itself. Porters moved aside sooner. A T-boy who might have shoved past Chen Wei on any other day checked himself and dipped his head toward Bao Ren's tally. Even the gate porter at the warehouse glanced once at the wooden mark in Chen Wei's hand and waved them through without the usual long measuring look strangers received. Bao Ren saw him notice. "That's what you're being paid with first," he said. "Rice comes later." Inside, the warehouse smelled of dry grain, lamp oil, hemp rope, and disciplined money. Sacks were stacked by type and height instead of by whoever had shouted loudest. Marks were brushed clearly on hanging boards. A clerk at the inner desk looked up from a ledger and frowned at Chen Wei's coat before shifting his attention to the tally in his hand. "Temporary?" the clerk asked. "For now," Bao Ren said. Then he looked at Chen Wei and added, "If you're useful, temporary is only the word people use before they decide where to put you." The line lodged under Chen Wei's ribs more sharply than any threat would have. Put you. Not pay you. Not trust you. Not help you. Put you. As though a house was not merely a shelter but a set of shelves waiting to decide what shape of man belonged on each one. He followed Bao Ren deeper between the ordered stacks, the tally still warm in his palm, and understood that the door opening before him was real. So was the hand already reaching through it. Pei Warehouse put order where the street usually put noise. Chen Wei felt it at once as Bao Ren led him through the first long aisle. The stacks were marked by brush boards hung from beams, the floor lanes kept clear for handcarts, the receiving tables separated from the counting desk, and every rope tie turned the same way as if even knots answered to house discipline. Men still shouted, but they shouted inside rules. When Bao Ren handed him a short tally slip and pointed toward 3 stacked lots near the inner wall, Chen Wei understood the work almost before the words finished landing. "Read the marks," Bao Ren said. "Match slip to stack. Call if anything disagrees. Carry only after that." Chen Wei nodded and took the slip. The brush marks were neat, more careful than market scrawl, and for one dangerous second satisfaction warmed him. A month ago the slip would have been a wall. Now it was only labor. He moved to the first stack, checked the hanging board, then the sack mark, then the slip again. 2 matched. The third did not. The difference was small, only one added stroke at the lower side, but it changed the grain grade entirely. Bao Ren saw his hesitation. "Well." Chen Wei held up the slip and pointed. "This mark doesn't belong here." The clerk from the desk looked over at once. "It does if your eyes are decorative." Chen Wei stepped aside and showed him both marks without argument. The clerk frowned, leaned closer, and then swore softly through his nose. "Who loaded this?" he snapped toward the nearest porter. A broad man at the handcart turned, saw the clerk's face, and abandoned any thought of denial. "It was dark in the rear shed," he said. "It's daytime now," the clerk answered. Then he looked at Chen Wei properly for the first time. You caught that quickly. Bao Ren's mouth moved in something just short of approval. I said he read marks. The clerk tapped the slip against his palm. What else do you read? Enough, Chen Wei said carefully. Enough is not a trade, the clerk replied. Names. Chen Wei felt the question tighten the air. Chen Wei. District. He let half a beat pass, as though sorting memory rather than deciding how little truth to offer. East, he said. The clerk's eyes narrowed, not convinced, but not ready to waste the afternoon on it. No house mark, no guild thread, no temple band, he said. If you stay useful here, that changes. Pei House doesn't leave able hands loose in the lanes. Bao Ren folded his arms. A loose hand gets stolen. A marked one gets counted. The words should have sounded like security. Instead they struck Chen Wei with the weight of a gate closing. Marked, counted, shelved. A house did not merely pay a man. It named his place in its order and expected the body attached to that place to remain where it had been put. The clerk held out a fresh slip. Take this to the rear counting table, he said. And if you can read numbers as well as grain marks, say so now. I dislike discovering value slowly. Chen Wei took the slip and followed the indicated lane, pulse steady on the outside and tightening within. The work had only just begun, yet he could already feel the shape of the bargain under his feet. Protection was real here. So was the hand that closed around anything worth protecting. The rear counting table stood on a raised plank platform above the warehouse floor, just high enough to separate ink from dust and decisions from lifting. Chen Wei climbed to it with the fresh slip in hand and found 3 desks, 2 abacuses, a rack of tied tallies, and an older woman in a dark quilted coat who did not look up until he stopped exactly where the chalk line told him to stop. Well, she said, still writing. He held out the slip. Bao Ren sent me. That made her lift her head. Her gaze moved over his coat, his hands, the house tally, and then back to the slip. The lane stray who reads marks, she said. It was not a question. She took the paper, checked the figures, and pushed a ledger toward him with one finger. Read the lot number. Chen Wei did. Again. He repeated it more slowly. The woman grunted and turned the ledger half a hand's width. Now the weight column. He read that too, not perfectly smooth, but clean enough to satisfy her. The older man at the next desk, who had been pretending not to listen, let out a low whistle through his nose. Where'd Bao find this one? He asked. In the part of the city where the hungry grow eyes, the woman said. Then she fixed Chen Wei with a level look. Can you count with an abacus? Some, he said. Some, is a weed word. She slid the frame toward him. Show me. His fingers were slower than he wanted, but not foolish. His father had taught him numbers with scrap paper, pencil stubs, and the kind of impatience that expected competence to arrive through repetition. Beads were only another shape for the same truth. When Chen Wei finished, the woman checked the total, nodded once, and sat back. Bao Ren had come up silently behind him. So he's worth more than carrying sacks, the woman said. Which means he becomes a question. Bao Ren folded his arms. He already was. The older man at the next desk smiled without warmth. Questions get written down, he said to Chen Wei. If Pei House keeps you, we'll need district, kin, guild, temple, or patron trail. If there's schooling hidden under that coat, we'll know. If there isn't, the house decides whether to grow one. The older woman capped her ink and added, and if the house grows one, the house expects harvest. The line settled into Chen Wei more deeply than all the day's smaller warnings. He had spent so long fighting not to vanish that the offer of being shaped, fed, and counted struck at the emptiest places in him. It also frightened him with terrible clarity. Hunger could kill a man. So could being made useful in the wrong hands. At dusk, Bao Ren walked him back to the gate with a wrapped food packet and the tally still resting in his palm. Come at first light tomorrow, he said. If you don't, I'll assume you're either dead or stupid. Chen Wei looked at the marked wood, then at the ordered yard behind him. And if I do? Bao Ren's expression did not change. Then Pei House starts deciding what sort of future fits you. Chen Wei stepped back into the evening street with warm food under one arm, house protection still clinging to him like a second coat, and the knowledge that the future had finally done what hunger never quite had. It had stopped being only something he wanted and become something that wanted him back. 42. Earth Plans Long. Dr. Zhao read Chen Wei's latest note 3 times before she set it down. The paper lay under the white task lamp inside the secured observation room, rough and charcoal marked and more valuable than anything in the locked cabinets along the wall. Outside the glass, 2 technicians were pretending not to stare while they logged timestamps from the last exchange. Inside, the bowl sat in its padded ring on the stainless table, chipped rim unchanged, as if it had not just delivered proof that Chen Wei was no longer surviving day to day, but being drawn into the structure of a merchant house. Captain Sun leaned one shoulder against the far counter and watched her face rather than the note. Well. Dr. Zhao looked back at the line that mattered most. Pei House starts deciding what sort of future fits you. It means his local life has reached the next layer, she said. He's no longer only feeding himself. He's becoming legible to institutions. Sun's mouth tightened. He was already legible to us. Yes, she said, still looking at the page. That's the problem. Now he's becoming legible there too. Director Han stood at the end of the table with both hands resting lightly on the chair back before him. He had come down from the administrative floor without an escort announcement, which usually meant he already knew the answer and only wanted to hear whether anyone else did. Say it plainly, he said. Dr. Zhao lifted the note. Short-term improvisation is over. If a merchant house keeps him, his costs stabilize, his visibility rises, and his bargaining position changes. We need to stop treating this as a sequence of reactions. Sun folded his arms. You're saying infrastructure. I'm saying planning, she replied. Regular support to the parents. Structured exchange priorities. A standing object schedule instead of requests made in panic. Redundancy in anchors if possible. Quiet mapping of which sent items may already exist outside our control. And we need to think about what happens if local patronage improves his safety while reducing his freedom. One of the technicians came in then with a fresh folder hugged to his chest. He stopped just inside the door and said, Materials has finished the comparative report on the returned coin lots and paper fibers. Also, Agriculture wants to know whether seed exchange can be moved from speculative to scheduled. Han held out his hand without looking away from Dr. Zhao. There. That's the future arriving in a stack. Sun gave a short breath through his nose. And once 10 departments are attached, he stops being a rescued son and starts becoming a national habit. The line might have sounded cold from someone else. From Sun it sounded like warning. Dr. Zhao set Chen Wei's note beside the bowl with more care than the paper required. He was always both, she said quietly. We just had the luxury of pretending the first part came first. Han opened the folder, scanned the first page, and said, no more pretending, then. Build me a long plan. By the time Lu Fen and Chen Guoliang were shown into the observation room, the long plan already had headings. Dr. Zhao disliked that fact more than she expected to. She stood beside the whiteboard with a marker still in her hand and watched the parents take in the room in one sweep. The bowl in its padded ring. The sealed evidence sleeves. The stacked reports. The 3 columns already written under Han's direction. Family stability, exchange discipline, strategic expansion. None of it was wrong. All of it looked brutal in fluorescent light. Lu Fen's gaze stopped on the board. You've moved quickly. Director Han did not pretend otherwise. We'd be irresponsible if we didn't. Chen Guoliang looked from the writing to the bowl and then to the note still lying under the lamp. Planning is one thing, he said. Building a machine around my son is another. Captain Sun answered before anyone else could. It becomes a machine whether we like the word or not. The question is whether it's built clumsily. The line sharpened the room at once. Lu Fen's shoulders drew tight, and Chen Guoliang's mouth flattened in the way Dr. Zhao had already learned to recognize as dangerous restraint. Dr. Zhao set the marker down. No one is replacing him with paperwork, she said. We're trying to stop panic from making bad decisions. That includes us. Han nodded once toward the whiteboard. First, your household. Your income disruptions end now. Compensation will be structured as research cooperation and confidential support, not charity. Second, communications. We establish a message cadence, object priorities, and handling rules so every exchange doesn't become chaos. Third, expansion. If Chen Wei's local position is stabilizing, we need to decide what categories of goods, questions, and opportunities matter most over time. Lu Fen looked at the words family stability as if they might insult her on their own. You make it sound clean. It won't be, Dr. Zhao said quietly. But it can be steadier. Chen Guoliang stepped closer to the table. And what does Chen Wei get in your headings besides being useful? The question landed exactly where it should have. Han did not answer at once. Sun did. Protection, he said. Leverage. Better chances of not being cornered by whichever local power decides he's worth owning. And the cost? Lu Fen asked. Sun's eyes shifted to the bowl. Attention. Dr. Zhao hated how honest that was, and how necessary. She reached for the latest note and held it up between thumb and forefinger. He's already paying that cost there, she said. If Pei House is starting to shape his future, then our delay becomes its advantage. Long planning is not what burdens him. Long planning is how we stop leaving him alone inside other people's plans. Silence followed that, not agreement, but not refusal either. Han picked up the marker and drew one more line beneath the three headings. Then he wrote, in a smaller hand than the rest, Chen Wei's terms. Lu Fen saw it first. Good, she said. Dr. Zhao looked at the words and understood that the chapter had just shifted again. Planning was no longer only about capacity. It had become a negotiation over who got to define the bridge, and that meant the family was now inside the machine whether any of them wanted it or not. The meeting widened before Dr. Zhao could stop it. What had begun as a room with 4 people, 1 bowl, and 3 headings became, within the hour, a table edged by departments. Agriculture sent Deputy Director Xu with a folder full of seed viability notes and too much optimism. Materials sent a metals specialist who smelled faintly of polishing compound and kept tapping his pen whenever the word alloy arose. Linguistics sent Lin Chao, who carried copied character charts and a softness of voice that hid a ruthless appetite for pattern. Captain Sun let them in one by one with the expression of a man admitting controlled fire to dry timber. Dr. Zhao watched the room rearrange itself around the bowl. Deputy Director Xu opened first. If his merchant house contact is seed adjacent, we should move quickly. Kitchen herbs, hardy greens, medicinal lines, compact varietals. Nothing flashy. High adaptation value. The metals specialist answered at once. Compact steel tools have better leverage per kilogram than seed packets he can't plant himself. Lin Chao adjusted her papers and said, if we don't deepen literacy support, you're both building on mud. He needs cleaner scripts, clearer questions, and copied baseline vocabulary. Lu Fen, who had sat through the first half of the session with admirable control, finally put both hands flat on the table. Listen to yourselves, she said. You're all already loading his arms. The room quieted. Chen Guoliang didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. My son just got one safer roof over his head and one house starting to look at him too closely. If your grand plan begins by making him carry 5 ministries on his back, it's not a plan. It's greed with stationery. Dr. Zhao felt the truth of that land before anyone else answered. Not because the departments were wrong, but because each of them had begun speaking from the same instinctive hunger. The bridge existed, therefore everything wanted to cross. Han looked from one folder to the next and then to the bowl itself. Priorities, he said. Deputy Director Xu drew in a breath. Long-term, agriculture. Not long-term, Han said. First. Captain Sun folded his arms. First is anything that improves Chen Wei's local survival, local standing, and local bargaining power. After that, we discuss what improves ours. The metals specialist frowned. That delays valuable categories. It delays your categories, Sun said. That's different. Lin Chao, who had been silent longer than usual, tapped the edge of her copied character sheets and said, he will be more useful to every one of us if he becomes harder to corner there. Literacy support, merchant legitimacy, and controlled trade identity are not sentimental choices. They're throughput choices. Lu Fen turned toward her sharply, ready to dislike the wording, then stopped. Throughput was cold. It was also, in its ugly way, aligned. Dr. Zhao picked up the marker again and crossed out the order on the board. Under Chen Wei's terms, she wrote a new list: local safety, local standing, local leverage. Only after that did she add exchange value. No one argued with the sequence. That frightened her more than disagreement would have. It meant the machine was learning to speak in human order, which made it more effective, not less. And effective machines were always harder to resist once they had convinced themselves they were kind. By evening the whiteboard had become a doctrine wall. Dr. Zhao stood back from it with a dry marker in one hand and read the columns again in the order they had finally earned. Local safety, local standing, local leverage, exchange value. Beneath them sat the first practical lists, already uglier and more useful than the optimistic folders that had produced them. Better clothing and steady coin support hidden inside local trade logic. Compact literacy aids that would not look like a miracle if found. Seeds only where they strengthened his merchant identity rather than burdened it. Small tools with plausible value. Questions trimmed to what improved his ground under his own feet. Director Han read the board once and said, "Good. Now make it survivable." Deputy Director Shu frowned. "That is survivable." Han looked at him. "No, that is efficient. There's a difference." The room stilled again. Dr. Zhao had begun to recognize that stillness is the moment when abstraction got forced back into human scale. Captain Sun turned a page in the new operations folder and said, "There's another problem." He tapped the margin with one finger. "Earlier transferred objects. We've all been speaking as though the bowl is the system because the bowl is the working anchor. It isn't necessarily the only one." Lin Chao's head lifted at once. "The earlier test sends." "Yes," Sun said. "If items can land imprecisely and remain link relevant, then some portion of his history may already be sitting in rivers, ports, fields, warehouses, or customs bins far outside our visibility." Chen Guoliang let out a slow breath through his nose. "You're saying other people could find pieces of this?" Sun didn't soften it. "I'm saying we should assume they eventually will." Lu Fen looked at the bowl, then at the whiteboard, and Dr. Zhao saw the exact instant the full size of the matter struck her. Until now, the machine had still fit inside a room, a state, a family, a plan. With Sun's sentence, it widened into the world. Dr. Zhao said, "Then compartmentalization starts now. The bowl remains primary. Anything new gets tracked from the moment it crosses. We do not speak loosely, we do not oversend, and we do not assume control where we only have first possession." Han nodded once. "Write it." She did. The marker moved more steadily than she felt. Primary anchor. Controlled scheduling. Quiet expansion only. No speculative flood. No departmental freelancing. Family contact remains central. That last line came from Lu Fen, who had stepped closer to the board without anyone noticing. She touched the edge of the written words with one finger and said, "If you build the whole future and forget that he is still a son writing home at night, then all of this rots from the middle." No one argued. Han closed the operations folder and handed it to Sun. "You'll run coordination." Sun accepted it without surprise. Dr. Zhao looked at the bowl in its padded ring, the reports, the whiteboard, the parents who had not left, and the departments now speaking in quieter voices than before. By morning there would be schedules, handlers, codes, secure procurement, and the first true chain of planned exchange. The bridge had begun as a family wound. It ended the day as state infrastructure with a human name at the center of it. That was protection. It was also weight. 43. What he owes, what he keeps. By the second morning at Pay Warehouse, Chen Wei understood that order had its own hunger. It did not bite like the street. It did not shove, jeer, or leave bruises where a hand had been too free. It fed him on time, kept weather off his shoulders, and turned his reading from a private survival trick into visible value. Yet the house asked for something the street never had. Not just labor, pattern, return, continued use. By mid-morning Bao Ren no longer watched him as a curiosity. He watched him the way a man watched a tool that had proven worth oiling. At the noon pause, Bao Ren handed him a wrapped rice packet and a smaller folded slip tied with plain cord. "Tomorrow's entry mark," he said. "Keep it dry." Chen Wei looked at the slip, then at him. "You're certain I'm coming back?" Bao Ren bit into his own packet before answering. "No. I'm making it easier if you do." He swallowed and added, "Pei House dislikes wasting certainty on men who haven't earned it." The words should have relieved him. Instead they sat uneasily. The house was not claiming him yet. It was training him to step into the claim of his own accord. Bao Ren saw enough of that in his face to grunt. "Don't wear that look," he said. "You think too hard for a man who spent half a year looking hungry." "I was hungry. And now you're not starving in alleys." Bao Ren brushed a grain of rice from his thumb. "That doesn't happen by wishing. It happens because someone decides your usefulness is worth the room you take up." Chen Wei folded the entry slip more carefully than the paper required. "And when that changes?" Bao Ren gave him a level glance. "Then you learn whether you were valued for your work or only borrowed by it." The answer stayed with him all the way back to his room. Madame Chu noticed the rice packet, the cleaner dust on his sleeves, and the way he closed the door behind him with more care than before. She stood in the corridor with her lamp in one hand and looked him up and down as if recalculating a ledger. "You're walking straighter," she said. "Work does that." She snorted softly. "So does being wanted." Then her eyes flicked to the packet under his arm. "Don't let gratitude turn you stupid. Roofs are easiest to sell to men who still remember rain." After she moved on, Chen Wei sat on the pallet with the bowl in front of him and felt both lines pressing from opposite directions. Pei House had given him an entry mark before asking for his obedience aloud. Earth answered that same evening with its own kind of structure. The note that arrived in the bowl was neater than usual, folded around a second sheet and a wrapped coin packet. His mother's hand was there in the first line, warm enough to tighten his throat. The rest came in cleaner order. Questions grouped by urgency, a steadying promise of regular support, advice on clothing, trade, and caution written so carefully it might as well have been built from measured wood. He read it twice and understood the truth before he could soften it. Hong wanted to protect him. Pei House wanted to place him. Neither wish was cruel. Both carried weight. As he set the papers down beside the bowl, Chen Wei felt the first hard edge of adulthood settle inside him. Owing people was easy when all he had was hunger. Keeping part of himself while he owed them might prove much harder. Chen Wei did not answer Earth at once. The papers lay beside the bowl through most of the night, weighted under the wrapped coin packet as if even his mother's hand and the cleaner state script beneath it could wait until he had sorted his own mind. He read the pages twice more before sleeping and once again at dawn. The questions were careful now. What had Pei House asked of him? What did he need to appear respectable? Could he safely use better clothes, better tools, better paper? They wanted to help him stand more firmly where he was. He believed that. What troubled him was the shape of the help. Measured, scheduled, useful. The same qualities that made it safer also made it feel less like rescue and more like structure. At the warehouse, structure was waiting for him in wood and ink. The older woman at the counting table did not look up when he arrived. She only slid a fresh ledger across the desk and said, "Today you go in the temporary handbook. That means answers. Don't decorate them." Bao Ren stood a little behind her, arms folded, watching Chen Wei with that same practical patience the house seemed to train into all its sharper edges. The woman tapped the first blank line. Name. Chen Wei. District. East. Her pen paused. East is long. It's still east. That earned him the first full look of the morning. Her eyes narrowed, not offended, merely weighing whether the vagueness came from stupidity or caution. Kin in Yulan. No. Guild thread. No. Temple bond. No. She wrote each answer anyway, her brush strokes dry and competent. Then she reached the next line and said, "Sleeping where?" Chen Wei hesitated. Bao Ren heard the hesitation and said, "If you're worried we plan to steal your blanket, don't flatter yourself." The woman's mouth twitched before settling again. House dorm space is available for useful temp hands. 1 bed, shared room, watch gate, fewer alley knives. Answer the question. I have a room, Chen Wei said. A paid room. Yes. A stable room. He thought of Madame Shu, the narrow pallet, the corridor that smelled of old soup and damp wood, and the bowl hidden under his blanket. Stable was not the right word. Necessary was. Stable enough. The older woman set down her brush. Listen carefully, she said. Pei House isn't asking where you sleep because we're curious. We're asking because uncertainty around a hand becomes uncertainty in the books, and uncertainty in the books turns expensive. Chen Wei looked at the open ledger, then at the blank line waiting for the address he would not give. The house wanted him counted. Earth wanted him supported. Both made sense. Neither got the bowl. I'll keep my room, he said. Bao Ren studied him for a beat, then nodded once. Not approval. Recognition. The older woman made a short mark in the margin instead of filling the line. Fine, she said. Private lodging, self-held. If it becomes a problem, it stops being private. When she moved on to the next entry, Chen Wei felt the first clean boundary settle inside him. It was small, almost laughably small beside all he owed on both sides of the bridge. Even so, it mattered. Service might crowd him. Gratitude might pull at him. But the first thing he chose to keep was a door only he could close. The choice to keep his room should have eased him. Instead it followed him through the day like a second ledger line. By dusk his shoulders ached from carrying, his eyes burned from tally marks, and the entry slip in his sleeve had turned soft at the edges from repeated handling. Pei House had fed him again. It had given him work clean enough to respect and structure strong enough to lean on. None of that felt false. That was what made the pressure harder to argue with. A cruel offer could be refused. A useful one took root. He stopped by Luo Mei's awning on the way back, more from habit than plan. She was tying off the last of the day's sacks while her father argued over bean weight with a cookshop buyer who clearly hoped irritation might lower the price. Luo Mei glanced up, saw the rice packet under Chen Wei's arm, and then saw the house tally cord still tucked at his belt. So it wasn't one-day charity, she said. No. She dusted her palms on her apron and looked him over with open interest now. You look like someone has started expecting you to arrive on time. They have. That's dangerous, she said lightly. He might have laughed a month ago. Now the line landed too near the truth. Luo Mei noticed that too. Her expression shifted, losing the easy edge of teasing. What did they ask for? She said. Answers. That's never all they ask for. Chen Wei looked toward her father, who was still arguing weights with the buyer and losing neither temper nor coin. They want to know where I sleep, who I belong to, what I can do. Luo Mei's gaze sharpened. And what did you tell them? Some. She nodded once, as if that were the only sensible reply. Then she bent to retie a cord that didn't need retying and said, My father always says houses begin by buying work and end by buying habits. It feels gentler while it happens. The sentence settled into him with uncomfortable precision. He also says, she added, glancing up again, that clever men mistake gratitude for debt if they're hungry long enough. Chen Wei looked at her properly then. The market noise ran around them in tired evening currents, buyers thinning, shutters lowering, the day folding in. Is that advice? It's warning, she said. Advice would cost extra. He did laugh at that, softly enough not to disturb the argument at the front of the awning. The sound eased something in him without solving it. That night he finally answered Earth. He wrote carefully, with the bowl closed and the lamp turned low. He told them Pei House offered steadier work, food, and protection. He told them he would keep the room he had. He accepted the coins, the clothing advice, the better paper, and the local standing logic because refusing useful help out of pride would be stupidity dressed as virtue. But when he came to the end of the page, he paused, then added one more line in firmer strokes than the rest. I will tell you what helps me stand. I won't hand every part of my life away just because I'm being helped. When he folded the note and laid it in the bowl, the words felt small. The boundary behind them did not. The bowl answered before dawn. Chen Wei woke to the faint ceramic click and sat up at once, blanket falling to his waist, the room still blue with the hour before sunrise. A folded note rested inside the bowl beside a smaller packet wrapped in waxed paper. He took the note first. His mother's hand opened it. "Keep what you must. Tell us what helps you stand. We'll learn the rest slowly." Below that, in the cleaner hand that now always followed hers, came the state's restraint sharpened into something almost respectful. Boundaries acknowledged. Continue reporting what affects safety, local standing, and leverage. Personal details remain at your discretion unless risk changes. Chen Wei read the lines twice. The answer did not free him from anything. It did something better. It left the line where he had drawn it. He folded the note and tucked it inside his shirt before going to pay warehouse. The morning work ran faster than the day before, which meant it also cut deeper. He no longer moved like a stranger trying not to break the order. He moved like a hand already learning its place inside it. Bao Ren saw that before noon and said nothing until the cart lane cleared enough for speech. "You've settled," he said. "For now." Bao Ren gave him a sideways look. That phrase again. At the counting table, the older woman had a new ledger open and a narrow wooden tag laid beside it. Not a one-day entry slip this time. The grain of the wood had been sanded smooth, the house mark burned darker into its face. She tapped it once. 7-day hand tally. Better meal allotment. Priority gate entry. Rear shed access under supervision. Chen Wei did not touch it. The woman noticed at once. Most men don't pause this long before better food. "I'm thinking about the rest of it." Bao Ren leaned one shoulder against the desk. "The rest of it is work." "The rest of it is habit," Chen Wei said. That brought stillness to both of them. Not anger. Attention. The older woman folded her hands. "Good," she said at last. "Then you're not stupid. Listen carefully. A 7-day tally is not a collar. It is simply a way for the house to know whether it's building with rope or smoke. And if I take it, then you report for 7 days unless sick, dead, or robbed convincingly." Her mouth thinned, almost amused. "And you keep your private room if you like paying for your own walls." Bao Ren added, "You don't have to belong all at once. Houses know that better than hungry boys do." Chen Wei looked at the tally, then at the ledger, then at the ordered warehouse beyond them where his hands had already begun fitting themselves to the day's rhythm. Earth had answered his line without trying to erase it. Pay House, for all its appetite, was offering shape rather than chains. The danger was real, so was the usefulness. He took the 7-day tally. The older woman made the entry at once. Bao Ren pushed the better meal token across the desk without ceremony. Nothing in the room changed outwardly. Yet as Chen Wei closed his fingers around the marked wood, he understood the new truth settling into him. Keeping part of himself did not mean refusing every bond. It meant choosing which bonds he entered awake. 44. The goods that matter. The 1 kilogram limit had once felt like mockery. Now, with Pay House work steadying his days and Earth's cleaner priorities folded beneath his blanket at night, it began to feel more like judgment. Chen Wei sat cross-legged on the pallet with the bowl before him and a small spread of possible sends arranged on the floorboards. A tied packet of herb seed Luo Mei's father had sold cheap because the lot was old but still viable, 2 compact needles in a paper wrap, a copied market slip showing grain grades, a small iron hinge pin, a narrow devotional strip from Brother Hollow Reed's stall, and a folded page of his own notes. None of it was large. All of it wanted weight. The bowl would not take all of it. It never had. That meant choice, and choice had begun to feel more like character than logistics. He took the old seed packet in hand, then set it down again. At the awning the next evening, Luo Mei noticed at once that his attention was elsewhere. She was trimming spoiled leaves from a crate of kitchen greens with quick, unsentimental fingers, but her eyes slid to him before he had even finished tying the last sack. "You've got your thinking face on," she said. "That usually means either profit or trouble. Possibly both. That's most decent business." She flicked a wilted leaf into the refuse basket and waited. Chen Wei rested his hands on the edge of the sorting table. "If you had to send one thing far away," he said, "not for one meal, but because it might matter again later. What would you choose? Luo Mei gave him a long look. That sounds suspiciously like a question you've already broken your own head on. I'm trying to do it before that part. She smiled faintly at that, then set the knife aside. Far away how? Far enough that waste matters. Then not pretty things, she said at once. Pretty things earn one sale. Useful things earn return. She nudged the crate of greens with her wrist. Kitchen herbs, healing roots if the soil suits them, greens that forgive bad weather, seeds that become more seeds. Anything that teaches the buyer to come back because life improved, not because they were dazzled once. He thought of the little spread on his floorboards, of the hinge pin and the devotional strip and the neat temptation of sending what seemed interesting rather than what would endure. And if the useful thing looks ordinary? Luo Mei snorted softly. Then you've learned the right lesson. Her father, who had been pretending not to listen while checking a scale stone, cut in without looking up. Any fool can sell marvels if he has them. Real merchants learn which dull thing changes a household. He tapped the counter with one knuckle. People eat, mend, plant, store, boil, and heal more often than they admire. The words settled cleanly in Chen Wei. Not because they were grand, but because they fit the new shape of the bridge better than wonder ever had. He was no longer sending pieces of desperation into the dark. He was selecting futures by handful. As he looked down at the herb crates, the seed trays, the measured weights, and Luo Mei's practical hands moving over all of it, he felt the first real outline of his craft begin to harden. The goods that mattered were not the ones that looked most impossible. They were the ones that kept mattering after the first astonishment passed. The next evening Chen Wei came back to the awning with a list in his head and coin in his sleeve. That alone changed the way he moved. Not richer, not grander, but narrower in purpose. He did not drift along the seed trays letting curiosity tug him where it pleased. He stopped where he meant to stop. Luo Mei noticed before he spoke. She was sorting herb bundles by size and freshness, the good stems to one side, the thin and half withered to another. When she looked up and saw his face, her own expression sharpened into business. So, she said, brushing bits of leaf from her palms. You've decided what matters. I've decided what might. That's close enough to start charging for. Her father gave a dry grunt from behind the scale. Only if he pays like a man who means to profit. Chen Wei crouched by the nearest tray and looked carefully this time. Not at the prettiest leaves or the most unusual seed color, but at what endured handling. What stored well. What could be planted once and multiplied later. His fingers paused over a packet of kitchen herbs seed bound in plain thread, then a second of bitter medicinal greens, then a smaller wrapped lot of hardy scallion seed that Luo Mei's father usually sold to cooks who cared more for yield than delicacy. These, Chen Wei said. Luo Mei's brows lifted. No flower peppers. No temple saffron. No novelty melon. She tilted her head. You really did learn something overnight. Pretty things earn one sale, he said. Her mouth curved. Useful things earn return. Good. I'd hate to waste my wisdom on someone decorative. He ignored that with more effort than the line deserved and lifted the scallion packet. How well do these hold? Better than they look, Luo Mei said. Ugly seed often does. Those are stubborn in poor soil, and the greens regrow if they're cut properly. She nudged the medicinal packet with one finger. These are slower, but old women buy them every season because they keep working even when the weather acts stupid. Her father came around the counter then and looked at the chosen packets in Chen Wei's hands. That's not a hungry boy's basket, he said. That's a repeat trade basket. Chen Wei felt the truth of it settle in his chest. What's the price if I'm buying for return instead of one night's hope? The old broker's eyes narrowed with something like approval. He named a figure that hurt, then a second lower one after glancing at Luo Mei, as if admitting the first had been too greedy for the lesson he wanted to reward. That's for mixed viability, he said. Not all lots are young. But if you know what you're doing, age is only one part of the argument. Chen Wei counted out the coin without haggling further. The loss stung. It also felt right in a way desperate spending never had. Luo Mei wrapped the packets more carefully than the purchase strictly required and tied them with firm, practiced fingers. When she handed them over, She did not do it like a stall girl indulging a stray. She did it like one merchant passing goods to another who might understand their real weight. Chen Wei took them and realized that for the first time, the bridge, the market, and his own hunger were no longer fighting each other. They were beginning, awkwardly and expensively, to become the same craft. Dr. Zhao knew what Chen Wei had sent before she opened the packet, because he had finally started writing like a man who meant to be understood on purpose. The note came folded around the seed bundles in the secure room's white light, charcoal strokes steadier than they had been even a few chapters of Contact ago. Kitchen herbs, bitter medicinal greens, hardy scallion line, chosen for repeat value, storage tolerance, and household usefulness. Not luxury, not novelty. These create return trade if they take. The language was still his, practical and slightly rough at the edges, but the structure beneath it had changed. He was no longer merely answering Earth's questions. He was beginning to make arguments. Deputy Director Shu held the first seed packet under the lamp as if reverence might improve taxonomy. This, he said, almost too softly, is exactly the sort of choice a man makes once he starts thinking in seasons instead of moments. Captain Sun stood near the bowl with the operations folder tucked under one arm. He's thinking in leverage, he said. Seasons are only the polite version. Lin Chao, who had arrived to help with the accompanying note and stayed because she never trusted first impressions where writing was concerned, glanced up from Chen Wei's page. No, she said. He's thinking in repetition. Listen to the frame. She tapped the line with one fingernail. He doesn't say these are valuable because they are rare. He says they matter because they make people come back. Dr. Zhao took the scallion packet from Shu and weighed it in her palm. Light, ordinary, precisely the kind of thing an impatient mind might overlook in favor of something stranger. He's selecting for systems now, she said. Shu's eyes stayed on the seeds. If these adapt, they become kitchen habit, not museum display. That matters far beyond one harvest. Sun gave a short breath through his nose. And far beyond one ministry. The room had grown crowded in a different way since the long-planned doctrine wall. Not louder, more attentive. Every item now arrived already inside a structure of use. Materials wanted composition. Agriculture wanted germination trials. Linguistics wanted the attached phrasing. Sun wanted chain of custody and anchor logic. Dr. Zhao stood in the middle of it and felt, with sudden clarity, the exact point at which Chen Wei had forced them all to grow up. A technician entered with the first pass scale reading and said, total transfer mass came in below projection. He left margin. Shu looked at the note again. Deliberate. Dr. Zhao nodded once. He's accounting for error, packaging, and future additions. Sun's gaze shifted from the seed packets to the bowl. Good, he said. That means he's no longer sending what dazzles him. He's sending what builds. Dr. Zhao set the herbs back on the tray and felt the weight of the statement settle through the room. This was what they had wanted. Judgment. Selectivity. Craft. It should have made everything simpler. Instead it made the bridge feel larger. Chen Wei was no longer merely enduring the exchange. He was becoming one of its authors. Earth's reply came back leaner than before, and for that reason it pleased Chen Wei more. The note praised the seed choices without flattering them. Good repeat value logic. Continue selecting for household dependence, cultivation resilience, and ordinary necessity. One line from his mother sat at the top in warmer ink. These sound like the sort of things people keep using, which means they sound like you. Chen Wei read that twice, then folded the page into his sleeve with a satisfaction so quiet it almost embarrassed him. He had not dazzled anyone. He had been understood. That evening he went to Luo Mei's awning before the supper rush began. Her father was checking a fresh cart of greens while Luo Mei untied seed bundles from a waxed cloth roll and set them in rows by type. The work had the look of routine, but routine itself now drew Chen Wei differently. He no longer saw only goods. He saw timing, turnover, spoilage, repeat demand, small risks, and margins hidden inside what poorer men called sameness. Luo Mei looked up first. You're early. I came to ask something before buyers make your father impossible. Her father snorted without looking around. That leaves you very little time. Chen Wei stepped closer to the sorting table. If you get more lots like the ones I bought, I want first look. Kitchen herbs, hardy greens, medicinal seed that keeps selling even when people complain, and anything small enough to store without wasting space. That made the old broker turn fully. His eyes narrowed, not in suspicion, but in concentration. First look costs coin. I know. It also costs commitment. You don't get to sniff the best lots and vanish when weather, housework, or nerves turn soft. I know that too. Luo Mei set down the bundle in her hands and watched him with a brightness in her face she didn't bother hiding. You're asking for standing choice, she said. Not market scraps. Yes. Her father wiped his thumb against the edge of the scale, thinking. For pay house? He asked. Chen Wei held his gaze. For me. The answer changed something. Not dramatically. Not enough for anyone passing the awning to notice. But Luo Mei's father stopped looking at him like a useful boy with clever eyes and started looking at him like a man who might become annoying in the profitable way. Then deposit, the old broker said. Small, but real. If I hold a lot and you refuse it without cause, I keep the coin. If I promise you first look and sell it past you, I owe the same back. That's fair. Fair is expensive, Luo Mei said, though her mouth had curved. Chen Wei counted out the deposit from wages and support mixed together. The coppers looked ordinary on the table. The act of laying them down did not. This was not hunger money. Not room money. Not emergency money. It was future money. Her father covered the coins with his hand and nodded once. Done, then. First look on household useful lots. Luo Mei retied the cloth roll and said, almost lightly, you really are becoming troublesome. Chen Wei felt the 7-day tally at his belt, the folded reply in his sleeve, and the weight of the little deposit gone from his hand. Pei House had given him order. Earth had given him structure. Here, under the awning, he had chosen his own lane inside both. As he stepped back into the evening market, he understood that the merchant path was no longer a trick of survival or a temporary disguise. It was becoming the shape of his future before any larger power had the chance to name it for him. 45. The Noticing World. The first sign that success had begun to cost him came in the shape of a man who smiled too easily. Chen Wei saw Rook before Rook spoke. He was leaning against the post at the edge of Luo Mei's awning as if he had been there for hours and found the whole market faintly amusing. His coat was better than a porter's and worse than a clerk's, the sort of cloth that suggested he profited by standing close to other people's transactions without ever appearing to work inside them. One boot was crossed over the other. One hand rested loose against the post. He looked like a man idling. The stillness around Luo Mei's father said otherwise. Chen Wei slowed without meaning to. Luo Mei was weighing greens for a cookshop girl and pretending the angle of her shoulders had not changed. Her father, behind the counter, had gone too even in the face. Chen Wei knew that look now. It meant a conversation had already become expensive. Rook's eyes slid to Chen Wei's belt, where the 7-day tally cord sat half hidden under his outer layer. Then they dropped to the seed packet tucked beneath his arm. There he is, Rook said lightly. I was beginning to think your useful stray had grown respectable enough to forget old lanes. Luo Mei's father did not smile. He isn't mine to forget anything. That's the trouble with these upward little fellows, Rook said. 1 week they're sleeping in corners, next week they're walking with house marks and putting deposits on standing lots. He pushed off the post and looked directly at Chen Wei. Makes a district curious. The cookshop girl took her weighed greens and disappeared with astonishing speed. Chen Wei stepped under the awning and said, curiosity is cheap. Rook's smile widened. Only at first. Luo Mei set down the weights with careful precision. If you've come to buy, buy. If you've come to stand in the way, there are richer awnings for that. Rook gave her an appreciative glance that never softened into respect. Sharp girl. That'll either help your father or bury him. Then he turned back to Chen Wei. No offense meant. I like seeing men improve. I only like knowing whose improvement starts tugging on my streets. They're not your streets, Luo Mei said. Rook ignored her. Pay house work. Better room. Repeat seed buys. Mixed coin. His gaze flicked once to Chen Wei's sleeve, then back to his face. That's enough pattern to stop looking accidental. The list hit harder because it was accurate. Not everything. Not the bowl. Not Earth. But enough. Enough to prove that someone had begun counting him from outside the protections he had chosen. Luo Mei's father laid both hands on the counter. You've made your point. No, Rook said mildly. I've made a visit. His eyes stayed on Chen Wei. Point comes later, if needed. He let the silence sit a breath longer, then tipped 2 fingers in a mock polite farewell and strolled back into the market current as if he had only paused for weather. No one moved until he was gone. Luo Mei looked at Chen Wei first. Well, she said, voice gone flat, there's your cost. Chen Wei felt the seed packet under his arm, the tally at his belt, and the new unpleasant shape of the market around them. He had known that visibility invited notice. He had not yet felt how quickly notice learned to speak through other people's risk. Luo Mei's father did not speak until the market noise had swallowed Rook completely. Then he reached for the seed packet in Chen Wei's hand, retied the cord that didn't need retying, and set it back down with a force too measured to be casual. From now on, he said, if you come here, you come to buy or sell. Not to stand, not to think, not to look like a man getting comfortable. Luo Mei turned on him at once. He was buying. He was also being seen, her father said. Chen Wei kept his eyes on the packet. He's right. Luo Mei's mouth tightened. I didn't say he wasn't right. I said I dislike how right he is. Her father leaned both hands on the counter. Listen carefully, boy. Men like Rook don't need truth. They need patterns they can tax, frighten, or lean on. You've started making patterns. That means everyone near you becomes part of the picture whether they consent or not. Chen Wei looked up. Then I'll buy elsewhere. That brought silence sharper than protest. Luo Mei's eyes flashed. Her father's face closed, not in anger, but in calculation. At first, the old broker said, just until we see whether this was a sniff or a hook. He tapped the wrapped seed packet once. You take this. You don't come back tomorrow. If I need you, I send word through pay house or not at all. Luo Mei folded her arms. That sounds suspiciously like concern. It sounds like loss management, her father said. She snorted, but the edge had gone out of it. Chen Wei tucked the packet into his sleeve with more care than he liked admitting. I didn't mean to drag trouble under your awning. No one means to, the old broker replied. That's why it pays so well when it arrives. He left without lingering. That, too, changed the market. Every familiar lane looked the same. None of them felt the same. By the time he reached the lodging house, his shoulders had settled into the rigid ache that came when thought became too crowded to sort cleanly. Madame Chu was waiting in the corridor with a lamp and a face that had already decided irritation was more profitable than surprise. You've acquired admirers, she said. Chen Wei stopped. Who? A man with tidy boots and no reason to ask whether you still sleep here. She lifted the lamp slightly, making the corridor boards glow amber and mean. I told him I let rooms, not histories. He didn't like that answer. The chill that went through Chen Wei had nothing to do with the evening air. Did you tell him anything? Only that questions cost extra. She looked at him for a long moment. If this becomes the sort of business that brings watchers to my corridor, your rent changes. That's fair, he said. Madame Chu's brows lifted very slightly. No, it isn't. Fair would be having tenants too small to notice. Then she stepped aside so he could pass. But it's the price. Inside his room, with the bowl hidden and the seed packet still tucked in his sleeve, Chen Wei sat on the pallet and understood the shape of the danger more clearly than before. His enemies, if that was what they were becoming, did not need to reach him first. They only had to reach the places where he touched other people. Bao Ren was waiting at the warehouse gate before first light had fully sorted the street from the mist. He did not look angry. That made Chen Wei wary at once. Anger could be met, delayed, worked around. Bao Ren in a quiet mood usually meant the house had already begun counting consequences. You're early, Chen Wei said, though the line felt pointless the moment it left him. Bao Ren did not move from the gatepost. So are questions. His gaze flicked once up and down the lane behind Chen Wei, checking whether he had been followed. Only then did he jerk his head toward the side yard. Walk. The side yard held broken pallets, an ash barrel, and enough privacy to turn a conversation into a choice. Bao Ren stopped beside the barrel and folded his arms. A man came by after sunset, he said. Not house, not guild. Asked whether our new hand was worth the trouble he seemed to be causing. Chen Wei kept his face still with effort. And what did you say? I said useful hands are always worth trouble to someone. Bao Ren's eyes stayed on him. Then I started wondering why I had to answer at all. The cold in Chen Wei's stomach had nothing to do with the morning. He asked at my lodging too. Bao Ren's mouth tightened, not in surprise, but in confirmation. So the pattern holds. They stood in the sour smell of ash and wet wood while the warehouse woke around them in distant cart creaks and the slap of shutters being lifted. Chen Wei could already feel the shape of the trap. If he said too little, Pei House might decide he was a nuisance worth dropping. If he said too much, he invited its hand further into his life. Bao Ren made the choice no easier. Listen carefully, he said. If trouble follows you as a private man, that's your misfortune. If it starts sniffing around house entries, house buyers, or house yards, then it becomes ours, and we dislike surprises more than most people dislike thieves. Chen Wei looked at the ash barrel rather than at Bao Ren's face. What do you want to know? Who's asking? Why? Whether you owe debt, stole from the wrong table, bedsore somebody's daughter, or rose faster than the district thinks proper. I don't owe debt. That answers one corner. I haven't stolen from anyone. That answers another. Bao Ren waited. Chen Wei could hear the unasked corner sitting between them. Not what he had done, but what he was becoming. He lifted his head. I started earning. I started buying better. I started being seen. Bao Ren studied him for a long moment. That may be enough. The answer should have comforted him. Instead it made the danger feel cleaner. No hidden crime to explain. No old enemy to name. Only visibility, which meant there would be no single knot to cut. Bao Ren uncrossed his arms. Good. Then hear this too. If it worsens, the dorm bed is still open. House walls are easier to defend than rented ones. Chen Wei felt the offer press at him again, safer and tighter at once. I know. Bao Ren gave one short nod. Then decide before someone decides for you. When he walked Chen Wei back toward the gate, the warehouse yard looked unchanged. The ledgers, tallies, and grain stacks still promised order. But now Chen Wei could see the deeper truth beneath them. Protection was real, so was the way it kept opening by turning his life into the sort of thing other people could manage. The point came that night. Chen Wei knew it before he reached the top of the stairs, because Madame Chu was not in the corridor and the lamp outside her room had been left burning brighter than usual, which meant she wanted the whole floor to know she had seen something and disliked it. His own door stood shut. Nothing else looked wrong. That was what made the pulse in his throat turn heavy. Rook was sitting on the stair landing above the last turn as if the house belonged to his patients. He had one elbow braced on his knee and a folded strip of paper in his hand. He looked up when Chen Wei stopped 3 steps below him, and the easy smile from the awning returned without any of the market's distracting noise around it. There, Rook said. Now we can speak where your friends won't feel flattered. Chen Wei did not move higher. You've mistaken my room for an invitation. Rook nodded once, almost approving. Good. Keep that tone. It means you've finally understood that we're discussing terms, not manners. He held up the folded strip. District courtesy. Nothing vulgar. When a man rises, people near him develop a natural interest in whether his rise shakes shelves, draws envy, or opens little doors worth sharing. I don't owe you courtesy. No, Rook said mildly. You owe me clarity. Courtesy is simply the cheap version. Chen Wei's gaze flicked once toward his door. The folded strip in Rook's fingers was ordinary paper, but he understood instinctively that whatever was written there would not stay ordinary once accepted. Price, schedule, recognition, a first thread. Rook saw the glance and smiled again. Relax. Your room is untouched. I'm not a thief. That would make this smaller than it is. He lowered the paper to his knee. You work pay house. You buy standing seed lots. You improve your coat, your room, your food. Men notice. Men ask whether they should notice harder. And what do you tell them? That depends on whether you make me happy to know you. The stairwell had gone very still. Somewhere below, a pan clinked in Madame Chu's kitchen. Somewhere outside, a cart rolled through wet ruts and kept going. The ordinary sounds only sharpened the truth. Rook had chosen this place because it held Chen Wei's life at its thinnest points. The room, the lodging house, the path up and down. Chen Wei said, if this were only about me, you'd have met me in the street. Rook's expression brightened by a degree. There he is. The answer settled coldly, not because it surprised him, but because hearing it aloud made the structure plain. This was not random resentment. It was method. Rook rose, smooth and unhurried, and tucked the folded strip back into his sleeve. Tomorrow night, he said. Bridge Lane behind the dye shops. Come alone, and this remains a conversation. Don't come, and I'll assume you prefer your acquaintances educated through inconvenience. He stepped down past Chen Wei with the confidence of a man certain that the message had landed where it was meant to. At the turn of the stairs, he paused and added without looking back, you're not small enough anymore to be left private. Then he went. Chen Wei stood in the narrow stairwell with his hand still empty at his side and felt the full cost of visibility settle into him. He had wanted standing, trade, room, structure, and future. Now the world had answered by deciding those things could be touched through the people and places he had begun to need. 46. Not replaceable. Captain Sun read Chen Wei's warning note once, then a second time more slowly, and by the end of the second pass the room had lost all patience for comforting lies. The secure observation room was too bright for the hour. Lu Fen sat rigid at the end of the table with both hands wrapped around a cup gone cold long ago. Chen Guoliang stood near the whiteboard, not because he needed to, but because sitting while strangers discussed pressure on his son had become impossible for him. Dr. Zhao stayed by the bowl with the note in her hand, watching Sun's face rather than the paper. She had learned by now that his silence was never empty. It was where he put the parts he intended to use. Rook approached market contact directly. Lodging queried. Demand for district courtesy. Bridge Lane meeting requested. Pattern suggests organized pressure, not random nuisance. Sun set the page down. That's clean enough to be useful. Lu Fen's head came up sharply. Useful. He met her gaze without flinching. Mrs. Lu, a vague threat is frightening. A structured one is actionable. Chen Guoliang said, actionable for whom? For all of us, Sun said. He tapped the note once. Because this settles a question we should have stopped pretending was open. Han, who had arrived only minutes earlier and still wore the fatigue of another floor's meetings in the set of his shoulders, looked at him. Say it. Sun did. The bridge is not the bowl. The bridge is Chen Wei. He let the sentence land before continuing. Goods matter. Samples matter. Seeds, coins, scripts, all of it matters. But none of it functions without his judgment, his selection, his risk management, his local reading, and his willingness to keep doing this under pressure. He is not a courier attached to the system. He is the system. The room held still around that truth. Dr. Zhao felt it tighten through her in two directions at once. Scientifically, strategically, administratively, it was obvious. They had seen it for weeks in fragments. Source-linked activation, item choice, anchor logic, note structure, local adaptation. Yet hearing it named aloud stripped away the last convenient fiction that they might someday separate the value from the person carrying it. Lu Fen put down the cold cup with more force than she meant to. Then stopped talking about him like freight. Sun's expression shifted, not softer, but more precise. That is exactly what I'm doing. Han stepped forward and took the note from the table. Protection posture changes now, he said. No more planning as though continuity can be reconstructed from objects alone. Every outbound request, every risk calculation, every support decision starts from preserving Chen Wei's leverage, judgment, and autonomy first. Chen Guoliang looked at the bowl. And the cost? Han did not insult him with comfort. More attention. More structure. More decisions made because losing him is no longer an acceptable variable. Dr. Zhao looked from the chipped rim of the bowl to Chen Wei's note and understood that the chapter had shifted the center of gravity again. Until now they had been building around an impossible channel. Now they were finally admitting that the irreplaceable element in the room was not ceramic, not paper, not even the bridge itself. It was the young man on the far side who had become too central to fail. Once the truth had been said aloud, the room stopped circling it and began building around it. Dr. Zhao hated how quickly that happened. Not because it was wrong, but because speed always made institutions look hungrier than they believed themselves to be. Han took the marker from the whiteboard tray and crossed out 3 earlier lines in the operations list. Routine sample cadence. Secondary research preference. Non-urgent object queue. In their place he wrote 3 new headings in a firmer hand. Immediate safety options. Controlled disclosure. Preserve local leverage. Captain Sun read them once and said, "Good. We don't drag him backward unless we must." Lu Fen looked up sharply. "Backward. Into dependence," Sun said. "If we panic and tell him to abandon the room, the market, the house path, and every standing choice he's built, then Rook wins before the meeting even happens." Chen Guoliang's jaw tightened. "And if he goes alone and gets cornered?" Sun did not soften. "Then we failed before tonight." Dr. Zhao stepped closer to the table and spread out a clean sheet beside Chen Wei's note. He needs options that strengthen his hand there, not instructions that make him smaller. She looked at Han. Room support continues. Coin support increases slightly, but framed for respectability and trade, not flight. We tell him the dorm is a viable shield if he chooses it. We tell him to inform Pei House of district pressure before it touches house business. And we remind him that he does not need to answer every question simply because it is asked. Lu Fen let out a slow breath, some part of her hearing the difference between protection and panic. "Yes," she said. "That." Han nodded once. "Write it that way." Sun tapped one finger against the margin of the note. "Add one more thing. If this man is organized, he'll be testing how isolated Chen Wei thinks he is. We correct that." Dr. Zhao looked up. "Without making him reckless." "Agreed," Sun said. "But he needs to know he has weight behind him now. Not false confidence. Backing." The phrase altered the room. Until now, every support decision had carried the shape of help. Backing sounded different, harder, closer to force. Chen Guoliang heard it too. "You mean power." Sun met his gaze. "I mean that a frightened boy is easy to price. A man who knows he is tied into larger interests becomes more expensive to squeeze." Dr. Zhao wrote while they argued the phrasing clean. Not too cold, not too protective, not so warm it lost utility. By the time she set down the pen, the note had become something new in her hands. Not a research request, not a family reassurance alone. A message designed to preserve agency under pressure. Han read it once, then said, "Send that. And prepare a second packet with better paper, better outerwear coin, and a fresh tally of what he can use without making himself gaudy." As Dr. Zhao folded the note for the bowl, she understood that the reversal had already begun. The state was no longer merely receiving Chen Wei's judgment. It was starting, carefully and consciously, to lend him some of its own. Chen Wei read Earth's reply standing over the bowl, and for the first time in days the pressure in his chest shifted shape instead of simply tightening. The note was spare, almost severe in its usefulness. Keep the room if it preserves leverage. Use the dorm if pressure escalates beyond your terms. Inform Pei House before outside pressure touches house business. You do not owe answers simply because they are demanded. The line from his mother came first, smaller and warmer than the rest. Being careful is not the same as being alone. He folded the paper once and let that sentence settle before he moved. A second packet lay beside it, wrapped better than any previous one, with coin for outerwear and cleaner paper tucked inside. Not flight money. Standing money. Support shaped like spine instead of retreat. By late afternoon he was back at the warehouse in a coat one step better than the one he had worn before, not fine enough to invite ridicule, but good enough to make neglect look less natural on him. Bao Ren noticed at once and said nothing until the cart lane cleared. You look more expensive, he said. Apparently that's the point. Bao Ren glanced at him sideways, then at the ledger under his arm. And have you decided whether you're taking the dorm? No. That answer sounded rehearsed. It was. That earned the faintest shift in Bao Ren's mouth. Not amusement. Respect for preparation, perhaps. Chen Wei let the moment hold just long enough, then said, Rook asked for district courtesy. He gave me a Bridge Lane meeting tonight. Bao Ren stopped walking. The warehouse yard kept moving around them, men hauling, wheels creaking, tally calls rising and falling. Inside that motion, the stillness between them felt like a line being drawn. You tell me this now, Bao Ren said, because if he starts tugging at me through the market and my room, he'll tug at housework next. And because I was told not to let outside pressure reach house business before the house heard of it. Told by whom? Chen Wei met his gaze and let the answer remain where it belonged, outside the spoken world. By sense. Bao Ren held his eyes for a long beat, then nodded once. Good sense. He turned and jerked his chin toward the counting platform. The older woman there looked up before either of them spoke, read something in Bao Ren's face, and capped her ink without complaint. What's broken? She asked. Not broken yet, Bao Ren said. But someone in the district has mistaken one of ours for an unguarded rise. The older woman's attention moved to Chen Wei, sharper than before. Do they know how ours he is? Not enough, Bao Ren said. The answer hit harder than any comfort could have. Not because it made him safe, but because it changed the arithmetic. Until this moment, Rook had been pricing a young man with a rented room, a market habit, and a useful tally. Now Pei House was beginning, however cautiously, to admit the same truth Earth already had. Chen Wei was no longer merely a hand passing through their ledgers. He was becoming expensive to mishandle. The Bridge Lane behind the dye shop smelled of wet wood, stale pigment, and the kind of quiet that made every footstep sound chosen. Chen Wei came alone because Rook had demanded it and because sometimes the shape of a demand mattered more than the force behind it. Alone did not mean empty now. The better coat sat right on his shoulders. The 7-day tally rested hidden under his outer layer. The note from Earth, folded small enough to vanish into his sleeve, pressed lightly against his wrist like remembered instruction. He had not brought a weapon because he did not have one worth naming. He had brought something else instead. He had brought the knowledge that this meeting no longer belonged only to Rook's arithmetic. Rook stood under the bridge arch with one man at his shoulder, a narrow-faced watcher Chen Wei had seen once before near the grain lanes. Neither looked surprised when he arrived. That meant they had expected him to obey. Good, Rook said. I'd begun to worry your new friends had made you too well housed to keep appointments. They made me harder to waste time on. Rook smiled. That sounds expensive. It is. The answer landed harder than Chen Wei expected, perhaps because he heard the truth of it himself for the first time. Rook heard it too. His eyes narrowed by a degree. He held out the folded district slip. Then let's be practical. A man rises, a district notices, and the district prefers notice to move through decent channels. Courtesy payment. A little clarity about your trade lanes. Nothing that should offend a reasonable boy's pride. Chen Wei did not take the paper. No. Rook's companion shifted slightly, enough to change the feel of the lane without yet making it violence. You should hear the amount first, he said. Chen Wei kept his eyes on Rook. No amount changes the answer. Rook let the silence stretch. That's bolder than last night. Yes. And why is that? Because Earth had named him Central. Because Pei House had admitted he was one of theirs, at least enough to matter. Because fear had not gone anywhere, but it no longer stood alone inside him. Chen Wei could not say any of that aloud. So he said the part Rook needed. Because if you lean on me now, you're not leaning on a stray with a rented room. You're leaning on a hand under Pei House tally, on market lanes that notice where goods move, and on people who've already started asking why your interest reaches so far. Rook's expression cooled. Chen Wei went on before the man could retake the shape of the exchange. You wanted clarity. Here it is. Touch my lodging again, my market contacts again, our house business threw me again, and the question stops being whether I owe district courtesy. It becomes whether you've mistaken someone else's rise for loose change. For the first time, Rook did not immediately answer. The narrow-faced watcher glanced once toward the darker end of the bridge lane, where nothing moved. That glance told Chen Wei enough. Bao Ren had judged the distance well. Not seen, perhaps. Not absent either. Rook lowered the folded slip. You've been taught fast. Chen Wei held his gaze. I learn what keeps. The answer hung there between dye stink and black water. Then Rook smiled again, but this time the ease had gone out of it. Good, he said softly. Then keep learning. Men who rise too quickly either become useful or become warnings. He tucked the district slip back into his sleeve and stepped aside as though he had merely satisfied a curiosity. Chen Wei walked past without hurrying. Only when the bridge lane had opened back into the market dark did he let himself breathe fully. The danger had not vanished. But something had shifted all the same. For the first time since the world began reading him as someone with weight, the pressure had met resistance instead of softness. He was still vulnerable. He was no longer cheap. 47. The life he built by hand. The room looked different the morning after the bridge lane, though nothing in it had changed. The pallet was still narrow. The wash basin still had a hairline crack running through one side. The shutter still let in a blade of pale light at the same angle as always, and the floorboards still complained under his feet if he crossed them too quickly. Yet when Chen Wei sat up and looked around, he no longer saw refuge alone. He saw arrangement. The folded better coat hanging where damp wouldn't catch it. The bowl wrapped and hidden properly. The packet of seed lots tied in clean order. The copied slips stacked under a stone. The 7-day tally laid beside his belt instead of under it, as if even his own habits had stopped pretending this life was temporary. He washed, dressed, and checked the room the way a man checked tools before opening a shop. That thought made him pause with one sleeve half-buttoned. A month ago he had been surviving inside Yulan. Now he was maintaining a position in it. The difference was not grand enough for songs. It was still large enough to shift the weight inside his chest. When he stepped into the corridor, Madame Chu was already there with her account board tucked under one arm. She gave him one long look, taking in the better coat, the cleaner fastening of his belt, the steadier way he held his shoulders, and then she grunted as if some private calculation had finally balanced. You didn't run, she said. Not this morning. That wasn't humor. I know. She held out the account board. Rent. Chen Wei took the chalk and marked the payment cleanly. Even that had changed. No trembling mental arithmetic, no fear of coming up short, no shame in watching her watch him count. He finished, handed the chalk back, and Madame Chu checked the mark with a practiced glance. On time, she said. Yes. Again. He nodded. For a moment she said nothing. Then she shifted the board under her arm and added, men who pay on time make fewer apologies. I prefer them. It was the nearest thing to praise she had ever offered him. Chen Wei felt it more sharply than he should have. Down in the street, the city was waking into its usual layered noise. Carts. Vendors. The first argument over fish. Someone laughing too early and too loudly. He started toward Pay Warehouse with the tally warm in his hand and found that he was not only thinking of danger now, though danger remained. He was thinking of the room waiting for him at night. The awning where useful seed lots might appear. The ledger lines at the warehouse. The bowl. The notes. The coat. The habits. The people. None of it had been given whole. Every piece had been chosen, bargained, endured, or defended into place. As he turned into the warehouse lane, Chen Wei understood with a clarity too quiet to be mistaken for vanity that he was no longer merely a displaced boy clinging to survival. He had begun, stubbornly and expensively, to build a life with his own hands. By late afternoon, the warehouse had stopped treating him like an experiment. That, more than the better coat or the punctual rent, settled somewhere deep in Chen Wei with quiet force. Bao Ren no longer watched every tally he touched as if waiting for him to prove he had only gotten lucky once. The older woman at the counting table handed him slips without first measuring the risk of it in her eyes. Even the gate porter gave him the smallest nod when he came through with the 7-day mark at his belt. It was not warmth. It was something he had once wanted almost more than food. Placement. The feeling stayed with him as he turned into the market lanes at dusk. Luo Mei's awning was half closed against the evening damp, but her father was still sorting the last of the day's seed bundles under the lamp. A smaller wrapped lot sat apart from the rest on the counter, tied with blue thread instead of plain hemp. Luo Mei saw him notice and leaned her hip against the post with her arms folded. "If you stare at it any harder," she said, "it'll start charging you rent." Chen Wei looked at the blue thread, then at her. "Is that my first look?" Her father grunted. "Depends whether you've become too important to keep old agreements." The line would once have made Chen Wei flinch. Now it felt almost like a test he knew how to answer. He stepped under the awning, set down the small paper bundle of his own copied notes, and said, "I'd have to become much more foolish before I'd pay for importance by breaking profit." Luo Mei's mouth curved. That was nearly elegant. "It was expensive," her father said. "Open it." Chen Wei untied the blue thread carefully. Inside lay a narrow packet of kitchen herbs seed finer than the earlier lot, 2 paper twists of hardy greens, and a folded scrap showing rough planting sequence marks in a hand he did not know. He looked up. "Not a gift," the old broker said at once. "A chance. A cookhouse widow brought them in from a cousin upriver. Good enough stock, poor enough timing. I held first look because I said I would." Chen Wei touched the folded planting note with one finger. "And this?" Luo Mei shrugged one shoulder. "I copied it from the widow before father could pretend scribes don't exist." Her father made a sound of complaint that had no real heat in it. Chen Wei looked from the packet to Luo Mei's face and then to the seed trays behind her, the ordered little world of weight, spoilage, memory, and return. "What's the price?" Luo Mei answered before her father could. "Qi." Her father turned on her at once. "Qi is not a currency." "It is if I'm the one collecting," she said. He stared at her, then at Chen Wei, then at the packet still open in Chen Wei's hands. "Coin and tea," he said at last, as if compromise were a personal insult. "I won't have the profession rotting under flirtation and beverages." The warmth that went through Chen Wei came so quietly he almost missed it. He counted out the coin, took the packet, and knew exactly why the moment mattered. Not because it was large. Because it wasn't. Work, standing agreement, a copied planting note, a joking tax of tea. As he tucked the blue thread into his sleeve instead of throwing it away, Chen Wei felt the life he had built by hand become something more than survival and more than ambition. It was beginning, piece by piece, to feel like belonging. Lu Fen knew the note was different before she finished the first paragraph. The bowl still sat in its padded ring under white light, the secure room still smelled faintly of paper, machine dust, and tea that had cooled too long on institutional desks, and the camera in the corner still watched everything with unblinking patience. None of that had changed. What changed was the shape of Chen Wei's hand on the page. He was no longer writing like a sun clinging to a rope over darkness. He was writing like someone standing on his own feet long enough to look around. He told them the rent had been paid on time. He told them the woman who let the room preferred tenants who apologized less. He told them he had bought seed lots by standing agreement instead of desperation and now owed Luo Mei tea because she had decided tea counted as currency when she was the one collecting it. The line was so specific, so dry in the way he had always used humor when the world felt too sharp, that Lu Fen laughed before she could stop herself. Chen Goliang, standing beside her shoulder, looked down at the page. "Tea." Lu Fen wiped once at the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. "Apparently." He read the line himself and made the quiet huff through his nose that passed for laughter in him when he was trying not to show too much of anything. Dr. Zhao, who had stayed in the room only to note transfer timing and should by rights have left once the note arrived, watched them both with the politeness of someone standing near a family table without a place at it. "He sounds steadier," she said. Lu Fen looked up. "He sounds busy." "That too." She lowered her eyes to the page again. There were still practical details. Seed quality, trade logic, a brief note on house routine at the warehouse. The mention of a better coat purchased not for vanity but because looking too poor had become its own kind of invitation. All of that mattered. Yet what caught in Lu Fen's chest were the ordinary edges. Rent. A copied planting note. A girl with a sharp tongue and a father who pretended business was the only language he spoke. Chen Guoliang rested one hand on the back of the chair in front of him and said, more quietly than before, he's making a life. The sentence hurt in a new place. Not because it was bad. Because it was good and final in the way good things sometimes were. For months she had imagined only two endings to absence, return or grief. This was neither. It was her son, elsewhere and still becoming, with habits, rooms, work, and people beginning to attach themselves to him in ways no mother could cleanly bless without also mourning. Lu Fen folded the note with great care. Then we answer properly, she said. Chen Guoliang glanced at her. Meaning. She touched the fold once with her thumb. Meaning we stop writing only as if we're holding on to him. We start writing as if we can see him. Luo Mei collected her tea debt 2 nights later, just after the market had thinned enough for evening to feel like a person settling its weight. Her father had already barred half the awning and was pretending not to notice that she had set aside the better cups instead of the chipped ones used for ordinary buyers. Chen Wei arrived with a small wrapped packet of leaves bought from a stall near the canal, not fine enough to be boastful, but far above the dust scrap tea of leaner months. Luo Mei took one look at the packet and lifted a brow. You remembered. I owed you. That's almost disappointingly honorable. Her father snorted from behind the counter. Don't encourage him. Men start buying property and suddenly think they've become subtle. Chen Wei handed over the packet. I've been told worse. That's because you keep giving the world opportunities, the old broker said, though he took the leaves with suspicious care. The tea itself was ordinary by any grand measure, which made it perfect. Luo Mei rinsed the cups. Her father muttered about waste while measuring the leaves anyway, and steam soon rose between the three of them under the dim awning light. Around them, the market had gone to after-hours voices. Shudders. Distant laughter. A cartwheel striking a rut and swearing at it. The city no longer felt like something pressing him flat. It felt, at least for the span of the tea, like a place where he had a seat. Luo Mei held her cup in both hands and looked at him over the rim. So, she said, have you become too important for tea yet? Not this week. That sounds dangerously like ambition. It sounds like inventory, Chen Wei said. Her father gave a short bark of laughter before he could stop it. Luo Mei heard it and turned on him at once. There. I knew you liked him. I like his timing, the old broker corrected. The rest remains under review. Chen Wei sipped the tea. It was warm, slightly bitter, and stronger than the price had any right to promise. That's fair. No, Luo Mei said. That's practically affection. The ease of it reached him before thought did. Not because the words were large, but because they were small. A joking tax. Better cups. Tea measured on purpose. A place under the awning after trade was done. He looked from Luo Mei's bright, unguarded eyes to her father's pretense of indifference, then out past the market dark where his room waited, his bowl waited, the warehouse waited, and morning work would come again as surely as rent and weather. He did not mistake the moment for safety. Rook still existed. The house still watched. Earth still planned. The bridge still depended on his judgment, his caution, and the body carrying both. Yet as he sat there with warmth in his hands and the ordinary noise of Yulan folding around him, Chen Wei understood something he had been earning for months without fully naming. Fear had not left his life. It had simply stopped being the only foundation under it. 48. The bridge holds. For the first time since the world tore open around him, the impossible arrived on schedule. Chen Wei woke before dawn without panic already in his throat. The room was cold in the ordinary way, the shutter line pale with early light, the wash basin still cracked, the floorboard still honest about every footstep. He sat up, reached under the folded blanket, and drew the bowl out with the care habit had made automatic. When he set it on the pallet and unfolded the night's outgoing note beside it, his hands were steady. That steadiness startled him more than the bowl ever had. He had written after midnight, as he often did now. Seed viability follow-up. Short account of warehouse routine. A note on market demand for greens versus herbs in damp weather. A line for his mother about the tea debt being paid and repaid in full by embarrassment. A line for his father about the abacus at the counting table having one bead looser than the others, because some details still wanted to travel simply because they would be understood. Useful, ordinary, chosen. He folded the pages, laid them inside, pressed in the smallest packet of copied planting marks, and waited. The bowl answered with the same quiet ceramic click that had once made his whole body jolt. Now it made him breathe out. A folded reply sat in the center with a compact waxed packet tucked beneath it. He opened the note first. His mother's hand was at the top, neat and unhurried. Tea sounds like progress. Eat enough to deserve it. Below that came Earth's ordered additions. Germination trials underway. Viability looks promising. Continue household useful selections. Local standing remains priority. Attached. Cleaner copying paper, compact needle packet, and revised script chart for commercial terms. No panic. No emergency. No blood in his mouth. No sense of the world trying to break itself around the exchange. The bridge held. He read the phrase without it being written anywhere, and the truth of it settled into him with a force almost gentle. Whatever else the bridge remained, wound or miracle or burden or nation's appetite, it had become something more than interruption. It had become part of the shape of a day. When he stepped into the corridor, Madame Chu was carrying up her own wash water and gave him one suspicious look. "You're smiling," she said. "Am I?" "Yes. It makes the hallway feel unreliable." He took the bucket from her before she could object and carried it the rest of the way to her door. She let him, which was answer enough to several older questions. Down at the warehouse, Bao Ren saw him coming across the yard and said, "You look annoyingly certain of yourself." Chen Wei adjusted the ledger under his arm. "Only of today." Bao Ren snorted. "That's more than most men get." As the gate porter lifted the bar and the yard opened before him in ordered lanes of work, tallies, grain, and cold morning air, Chen Wei felt the truth of that too. He was not safe from what came next. He was not finished becoming. But the bridge had held through fear, trade, pressure, warning, and choice, and now it held through routine. That changed everything. On Earth, the bowl had begun to acquire office hours. Dr. Zhao hated that phrase the first time she heard it, which was precisely why it stayed. One of the younger technicians had muttered it under his breath after the third straight week of scheduled pre-dawn transfer, when the secure room had filled not with emergency pulse and white-knuckled waiting, but with clipboards, logged weights, and a thermos of tea someone had the nerve to set beside the evidence trays. The phrase sounded careless. What unsettled her was how accurate it had become. That morning the reply packet arrived 6 minutes inside the expected window. Lin Chao logged the time without looking surprised. Deputy Director Xu, already present because the germination trays had produced their first clean results, adjusted his glasses and reached for the attached planting notes with a reverence that had finally learned how to coexist with protocol. Lu Fen and Chen Guoliang came in a moment later, not running, not pale, not carrying that exhausted animal fear which had once entered every room before they did. Lu Fen saw the note and said, "He wrote about tea again, didn't he?" Xu looked up from the packet. "What?" Dr. Zhao allowed herself the smallest breath of amusement. "Apparently that has become a category." Chen Guoliang moved to the table and glanced over the first lines before anyone else could bag and photograph them. "No," he said, and the corner of his mouth lifted just enough to count. "This one's about an abacus bead and damp weather greens." Lin Chao, already scanning the phrasing, said, "His commercial terms are cleaner again. He's compressing without losing texture." Xu, who had opened the herb packet with almost priestly care, gave a low sound of satisfaction. And the scallion line took. Not perfectly, but enough. He tapped the report sheet with one finger. Kitchen viability confirmed. Repeat utility probable. Lu Fen looked from the note to the seed report and then at the bowl itself. So something he chose there is growing here. No one answered immediately, because the sentence was too simple and too exact to improve by paraphrase. Dr. Zhao watched the room as the truth of it settled. The parents no longer stood at the edge of state process like petitioners begging entrance to something that had stolen their child. Shu no longer handled every packet as if scientific hunger outranked the hand that sent it. Even Sun, entering halfway through with the day's coordination folder, looked more like a man arriving to a difficult job than to a crisis. He glanced at the log time and said, "Good. The bridge is keeping better hours than most departments." This time Dr. Zhao did laugh, softly and despite herself. The room answered with the ease of people who had suffered enough to earn ordinary rhythm. That was the change. Not that the impossible had become less impossible. Only that it had become durable enough to live beside tea, reports, parents, and jokes without breaking under any of them. By the end of the week, continuity had started asking for more of him. Chen Wei felt it first in the quiet ways. A ledger left waiting on the counting table because the older woman assumed he would come. A side lot of grain marks set aside for his eye instead of Bao Ren's. A second wrapped seed bundle under Luo Mei's awning held back without needing to be explained. None of it looked like destiny. It looked like work repeated often enough that other people began laying tomorrow on top of it. That was somehow more dangerous and more satisfying than any miracle. The sign turned formal on the 7th evening. Bao Ren found him in the outer yard after the last cart had been unloaded and handed him not the usual day slip, but a narrow lacquered token with the pay mark burned more deeply into it than the 7-day tally had been. Chen Wei took one look and felt his pulse change. "That's not a temp mark," he said. "No," Bao Ren answered. "You've noticed an encouraging number of obvious things lately." Chen Wei turned the token in his fingers. The lacquer was worn at one edge from an earlier hand. "What is it?" "Probationary standing under the counting side. 10-day renewal to start. More pay. Better meal account. Formal right to answer for lot marks if the desk is backed up." Bao Ren watched him without blinking. "You also get expected faster and judged harder." The older woman at the platform called down before Chen Wei could speak. "And if you misread a shipment now, I blame you as a professional instead of a curiosity. Try not to grow sentimental about the promotion." He looked up. "I'll work on my lack of gratitude." "That's a start," she said. Bao Ren tipped his chin toward the token still in Chen Wei's hand. "Take it or don't. But don't stand there as if the object might solve your character." The line almost made Chen Wei smile. He closed his fingers around the lacquered mark. It was light. That, too, mattered. A life could change weight without changing mass. Later, with the token tucked safely inside his sleeve, he crossed to Luo Mei's awning and found her father arguing with a carter over mold in a damp sack. Luo Mei looked up from the scale and saw enough in Chen Wei's face that her own changed at once. "Well," she said. He held up the token. Her father stopped arguing mid-sentence, snatched the mark from Chen Wei's hand, and examined it under the lamp. That single grunt carried more approval than half the city's speeches. Luo Mei leaned in beside him. "Is that good?" "It's profitable," her father said, which was close enough that she laughed. Chen Wei took the token back and slipped it away again. Around him, Yulan sounded exactly as it always had. Wheels, bargaining, shutters, wet wood, tired voices. Yet the horizon had shifted by a hand's breadth. The bridge held. The work held. The room held. And now the future, which had once been only a place he fell toward, was beginning to offer him more than one road forward. That night Chen Wei laid out the pieces of his life in a row and found, to his own surprise, that they no longer looked borrowed. The new lacquered token rested beside the 7-day tally it had replaced. The better coat hung from its peg. The seed packets sat tied and sorted by use rather than hope. His copied slips, the cleaner paper from Earth, the compact needle packet, the folded planting notes, and the wrapped bowl under the blanket all belonged to the same room now, the same man, the same future. None of it was grand. That was what made it convincing. A soft knock sounded against the frame. Madame Chu stood in the corridor with her lamp, one hand braced on the doorpost. "You're awake late," she said. "So are you. I own the hallway. It's less suspicious when I do it." Her eyes flicked once past him into the room, taking stock in the quick, merciless way she always had. Then she said, you'll want the back shutter pegged tighter tonight. Damps turning. Chen Wei moved to do it at once. Thank you. She made a noncommittal sound that might once have meant nothing. Now it sounded faintly like acceptance. Men with proper coats still catch cold if they mistake improvement for invincibility. She stepped back from the frame. And don't forget rent turns again in 4 days. I know. Good, she said. I dislike reminding people who intend to stay. After she left, the room settled around him in a new way. Stay. The word lingered. He unwrapped the bowl and set it down on the pallet. The ceramic had not changed. Its chip remained the same, its faded blue line as modest as ever. Yet by now Chen Wei trusted it more than he trusted most grander things. He sat cross-legged, took up the cleaner paper, and began to write. He told his mother about the probationary standing token, though he described it first as a mark that means they expect me tomorrow and the day after. He told his father the counting desk had finally started leaving him ledgers without watching his fingers like a suspicious god. He noted that the scallion line had taken and that tea, once absurd, had become an accepted tax on good advice. Then he paused, the brush hovering above the page. Until now, most of his notes had moved between report and reassurance. I'm alive. I need this. This happened. I'm still here. Tonight, for the first time, the bridge seemed sturdy enough to bear a different kind of question. He bent closer and wrote in a firmer hand. Send me words for contracts, interest, storage loss, soil exhaustion, and long-distance trade. Also anything simple on maps. He sat back and looked at the line. It did not read like panic. It did not read like grief. It read like intention. When the note was folded and laid in the bowl, Chen Wei rested both hands lightly on the rim and let himself feel the truth of the room around him one last time. The bridge held. The work held. The life held. Outside, Yulan breathed through shutters, carts, rain-damp wood, and sleeping courtyards. Far away, Earth waited with its own lights, ledgers, and impossible patience. Between them sat one chipped bowl and the man who had learned, by hunger and labor and stubbornness, how to make use of it. For the first time since the world had broken open, Chen Wei was no longer writing to be found. He was writing toward what came next.